Chapter 1. The Glory of Mechs. In pursuit of survival and honor, let us collectively embrace the noble evolution as the promotional broadcast echoed through the streets. Xu Jiang found himself bemused. Upon his first hearing, he nearly reached for his phone to call for help, only to realize after a considerable time that he had traversed into a chaotic and perilous world. Over the course of 3 months, he gradually acclimated to this new existence, understanding that to thrive, one must awaken their talents and ascend to strength. 8778, Xu Jiang. Present. You must have thoroughly studied the Awakening Manual. Please step through this door to complete your job transition. The leading female officer flashed a professional smile as she patiently arranged the transition process. Xu Jiang nodded, following the guidance into a small room adjacent to him. The room was spacious, with only a purplish red flame floating in the center, devoid of any searing heat, yet radiating an enchanting brilliance. This phenomenon was referred to by the inhabitants of this world as a spirit seed, possessing the ability to awaken human talents. Gingerly extending his hand, he felt as though a current surged through him, and a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Potential activation complete, extracting talent. Congratulations, you have acquired level talent, Mech Overload. Congratulations, you have acquired SS level talent, General's Command. To his astonishment, he had received dual talents, with the latter being the esteemed SSS level. Could the evident lag in the voice be attributed to his transmigration? Xu Jiang felt a surge of delight. Talent extraction complete. It is strongly recommended that you select the profession of mech engineer. Very well, I shall be a mech engineer. Confirmation complete. Job transition successful. May the glory of machinery be with you. Receiving a chilling blessing, Xu Jiang felt as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Upon reopening his eyes, a piece of information materialized in his mind. Name, Xu Jiang. Level 1. Profession, Mech Engineer. Talent, Mech Overload, General's Command. Skill, Basic Repair, LV1. Mech Overload, activates Overload. Doubling mech efficiency and weapon lethality for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 6 hours, General's Command. The soul of machinery, indomitable and spirited. As a mechanical general, you can designate certain weapons, binding them completely to the host. Basic Repair, LV1. Without needing to understand mechanical principles, through special abilities, you can repair machinery of green quality or lower that does not exceed your level, with a 100 increase in material consumption. The prolonged cooldown of Mech Overload and the seemingly logistical nature of Basic Repair made them appear rather lackluster. Fortunately, the SS level talent General's Command seemed promising. But how was it to be utilized? Xu Jiang glanced at the mech container beside him. Its metallic exterior towering over a meter, appearing remarkably sturdy. This had to be the equipment bestowed upon him after his job transition. Pressing the activation button, a deep mechanical transformation echoed, and the container gradually opened to reveal a suit of mech armor before him. As expected of complementary equipment, it was unlikely to be advanced. Xu Jiang's suit was merely the most basic exoskeleton mech. The black tactical suit was adorned with a skeletal support framework, and its dark gray alloy material exuded a sense of technological prowess. Xu Jiang donned the tactical suit, pressing the confirmation button, and the mech began to constrict closely around him. The first sensation was, it was quite heavy. The dark gray alloy structure firmly locked his legs, elbows, and ankles, while robust protective armor graced his chest and back, and a silver pistol hung at his waist. It felt akin to wearing a hefty leather coat. While it didn't hinder his movements, it was undeniably cumbersome. If Xu Jiang recalled correctly, this design was from an initial generation standard mech over a century old, not merely obsolete, but worthy of exhibition in a museum. Detected mech available for designation. Would you like to designate? A prompt sounded in his mind, and without hesitation, Xu Jiang began to tap on the mech suit. Congratulations, designation successful. Was it truly that simple? Let's review the attributes. T-1000 Exoskeleton Mech General. Type, Initial Generation Light Armor Exoskeleton Mech. Quality, White. Weapon slots, Desert Eagle Pistol, empty. Mech. Weight, 40 kilograms. Attributes, enhances limb explosive power by 80 kg, Desert Eagle Pistol Kernel. Quality, White. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds of 12.7 millimeters ammunition. Upon viewing these attributes, Xu Jiang felt a chill wash over him. Was there any discernible difference before and after the designation? It remained a whiteboard equipment, lacking significant attribute enhancement, utterly abysmal. As Xu Jiang grappled with his discontent, the broadcast suddenly urged him on. compelling him to swiftly remove the armor and exit the transition room. Outside the door, the sweetly smiling receptionist awaited, though her expression turned somewhat stiff upon seeing him with the T-1000 Mech container. Mr. Xu, have you successfully transitioned? Do you require vocational training? Let me assist you with the forms. What is your profession? Mech engineer. And your talent? Level Mech overload. And your skill? Basic repair LV1. Please take the forms and fill them out over there. I am quite busy. Next, please. Was this the reality? The quick change of demeanor was more rapid than turning a page. Xu Jiang could only shake his head in resignation. At it was evident that the receptionist had sought a golden son-in-law. Her previous smile had been an investment. Clearly, Xu Jiang's talent and profession were akin to a financial loss. Her expression shifted, and she promptly dismissed him. Humph. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. One day we shall rise. Indeed, those who disregard us today may find they cannot reach us tomorrow. What a delightfully melodramatic declaration. Xu Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet more importantly, those words were not his own. Retreating to a corner, he patted the Mech container beside him. Was that you speaking just now? Although the voice resonated directly in his mind, he could distinctly sense the source as his new equipment. Greetings, General. I am your subordinate, Desert Eagle. You may refer to me as Xiao Sha. The Desert Eagle quivered slightly, emanating a young and powerful voice, reminiscent of a salute. Can you all speak? Xu Jiang was slightly bewildered. Report, General. Indeed, your strength has allowed us to awaken successfully. The glory of machinery shall undoubtedly flourish. Such fervent enthusiasm. Xu Jiang couldn't help but glance at the attributes again. Well, still 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment. Could they truly rise in power with this? Sensing Xu Jiang's skepticism, another female voice resonated in his mind. General, the indignity you endured today shall be avenged. As we continually upgrade, we shall grow stronger. That sounded quite reasonable. As far as Xu Jiang knew, job transitions often revealed numerous unique professions, yet the mechanical class was the fastest to upgrade. Merely switching to a layer of alloy armor or wielding a larger caliber cannon constituted an enhancement far more straightforward than those requiring meditation and training. Moreover, his general's command could channel the spirits of machinery. With a cadre of machinery spirits at his disposal, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. With this thought in mind, Xu Jiang brimmed with confidence, completed the forms, and approached the sparsely populated registration window in the corner, submitting his paperwork. In stark contrast to the exuberant receptionists outside, the attendant here was noticeably more austere. At a single chair, a desk, and an elderly gentleman sipping tea. Chapter 2. The Self-Disciplined Mecha. The old man casually glanced at the form he received, spitting out 2 remnants of tea leaves. Xu Jiang, is it? Are you certain you wish to partake in vocational training? Of course, I've just changed professions and am unfamiliar with many occupational skills. Xu Jiang observed the peculiar expression on the man's face and inquired, is there a problem? No problem at all. I'm the training instructor for the mechanical department. The old man took a deep drag from his herbal cigarette and, exhaling a ring of smoke, continued, though it may be disheartening. I advise you to consider finding a factory job instead. Delivering takeout could serve you well. Delivering takeout? I, a distinguished mecha engineer, reduced to operating an electric scooter? Surely. You underestimate my SSS-level talent. Xu Jiang understood the principle of attracting attention. He had concealed his general's command and only displayed mecha overload. Nevertheless, he deemed his job change a success. Was it truly necessary to compete with ordinary individuals for employment? Noticing Xu Jiang's frown, the bored old man began to chat. He produced a beautiful silver revolver from his waist, performing a flashy spin that led Xu Jiang to believe he was merely showing off. Yet, to his surprise, the old man retrieved a bullet from the chamber and presented it before Xu Jiang. This is an armor-piercing round. With just this single bullet, I could penetrate the shield of a level 50 Chi master. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he needed. The powerful bullet, combined with his overloaded explosive capacity, would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Each one sells for 30,000 credits. Do you have the funds to purchase them? What a cruel blow. He couldn't even afford 300 credits, let alone 30,000. For the past 3 months since his arrival, he had survived solely on odd jobs. Seeing Xu Jiang disheartened, the old man decided to deliver a harsher truth. He gestured to the desolate surroundings and asked, do you know why it's so quiet here? Why? Because promising professions are immediately snatched up by scouts after they complete their job transitions. You, however, possess little value for cultivation. Is the mechanical field weak? Not weak, merely exorbitantly costly. A mech's combat capabilities depend almost entirely on equipment, ammunition, power cores, and components, all consumables. The upgrades and transformations of weapons and mechs are insatiable black holes for resources. It is challenging for even a moderately affluent family to support a powerful mecha engineer. As he spoke, the old man handed over a training list. Here, take a look at the Mecha Engineer Training Curriculum. Fast-Track Mecha Engineer Program. 3 years of mecha construction, 3 years of precision weaponry, 3 years of programming and modification. Clearly, the concept of compulsory education did not exist in this world. The total cost for this 9-year training program amounted to 888 credits. As for the old man's free course, it lasted only 3 days and would merely teach how to pull the safety pin, considered a decent achievement. Xu Jiang, unable to hold back, asked, "Do people really study this?" Of course not. Who would waste money on such nonsense? It's a fast-track program that doesn't even include combat skills. After 9 years, what good would it do? The old man was quite pragmatic. Those with talent would be scouted and nurtured by powerful factions, while those without it would waste credits without gaining any skills. Did he truly need to display his SSS-level talent? Xu Jiang hesitated. Living in this place, merely hiding away was futile. After all, enhancing one's strength required substantial resources, and only exceptional achievements could garner further support. However, exceptional achievements depended on circumstances. Success through diligence would earn recognition, while success through innate talent would only incite jealousy. He preferred to remain discreet until he possessed the means to protect himself. Seeing Xu Jiang's look of confusion, the old man patted his shoulder and offered reassurance. "All right, I'm starting a class tomorrow. If you're interested, come take a look. Perhaps after observing, you'll no longer feel lost, but rather despairing." The old man had a unique way of offering comfort. Xu Jiang walked heavily, dragging his mech case back to his makeshift home in this foreign world. His 10-square-meter independent room was a small gesture of assistance from the upper echelons for refugees like him. As for the credits needed for daily life, he could only rely on odd jobs to earn them. Gazing at the bare walls of his humble abode, Xu Jiang lay on the bed, feeling somewhat despondent about life. Just as he settled down, his pistol and mech floated into view. The Desert Eagle hovered in midair, its barrel raised, assuming a salute position, and earnestly asked, "Commander, please provide the next training directive." This one was full of energy, eager to be of service. Xu Jiang waved his hand and replied, "You've just arrived. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to procure some bullets, and we can resume training." He subtly communicated his financial struggles, indicating that he could not even afford bullets. With only 7 rounds for self-defense, training was out of the question. Yet this one showed no signs of surrender. Pulling back the firing pin and chambering around as if saluting, it proclaimed loudly, "Report, General. Since enlistment, Xiao has never considered rest." What an exemplary employee, full of vigor. But the reality was, he truly lacked the bullets for practice. How could they train? At that moment, the mech spoke. "Xiao, the General's logistical supplies are still being allocated. We shall forego practical combat training for today." Its voice was melodious, exuding calm composure, akin to a valiant female general. Just a single sentence quelled the pistol's fervor. The mech approached, clad in a black tactical suit complemented by dark gray alloy plating. Despite its hollow appearance, it moved with the fluidity of a human. Standing before Xu Jiang, it aligned its legs and raised its right hand in salute, declaring, "General, may we be permitted to conduct self-tactical training tonight?" While the emergence of a sentient mech was promising, the sight of it saluting him was rather unsettling. "Report, General. My designation is T-1000 Mecha. Should you not assign a new name, you may refer to me as Qianji." "Qianji," he mused. "That's a fine name. From now on, you shall be Qianji. Feel free to train, but ensure you do not damage the furniture." "Understood. Thank you for your permission, General." Hearing the voices of Xiao and Qianji, they seemed rather pleased, as if they had found a benevolent leader allowing them to perform freely. Yet, Xu Jiang remained entirely uninformed. Regardless, with the limited space at home, he had little fear of disturbances. Xu Jiang grabbed his small bucket and prepared to take a bath. Having adjusted to life in this new world over the past 3 months, Xu Jiang acknowledged that his former identity was no longer applicable. Fortunately, in this fragmented world, no one probed into his status as a refugee. Thanks to assistance from the upper echelons, he had secured a small room in the slums beyond the 7th ring, with shared facilities like a bathhouse and toilets. Fortunately, the residents of this refugee camp were quite amicable. As Xu Jiang descended the stairs, he noticed a group of people gathered in conversation. "Xiao Gong has made it big. Such remarkable talent. It seems you'll be leaving us soon. Indeed. When that happens, don't forget us neighbors. Xiaogong, it appears you still haven't found a girlfriend. My eldest daughter, Jinjin. A crowd of uncles and aunts surrounded a young man, chattering incessantly, causing his face to flush with embarrassment and helplessness. Upon seeing Xu Jiang, the young man named Xiaogong brightened, waving happily. Xu Jiang, you're back. Did you successfully change professions? I've obtained a rather impressive talent. The young man, named Gong Jiwei, is a neighbor of Xu Jiang, possessing a rather simple and honest demeanor, making him quite amiable. However, familiarity does not warrant immediate greetings. A loud call suddenly drew Xu Jiang's attention as a throng of uncles and aunts converged. Xu Jiang, have you successfully transitioned to a new profession? What is it? Little Jiang, it seems you have yet to find a girlfriend. My second daughter AI. The well-meaning inquiries from the older folks left Xu Jiang somewhat overwhelmed. Cornered by their barrage of questions, he quickly responded, I have successfully transitioned. Though my aptitude is not exceptional, I am now a mech engineer. For someone from a humble background to pursue a career in mech engineering seemed rather ambitious. Yet, the neighbors remained unfazed, their enthusiasm unabated as they began to brainstorm ideas. Being a mech engineer is wonderful. Learning to drive quickly, you can team up with Xiaogong to transport goods outside the city. That's a step forward. Indeed. I've heard that a single trip can yield as much as 2,000. Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Xu Jiang found himself transformed from a food delivery worker to a transporter, which could be considered a promotion. Simultaneously, he learned from the chatter that Xiaogong had transitioned to a fighter with a C-level talent in strength enhancement. Though the rating appeared rather low, Xiaogong viewed it positively, recognizing that this strength enhancement talent would make him adept at laborious tasks, ensuring ample employment opportunities in the future. Observing Xiaogong's lack of ambition, Xu Jiang promptly intervened, saying, Hold on, I'm not ready to deliver goods yet. I aspire to pursue a combat profession. Xu Jiang's declaration swiftly calmed Xiaogong, as a combat profession would undoubtedly yield greater financial rewards than manual labor. However, entering a combat profession was no simple feat. Word had it that acquiring gear and learning skills required substantial funds. Indeed, besides upgrading mechs, there is a plethora of skills to learn, Xu Jiang lamented. Feeling a headache coming on. Without money to learn skills, one's strength would remain feeble. With feeble strength, earning potential would dwindle, creating a vicious cycle. Given their circumstances, they could only hope for a fortuitous drop of skills. Congratulations, General Qianji has diligently trained and comprehended the skill, Robust Physique LV1. What? Skills actually dropped from the heavens. Chapter 3. Mastering Foreign Techniques to Subdue the Foreign. A sudden notification flashed in Xu Jiang's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. General Qianji is my mech, and I merely stepped out for a bath. How could I suddenly comprehend a skill? Can mechs also learn skills? Hey, Xu Jiang, where are you going? Weren't you supposed to take a bath? I'm not going anymore. Without hesitation, Xu Jiang turned and dashed home. The fact that his mech had gained a skill was a significant matter. Not only would it save money, but more importantly, it was fully automated. Bang! Xu Jiang anxiously opened the door, and his eyes were drawn to a peculiar handgun floating mid-air, emanating an odd blue glow. Lowering his gaze, he spotted the mech on the narrow path beside the bed, performing push-ups with both hands planted firmly on the ground. 98, 99, 100. Good, on to the next exercise. How diligent. Ignoring his presence, it silently prepared to begin the next training regimen. Xu Jiang quickly interrupted. Qianji, please pause for a moment. I have a few questions. Yes, General. Qianji stood up straight, her demeanor impeccably disciplined. Did you just comprehend a skill? Let me see. Yes, indeed, I have grasped a rather ordinary skill. Qianji's voice was flat as she glanced at the instrument in her hand, casually setting it down as if tightening a nut. Just a skill, rather unremarkable. How did you manage that? Xu Jiang asked excitedly. If his mech knew a convenient way to learn skills, he might be able to carve out a lucrative path. Without hesitation, Qianji succinctly replied, It's quite simple, just need to exercise. First, do 100 push-ups, then 100 sit-ups, followed by 100 squats. Note that there should be no breaks. Repeat the cycle 5 times to initially comprehend a skill. Qianji spoke earnestly, without a hint of deceit. Yet, after such a grueling workout, wouldn't one be left bald? Wait, mechs don't have heads, so hair loss is not a concern. Xu Jiang's eye twitched as he stubbornly inquired, Isn't there a slightly easier method? One that allows for rapid skill acquisition and enhances combat power? There is, like him. Qianji raised her skeletal arm, pointing to the desert eagle meditating nearby. Little Sha? But this child seemed to simply float, seemingly engaged in meditation, without uncovering any profound insights. As Xu Jiang questioned this, Little Sha suddenly sprang into action, leaping and exclaiming, "I've understood. I've finally understood." Huh? Understood what? "I've realized the reason for the decline of the mechanical race. Well, it appears this one, despite remaining motionless, is genuinely contemplating the future. But what profound life lessons could a mere handgun derive? Look at those elementalists and clerics. Their source of power is fundamentally unscientific. A talking handgun discussing science with me? How absurd. All right, just tell me the answer. What should be done for the future? I believe the mechanical faction must implement some changes, such as mastering foreign techniques to subdue the foreign. Congratulations. Colonel Sha Ying, through deep contemplation, has grasped that magic can only be defeated by magic. Skill acquired. Psychic Bullet LV1. Psychic Bullet LV1. Trajectory correction increased by 5. Critical hit rate increased by 2. Is that all it takes to learn? Could meditation truly be effective? Xu Jiang gazed at Sha Ying, lost in thought. The rambunctious handgun was swiftly caught by the Mech, which sternly reprimanded, a minor advancement. And you dare to be complacent? Have you forgotten the humiliation the general endured today at the hands of others? Yes, the shame of today must not be forgotten. I will strive, I will fight, and I will reclaim the lost glory. Well said. Then let us commence. Tonight we train through the night, without a moment's respite. Yes, General Qianji. Xu Jiang genuinely wished to clarify that others merely doubted his talent. No one was rolling their eyes at him. However, upon reflection, perhaps this relentless drive was the motivation for the mechanical race. He decided against intervening, opting instead to embark on his own meditation regimen. Physical training was not an option. He had no interest in baldness. However, meditation training seemed quite promising. If a handgun could achieve it, surely he could as well. After bathing and changing, he knelt in a lotus position, beginning to contemplate the future of the mechanical faction. For the glory of machinery, for the vow of 3 years, Z. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Xu Jiang awakened from a delightful dream. In his slumber, he had acquired a miraculous ability, achieving a surge in combat power while lying still. Upon opening his eyes, his dream materialized. Congratulations! General Qianji, through diligent training, has elevated the skill, Strong Physique, to level 6. Strong Physique LV6 increases the wearer's strength by 30, endurance by 60. Congratulations! Colonel Sha Ying, through deep contemplation, has elevated the skill, Psychic Bullet, to level 6. Psychic Bullet LV6 passive trajectory correction increased by 30. Critical hit rate increased by 12. These two truly gave their all, having trained throughout the night, one pondering the meaning of life, while the other engaged in rigorous exercises. Do you not wish to rest a moment? No need. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are pressing. Rest assured, General, we will become battle-hardened elites. Despite a sleepless night, their spirits remained high. Indeed, machinery is machinery. Their most terrifying ability is their unyielding endurance. Is there anything I can assist with? As a general, Xu Jiang felt it was essential to show concern for his subordinates. Qianji graciously accepted his goodwill, halting her squats to salute him. Thank you for your consideration, General. If possible, please allow us to maintain a high training volume every day moving forward. Excellent. With employees like you, who would worry about affording a villa? After freshening up, Xu Jiang prepared to leave for training. Transforming Qianji back into her Mech container form, he boarded the hovering train, traversing the city. In the distance, a towering skyscraper loomed, piercing the clouds, standing at the heart of Yong'an City, commanding the utmost power. On the streets, various dazzling hover vehicles zipped through the neon-lit expanse, while in the shadows, explosions reverberated like music, chaos and clamor. Yong'an City, a metropolis of opulence and excess, yet also a realm of disorder and vice. To thrive splendidly here, one must strive to become a formidable force. Following the address, Xu Jiang arrived at a secluded, abandoned shooting range, where over 40 individuals had gathered, led by the elderly man he had encountered yesterday. All right, this should be about the right number of participants. Let's introduce ourselves. My surname is Lei. For the next 3 days, I will provide you with some basic training. You may call me Instructor Lei. The introduction from Elder Lei was brief, even skipping roll call. After all, it was only 3 days. By then, few would likely remember his name, so it was better left unsaid. With time pressing and tasks demanding, Elder Lei directly inquired. Given the limited time, it would be quite challenging to learn systematically. What urgent technical skills do you wish to understand? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman over 50 raised her hand. I heard that with a mech, one can easily control computers. I would like to know how to do that. The elderly lady, seemingly participating in a re-employment class for seniors, unexpectedly posed a rather trivial question. Isn't it just controlling a computer? Can't you simply purchase a mouse and practice at home? Xu Jiang, of course, could not allow the lesson to be derailed and quickly raised his hand to say, I wish to learn the specifics of operating firearms and mechs, as well as ways to enhance combat effectiveness. Upon hearing his words, Old Man Lei finally turned his attention to him. It was truly unexpected. Although Xu Jiang's talent was rather average, his enthusiasm remained undiminished, which is precisely the fervor that a mech engineer should possess. Old Man Lei nodded approvingly at him and said, Very well, I shall first teach everyone how to use a computer. First, press this button. Do you see the data cable that pops out? Insert this end into the back of the computer. Xu Jiang was left speechless. Amidst the gathering of elderly ladies, Old Man Lei cheerfully guided them through the process of connecting the cable, resulting in an atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Xu Jiang had reason to suspect that he was rather captivated by the charms of these ladies. Where was yesterday's impressive display of gunslinging? Where was the audacity of a bullet worth tens of thousands of credit points? How utterly disappointing. Chapter 4. The Black and White Forest as noon approached. Old Lei finally extricated himself from the group of elderly women. He glanced at Xu Jiang, whose face was darkened with discontent, and with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, saying, I remember you. Your name is Xu Jiang, right? I didn't expect you to actually show up. Xu Jiang retorted with irritation, Yes. I also didn't anticipate that you would be such an unserious instructor. How could that be? I'm quite serious, Old Lei replied, lighting a cigarette and turning his gaze towards the distant group of old ladies, a smile creeping onto his lips. Exhaling a puff of smoke and filling his teacup with hot water, he continued leisurely, To be honest, I have trained many students, but very few are as dedicated as you. Xu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. Very few? Are there really no takers for free courses? Indeed, they're right over there. Old Lei pointed towards the old ladies. It's akin to a supermarket giving away eggs, and you, as a young person, coming to snatch them up, which is quite rare. This analogy left Xu Jiang at a loss for words. With only 3 days of training, mastering the essentials of combat was nothing short of a pipe dream. Thus, it was more accurate to say that this was merely a skill training class that Old Lei had whimsically established to provide a means of livelihood for those less gifted mechanics. Xu Jiang shook his head in disappointment, realizing he had been overly naive to pin his hopes on a free course. It seemed his efforts had been in vain. Just as he was about to turn away, Old Lei called out to him once more. Hey, don't leave just yet. Let us chat a bit more. I have an opportunity that could rapidly enhance your strength, though it might be somewhat perilous. Are you interested? Xu Jiang regarded him with suspicion. An opportunity? You're not up to anything shady, are you? Of course not. Aside from your kidneys, your body isn't worth much. So what ill intention could I harbor? Old Lei chuckled, placing a hand on Xu Jiang's shoulder and leading him to a secluded corner. Offering a cigarette, which Xu Jiang declined, Old Lei lit one for himself. You must have heard of the Black and White Forest, right? It's a spirit domain inaccessible to anyone above level 5, a trial ground for newcomers. I've heard of it, but it requires a quota. What, can you help me secure one? Xu Jiang inquired. Absolutely. Not only will I secure you a quota, but I'll also throw in some ammunition for free. How does that sound? Old Lei raised an eyebrow, his proposal undeniably enticing. However, Xu Jiang felt wary. Nothing given without reason was ever without ulterior motives. He did not believe that Old Lei was merely a benevolent figure. Old Lei chuckled, candidly admitting, My assistance is merely an investment. Do you think I'm doing this for leisure? Quotas and bullets may hold little value. But if you can make a name for yourself, the goodwill will be worth its weight in gold. So he was a speculator. Talent does not solely dictate one's future. Hard work, willpower, and instinct for combat are equally vital, often eluding numerical assessment. Old Lei's classes aimed to pick up those who had been cast aside, granting them a chance to exert themselves while also providing him with an opportunity to place his bets. With minimal cost, he could offer aid, and should one succeed, the rewards would be boundless. Xu Jiang no longer hesitated and nodded. All right, I'm in. When do we start? Tomorrow. So, you don't have much time to prepare. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. Okay, then first teach me how to disengage the safety on this gun. Or perhaps I'll just invest in 30 rounds. It seems you one team need more. Old Lei was no philanthropist. What he offered was merely a chance. Only those who seized opportunities could cultivate further. Thus, Xu Jiang had to venture into the black and white forest the following day, with a mere half a day to prepare. Fortunately, his mech was diligent. Upon returning home, Qianji and Shang began rigorous training and meditation, neglecting food and rest, truly embodying the spirit of a tireless worker. As for Xu Jiang, after some contemplation, he decided to spend all his hard-earned money on a lavish meal, knowing that tomorrow he would be facing life and death trials. A misstep could very well be his last supper, so he resolved to indulge in a feast of meat and fish. "Boss, I'd like a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork noodles, with an egg and a duck leg, delivered to the internet CAF upstairs," Xu Jiang ordered. Relishing his extravagant meal, he ascended to the second floor and entered a familiar space. Though in a different world, the presence of an internet CAF was undoubtedly indispensable. Even if affluent families had computers, the thrill of a communal gaming experience remained unmatched. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. "I told you not to choose Zhongli for the top lane. Didn't you get obliterated by Mammoth's gank? Can you blame me? It was that Li Bai who kept targeting me. I was already pulling back. Your pulling back was like a pile of dung. How hard is it to practice with an AR? What a vibrant scene, evoking nostalgia for the days spent gaming with friends." Now, however, Xu Jiang was about to face a trial of life and death, and he could not afford to be distracted by online games. Time was of the essence. He could not significantly enhance his combat ability, but he could still gather intelligence before setting out. The Spirit Domain, a trial ground that descended alongside natural disasters, promised a new world filled with both danger and adventure. The Black and White Forest, a place designated as a novice Spirit Domain, restricted entry to those below level 5, serving as a rite of passage for practitioners. If one could not even pass this trial, they might as well return home and deliver takeout. After researching the most basic information, Xu Jiang spent a bit of money subscribing to the most popular strategy guide online, How I Cleared the Black and White Forest, authored by the esteemed Yu Tian. Spanning hundreds of thousands of words, it detailed the struggles and growth within the Black and White Forest, chronicling the protagonist's transformation from a novice to a survival expert over the course of 15 days. The rich details and vivid descriptions provided immense insight upon completion. Xu Jiang felt confident that this upcoming expedition into the Spirit Domain would lead him to success. The next morning, Xu Jiang arrived at the bustling commercial street in the southern part of the city as agreed. To be honest, this area was quite far from the city center, but its vibrancy relied heavily on the existence of the Spirit Domain. Even before reaching the venue, he could hear the vendors shouting, "Level 1 equipment with level 100 attributes. Come take a look. By now, and you are guaranteed to pass the trial. If you don't, it's your own fault." There were numerous vendors, each boasting loudly. But Xu Jiang felt indifferent, for he was broke. Last night's lavish feast had drained his funds, and he had to borrow money from friends for breakfast that morning. As he surveyed his surroundings, Xu Jiang soon spotted Old Lei, who was currently adopting an air of a distinguished mentor, comforting the crowd of elderly women accompanying the candidates. Upon noticing Xu Jiang approach, Old Lei reluctantly returned to his serious demeanor. "You've arrived. Here are the supply packs I prepared for you. They should last you 3 days inside." "Only 3 days?" Xu Jiang exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't we supposed to undergo trials for 15 days? At this question, Old Lei wore an enigmatic smile and retorted, 15 days of trials? Where did you hear that?" "This," Xu Jiang said, pulling out his Mech's data tablet to display the downloaded guide from Yu Tian. Old Lei's face broke into a pleased smile. "Thank you for supporting the original work. I must say, the mentality of today's youth is quite refreshing. Even before battle, you still have the time to read novels. Who the hell is misleading the next generation?" Chapter 5. Military orders. Though I yearned to vent my frustrations at the author online, time was of the essence, and I could only dismantle the supply pack while listening to Old Lei's hasty explanations. "Remember, once we enter, do not rush. First, observe the surroundings. Identify a safe escape route, and then explore cautiously. Each spiritual domain has its own evaluation criteria. Achieving a rank of C or higher will grant you additional rewards from the domain. My expectations are modest. Simply attain a C rank. Once you emerge, I can arrange employment for you. If the situation becomes dire, climb a tree and find a way to survive." As I absorbed his advice, I opened the supply pack to find it brimming with provisions, compressed food, medical supplies, climbing ropes, and 300 bullets, all essential survival tools. While I may not need them all, I was nonetheless touched. Perhaps Old Lei had made similar investments many times before. Yet it was clear he wished for every newcomer to survive. In moments like these, there were always those who seized the opportunity to make snide remarks. "Old Lei, bringing in another rookie? This won't end well." I heard the last 3 you took and didn't make it back. Maybe you should reconsider and join us at the Martial Arts Association instead. Turning to investigate, I saw a group approaching, led by an elderly man clad in a short-sleeved martial arts uniform. Despite his age, the muscle definition revealed his formidable strength. The short sword at his waist indicated he was a swordsman, and my assessment of him was simply affluent. In a previous life, one might find it odd to see someone in such attire on the streets, but here it was quite normal. This uniform had transcended mere clothing. It was a complete set of equipment. The shimmering golden threads were unmistakable to an untrained eye like mine, revealing it as a highly valuable enchanted set. Behind him were several others, swordsmen, elementalists, and gunners, all equipped to the teeth, evidently here for the spiritual domain trial. Old Lay scoffed disdainfully, Mr. M.O. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. The 5 directions spiritual domain is about to open, and your martial arts association better not suffer another defeat. Rest assured, I'm not as feeble as you, he retorted. Although the 2 elders exchanged barbs in public, their demeanor suggested camaraderie rather than animosity, akin to sworn rivals. Eventually, they grew weary of their exchange and parted ways, each returning to their respective duties. With a spat towards Old Mo's retreating figure, Old Lay turned to me, reassuringly stating, "Don't be anxious, Xu Jiang. He is merely trying to intimidate you. The mortality rate in the Black and White Forest is the lowest of all spiritual domains. It is quite friendly to newcomers." Oh, is it truly that accommodating? At the very least, the creatures within 1T consume the corpses of those they defeat. After a brief pause, the thunderous rumble began to resonate, and the dark clouds overhead loomed ominously as the spiritual domain opened precisely on schedule. Without hesitation, I donned the skeletal exosuit, ensured my belt was stocked with bullets, and armed myself with the qualification certificate before joining the procession into the domain. The entrance to the spiritual domain resembled a vortex. One step inside, and the surrounding environment dimmed, with countless streams of light flashing by. It felt as though time and space were intertwining, and the sensation of weightlessness briefly engulfed me before I found myself standing in an unfamiliar world. The Black and White Forest, as its name suggests, was a realm of stark contrasts. It resembled a charred wasteland, scattered with remnants of bones, while the surrounding trees stood in eerie pallor, resembling bleached skeletons. The white leaves on the barren branches floated gently to the ground, instantly transforming into deep black upon contact, enveloping the entire world in a surreal dichotomy. Trial commencing, rewards and evaluations based on performance. A voice echoed in my ears, a notification from the very realm itself. According to Old Lay's descriptions, the evaluation in the spiritual domain is based on one's achievements. The lowest E rank is easily attainable by doing nothing and hiding in a tree hollow for 3 days before being teleported out. The C rank goal set by Old Lay, however, required the defeat of 20 monsters, a considerable challenge for a novice. I cautiously surveyed my surroundings. Not far off, another flash of light signaled the arrival of a newcomer. The individual seemed inexperienced, shivering at the bizarre scenery, and approached hesitantly, perhaps hoping to team up with me. However, after taking just a couple of steps, they froze in disbelief. Eyeing me from head to toe, they exclaimed, "Brother, isn't your setup a bit overzealous? T-1000 exosuit. And armed only with a pistol? Those who enter here either have elite recommendations or possess a pass. That thing is being traded on the black market for 5,000 apiece. If you could get a pass, you wouldn't be decked out in this junky exosuit." The suit was nothing more than a discarded prototype, lacking power cores, shields, thrusters, or sensors, relying solely on a Desert Eagle. Don't drag others down with you. Without a second thought, the newcomer turned and fled, fearful of being hindered by my presence. "Please, we are all novices here. Do you think your equipment is so superior?" I scoffed in disdain. Some people are shallow, unable to perceive the strength hidden beneath simplicity. What good are ornate and costly exosuits? Only those who know humility and strive for improvement truly possess worthy gear. General, I apologize for any embarrassment caused. Rest assured, I will strive diligently and will not betray your trust. The female general's resolute declaration resonated with an intensified fervor. Congratulations, General Qianji has entered an incentivized state. For the next 3 days of trial, learning capabilities will significantly increase. Failure to achieve an A rating will result in the forfeiture of all progress made during this period. This was indeed a military order. Yet, attaining an A rating seemed no simple feat. I could only wonder how much surprise this enhanced learning ability might bring. Lost in thought, a sudden voice broke through my reverie. "Watch out. Enemy attack." Qianji's alarm sounded as she deftly maneuvered my body, executing an emergency dodge. Before I could react, a white figure zipped past my ear, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was a white-bordered venomous snake. No wonder my vigilance faltered. The serpent blended seamlessly with the surrounding white trees, launching a sudden ambush that was nearly impossible to anticipate. Thankfully, Qianji's reflexes were sharp. She tilted her head just in time to evade the snake's strike and swiftly adjusted her footing, stepping forward and raising her right leg. Bang! Her knee collided forcefully with the snake's body, sending it flying 3 meters away, where it rolled several times, appearing dazed. Congratulations. General Qianji has gained insight and learned the skill, Knee Strike LV1. Knee Strike LV1. Deliver a powerful knee strike to the enemy, sending them flying and causing disorientation. Effectiveness is determined by the relative sizes and strengths of both parties. Chapter 6. We are truly strong indeed. We are in an invigorated state. Only a few seconds have passed, and I have already grasped a new skill. Truly remarkable. Moreover, this, knee strike, is a melee skill, which will prove invaluable should I find myself in close quarters with an adversary, unable to draw my firearm. As it stands, the white serpent lies dazed several meters away, providing me ample opportunity to draw my gun and take aim. With my pistol drawn from my waist and held firmly with both hands, I steady my breath and direct the muzzle towards the distant serpent. After 2 hours of intensive training with Master Lei yesterday, I have mastered the fundamentals of marksmanship. It's merely a snake. Let me demonstrate. Bang. Well, it seems I missed. Although the desert eagle boasts commendable accuracy, the diminutive size of the snake makes it a challenging target for a novice. Fortunately, despite my lack of shooting prowess, the quality of the pistol itself is exceptional. Psychic bullet activated, trajectory correction successful. The alert sounds, and the bullet, upon leaving the barrel, undergoes a subtle alteration in its path, tracing a delicate arc through the air, aimed directly at the serpent's head. With a soft thud, a bloody hole bursts open in its skull, and the serpent falls, twitching momentarily before succumbing to death. A flawless execution, my first encounter with an enemy ended in a precise kill. We are indeed formidable. Having achieved this initial success, I was prepared to revel in my triumph. However, before I could savor the moment, a new foe emerged, likely drawn by the sound of gunfire. A small creature, masked and sporting white hair, stands at about a meter tall, wielding a wooden club. Yayaren, such is the name of this small monster, which sounds rather endearing. While these creatures may attack humans, they are considerably more benign compared to the terrifying beasts of the outside world. Just how friendly are they? This is a true boon for beginners. Upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing my defeat of the serpent, this little monster appeared startled, bouncing back and emitting a startled yah. It tightened its grip on the club and began pacing back and forth, seemingly pondering its attack strategy while scratching its white hair, a rather cute sight. Bang! Bang! I raised my hand and fired 2 bullets. One struck its shoulder, the other its head, and Yayaren fell forever into a pool of blood. Cute? I shoot at what is cute. This is indeed a novice trial ground. The monsters even provide advance warnings. Surely, Master Lei underestimates my abilities. A C-grade evaluation? All I need to do is eliminate 20 IRNs? This feels like child's play. Alas, Master Lei cannot hear my thoughts. Otherwise, he might very well choke on his own blood in disbelief. You merely learned how to hold a gun yesterday, and a typical beginner would struggle even to aim. Without the assistance of Psychic Bullet to forcibly bend the trajectory, I would have hit nothing. Witnessing my prowess, Qianji spoke up. General, these small monsters are far too weak to showcase your true strength. I suggest we proceed directly towards the ultimate treasure. Such words seem to carry an element of flattery. Have I only just entered the spirit domain for 10 minutes, and now I am urged to seek the ultimate treasure? Is this not a hasty endeavor? I glanced up at the sun, its peculiar hue defying the natural order of rise and set. In this vast, white forest, directions are indistinguishable. Who knows where the treasure lies? To the south. Oh, how do you know this? I sensed it. There are fragments of spiritual essence to the south, which can enhance my strength. Is this what is referred to as a fortuitous encounter? It is as if there is an intrinsic desire for a certain power, and my mech can autonomously seek an upgrade. Truly formidable. Moreover, what Qianji mentioned earlier seems to pertain to fragments of spiritual essence. Spiritual essence. Is that the very thing I encountered when I changed my class? Close enough, though it is not entirely intact. Spiritual essence is the source of evolution, and even fragments hold significant value. If that is the case, why delay? Let us set forth. With purpose igniting my spirit, I embark towards the south. The stark white trees, charred earth, and the dichotomy of this world create an oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, aside from the occasional ambush from snakes, insects, and 3 rather challenging Yaya Rens, the journey has been relatively untroubled. The Desert Eagle possesses commendable lethality, though its recoil is quite fierce. Thankfully, the skeletal mech alleviates the discomfort from firing several rounds. After a series of gunfire and a knee strike, I effectively dealt with these little pests. Observing the dimming sky, I decided it was time to eat and rest. As darkness fell, I resolved to halt my journey for the day. I would resume in the morning. The forest at night is even more perilous than during the day. The murky black moon in the sky, coupled with the white mist that rises at night, casts an eerie and chilling aura over the entire forest. As I lay down to sleep, I dared not succumb to deep slumber, remaining vigilant against potential attacks. Of course, this concern hardly troubles me. General, please rest well. Tomorrow's battle will require your leadership. And what of you? We shall continue our training. Only by growing stronger can we restore the glory of machinery. Qianji clenched his fist, responding with resolute strength. Having 2 indefatigable subordinates on watch is indeed reassuring. Setting up a makeshift tent and lighting a small fire, I leisurely indulged in roasted sweet potatoes, perusing the newly acquired Authentic Guide for Practitioners by the flickering light. This was entrusted to me by Master Lei before his departure, ensuring I would not need to seek out novels for entertainment. During my travels today, I managed to dispatch 7 Yaya Rens, and at last, my experience points reached their limit. After a refreshing surge of vitality, I advanced to level 2. However, upon leveling up, I felt little change. Curiously, I examined my body. I had not grown taller, stronger, nor longer. Flipping to the section on levels, I focused intently on my studies. Levels encompass 3 categories: talent level, profession level, and skill level. Talent ratings correspond to my 2 innate talents: B grade Mech Overload and SSS grade General's Command. To others, my Mech Overload is considered a rather lackluster talent. While a 10-second double burst appears powerful, its cooldown period of 6 hours severely limits its utility when accounting for the time spent reloading, aiming, and adjusting stance. The actual damage output is minimal. In contrast, other B-grade talents that merely enhance sustained combat effectiveness by 20 would far exceed the value of Mech Overload. As for profession level, it is acquired through defeating monsters or through meditation as an elementalist, or prayers as a cleric, among other methods, to gain experience and elevate levels. Though it does not augment one's attributes, each level gained awards 1 skill point, which can be used to enhance existing skills or learn new ones. Skill points are, without a doubt, precious to 99.99 of the world's populace, with the singular exception being myself. Chapter 7. Shadow Veil within the confines of the tent. Xu Jiang found himself grappling with the surplus skill points acquired after his recent upgrade. Do you both require skill points to enhance your abilities? He inquired. Qianji replied. General, the act of training brings me immense joy. Without it, my existence loses its significance. I aspire to improve solely through practice, without the need for skill points. Shaying lamented, Alas, I am of little use. I have only mastered a single skill thus far. I cannot bear to squander your skill points, General. Thus, both generals graciously declined his offer. Yet, Xu Jiang realized he could not utilize them either. His innate talent could not be upgraded, and his only skill, simple repair, seemed to possess limited utility for the time being. Perhaps it was wise to conserve the points for the time being. He had heard that within the rewards of the spirit domain, there existed a chance to acquire skill stones. A powerful skill would be most welcome, and he could allocate the points then. With a plan forming in his mind, Xu Jiang closed the manual, tucked himself beneath the blanket, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Only Xu Jiang appeared to regard the spirit domain as a vacation. The rest of the night in the black and white forest was far from tranquil. Quickly, dismantle the components and assemble them. A voice echoed. Our mission is urgent, so no one is to sleep tonight. Understood. I'll keep watch around the perimeter. The rest of you, gather some firewood for later. Let me finish this biscuit, and I will be right there. The sounds of bustling activity reverberated before a cave, led by the apprentice of the elderly man who had previously exchanged barbs with Lord Lei. At that moment, a dozen individuals had gathered outside the cave, comprising elementalist, cleric, swordsman, and shadow dancer, an impressively equipped party. Following them were several mecha engineers, not serving as primary combatants, but leveraging their remarkable carrying capacity to assist in transporting materials. Each component was extracted from mechanical backpacks and assembled on the ground with utmost proficiency, as if they had rehearsed this sequence countless times. Master Pang. The machinery has commenced installation. Our team is also converging here. We will undoubtedly be on schedule, a young girl, clutching a spell book, reported to a youth. Peng Shi, a swordsman by trade, was endowed with an S-class talent from the moment of his birth. Wealth. Each spirit domain, upon the initial entry, would yield rewards contingent on the achieved rating. An S rating would grant an additional skill point on top of regular rewards. An S-grade reward grants 1 point, while an SS-grade reward offers 2, priceless power that even wealth could not procure. Consequently, the Peng family amassed a considerable amount of resources and manpower, enlisting the most skilled mentors and devising the most meticulous plans to aid Peng Shi in attaining the highest rating. This time, we shall undoubtedly succeed, Peng Shi affirmed, observing the organized proceedings with a clenched fist full of confidence. As dawn approached, the blazing sun once again ascended into the sky, scorching the charred earth below. Xu Jiang emerged from his modest tent, bleary-eyed, surveying the remnants of a dozen fallen trees around him, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Truth be told, he had not slept well. The haunting atmosphere of the forest had made restful slumber elusive, compounded by the incessant bang, 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 sounds that reverberated through the night. Who could endure such disturbances? Qianji had spent the night kicking trees, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Once wealthier, he vowed to purchase a villa equipped with a training ground and the most advanced soundproofing materials. After expressing his grievances, Xu Jiang rose to stretch, extinguished the fire, and rejoined Qianji, embarking on a new day of travel southward. However, the journey ahead proved to be more challenging than anticipated. The ratings within the spirit domain escalated gradually, while a C-grade evaluation was easily achieved. Ascending beyond B-grade required vanquishing formidable foes. Before Xu Jiang stood a robust minotaur, towering over 2 meters, donned in a grass skirt, its muscular torso exposed. Wielding a hefty axe, an imposing sight indeed. Surrounding it were 3 diminutive creatures, seated in a circle, seemingly engrossed in examining a metallic box. The juxtaposition of their yaya calls and the Minotaur's moo roars left Xu Jiang bemused regarding their means of communication. Can we handle 3 small and 1 large foe? Xu Jiang pondered, assessing their combat capabilities and seeking Qianji's counsel. The enemy is aware of our presence, yet we remain concealed. I believe we can attempt it, General. Xu Jiang nodded, feeling a surge of confidence, bolstered by the nearby cliffside. Stealthily maneuvering around, he crouched at the edge, weapon aimed at the distant creatures. We shall first eliminate the 3 smaller foes, then confront the larger one. Understood, General. With the plan set, Xu Jiang squeezed the trigger. Bang! The first shot rang out, startling the nearby quartet of monsters. No, now only 3 remained, as Xu Jiang's careful aim resulted in a headshot that instantaneously felled one. Moo! The Minotaur, witnessing the demise of its companion, roared in fury, its eyes ablaze with rage, charging towards Xu Jiang. With the elder minion leading the charge, the remaining 2 creatures, abandoning all rational thought, followed suit, eager for battle. No longer hesitating, Xu Jiang rapidly fired, bullets flying in a frenzy. Targeting a moving adversary proved challenging, yet thanks to ballistic adjustments, his volley proved effective. By the time the diminutive foes reached him, they had all collapsed. However, the remaining Minotaur posed a significant challenge, strong and remarkably swift. Fortunately, Xu Jiang had cunningly positioned himself at a vantage point nearly 4 meters high, preventing the beast from leaping up. Instead, it could only stomp about below, growing increasingly agitated as it sought a way up the gentler slope, affording Xu Jiang time to reload. With a fresh magazine in place, Xu Jiang unleashed a barrage upon the Minotaur, but dismay washed over him as he surveyed the results. Even with ballistic corrections, he had only struck 5 of 7 shots fired, and none had landed a fatal blow. The Minotaur, bloodied but unyielding, charged forth with renewed vigor, its fury palpable. So resilient. Xu Jiang felt a twinge of alarm. As he hastily changed magazines, he anxiously calculated his options, should the beast close the distance. His only remaining offensive capability would be a knee strike. He fervently hoped that the force of his knee strike could withstand the Minotaur's onslaught. Otherwise, he risked being toppled down the cliff. In that critical moment, Qianji once again exhibited his prowess. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. We cannot confront them head-on. Congratulations. General Qianji has a moment of enlightenment, mastering the essence of military strategy, and has comprehended the skill, Shadow Veil LV1. Shadow Veil LV1 leaves behind an illusion while the user enters a state of invisibility and high-speed movement for 1 second. Attack or skill release will reveal the user. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Chapter 8. The mechanical songstress in a moment of critical realization, Xu Jiang was thoroughly impressed by his companion, Qianji. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Escape, swiftly darting to the side, creating distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the bloodied bull, in its confusion, collided with his afterimage, nearly tumbling down the precipice due to its own recklessness. Witnessing this scene, Xu Jiang decided to lend a hand. He dashed behind the bull and delivered a powerful knee strike to its rear. Bang! The bull let out a mournful cry as it fell down the slope, leaving a trail of blood that painted a dismal picture. Compassionate Xu Jiang, unable to bear its suffering any longer, pulled the trigger once more, sending a volley of bullets to hasten the bull's departure from this world. What a close call, but well executed. Xu Jiang praised his beloved companion. Under the influence of the encouragement state, Qianji indeed proved formidable, having grasped two skills in quick succession, news that would surely astonish anyone. In contrast, Qianji humbly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, General. It is merely my duty." Truly, she was the finest of his female generals, possessing both a melodious voice and remarkable capability. On the other hand, the young sharpshooter appeared somewhat dejected. "I apologize, General. The correction of the telekinetic bullet's trajectory affected its lethality, placing you in jeopardy." "Oh, it's nothing. If anything, I can fire a few more shots. That is preferable to missing entirely." The earlier crisis made Xu Jiang acutely aware of his shortcomings. Though the telekinetic bullet significantly enhanced accuracy, its drawbacks were glaring. The greater the deviation caused by telekinetic interference, the weaker the bullet's impact, akin to having its force neutralized. Much of this was undoubtedly due to Xu Jiang's lack of precision, yet the young sharpshooter began to self-reflect, displaying a rather peculiar disposition. "Setting aside such matters for now, let us inspect the spoils of war," Xu Jiang suggested, eager to lift the mood. In the spiritual realm, any object that one could carry was fair game to take, albeit with varying values. The black and white forest, being a loader spiritual domain, yielded herbs and ores of little worth, and the collection process was rather time-consuming, making it less than worthwhile. The loot from the monsters was equally inconsequential, including items like the stinky socks of the Yaya people and the rusted axes of the bull-headed creatures, utterly devoid of value. Fortunately, this time there was at least one notable find, a metallic chest, previously under the scrutiny of 4 monsters. He crouched down to examine its exterior. It appeared to be a metal weapon case, secured with 2 combination locks. To open it, one must solve the riddle inscribed upon the box. "Junior, when you see this chest, I have undoubtedly perished from my grievous wounds. The contents within are my relics and should prove beneficial to you. However, to claim them, you must pass a test of intellect, strive to unravel my riddle. Let f, x, be a differentiable function, and g, x, its inverse function, with f, 1, 3, f, 1, 2, and f, 3, 6. Find g, 3. Bang, bang, curse it." Xu Jiang swore as he fired his weapon, shattering the 2 locks with a single shot. Mathematics was taught to him by a physical education teacher. If he could act, he would never waste time pondering. With the locks destroyed, the chest swung open, revealing its contents, which left Xu Jiang pleasantly surprised. Inside lay a military rifle, a submachine gun, and a tactical dagger, along with several hundred rounds of ammunition, all classified as level 1 equipment. The military rifle, boasting a blue quality, appeared to be a legacy left by a certain mechanical predecessor. In the classification of weapons and gear, distinctions are made not only by quality, white, blue, purple, pink, orange, but also by level restrictions. It is not that one cannot wield a higher level weapon, but rather that a level 1 novice grasping a level 10 weapon may face a backlash when employing skills. Rumor has it that some affluent individuals have devised methods to circumvent such repercussions, yet Xu Jiang remained oblivious and had no desire to ponder such matters. His attention was captured by a notification echoing in his mind. "Congratulations, you have discovered a summonable mechanical unit." Another ally added to his ranks. Xu Jiang rubbed his hands together in excitement, promptly activating General S order to reach for the most conspicuous rifle. "Congratulations, summoning failed." "What the hell?" Xu Jiang frowned, attempting to summon the tactical dagger and submachine gun, only to receive the same disheartening notice. What was going on? The General S order talent could only summon specific machines. Yet the criteria for these weapons remained frustratingly vague. Exasperated, he turned to the sharpshooter in his hand and inquired, "Do you know how to successfully summon with this General S order?" The sharpshooter did not disappoint, providing an immediate explanation. "Report, General. It is essential to possess a mechanical soul in order to be summoned." "Oh, What an intriguing notion. And what precisely is a mechanical soul? It refers to a machine that has established merit and is willing to sacrifice its essence for the revival of machinery. Such an abstract concept. Could it not be simplified? Just tell me how to identify a mechanical soul. That is straightforward. Any machine that can be successfully summoned possesses a mechanical soul. Well, after all that, we're back where we started, utterly unhelpful. Thankfully, Qianji, ever reliable, interjected. Ah, General, do you think this could be the new subordinate you've been seeking? Xu Jiang's hand, guided by Qianji, uncovered the surface of the rifle. A gentle prod at the iron rod at the bottom revealed a hidden secret. Discoverable summonable mechanical unit. Would you like to summon? Oh, there is something concealed within. What could it be? Xu Jiang lifted a small iron rod, approximately 20 centimeters long and cylindrical, easily held in one hand. He had seen this item earlier, initially mistaking it for a support for the rifle. Yet it was evidently something more. Summon. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xu Jiang activated the General S order without hesitation. A flash of light enveloped the iron rod, and it sprang to life. Ah, I have finally escaped from the confines of the chest. Oh, are you my gallant white knight come to rescue me? You're rather dashing, I must say, he he he. A youthful and innocent voice chimed in his ear, introducing herself as Shan Shan. While the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel was typically delightful, the fact that the subject was merely a small iron rod rendered it rather peculiar. What manner of being are you? Xu Jiang inquired. Humph, how can you pose such a question to a lady? He he he. A lady? Surely you must have been reincarnated in error, you whimsical creature. Xu Jiang internally scoffed, inspecting the iron rod in confusion, utterly perplexed by its purpose. While Qianji and the sharpshooter reacted with fervor. Ah, you call yourself Shan Shan? The mechanical songstress, Shan Shan? He he he, indeed. Do you know me? Of course. I am the sharpshooter. You may call me Little Shah. I adore your singing. I am the General Qianji. Your melodies undeniably soothe the soul after intense training. Xu Jiang found himself momentarily bewildered, gazing at the three before him. Is it true that even machines have begun to indulge in fan culture? Chapter 9. The Frost Giant Bull Electroshock Stick, Major General. Quality. White skills. Dazzling appearance LV1. Charming gaze LV1. Dazzling appearance LV1. Dazzling is forever the brightest star on stage. Charming gaze LV1. A single glance from dazzling can evoke a tingling sensation in one's body. The white equipment initially comes equipped with 2 skills, which seem rather formidable. However, the descriptions of these skills are utterly nonsensical. We are amidst a life and death battle. Can we not be more serious? If you were a beautiful woman, such skills could perhaps charm the enemy. But you are merely an electroshock stick. What purpose do these skills serve? As Xu Jiang wrestled with these thoughts, the handgun began to lament. Ah, General, am I truly the most useless handgun? The poor Desert Eagle, despite its striking appearance, was plagued by such a dismal demeanor. Xu Jiang felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. Actually, you are quite impressive. Your psychic bullets can curve, which is quite remarkable. However, upon hearing Xu Jiang's reassurances, the handgun became even more despondent. Its barrel drooped in despair as it replied. My attack range pales in comparison to that of a sniper rifle. My firing rate is outmatched by a submachine gun, and my power is inferior to that of a rocket launcher. I am truly a worthless piece of equipment. If we were to compare in that manner, the list would be endless. After all, you are just a handgun. Hitting your target with every shot is already commendable. What more do you desire? Reluctantly, Xu Jiang turned his gaze to the electroshock stick, which continued to whimper nearby. At least you are more capable than Dazzling, who is merely a little fairy. Oh no, an electroshock stick. Her abilities are certainly not as strong as yours. No, I cannot compare to Dazzling. Her power exceeds mine by a wide margin. Xu Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Those 2 inexplicable skills of hers are more potent than yours. Certainly. Rankings are determined by potential. She is a major general, while I am merely a colonel. So it turns out that ranks do hold significance after all. I had assumed they were just for show. On the 3rd day, the relentless sun rose once more from the west. Outside the dark entrance, nearly 100 challengers had gathered. Among them were over 20 individuals from the team led by Pang Shi, who had assembled with a singular goal, to assist Pang Shi in achieving an S-grade rating and earn additional skill points. The rest were either lured by high-paying temporary positions or simply seeking to join in the excitement. Pang Shi glanced at the time. It was already the final morning of the spirit realm. Gathering, clearing monsters, and assembling machinery, he had maximized all possible preparations using his family's resources. It was time to launch the offensive. This battle would surely end in success. With Pang Shi's declaration, the battle officially commenced. An illusion dancer activated Shadow Step and sprinted into the cave. Shortly after, a tremendous roar echoed from within, followed by a seismic tremor. As if a colossal beast had been roused and was now charging forth. The bewildered onlookers took 2 cautious steps back, glancing at Pang Shi and his team, tightening their grips on their weapons, eager to see if they could seize any opportunities. Pang Shi merely smiled coldly. Those wishing to take advantage would find it no easy task. The scoring in the spirit realm is based on each individual's contribution. As the commander and captain of this battle, if they were to defeat this monster, the honor would undoubtedly be his, leaving little benefit for the opportunistic onlookers. Moreover, if some were to serve as cannon fodder, would he refuse? Indeed, as his thoughts settled, a massive creature emerged, standing over 5 meters tall. Its robust body clad in formidable armor, wielding a steel axe, and sporting a pair of sharp horns atop its head. It surveyed the fearless humans before it with blood-red eyes. More disheartening was the sight of the creature's left hand, which held a towering 5-meter-tall shield, composed of solid ice. Its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary iron shield. Did these underleveled recruits truly possess the means to breach such a defense? Mech engineers, fire the grappling hooks. Secure the shield. Pang Shi decisively commanded, adhering to the plan. The 3 pre-assembled machines unleashed thick grappling hooks, firmly ensnaring the ice shield, then simultaneously exerted force to pull, temporarily wresting control of the shield from the creature. Upon witnessing this, the bystanders rejoiced. Without the shield, they could directly attack the monster, without needing to be beckoned. They surged forward, eager to strike down the beast and claim the glory. However, as they engaged, they quickly discovered that the giant bull's skin was encased in a layer of impenetrable ice. Their ordinary attacks merely tickled the beast, provoking an enraged response as it swung its axe, cleaving through them mercilessly. Elementalist, unleash fire to break its defenses. Pang Shi commanded immediately, for he had anticipated this scenario. Flames would shatter the ice. This was a tactic they had meticulously planned before their departure. By restraining the unbreakable shield and utilizing elementalists to breach its defenses, it was merely a matter of time before they would slay this savage beast. A smile crept onto Pang Shi's face as he began to contemplate the grand pose he would strike to celebrate his first S-grade victory. Yet just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of snapping cables echoed as 3 thick steel ropes shattered in succession. Impossible. These cables were of specialized quality. How could this happen? Who was responsible? Pang Shi swiftly sidestepped to evade a sudden attack. Turning to look, he discovered a group of strange enemies at the edge of the battlefield. They donned white masks, devoid of features except for their eyes, cloaked like phantoms, fixating their gaze upon the gathered crowd. Simultaneously, a mech engineer responsible for assembling machinery also turned traitor, donning a mask from his backpack and launching an assault on his comrades. It was evident that the cables had been tampered with, and these individuals were targeting Pang Shi. The faceless. Pang Shi seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Yet, all he received in return was their mocking laughter. Young Master Pang, we sincerely apologize for interrupting your plans. Rest assured, we brothers seek only profit and shall not harm you. As for the others, kill. With that command, chaos ensued upon the battlefield. In the distance, Xu Jiang, who had arrived late, bore witness to the emergence of the faceless. Blades flashed, gunfire erupted, and an invincible giant bull rampaged through the ranks of humanity. Concealed behind a tree, Xu Jiang felt a pang of unease. General, I sensed it. The fragment of the spirit seed is atop that frost giant bull. On it. That poses a problem. That old bull is thick-skinned and resilient. It is utterly indestructible. If it were within my means, I would gladly engage, but the formidable power of that bull renders blades and bullets ineffective, merely chipping away at its icy exterior. Charging in with just my desert eagle would be tantamount to seeking death. I cannot even breach its defenses. As Xu Jiang grappled with his dilemma, the desert eagle suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Chapter 10, the new skill of the desert eagle. With a sudden shout, shouting startled Xu Jiang, who quickly inquired. Little Sha, what is the matter? Why the alarm? I apologize, General. I have been rather impulsive. I just came to realize some things and became a bit too excited. Oh, what have you figured out? I have understood that the best way to eliminate frost is to melt it with flames. Xu Jiang. While he did not dismiss the idea of Sha Ying becoming a philosopher, he hoped for more profound reflections. Melting ice with fire? Isn't that common knowledge even a primary school student would grasp? Little Sha, please consider more advanced concepts in your thoughts. This issue of fire melting ice is rather juvenile. Congratulations. Colonel Xia Ying, after deep contemplation, has grasped the essence of melting ice with fire. Skill acquired. Explosive Flame Bullet LV1. Explosive Flame Bullet LV1 infuses bullets with fire attributes, creating an explosion upon impact with the target. I might have spoken too loudly just now. Little Xia, don't take it to heart. You are truly remarkable. This truly is a welcome rain after a long drought. A timely insight into Explosive Flame Bullet. Does this not suggest I should roast an entire cow? Filled with renewed confidence, Xu Jiang resolved to take action. He was determined to secure the fragments of the spirit seed. Stealthily, he began to maneuver, seeking a favorable position to enter the battlefield while avoiding the seemingly sinister masked figures. His sole objective was that frost giant bull. Meanwhile, Pang Shi found himself in a dire predicament. His strength was undeniably formidable, wielding a short sword and exhibiting agile movements. He was locked in combat with the leader of the Faceless, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Yet, despite this, defeat was merely a matter of time. Before him stood a horde of reckless madmen, while behind him lurked wild beasts spiraling out of control. Even more alarmingly, a traitor had emerged within his ranks. Who could guarantee that another would not follow? The once united team now dared not trust one another, each fighting for themselves, resulting in nothing but a futile struggle. The leader of the Faceless easily deflected Pang Shi's assault, effortlessly leaping back to disengage from the fight. Though obscured by his mask, his voice dripped with a mocking tone. Young Master Pang, I advise you to surrender quietly. Take this poison pill, or you may find yourself missing limbs, and that would be unfortunate. Over my dead body, I will not yield to your threats. Pang Shi, having been raised amidst tales of the Faceless' terror, was acutely aware of their menace. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, intending to take his enemies down with him, the leader of the Faceless suddenly exhibited a look of astonishment. What is this? How is this possible? Pang Shi snorted disdainfully. What is this? Resorting to tricks now? Trying to distract me? I will not fall for it. How powerful? Is this person a high-level gunner? Impossible. This area does not permit the presence of level 5 or above. Whispers arose from behind. Could a powerful ally truly have arrived? A flicker of hope ignited within Pang Shi, and he quickly sidestepped, remaining vigilant against the Faceless while stealing glances toward the battlefield behind him. That glance unveiled an unforgettable sight. Clad in antiquated exoskeleton armor and wielding a novice-equipped Desert Eagle, an unassuming mech technician stood boldly before the frost giant bull, raising his weapon to fire. The bullet appeared ordinary, yet upon striking the ice shield, it erupted in a violent explosion, a fierce blaze spreading forth and creating a gaping hole in the ice shield. Is he using incendiary rounds? No, incendiary rounds lack such potency. This must be the explosive flame bullet of an ammunition expert. But he has an armor. He must be a mech technician. Could this be an innate ability? Xu Jiang's sudden emergence astonished everyone. The explosive flame bullet is not a skill available to novice level 5. At this stage, even an ammunition expert could not wield it, let alone a mere mech technician. The only explanation was that he possessed the innate explosive flame bullet skill post-class transition. Everyone envied Xu Jiang's talent, unaware that this explosive flame bullet was merely the result of Little Xia's recent elementary school graduation and newfound understanding of fire melting ice. Without the need for special ammunition, he still utilized the standard 12.7mm rounds, yet the effects unleashed extraordinary fiery damage. The explosion, spanning approximately 3 meters, accompanied by intense burning damage, momentarily halted the frost giant bull's rampaging charge, compelling it to raise its shield in a defensive posture against Xu Jiang. But would defense suffice? The previous 2 shots were merely Xu Jiang testing the effects. The power was indeed impressive, akin to that of a small explosive grenade. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the frightened novices retreating, initially concerned about drawing ire for stealing kills. Now, they seemed to regard him with gratitude. That was well. It was time to unleash full firepower and take down this behemoth. Hey, stupid bull, can you withstand this shot? Xu Jiang abruptly diverted the aim of his gun, firing toward an open space. Everyone was taken aback. Was he merely wasting bullets in a display of bravado? No. The bullet curving through the air, with a resounding boom. The explosive flame bullet detonated against the frost giant bull. Thanks to the enhancement of psychic bullet, provided the distance was sufficient, there was no possibility of a wasted shot. Xu Jiang intentionally arced the bullet, circumventing the shield's protection and striking the foe. The bull was momentarily dazed, staggering from the powerful impact, glancing at its shield in confusion, scratching its head with the axe blade. Had that person just shot at him? But it seemed not. Where did that bullet come from? Why did it penetrate his shield? Not only was the old bull bewildered, But everyone present, including the faceless, gaped in astonishment at Xu Jiang. What is this technique? How can bullets curve? Gunplay. This is the pinnacle of gunplay from the A-level talents. Where did this individual emerge from, and why had no one heard of such a prodigy? Clearly, those around had entirely misinterpreted Xu Jiang's abilities. Within the A-level talents, gunplay indeed allows bullets to curve. But that pertains to the technique of drawing the weapon, entirely distinct from Little Shah's comprehension of psychic bullet. It can only be said that both possess their respective advantages and disadvantages. Gunplay boasts greater lethality, as bullets, after slight deviation, suffer no detriment to their killing power. Conversely, psychic bullet achieves a more dramatic curvature, albeit at the cost of reduced damage. However, this drawback was perfectly mitigated upon acquiring explosive flame bullet. No matter how weak the bullet's base power, it would not diminish the explosive effect upon striking the target. Xu Jiang could shoot with his toes, and the potency of explosive flame bullet would remain unequivocal. Thus, Xu Jiang began to showcase his prowess. Left shot, right shot, with no aim taken, yet bullets continuously arced, accurately striking foes, creating a strikingly elegant display that left those around him in awe. Chapter 11. Electric grenades and explosive fireballs. The dramatic display of gunplay left many in awe of Xu Jiang's prowess, yet it thoroughly provoked the Frost Bull. How could such a frail human inflict such painful bullets? The creature, unable to fathom the intricacies of ballistic trajectories, was baffled. Despite seeking refuge behind an ice shield, why was it still struck? Enraged, the old bull decided to initiate an aggressive assault, raising its massive axe and charging towards Xu Jiang with a deafening roar. Be careful. Don't let him hit you. The onlookers were on edge, their hearts racing, knowing that Xu Jiang was their only hope against the Frost Bull. If he were to perish, they would surely face dire consequences. In contrast, Xu Jiang exuded confidence. After all, he had just taken down a smaller bull the previous day. Dealing with this one-dimensional beast would be a trivial matter. He remained steadfast, calmly changing magazines as the bull charged closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. And then, in a moment of dread, the spectators braced themselves as they witnessed the axe poised to cleave both man and mech in half. But where was the blood? How foolish. With a decisive knee strike, Xu Jiang employed a tactic of deception, using an afterimage to mislead the bull. As the creature exhausted its momentum, Xu Jiang swiftly counterattacked, sending the bull sprawling to the ground, its immense bulk crushing 2 nearby trees. Was this maneuver particularly challenging? Not in the least. One could liken it to the antics of bullfighters, who, despite their mortal forms, can deftly outmaneuver such beasts. Yet the question lingered. How had he acquired such skills? The technique of shadow escape was reserved for level 25 shadow dancers. How could a mere marksman master it? A shadow dancer, struggling to contain their outburst, could hardly believe it. Mechs, gunfighting techniques, explosive fireballs, knee strikes, she could accept all of that as mere fortune. A byproduct of his class change. But shadow escape? That was an entirely different matter. Xu Jiang, however, was too preoccupied to provide explanations. He was busy preparing a sumptuous dish of braised beef. The knee strike had proven more effective than anticipated. The bull, propelled by inertia, stumbled into a tree root, giving Xu Jiang the perfect opportunity. He decided to finish off the creature. Drawing a small iron rod from his waist, he raised an eyebrow, a smug grin adorning his face as he flicked the rod towards the bull. Let us see how formidable the little fairy truly is. Xu Jiang's ace in the hole was none other than the newly appointed mechanical diva, Shanshan. Initially, he had regarded her merely as a mascot. But with Shanshan's elevation to the rank of major, her potential seemed boundless. Henceforth, Xu Jiang held her in far higher esteem, recognizing her true capabilities. Why am I flying? Shanshan exclaimed, bewildered as she found herself airborne, tumbling through the air before landing beside the recovering bull. The bull's enraged eyes, now bloodshot, glared at her with an intimidating ferocity, eliciting a piercing scream from Shanshan. Ah, what an ugly monster. There's a pervert staring at me. With that, Shanshan unleashed her fury. Though Xu Jiang, as a general, was immune to the effects of his subordinate skills, he was nonetheless struck by the brilliance of her dazzling debut. Truly, the name was fitting. A radiance tenfold greater than a standard flashbang erupted, blinding everyone present. And this was merely the beginning. As the colossal bull shielded its eyes, howling in pain, the second skill was triggered. Given that it was an electric baton, the ensuing, charming electric eyes was not to be underestimated. A surge of purple plasma cascaded over a vast area, ensnaring the bull at its center. This was not the delightful tingling described in the skill's text. Rather, it incapacitated the beast, rendering it helpless on the ground. its limbs convulsing violently, singed for scattering in its wake. To hasten this poor creature's demise, Xu Jiang took action. Reloading his Desert Eagle with explosive fireballs, he aimed at the Frost Bull's forehead, delivering a cryptic remark. Little Shah. Do you know what happens when an electric grenade meets an explosive fireball? Report, General, I do not know, Little Shah replied honestly, admitting that such advanced knowledge had yet to reach her. Let me enlighten you. The reaction between fire and electricity is an overload. While explaining, Xu Jiang activated his Mech overload talent, doubling his lethality for 10 seconds. A barrage of bullets erupted forth instantaneously. The onlookers, still recovering their vision, could only perceive a maelstrom of electric light and fire, punctuated by a cacophony of explosions. As tranquility returned and the smoke dissipated, they beheld Xu Jiang striking stance as he holstered his weapon. The Frost Bull's head now a gruesome spectacle. Had that monster truly perished? Such overwhelming power. He had single-handedly vanquished the beast. What level was he? How could he possess so many skills? Whispers of awe filled the air, while Xu Jiang, reveling in his triumph, twirled his pistols before returning them to his waist, knowing that there was no time for complacency. Little Qianji, where is that item? He inquired quietly. Report, General. The spirit fragment lies within the Frost Bull's corpse. Please place your hand upon it, and I shall extract it, came the response. Each spirit domain harbored hidden guardian creatures and extraordinary treasures, awaiting discovery by intrepid adventurers. Once a treasure was claimed, it would not respawn, a true first-come, first-served scenario. The spirit fragment, fully integrated within the bull's flesh, was imperceptible to the untrained eye. Only Qianji, with her unique abilities, could sense its presence. As Xu Jiang placed his hand upon the bull's carcass, threads of power coalesced in his palm, and soon a notification chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit fragment. Spirit fragment possesses the potential for infinite evolution. Such a fragment was worth its weight in gold. Xu Jiang hastily concealed it from prying eyes. Turning his gaze, he noted that the battle in the distance raged on. Fortunately, with the Frost Bull slain, his comrades had stabilized their positions. Victory was merely a matter of time, requiring no further concern from him. However, Xu Jiang faced a more delicate task, soothing the aggrieved Shanshan. How could you leave me all alone to confront such a terrifying monster? I'm furious, and I'm not easily appeased. Shanshan whimpered, returning to Xu Jiang's embrace. Looking unscathed, but still pouting. To express his remorse, Xu Jiang gently cradled her, whispering soothing words. Don't be upset, little one. You're the best. How ticklish. Please don't touch me like that. Shanshan protested, a blush spreading across her cheeks as Xu Jiang continued to stroke her. Come now, little fairy. You took down the enemy in a single blow. Did that monster not fall to the ground, struck down by your electric gaze? Keep up the good work. Don't do that. I'm not mad anymore. Xu Jiang's rapid movements dispelled Shanshan's grievances, leaving the onlookers, including Little Shah, in astonished admiration. The general is truly remarkable. Shanshan seems quite pleased, Little Shah remarked. Of course, Xu Jiang replied, brimming with pride. This is the culmination of over 20 years of experience in romance. Is that true? Surely the general must be quite skilled at charming his beloved. No, I do not yet have a girlfriend. Chapter 12. The path of mecha advancement having pacified Shanshan, the battle on the other side was drawing to a close. Peng Shi, hailing from a distinguished family, exhibited calmness in the face of adversity and ultimately led his companions to vanquish the faceless hordes. After the fierce conflict, he recognized Xu Jiang's potential and approached him to express his gratitude. My friend, I truly appreciate your assistance just now. Had it not been for your intervention with the monsters, we could have found ourselves in peril. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peng Shi, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Xu Jiang, donning dark goggles from his supply pack, obscured his features, leaving Peng Shi to ascertain his identity through social connections. Xu Jiang had no intention of introducing himself either. He scanned Peng Shi, noting, a person of wealth. I do enjoy befriending those of affluence. There's no need for formality. In the perilous realm of the spirit domain, mutual assistance is paramount, Peng Shi remarked. Engaging Xu Jiang in conversation, Xu Jiang found him to be a worthy companion. Particularly because of his wealth, he would not covet Xu Jiang's belongings and even offered a heads-up about treasure chests containing valuable loot in the caverns where formidable creatures like the frost giant bull resided. This camaraderie was commendable. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang quickly ventured into the cave, where he indeed discovered a magnificent silver chest adorned with exquisite craftsmanship, hinting at treasures within. To express his gratitude to Peng Shi for the tip, Xu Jiang decided to open the chest before him, allowing his new friend to witness the birth of exceptional equipment. As the chest opened, 3 radiant treasures emerged. The first was a vial containing a blue liquid, labeled as Breath of Life, seemingly an alchemical material of no use to him. The second was a small pouch containing 10 gold coins, devoid of any special attributes, yet it was Xu Jiang's favorite, as gold could be exchanged for credit points. The third item was a remarkable artifact, a level 15 purple short sword titled Blood Sword of the Minotaur, an excellent weapon for swordsmen, albeit regrettably unusable for Xu Jiang. As a mecha engineer, his combat prowess lay predominantly within his mecha, and with the evolution and upgrades of his mecha, the enhancements to mechanical weaponry would also increase significantly. In his hands, the short sword felt akin to a mere kitchen knife. Wait a moment, a kitchen knife? Perhaps that's not such a bad idea. Xu Jiang's eyes lit up as he gazed at the weapon, muttering, a level 15 short sword. This is precisely what I require. The onlookers, witnessing Xu Jiang unveil a purple weapon, expressed their envy. While levels could be cultivated, equipment was a rare find. Even Pang Shi, despite his wealth, felt a pang of desire for the blood sword of the Minotaur. Exceptional equipment was elusive. Even if he procured purple gear, it would likely be remnants from previous wielders. Their durability severely diminished compared to this exquisite piece. Moments earlier, Xu Jiang had mentioned a need for this weapon. Surely it was destined for a friend. Pang Shi lamented the missed opportunity, shaking his head in resignation. Bang! Bang! Pang Shi exclaimed in disbelief. This bull's horn is remarkably sturdy, if I take it back. I could sell it for a handsome price. The bull was a treasure trove, especially its 3 horns. Xu Jiang, ever frugal, was determined not to let any material go to waste. But you can't use a precious sword to chop it. Wait, hold on, what are you doing? Pang Shi lamented, desperately pulling Xu Jiang back. Huh? What's wrong? I'm merely cutting the materials. Would you like some? I'm not interested in the materials. I'm concerned that your short sword, when used to cut the bull's horn, will lose durability. Oh, I see. But I have no other tools at hand. If I don't use this, then what shall I use? You lack tools, but I do. I can find someone to assist you in cutting the materials. Just refrain from misusing that sword. If you have no need for it, sell it to me. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xu Jiang sheathed the weapon, content to wait idly, relieved to have someone offer assistance. However, he did not agree to the trade for the sword, as he was uncertain about its market value and preferred to consult with Uncle Lei first. In the time that followed, Xu Jiang took the opportunity to rest and await the conclusion of the spirit domain. Having slain the frost giant bull, his score would undoubtedly be the highest. In contrast, Pang Shi's plans had faltered, and he hurriedly scoured the area for monsters to slay, eager to raise his score before departure. Xu Jiang leisurely kindled a fire, roasting game while discussing future advancement paths with Qianji. Qianji, we have obtained the spirit seed. What shall we pursue next? General, the spirit seed is the source of power, possessing extraordinary evolutionary potential. There are now 2 evolutionary paths to choose from. Has it come so soon? I am only level 4, and yet I am already presented with the advancement routes for my mecha. What are the 2 options? Liquid mecha and power mecha. Listening to Qianji's description, Xu Jiang gazed vacantly at the fire, lost in contemplation. The forthcoming choice was of great significance, as it would dictate his tactical core moving forward. Every profession offers a myriad of advancement and development directions, specifically for mecha. It could be categorized into 4 types: piloting mecha, power mecha, liquid mecha, and exoskeleton mecha. The piloting mecha was not under consideration, as it typically began at several meters tall and weighed tons, classifying it as a strategic weapon. The exoskeleton mecha, meanwhile, had become obsolete, relying merely on basic mechanics to enhance human strength, akin to Qianji's current state. Liquid mecha could be likened to a portable combat suit, easily transportable and rapidly deployable at the press of a few buttons. Its agility and high maneuverability allowed for the execution of various complex movements. In the harsh external world, a mecha that could instantly engage in battle was the dream of every mecha engineer. Conversely, power mecha forsook portability, centering around a power reactor core that provided substantial energy support. Laser cannons, jet boosters, and other high-powered equipment required a robust power core to maximize their lethality. Both paths possessed their own merits, rendering the decision exceptionally challenging. Qianji, being a mecha, you possess the most authority on this matter. Which path do you believe I should choose? General, I believe we should pursue both. Xu Jiang? Both? Is that even an option? Other mechas cannot manage this, as higher-powered weaponry requires strong power core support. However, we possess the spirit seed, which can serve as the power core, ensuring both lightness and power. Xu Jiang felt overwhelmed by the brilliance of this revelation. If both paths were indeed feasible, why even present the dilemma? Was he jesting with him? General, a balanced approach is indeed the optimal upgrade path, but it will necessitate higher quality materials for the upgrades. Qianji patiently elaborated, ultimately revealing that Xu Jiang lacked both wealth and influence. Without funds, acquiring the valuable materials for dual upgrades would prove arduous. Lacking influence meant that the next spirit seed would remain an elusive prospect. Materials can be gathered over time. But are you implying that each upgrade will require the support of the spirit seed? Indeed, General. Once the spirit seed is confirmed as the power core, I will upgrade in the most optimal manner. Each subsequent advancement will similarly require the spirit seed support. Only then can I be hailed as the ultimate mecha. The resounding declaration echoed in Xu Jiang's ears, akin to a solicitation for financial investment. His purse was empty, yet he found himself enticed by the prospect of a beautiful future painted by the alluring general before him. If it were merely materials, that would be manageable. The world is vast, and with effort, one could always procure the necessary materials. The situation with the Lingji species is quite different. Whether one can locate it relies entirely on fortune. If someone else seizes the opportunity first, it becomes exceedingly challenging to retrieve it. General, please provide your directives. Congratulations. The 1,000 mechanisms are about to undergo advancement. Please select an advancement path. A. The liquid mech with insufficient firepower. B. The power mech with poor maneuverability. C. The flawless option, all of the above. Chapter 13. Perfect advancement with such clear hints provided. Do I have any other options besides accepting everything? Confirming the choice for perfect advancement, the path to progression has commenced. Please promptly gather the following materials. Spirit Seed, 1-1, Hard Shell, 210, Colorless Crystal Block, 0-500, Magic Alloy, 0-30, Level 20 Power Armor, Purple Quality 0-1, Mecha Calculation System, 0-1 General. For the initial advancement, these materials will suffice. Just these. It sounds deceptively simple. The double joy comes at the cost of double effort. Xu Jiang surveyed the list of materials and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Apart from the 2 horns he had just acquired, which could serve as substitutes for the hard shell, the rest seemed insurmountably distant. Time to get to work. In my past life, I was compelled to endure a grueling 996-work schedule for the sake of a mortgage. In this life, it appears that I must adopt a 007 work mode for the sake of mecha upgrades. How did traversing to another world turn out to be so dismal? Please note, the spirit domain will conclude in 10 minutes, and rewards will begin to be calculated. A notification chimed in his ears, prompting Xu Jiang to hastily shoulder his belongings. All these were rewards from within the spirit domain, and as long as he bore sufficient weight, he could carry them out. Calculation complete. Explorer Xu Jiang independently defeated the Frost Giant Bull, achieving an SS rating. Extra acquisition of hidden treasure raised the rating to SSS. Due to being the first entry into the secret realm and receiving an SSS rating, an additional reward of 3 skill points has been granted. Rewards obtained: Frost Crystal X10, Enhanced Magazine, Accessory, Quick Draw, Skill Stone. After the notification, Xu Jiang found 3 new items in his possession, though the quantity was modest. Their value was extraordinary. First, he received 10 frost crystals, each about the size of 2 fingers, glistening and exquisitely formed. These were not merely special materials. They served as a unique currency, obtainable solely through high evaluations within the spirit domain. Xu Jiang had previously seen online offers for their high purchase price. These were indeed quite precious. The second item, the enhanced magazine, could increase the magazine capacity to 3 rounds. This accessory was meant for upgrading firearms, and just as he acquired it, he received a request from the Desert Eagle. General, may I have this magazine? I can only hold 7 bullets, which is quite embarrassing. I hope to become stronger. Recognizing the earnest desire for growth, Xu Jiang could not refuse. Nodding, he replied, "Of course, I intended to give it to you. However, this is merely an accessory, and you will need to find a mechanical engineer to assist with the modifications." "No need. It can be used directly on me." "Used directly on you? How would that work?" Xu Jiang examined the new magazine. Its dimensions were significantly bulkier than the original magazine for the Desert Eagle. Without expanding the magazine slot, how could it be utilized? Just force it in. If one cannot endure this minor discomfort, how can they hope to restore the glory of the machines? Xu Jiang remained silent for a considerable time, observing the somewhat smaller magazine slot of the Desert Eagle. Finally, after a deep breath, he decided to comply with the request. "Very well, it is rather large. So brace yourself. Yes, come on, General, don't hold back, just thrust it in. The first time may be painful, but after several attempts. Ah, congratulations. Colonel Desert Eagle's magazine capacity has been increased to 10 rounds. With a shriek, the Desert Eagle had grown. Truly a gratifying moment. Lastly, there was the coveted skill stone. This item was exceedingly rare. Skill stones with excellent attributes could fetch millions in the market. Just this one could make Xu Jiang exceedingly wealthy overnight. However, he had no intention of selling this skill stone, while money could be pursued again. The skill it offered was perfectly suited to him. Quick Draw, skill stone consumes 1 skill point. Learns Quick Draw LV1, enhancing draw speed and reload time. An incredibly practical auxiliary skill. The swifter the magazine changes, the shorter the shooting intervals. Mastery of this technique was essential for every marksman. Furthermore, draw speed encompassed not only the initial draw before combat, but also the rapidity of switching between various firearms. As his arsenal expanded, this skill would become invaluable. This skill is remarkable. I am currently at level 4, and with the addition of the 3 skill points I received as a reward, I now possess 6 skill points. Which I can. General, may I have this skill stone? The clear voice of Qianji rang in his ears. Xu Jiang paused, asking in return, You wish for this skill stone? Indeed. As a complete set of mecha, proficiency in drawing and reloading is paramount for establishing a foothold in this world. I implore you, General, to grant me this. It wasn't a matter of granting or denying. I merely wish to inquire if you require my assistance with skill points to utilize this skill stone. Of course not. The essence of enhancing combat power lies in training. While you rest at night, I shall diligently work to fully master the skill. With that, the skill stone melted in Xu Jiang's hand. Congratulations. Major Qianji has successfully comprehended the skill. Quick Draw LV1 through the skill stone. T-1000 Exoskeleton Mecha, Major, Type, First Generation Lightweight Exoskeleton Mecha, Quality, White, Weapon Slots, Desert Eagle Handgun, Electric Baton, Empty. Empty, Current Weight, 40 kilograms, Attributes, Enhances Limb Explosive Power by 80 kilograms. Skills, Robust Physique LV10, Knee Strike LV10, Shadow Escape LV3, Quick Draw LV1. Is my mecha not excessively formidable? It can utilize skill stones and upgrade autonomously, leaving me, as a mecha engineer, feeling quite inadequate. What, then, is the purpose of my skill points? Before Xu Jiang could ponder further, the surrounding world dimmed as the time in the spirit domain concluded, and all adventurers were teleported out. Outside the spirit domain, a group of anxious parents awaited their children. This trial was far more daunting than any college entrance examination. Those who succeeded would secure a bright future, while those who failed would be forever separated from the world. Beside the entrance to the spirit domain, in the most luxurious tea house, 2 elderly men sat at a window-side table, leisurely sipping tea. Old Lei, last time you expressed a yearning for my tea leaves, so today. I'm in a good mood, enjoy. Oh, Mo Lao Gue, you've turned benevolent just as your end approaches. Typically frugal. Today Mo had surprisingly brought out his cherished tea leaves. Those who could leisurely enjoy morning tea were, of course, the 2 retired gentlemen, now idly mentoring newcomers. Old Mo, dressed in his martial arts attire, looked neat and well-groomed, indicating he had made an effort for the occasion. Setting down his teacup, he stroked his small mustache, declaring with pride, I'm just thrilled that my disciple could achieve an S rating. It feels splendid. Old Lei rolled his eyes, casually throwing his feet onto the chair and downing his tea in one gulp. That's your achievement? It was the Pang family's money that secured that rating. You merely bask in the glory. Who says? I meticulously guided Pang Shi. He is my rightful disciple. You're just envious. Envious? I'm merely concerned about your reputation. Nonsense. Your reputation is at stake. You spend your time scavenging garbage on the street. Tell me, how many of those you sent into the spirit domain made it back alive? The 2 old men resumed their quarrel, causing the surrounding waitstaff to tense up. Their statuses were no ordinary matter, should they resort to physical altercations. Honestly, your tea is quite good. Of course, it's 31,000 per tael. I only managed to procure half a pound this time. I'll bring you a tael back later. Huh? Have they reconciled? Truly strange, a waiter sighed in relief. Such bickering has become a norm. Whenever the 2 meet, a quarrel is inevitable. No one can intervene. However, gradually, onlookers have discerned the underlying issue. This so-called argument resembles a testament to the camaraderie of 2 old friends, a rather friendly mode of communication. After all, they are merely retired gentlemen. Unable to experience the fervor of battle firsthand, their squabbles serve to invigorate their spirits. This morning, Mr. Mo summoned his friend for tea. with a clear intention to boast about his disciple. Mr. Lei did not decline, as he too wished to await the outcome of Xu Jiang. Though they had only recently met, he felt a sense of responsibility as the recommender. In his youth, he had been a destitute orphan, fortunate enough to receive help from others. He aspired to offer opportunities to ambitious youth, hoping for their success and safe return. Suddenly, a tempestuous shift in the atmosphere heralded the conclusion of the spiritual domain, signaling the emergence of the challengers. Yet, this time, the scenario was different. Within the tumultuous storm that swept across the heavens and earth, a golden hue appeared, swirling and expanding like a firework bursting forth into the sky, resplendent and extraordinary. Could it be? Someone has flawlessly cleared the spiritual domain. Chapter 14. I do not wish to be an intern upon witnessing such a splendid scene, Mr. Mo erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha, splendid. It must be my student, Pang Shi, truly a source of pride for me. With a sense of elation, Mr. Mo picked up a tea bag nearby, using a small wooden spatula to scoop some out. Realizing he had taken too much, he shook his hand, its tremors reminiscent of Parkinson's, until half of it spilled away. He placed the remaining less than an ounce of tea into another small bag and handed it to Mr. Lei. Old Lei, in the coming days, I might be quite busy and unable to attend to you. Take this tea and enjoy it yourself. With that, Mr. Mo hurriedly dashed downstairs to greet his esteemed pupil. In contrast, Mr. Lei scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. What's so impressive about that? It's merely an SSS level completion. I've seen it before. The SSS level completion, colloquially known as a perfect clearance, is unique to each spiritual domain and has always posed a significant challenge. Among countless spiritual domains in the world, only two have achieved a perfect clearance. The one before them was the third. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Yet, Mr. Lei felt a sense of contentment, having witnessed Xu Jiang emerge from the spiritual domain, whole and laden with spoils, indicating a fruitful venture. With a slight smile, Mr. Lei, clad in slippers and beach shorts, leisurely ambled over to Xu Jiang. Young man, you've returned? How do you feel? The appearance of Mr. Lei warmed Xu Jiang's heart. In this foreign world, he had not anticipated such loyalty from the elder, who waited for him outside the spiritual domain. Xu Jiang grinned proudly, giving himself a thumbs up. Of course, no problem. I wiped out all the monsters. Even that formidable frost bull couldn't withstand 2 of my bullets. Observing the confident demeanor of the youth, Mr. Lei shook his head in resignation. Look at you, young people today, so full of bravado, unaware of the vastness of the world. However, maintaining such an attitude after a trial is preferable to that of timid souls. All right, it was merely a small trial. Do not become overly complacent. Many challenges await you. According to their agreement, Mr. Lei would prepare a job for Xu Jiang. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang's eyes brightened. What kind of job? He added, let me be clear. If it's too trivial, I won't take it. Fear not, this position is quite suitable for you. It's a 1-year internship in security. What? Security? An intern? Xu Jiang seriously doubted the elder was jesting. In this world, even security personnel standing at the entrance were in such demand that there were preparatory positions like interns? Could it be that my skills in singing and dancing would finally find a purpose? Noticing Xu Jiang's disdainful gaze, Mr. Lei patiently elaborated, Xu Jiang, do not underestimate this internship. It includes professional training, minimal work pressure, and covers meals and accommodation. Isn't that wonderful? Not at all. Xu Jiang retorted, expressing his disdain. This position sounds like it doesn't pay well. Why must you be so fixated on money? You are still young. Your perspective should be broader. Do not seek petty gains. Aspire to be a person of ambition and ideals. Xu Jiang pondered for a moment. The words sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed his previous employer had said something quite similar. The ultimate outcome was that he had ideals, while the boss acquired a villa, each benefiting in their own way. Naturally, Xu Jiang rejected such an offer. Becoming a security intern would hardly sustain him, especially since he needed to earn money to buy new clothes for his family SGNG. However, before he could voice his refusal, a voice from behind preemptively spoke up on his behalf. Oh, old Lei, after knowing you for so long, your connections are still so pitiful. An intern in security? That won't do. Turning around, he discovered Mr. Mo approaching, accompanied by his beloved student, Pang Shi. The smile on Mr. Mo's face seemed somewhat forced, appearing rather awkward. And what did you just call me? Mr. Lei inquired incredulously. I called you old Lei. Aren't you a few years my senior? With our decades-long friendship, why must we be so formal? After finishing his sentence, he warmly patted Xu Jiang's shoulder. You must be Xu Jiang, right? I've heard about your exploits from Pang Shi. Truly, A young hero. This affable demeanor made Mr. Lei wary. Flattery without reason suggests ulterior motives. What do you want? Nothing much. I merely passed by and overheard your discussion regarding job opportunities. Coincidentally, our martial arts association has recently organized a special training class, offering an 8,000 credit point subsidy each month, perfect for Xu Jiang. How about I assist in nurturing him? Mr. Mo extended his hand towards Xu Jiang. Slap. Mr. Lei swiftly swatted his hand away as if warding off a predator. Huh? Nurture him? Away with you. Do you take me for a fool? After decades, this is the first time I've heard you refer to me as Old Lei. Besides, you, known for your stinginess. Suddenly so eager to help. Something fishy is certainly afoot. Mr. Lei was not naive. He immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Xu Jiang's exceptional performance in the spiritual domain had likely attracted the Martial Arts Association's interest, prompting them to attempt to poach him. Turning to Xu Jiang, he asked, "Did you excel in the spiritual domain?" "So all that I said earlier went unheard by you? You mentioned? The Frostbull couldn't withstand 2 of your bullets? Is that even feasible?" "Absolutely feasible. Count 1 more as my defeat." Xu Jiang arrogantly brandished his gun, wearing an expression that suggested Mr. Lei was rather uninformed. Mr. Lei appeared to contemplate something, casting a glance at the visibly impacted Pang Shi, and refrained from disputing Xu Jiang's claims. Could it truly be real? What was your score? SSS. Gasped. Not just Mr. Lei, but even the other 2, having mentally prepared themselves, were taken aback. Moments ago, Pang Shi had informed his mentor that the perfect completer was not he, but rather a young man clad in exoskeleton armor, wielding a desert eagle. The individual wore dark goggles, obscuring his features, and his name had not been disclosed. Initially, Mr. Mo was skeptical. How could a newcomer single-handedly slay the Frostbull? However, he quickly recalled a particular individual, the young man who had been with Mr. Lei when he had mocked him earlier, the very one who utilized the T-1000 exoskeleton. Could it be that a once-in-a-millennium genius had indeed emerged? Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Mo rushed over, his intentions clear. He sought to recruit Xu Jiang. Alas, his plans were thwarted. Standing aside, heartbroken, he could not fathom where this unorthodox Mr. Lei had discovered such a prodigy. Meanwhile, Mr. Lei's grin stretched from ear to ear. Who would have thought that his relentless pursuit of new talent would yield results today, justifying all his efforts? With that thought, Mr. Lei quickly retrieved a small paper bag from his pocket and handed it to his old friend. Mr. Mo glanced at it, recognizing it as the 1 ounce of tea he had just given. "No, it is only 7/10 of an ounce. I'm returning it now." "What? You despicable Old Lei. Now that you have a promising disciple, you wish to sever ties with me?" "No, I merely wish to say, in the coming days, I may be quite busy and unable to attend to you. Keep the tea and enjoy it at your leisure." The same words were returned verbatim, causing Mr. Mo's expression to darken instantly as he watched his old friend laugh uncontrollably, leading Xu Jiang away. Chapter 15. The Hunter of the Wilds, the Pang family, and the Martial Guild are formidable forces, yet Xu Jiang declined their overtures and opted for Elder Lei instead. The reason was simple: trust. It was evident that Elder Lei possessed a significant background and was likely supported by a powerful organization. Otherwise, the 2 other factions would have seized him without hesitation. Given the similarities in their backgrounds, Xu Jiang naturally chose Elder Lei. After all, it was Elder Lei who had lent him a helping hand when he had nothing, making him more trustworthy than the unfamiliar Pang family and Martial Guild. Instructing Xu Jiang to wait in the car, Elder Lei found a secluded spot, activated a device to prevent eavesdropping, and began reporting to his superiors. The disc-shaped communicator flickered to life, projecting a holographic image of a young woman. She had elegant black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her exquisite features exuded a serene, refined demeanor typical of a cultured lady. However, the slight furrow of her brow hinted at an underlying worry, as she responded to Elder Lei's communication with a gentle smile. "Elder Lei, it has been a while since I received your call. Do you have something to discuss today?" Hearing the young woman's greeting softened Elder Lei's gaze. "Third Miss, I have some matters to report. Over the past 6 months, I have been scouting for new talent, and I believe I have finally found a promising candidate." While it was disheartening to note that it took half a year to find a single promising individual, the circumstances were challenging. The Hall of Transition was entirely controlled by the Martial Guild, and truly gifted individuals were intercepted immediately, making it arduous to discover talent. Surprisingly, Elder Lei had stumbled upon a hidden gem. Intrigued, the young woman inquired, "What kind of gifted individual is he? Surely, he must be formidable if he has caught Elder Lei's attention." Elder Lei nodded with excitement. "His name is Xu Jiang. His talent is rated as B class. but I am confident he is concealing greater abilities. He was the one who achieved the flawless completion of the Black and White Forest. Really? He is Elder Lei's protege? The young woman expressed her delight. A flawless completion was no trivial matter. News of it spread like wildfire, reaching all factions almost simultaneously. Yet, the latest intelligence indicated that the achiever was not the highly anticipated Pang Shi, and even the Martial Guild's MO, who had been present at the scene, remained tight-lipped about it. She had just been speculating about the individual's identity, only to discover he was one of their own. Where is he now? I wish to meet him personally. The young woman was resolute. Such talent must not be allowed to slip away. She decided to take the initiative to convey their sincerity and engage in earnest discussions with him. However, after a brief silence, Elder Lei shook his head. Third miss. I am aware of the recent situation within the company. You are currently under intense scrutiny, and it would be unwise to act ostentatiously. Are you suggesting that you handle this matter? To keep him hidden and nurture him until he possesses the ability to protect himself before revealing him? Indeed. It is a well-known principle that those who are too proud are often the first to fall. The company is beset with internal and external challenges. If Xu Jiang were to rise during this turbulent time, he would undoubtedly face jealousy and even assassination attempts. I have witnessed many gifted individuals meet untimely ends. I do not wish for Xu Jiang to follow the same path. After an extensive discussion, Elder Lei returned to the vehicle, his expression serious as he addressed Xu Jiang. After careful consideration, I have decided to take you as my apprentice. Though your family background is modest and you have no grand gifts to offer me, I am not a man who counts the cost. So, let us proceed with your apprenticeship. Elder Lei assumed the demeanor of a seasoned master, awaiting Xu Jiang's submission. I refuse. What? You refuse? Indeed. I have only known you for a few days, and your lessons seem to involve little more than mingling with those old women. What could I possibly learn from you? Faced with Xu Jiang's skepticism, Elder Lei's temper flared. What do you know, you brat? In my prime, I was a formidable figure in this city of Yong'an. Xu Jiang appraised the elder with a glance, taking in the old t-shirt, beach shorts, flip-flops, and the dilapidated X7 vehicle. Without uttering a word, he merely smirked and turned his gaze to the window, though his attempt to take on an apprentice had faltered. Elder Lei was undeterred. After all, their acquaintance was brief, and Xu Jiang had yet to witness his true prowess. Once the current tasks were completed, he would demonstrate his abilities to Xu Jiang. By then, he would surely be begging to become his disciple. For now, however, Elder Lei was intent on swiftly returning to headquarters to finalize Xu Jiang's employment paperwork to prevent other factions from poaching him. During the ride, Elder Lei could not help but ramble on. Xu Jiang, have you heard of the Hunters of the Wilds? Hunters of the Wilds. Xu Jiang sat up straight, regarding Elder Lei with keen interest. He had heard mention of them, but was unfamiliar with the specifics. Elder Lei nodded and continued. Our city, Yong'an, is fortified by towering steel walls on all sides. Do you know why? I've heard it is due to the endless wild beasts outside the city. Precisely. Those wild beasts are far more terrifying and bizarre than anything you have encountered in the spirit realm. As he spoke, Elder Lei deliberately took a detour beside a section of the city wall. The towering steel barrier, majestic and imposing, was manned by an elite line of soldiers. Yet, even amidst such grandeur, Xu Jiang could see the remnants of destruction along the wall, with numerous workers engaged in urgent repairs. The Hunters of the Wilds were born to confront these fearsome wild beasts. The company I belong to is called Zhuchuan Group, which also has a division dedicated to hunting these beasts. I intend to place you within that division. Xu Jiang nodded, questioning. Are you suggesting that I venture out with my colleagues to hunt these beasts? Not yet. The team I have in mind primarily handles routine stability maintenance. It sounds rather akin to security work. The distinction is significant. Do you believe the city is entirely safe? Those faceless beings you encountered in the spirit realm are not benign. Elder Lei lit a cigarette, his expression tinged with melancholy. Xu Jiang frowned slightly, as he was quite unfamiliar with these peculiar entities. Are those faceless beings very dangerous? Extremely dangerous. And they are not the only threat. Wild beasts, voids, and rampant infections. These cursed troubles come in waves, each more perilous than the last. Elder Lei's primary concern was ensuring Xu Jiang's safe growth, hoping he could swiftly transition through the novice phase and acquire the ability to safeguard himself. What is the name of the group I will be joining? It has no specific name. The Hunters of the Wilds under Zhuchuan Group are recorded by number. You will be part of Team 17. Perhaps in an attempt to bolster his authority, Elder Lei pressed a button on the car phone and dialed Team 17, preparing to give them a heads up. The phone rang twice before a blond young man appeared on the vehicle's screen. Before Elder Lei could speak, the young man energetically greeted him. Wow. Isn't this Elder Lei? It has been ages since you visited us in Team 17. What brings you here today? With his lively tone, it was clear he was quite the chatterbox. Upon hearing the term Elder Lei nodded approvingly. Despite the young man's blonde hair, he seemed rather astute. Xiao Bao, it is like this. I have recently taken on an apprentice and wish to assign him to your team. Elder Lei's apprentice? He must be impressive. Such was the power of Elder Lei's reputation. He raised an eyebrow at Xu Jiang, almost as if to say, you were reluctant to become my disciple. Do you now regret that decision? Just as the feeling of triumph began to swell within him, the young man suddenly recalled something. Could it be that Elder Lei's plan to discover hidden talent has succeeded? What hidden talent plan? This is a new star cultivation program. Is it not so? Elder Lei mentioned last time that he intended to establish a training program and casually recruit a few disciples. Did he not? I must retract my earlier assessment of your emotional intelligence. You, with your youthful exuberance, seem intent on undermining the situation. The corners of Elder Lei's mouth twitched slightly. It was too late to deactivate the speakerphone, and his co-pilot, Xu Jiang, had now adopted a vacant stare. Indeed, this rather unserious elder, seemingly idling away his time, is merely looking to gather a few disciples for his own comfort in retirement. Thankfully, I refrained from becoming his apprentice. Even the title of student feels somewhat beneath me. Sensing Xu Jiang's condescending gaze, Elder Lei endeavored to salvage some dignity. He cleared his throat awkwardly and clarified. It would not be accurate to say I simply seized an opportunity. After all, I have invested quite a bit in assisting the newcomers with their trials. Is it still the same black and white forest? However, those slots are meant for you to receive 2 each session. If not utilized, it would be a waste. Yet, I have also prepared supplies for my disciples. Bullets, medicine, tents, and such. Surely these count as my contributions. Oh, I heard that recently. The logistics department complained about someone surreptitiously taking a supply pack. Could it be that it was you, esteemed elder? Beep, beep, beep. The elder abruptly ended the call. Silence enveloped the car for a considerable time until Xu Jiang could no longer contain himself and earnestly inquired, if I were to exit the vehicle now, would it still be timely? Elder Lei did not respond. Instead, he pressed the lock button and slammed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the headquarters of Jiuquan Group. His actions providing the only answer. Chapter 16. Something feels off. The Jiuquan Group, located in the southern part of the city, boasts a headquarters that resembles a towering military fortress, 100 stories high. Rather than a mere corporation, it resembles a fortified military base, with heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance, meticulously scrutinizing anyone wishing to enter. Looking up, one can see numerous sky bridges connecting the upper levels of the building to surrounding structures. Should one take a maglev vehicle, one could even ascend directly to the higher floors. Alas, Mr. Lei's mode of transportation is a conventional 4-wheeled car, which can only traverse the ground and obediently navigate into the underground parking garage. Don't envy those flying vehicles. They are impractical, easily shot down in midair. I'm taking you to your onboarding. It's the most direct route from here, Mr. Lei remarked, a hint of envy lacing his words. Rather than squeezing into an elevator, he chose to accompany Xu Jiang as they ascended 5 flights of stairs to the Human Resources Department. The distance was not great, and with Mr. Lei's protective presence, the onboarding process proved to be quite straightforward. After all, he was merely a scavenger, far from the coarse secrets of the organization. And the contractual terms were not overly stringent. Regarding remuneration, a base salary of 3,000 credit points per month was assured, with additional income based on commissions. In a daze, Xu Jiang found himself transported back to his previous life as a diligent programmer. Mr. Lei hastily interjected, the current compensation may seem modest, but it is my intention for you to develop discreetly. Rest assured, you will remain in Group 17, where I shall provide you with specialized training starting tomorrow. Once you demonstrate your prowess, I will transfer you to a more formidable unit. To further placate Xu Jiang, Mr. Lei even requested a set of equipment from the company on his behalf, which could be collected imminently. Really? Free of charge? No cost at all? Xu Jiang inquired skeptically. Of course, I still have some influence in this regard. Additionally, regarding your spoils, I will accompany you to sell them tomorrow. Trust me, the price will certainly exceed market value. He flagged down a passing robot and procured 2 sweeping machines as their mode of transport, gliding leisurely toward the auxiliary building. It was evident that Mr. Lei was indeed strategizing for Xu Jiang's benefit. However, the so-called influence he wielded was rather limited. The armory within the Jiuquan Group was stratified, and Mr. Lei's influence extended only to the novice equipment repository for levels up to 15. Upon entering, Xu Jiang was captivated by the dazzling array of weaponry. From 4-meter-long rockets to chainsaws that could cleave through flesh as if slicing through vegetables, the selection was vast and varied. He even spotted a set of blue-grade level 15 power armor, equipped with 6 weapon slots and a short-range propulsion system. Capable of housing a small laser cannon, its attributes were quite impressive. What do you think? Are you tempted? Mr. Lei asked with a sense of pride. You could spend an entire day perusing this equipment, but allow me to make some recommendations. Given your combat prowess, opting for cumbersome power armor would be a waste. I suggest you consider nanotech armor instead. It is a variant of liquid armor. While not as flexible, it boasts formidable hardness and can be outfitted with a miniature power core. However, it pales in comparison to the self-evolving capabilities of Qianji. As for weaponry, I recommend these 2 level 15 revolvers. They are part of a green quality set. Once you become accustomed to them, I can impart my unique skills to you. Green quality items possess attributes slightly superior to white quality ones, and when several components are utilized together, they confer considerable bonuses. It was clear that Mr. Lei had fully embraced the role of mentor, eager to share his most guarded skills. Teaching skills, aside from using skill stones, serves as another means of learning, albeit one that demands more time and hinges on the teacher's strength and the student's aptitude. Regrettably, these weapons were of no use to Xu Jiang. Gazing across the warehouse, which housed no fewer than 10,000 pieces of level 10 to 15 equipment, he found that the general's order had yielded no response. Weapons that could not be summoned by the order held no more value than refuse. The last time he conversed with the Sand Eagle, it was made clear that one must achieve merit and possess weapons with a mechanical soul to summon them. Was it possible that the equipment here was simply too low level? Or perhaps the newer models lacked the requisite experience, necessitating the acquisition of older relics? Xu Jiang pondered, ultimately deciding to take a different approach. Mr. Lei, the equipment here does not suit me. Could I exchange for other materials? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei frowned slightly. Not suitable? You glanced at over 10,000 pieces of equipment and determined their unsuitability at a glance? Is it a matter of talent? He suspected that Xu Jiang was concealing certain talents, yet he refrained from probing further. In this chaotic era, who did not harbor their own secrets? Revealing one's hand entirely would only hasten one's demise, and he was pleased with Xu Jiang's cautiousness. Nevertheless, it appeared that Xu Jiang's talents did not align with conventional equipment. What do you require? Mr. Lei inquired. Could you assist me in exchanging for these materials needed for upgrades? Xu Jiang presented a list of required materials, prompting Mr. Lei to furrow his brow. The items on the list were of considerable value, particularly the level 20 purple mech, which was classified as a low-tier premium item. Given Xu Jiang's talents, providing him with a full set would certainly be feasible, but it would necessitate an application to higher-ups. A significant request could easily attract the attention of the company's senior management, which would be detrimental at this stage. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Lei stated, Very well, Xu Jiang, I can provide you with the colorless crystal blocks. I will procure them for you. As for the other materials, I will gradually devise a way to assist you. Thank you very much. Observing Mr. Lei's diligent efforts on his behalf, Xu Jiang felt deeply moved. Though he had yet to formally become an apprentice, Mr. Lei was already assisting him in plotting his future. Reflecting on this, Group 17, as introduced by Mr. Lei, appeared to be a promising position indeed, worthy of anticipation. While Xu Jiang was lost in thought, the warehouse manager, overseeing the armory, nudged him gently. Hey, brother, you must be new here. Seeing how concerned Mr. Lei is for you, which department do you belong to? The warehouse manager, clearly intrigued, posed the question, as it was rare for someone like Xu Jiang to receive attention from an attendant so soon after joining. With a slight smile, Xu Jiang replied, I am joining the scavenger department. The scavenger department? Splendid. The warehouse manager exclaimed with envy. I would love to join the scavenger department. The pay is substantial, and it offers continuous opportunities for personal growth. Alas, I lack the requisite strength. By the way, which group are you in? Group 17. As soon as the words left his lips, the warehouse manager's expression shifted dramatically, his legs instinctively taking a step back. This reaction made Xu Jiang anxious. This was his first job. He hoped Mr. Lei would not lead him astray. Is there something wrong with Group 17? Xu Jiang hastily inquired. After a moment of hesitation, the warehouse manager glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered, Generally speaking, the scavenger department is fine, but Group 17 has 2 shockingly high metrics. What metrics? Firstly, the task failure rate, which is an astounding 72. It has the worst reputation in the entire scavenger department. 7 out of 10 tasks fail. Xu Jiang was taken aback. Such a high failure rate indicated that the issue was not merely a lack of ability, but rather a tendency to slack off and avoid work. However, upon reflection, he considered that it might not significantly impact him. After all, he only planned to stay temporarily, to learn, if it truly proved unsuitable. He could always request a transfer after completing Mr. Lei's training. To his surprise, the warehouse manager leaned in closer, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of fear. You have no idea. The second metric is the highest death rate in the entire scavenger department. Even street patrols can be lethal. That can't be true. Indeed. 2 individuals barely survived and left the team within a week. According to them, Group 17 is filled with lunatics. Brother, I wish you all the best. Chapter 17. Welcome to Group 17. After a short while, Mr. Lei returned, carrying a bag of materials, which he handed over to Xu Jiang. I have procured 8 hard shells and 500 colorless crystals for you. I'll find a way to gather the rest. Mr. Lei busily scurried about, exerting great effort to assist, which moved Xu Jiang. By this logic, it seemed unlikely that Mr. Lei would betray him. Could it be that the negative rumors surrounding Group 17 were mere fabrications? Xu Jiang resolved to witness for himself. Shall we head to Group 17 now? Of course, follow me. Seeing Xu Jiang's eagerness to join, Mr. Lei felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he led him toward the hunting department. The headquarters of Jiuquan Group was adorned with a metallic, high-tech aesthetic, showcasing a grand and opulent design. The building boasted all the amenities one could desire: a bar, KTV, gym, and swimming pool, even bedrooms, sauna rooms, and massage rooms that one might not typically expect. As Mr. Lei guided the way, he proudly remarked, "You know, I used to lead Group 17 back in the day. Even after my retirement, I frequently return, as most of the members grew up under my watchful eye and are quite familiar to me." Really? What are their personalities like? They are all exceptional young individuals with a strong sense of camaraderie. Camaraderie? But the warehouse manager just told me that this group is terrifying. The assessments seem too disparate. Are you certain there are no mistakes? With a hint of skepticism, Xu Jiang soon arrived at the entrance of Group 17. The pristine front yard was accompanied by 4 mechanical dogs playfully frolicking about. As he pushed the door open, Xu Jiang realized that rumors were indeed unreliable. This was the group he had longed for. The first person he encountered was a stunning woman with soft blue hair. She wore a white floral dress that accentuated her graceful curves, and her elegant high-heeled sandals complemented her tall stature. Upon seeing the two, she promptly stood to greet them. "Mr. Lei, it has been a while. What a pleasant surprise to see you here today. Please, make yourselves comfortable." As she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a sweet smile graced her face, resembling a charming neighborly older sister as she warmly ushered them into the living room. In the corner, a young girl, around 13 or 14 years old, set down her pen and scampered over, cradling a mechanical dog in her arms. Though her expression was subdued, her cuteness was undeniable as she politely bowed to Mr. Lei. "Hello, Mr. Lei. Haha. Has Xiaozhen been well-behaved lately?" Mr. Lei chuckled heartily, ruffling the girl's hair. "Yes, Xiaozhen has been very good. I am currently helping her with her studies, and we are almost done." The beautiful woman skillfully prepared tea with exquisite teaware. Her gentle, melodious voice and enchanting smile epitomized the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from a side room, dressed in a finely tailored charcoal suit, with a pocket watch dangling from his waist and a carefully groomed beard. Upon seeing Mr. Lei, he nodded in greeting. "Mr. Lei, it has been quite some time. I presume this is our new colleague?" The man exuded an air of elegance as he settled onto the sofa, savoring his tea with deliberate grace. "Indeed, this is my disciple, Xu Jiang, who recently transferred and is still quite inexperienced. He has come to learn from you all, Mr. Lei introduced him to the group. "This is Xing Xiaoxiao, the current leader of Group 17, and she will be your senior sister." The gentle big sister beamed at Xu Jiang, seemingly delighted to welcome another junior. "And this is Xiaozhen. Although she is still studying, she has already completed her transfer and gets along well with Xiaoxiao, which is why she was allowed to join Group 17 early." The little girl remained reserved, offering only a slight nod as a greeting. Mr. Lei then pointed to the elegant middle-aged man. "His name is Sha Tu, a seasoned warrior with remarkable experiences from years of traveling. You should seek his counsel during your time here." While they were conversing, someone burst out from the kitchen, their face still obscured, but their voice boisterous. "Mr. Lei, you've arrived. I'm making sweet flour braised chicken. Please stay for dinner." With a spatula in one hand and a spoon in the other, the individual, sporting yellow-dyed hair, was none other than the one who had previously exposed Mr. Lei's deceptive antics, known as Xiao Bao or something similar. "His name is Sha Baozi," Mr. Lei retorted darkly, bestowing upon the yellow-haired fellow a new moniker. Mr. Lei, you can't introduce me like that. The person protested. Hello, you must be the new member. I'm Bao Dabin, but you can call me Baozi. I've prepared some delicious dishes for a welcome feast. Xu Jiang surveyed the room, taking in the beautiful and gentle group leader, the adorable little girl, the knowledgeable and refined gentleman, and the chatty culinary enthusiast with yellow hair. It was indeed a warm and inviting group. Mr. Lei had not deceived him. These were the companions he had longed for. Those who spread rumors must surely be envious. As dinner approached, Mr. Lei stayed on to share the meal with everyone. During the dinner, he introduced the members' backgrounds. Xiaoxiao was an arcane thunder warrior, an exceptionally rare and powerful class, who wielded a spear with extraordinary finesse and could summon the arcane thunder. As the group leader, her combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Xiaotu was a fighter who rarely engaged directly in combat, specializing in leg techniques. Xiaojun was a mysterious master, rumored to possess spiritual communication abilities, with her true combat capabilities yet to be determined. According to Mr. Lei, it was best for children to focus on studies and not delve into battle prematurely. As for Baozi, he was an ordinary chi master, with his only specialty being his culinary skills. The meal passed in cheerful conversation and laughter, filled with warmth. Afterward, Xiaoxiao arranged a room for Xu Jiang, ensuring that their future interactions would be lively and cozy. Seeing Xu Jiang so satisfied, Mr. Lei felt a sense of relief. Patting Xu Jiang on the shoulder as he advised, I recall you have a patrol duty tonight, so I won't intrude any further. Xu Jiang, foster good relationships with everyone. You will learn a great deal. I shall return tomorrow for a systematic lesson. Not a problem, teacher. You can leave with peace of mind. With such a beautiful senior sister looking after me, having this old man as a mentor isn't so bad after all. Without hesitation, Xu Jiang bid farewell to Mr. Lei, his heart brimming with anticipation as he turned to Xiaoxiao. Are there patrol duties tonight? Not a problem, she replied. After dinner, a stroll down the street with your senior sister and discussing life is also a form of nourishing the mind and spirit. Yet, something about this activity felt slightly amiss. Xu Jiang, to celebrate your joining our group, I have decided to undertake something grand tonight. Something grand? What could that possibly entail during a patrol? Xiaoxiao's smile remained unchanged as she clapped her hands and announced, Gather everyone. Let us throw a grand party for our new member. As Xu Jiang looked on in astonishment, Xiaoxiao suddenly lifted a sofa cushion, revealing a massive map of Yong'an City from a hidden compartment. With a pointed finger, she declared, Tonight, we are going to rob this place. Chapter 18. The welcome party. The evening promised to be lively with Xu Jiang joining the 17th group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Mo was tormented by sleeplessness. Mo Wushan, the overseer of the Martial Arts Association, was once a prominent figure in his youth. After retiring, he devoted himself to training newcomers, cultivating many talents. Regrettably, an extraordinary genius, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, slipped through his fingers. Upon returning to the association, he erupted in fury, demanding an immediate investigation into Xu Jiang's background. The outcome revealed that Xu Jiang possessed merely a B-grade talent. Mo Wushan, clutching the file, hurled it to the floor in frustration. The reporting subordinate, perplexed by his anger, could only offer a nervous smile. Indeed, it is a B-grade talent, mechanical overload. You established the rule that there is no need to recruit those with explosive B-grade talents in the mechanical system. Mo Wushan was torn between wanting to berate and feeling helpless. The regulations were indeed his own, but Xu Jiang was far from an ordinary B-grade talent. The receptionist had undoubtedly seen Xu Jiang's identification card, which was irrefutable. The only feasible action was to conceal information. Many job changers preferred to hide their true capabilities, which was not unusual. Yet, Xu Jiang's cunning lay in his half-hearted concealment, leading the receptionist to believe it was genuine, thus allowing the fortunate Master Lei to walk away. The unparalleled dual-talent genius had vanished just like that. The more Mo Wushan thought about it, the angrier he became, his face reddening, instilling fear in his subordinates. Is there something wrong with Xu Jiang? Should we send someone to find him? There's no need. Bring me all his files and erase every record. Despite his anger, Mo Wushan, as an old friend, first thought of helping Xu Jiang erase all traces. Such a gifted individual could be concealed for a while. And the chaos in Yong'an City was no less significant than the threats posed by the savage beasts outside. Frustrated, Mo Wushan dialed a number. Hey, old Lei, bring out your prized wine. I need a barrel to quench my thirst. What? You want tea? Humph. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm threatening you. You wouldn't want your apprentice's affairs to be known by the world, would you? Master Lei was indeed a fool. Xu Jiang sat in a black business car, unregistered and unlicensed, internally mocking Master Lei's intellect. Harmony? Love? What relevance did that have to the 17th group? Before recommending him, couldn't they have at least investigated a bit? The 17th group was a completely different entity from what Master Lei had described. The driver, Baozi, hummed a carefree tune while 4 others intently studied a map within the vehicle. The sweet and gentling Xiao Xiao was now fully immersed in the art of robbery. Locking her gaze on the map, she was the first to speak. Our target this time is goods from a gang's base. The bounty is quite substantial. Consider it a welcome party for Xu Jiang. It was evident that this leader was no novice. Her expertise was remarkable. What happened to the promised gentle big sister? How did she transform into a bandit? Can I refuse this party? Moreover, there was a little girl present. Was it truly appropriate to discuss robbery so openly? No problem. Let Sister Ing make the call. I'll provide cover for everyone, Xiaojin chimed in, showing no concern for the robbery. In Master Lei's eyes, the once obedient little girl who diligently studied now emanated an eerie blue aura. She was clearly not a novice. The powers of the mysterious system had solidified into a tangible form. A plump ghost perched on Xiaojin's shoulder, waving at Xu Jiang. Master Lei, come see. Are you still in charge of the 17th group? Beside them, Sha Tu smiled gracefully. Xu Jiang, as a newcomer, you might not be accustomed. Rest assured, we are well acquainted with old Lei and will certainly take care of you. He truly had the audacity to say that. If anyone was the odd one out in the group, it was certainly him. He claimed to be familiar with Master Lei. But Master Lei had informed him that he was a fighter. Now, however, he was merely a mechanic. Sha Tu's skills were indeed in his legs. But they were not those of a fighter. They were the limbs of a mechanic. Rolling up his pants, he revealed a pair of intricate prosthetics. Before the upcoming battle, Sha Tu had even installed 2 cans of energy potions into them, making them appear formidable. Xu Jiang rubbed his temples in exasperation and countered. Are we really not going to patrol? Must we resort to robbery? This is also to celebrate your joining us. Patrolling is rather dull, don't you think? Rest assured, this target is also a band of ruffians. My mission is sanctioned by the Public Security Bureau, Ing Xiaoxiao replied, confirming the notorious legends surrounding the 17th group. No wonder their mission completion rate was low and their casualty rate high. It was evidently due to their penchant for taking on illicit tasks. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Jiang decided against exiting the vehicle. He would join the 17th group's commotion. In this chaotic world, adhering to the rules was impossible. Had Ing Xiaoxiao mentioned that this task was assigned by the Public Security Bureau? Sometimes, light could indeed harbor darkness, though it was rather abrupt. On his first day in the group, he experienced the world's grim realities. What do you need me to do? Xu Jiang inquired. You're new. Your combat experience is lacking, so you shouldn't need to take action. Don't worry, I'll do my utmost to ensure your survival. Ing Xiaoxiao comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Yet, that reassurance sounded even more frightening. Everyone, we're almost there. Prepare yourselves, Baozi, the driver, announced, prompting the group to equip themselves hastily. This mission was from the Public Security Bureau, an official organization. If anything went awry, they would undoubtedly distance themselves from the incident and leave no room for rescue. Therefore, disguises were essential before engaging in misdeeds. Xiaojin enveloped herself in her mysterious powers, raising her hands before her chest, resembling an adorable little ghost. Ing Xiaoxiao's transformation was even more impressive. Her powers surged, altering her entire demeanor to one of enchanting allure. Her light blue hair shifted to purple, and her white floral dress morphed into a black leather combat skirt. Clad in leather boots and wielding a fearsome spear, the faint smile at the corner of her lips hinted at a bloodthirsty nature. While these 2 superpowered individuals were straightforward, the remaining 3 were somewhat lacking. This is the night vision goggles I created. My focus is on prosthetic technology, so their functionality is average. But they're sufficient for concealing identities. Sha Tu handed him a metallic eye mask, 30 centimeters wide, with a red laser band over the eyes, exuding a strong sense of technology. Tactical goggles, quality, blue, attributes, increases shooting accuracy by 10 features, distance adjustment, night vision, thermal detection. Were blue quality tactical goggles considered average? With long range, night vision, and thermal imaging, all 3 features were quite practical, and the added increase in shooting accuracy was enticing. Excellent, General. With these goggles, our training tonight will be far more efficient. Indeed, since I joined the mechanical clan, I've never contemplated rest. Such terrifying self-discipline. Just the sight of a pair of goggles could evoke thoughts of training. Fully equipped, the first battle of their new formation was about to commence. Chapter 19. The infiltration training of Qianji. The business vehicle circled the base, failing to identify any vulnerabilities, ultimately halting by the roadside to deliberate strategies. It was now 10 p.m., and the secluded streets showed a scarcity of pedestrians, yet the target base remained brightly lit and heavily guarded. In Yong'an City, numerous gangs proliferated like the hair on a cow, with the present establishment being the stronghold of the Black Tiger Gang. The three entrances were not only manned by heavily armed guards, but also monitored by numerous surveillance cameras, making entry a formidable challenge. Xiao activated the communication device, displaying the photograph of their target. This evening's objective was a bracelet, presumably a valuable item, as the reward was quite generous. The bracelet, though modest in size, was adorned with intricate golden engravings, and a subtle wave of blue seemed to ripple across its surface, suggesting the presence of some arcane runes. Sha Tu, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized the bracelet's extraordinary nature. It must be a product of an extraterrestrial civilization. No wonder the Security Bureau took an interest in it. Uncle Sha, can you decipher this? Baozi asked, his face a mask of admiration. Sha Tu shook his head. Of course not. If I could understand it, I would be prosperous. It is precisely because I cannot comprehend it that it is deemed an artifact of an alien civilization. While the answer was blunt, it held a kernel of truth. The void, the spiritual realm, all of these were manifestations linking to other dimensions. The emergence of alien technology was not particularly surprising. Whenever faced with the incomprehensible, attributing it to extraterrestrial technology was the norm. Having confirmed the target, it was time to devise an action plan. As per their usual practice, they decided to roll dice to determine who would undertake the infiltration mission. Xiao produced a die and cast it lightly along the aisle of the vehicle. The die rolled twice before settling on 3. I am 3. Next. Wait. How can we decide an infiltration mission by rolling dice? Xu Jiang interjected, halting Xiao. Was there truly no one among them to oppose such a ludicrous decision? Is this how you all execute missions? Baozi shrugged helplessly. We have no specialists in infiltration. We can only rely on luck. Upon hearing Baozi's explanation, Xu Jiang felt a headache coming on. Indeed, for tasks such as robbery, infiltration was the optimal approach to prevent the target from being relocated. The crux of successful infiltration lay in neutralizing all surveillance systems. Although Team 17 possessed the capability to create Trojan horses, they needed to breach the internal network to do so, a skill set that none of them excelled in. So you were gambling on luck? Wagering on the enemy's blindness? Have there been any successful precedents? Yes, Baozi replied. I once pretended to be a delivery person and succeeded, while Xiaozhen walked right in and did the same. Xu Jiang glanced at Baozi, who was already donning a delivery uniform, preparing to masquerade as a late-night food courier. As for Xiaozhen, the little girl appeared nonchalant, holding her small ghost like a balloon, seemingly relying on her cuteness to blend in. For a moment, Xu Jiang felt a strong urge to flee. The mortality rate of Team 17 was likely higher than anticipated. Just as he hesitated, Qianji spoke up. General, are we preparing for an infiltration mission? Qianji requests to participate. At this moment, the Mech joined the fray, but did your participation not imply my involvement? Have you not considered the heavy firepower opposing us? Should the infiltration fail, we would be turned to Swiss cheese, and for a mere robbery, I was not willing to take such risks. However, Xu Jiang underestimated the self-discipline of a Mech. Qianji would not let any training opportunity slip by. Congratulations, General Qianji has entered an incentivized state, temporarily acquiring the skill Reconnaissance since LV1. Successfully completing the infiltration mission will permanently retain the skill, while failure will result in its loss. Reconnaissance since LV1 can sense the reconnaissance range of mechanical units. Once again entering an incentivized state, Qianji exemplified the spirit of relentless self-improvement, never forgetting to enhance her abilities. Reviewing the description of reconnaissance sense, though succinct, the word formidable was emblazoned across its significance. Currently at level 1, it could sense the reconnaissance range of mechanical units. If it were to reach level 10, it might possess even more formidable functions that could not be overlooked. Gritting his teeth, Xu Jiang interrupted the dice-rolling participants. Enough of this nonsense, I am new. I will go. His proactive assumption of the task left everyone momentarily stunned. Xiao lowered her head, pondering for a moment before expressing her concern. Your combat power is not high. This task is too perilous for you. We promised a welcome banquet. We cannot let you come to harm. So, is this truly a welcome banquet? Xu Jiang regarded Xiao, feeling perplexed. What kind of normal person would equate robbery with a welcome banquet? This seemed more like a pretext for their own larcenous intentions. Yet observing her expression, it did not appear feigned, leaving him utterly confounded. Forget it. Let's complete the mission first. Xu Jiang declared resolutely. Rest assured, I possess skills akin to stealth. I should be able to evade surveillance. Upon hearing Xu Jiang's assertion, the group felt reassured, allowing him to embark on his journey with the understanding that they would rush to his aid should any issues arise. Xu Jiang rolled his eyes at them. All right, I need a Trojan horse. Hand me a USB drive. Xu Jiang extended his hand towards Sha Tuesday. However, Sha Tu shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, what I excel in is solely cybernetic technology. I can create prosthetics, but Trojan viruses are beyond my expertise. What? You can't do it? Then who can? Xu Jiang felt as though he had been tricked. After deliberating for so long on the infiltration plan and discussing breaching the enemy's defense systems, now he was told it was impossible? A small hand gently poked Xu Jiang. It was the little girl, Xiaoxin, resembling a charming mascot. Her adorable face still bore little expression as she softly murmured, I can create a Trojan. You can? Xu Jiang was taken aback. Wasn't she a mystic? Did she moonlight as a hacker too? Xiaoxin nodded earnestly and proceeded to demonstrate. With her delicate hands raised before her chest, she concentrated. And a ghostly blue energy coalesced into strands, gradually forming a sphere. Virtual imagery, she whispered. The sphere slowly expanded until it reached a diameter of 0.5 meter, then transformed and solidified into completion. Xu Jiang, a Trojan? Is this what you refer to as a Trojan? Unable to suppress his incredulity, he remarked. Xiaoxin looked up, her big, innocent eyes blinking at him, asking, Isn't this a Trojan? Well, yes, it is a Trojan. No wonder the external world labeled Team 17 as a bunch of lunatics. Even this adorable little girl seemed far from normal. Although he had never studied hacking, he had seen enough in films. Trojan viruses were typically stored on USB drives, inserted into others' computers to execute system attacks. Now, glancing at the 0.5-meter-long wooden horse before him. Its material indistinguishable from wood, the horse's head appeared lifelike as if grinning at him, its hooves resting on a curved base, allowing it to sway back and forth on the ground. This was undeniably a Trojan. Could this toy truly disable surveillance? Of course, Baozi chimed in eagerly. As long as you touch one of the cameras with it, Xiaoxin can disable the entire base's surveillance. No wonder they claim to be inept at infiltration. Wielding such a large wooden horse toy made it challenging to remain undetected. Casting a glance at the brightly lit Black Tiger Gang base, Xu Jiang now hoped that Qianji's new skill would prove to be sufficiently robust. Chapter 20. The mysterious bracelet draped in a black cloak and cradling a charming wooden horse. Xu Jiang set forth on his journey. Crouching low, he sprinted toward the wall. After just a few steps, he heard a notification sound. Alert, 3 meters ahead. At the 10 o'clock direction is a surveillance zone, expected to disappear in 10 seconds. The reconnaissance sense skill was indeed powerful. It provided timely alerts based on the camera's movement and range, allowing Xu Jiang to plan his route effectively. However, evading ordinary cameras was a feat many agents could accomplish. The true test lay along the edges of the wall. Alert, 3 meters ahead, you are entering a fully covered surveillance area. It is advisable to take a detour. Indeed, the real surveillance zone was just beginning. Yong'an City was hardly a harmonious and peaceful place. With a crime rate so high that even the police department could not be bothered to keep statistics, powerful factions would encircle their territories, installing vast arrays of surveillance cameras along the walls. Any unusual movement would trigger an alarm to the control room. It was a thorough coverage that rendered ordinary detours ineffective. Fortunately, Xu Jiang had a skill called Shadow Slip at his disposal. Although he had no time to upgrade it, the skill had reached level 3, granting him 5 seconds of invisibility and speed, ample time for his needs. Though still a distance from the wall, Xu Jiang made 3 dashes, the first target being a trash bin. Shadow Slip, slide and cover me. Trash bin. Damn. I feel so foolish. I'll never take on such tasks again, he silently lamented. Although he was perfectly positioned in the blind spot of the surveillance, the stench was unbearable, surrounded by garbage. He had to wait for the cooldown of his next skill before he could move. Glancing back, he noticed a group of teammates hiding in the shadows. Giving him a thumbs up, it was indeed a memorable welcome party. When the 5-minute cooldown ended, Xu Jiang activated Shadow Slip, once more, accelerating forward. After 3 successful cover transitions, he finally pressed against the wall. This position conveniently aligned with the blind spot of the overhead camera. Hesitantly, he picked up the wooden horse and gently pressed it against the surface. With a mere touch, the horse slowly transformed into smoke, as if absorbed, gradually dissipating into the surveillance feed. In a daze, Xu Jiang seemed to glimpse tiny specters squatting atop the camera. Their ghastly faces twisted into eerie grins as they reached out to cover the lens before vanishing. Was that all it took? Was the wooden horse's invasion so simple? As Xu Jiang pondered, several figures emerged. Well done. Ing Xiaoxiao approached, patting Xu Jiang's shoulder in encouragement. You performed admirably. Our team needs a shadow dancer like you. Thank you for your praise, but I am a mech engineer. Please do not recruit me for such tasks again. Approaching openly and speaking without fear. The surveillance showed no sign of reaction, indicating that the wooden horse had indeed performed its function. Looking at Xiaojin, she emanated an enigmatic aura that enveloped everyone, seemingly enhancing the ghostly cover. This ability was truly effective. Magic triumphed over technology with ease. What shall we do next? Let us scale the wall directly. Quietly locate the item, and then exit stealthily, Ing Xiaoxiao proposed, prompting everyone to spring into action. Ing Xiaoxiao was undeniably formidable, crouching slightly. Her long legs propelled her effortlessly over the wall. Although Sha Tu lacked such elegant limbs, his mechanical legs allowed him to easily vault over the barrier as well. Only Baozi and Xu Jiang struggled with their clumsy movements against the barbed wire-laden wall. I'll take you, Xiaojin said nonchalantly, conjuring 3 ghost balloons. Distributing one to each of them. Holding them in hand, they felt an inexplicable force lifting them upward, floating gently over the wall and landing inside the base. The power of the mystic was indeed impressive. Being lifted by a balloon felt somewhat embarrassing. Xu Jiang resolved to install a propulsion system on Qianji in the future, ensuring at least a brief capacity for flight. Once inside the Black Tiger Gang's base, the next steps were straightforward. All surveillance systems were rendered ineffective. And with the cover of night, only a few languid patrollers roamed, incapable of penetrating Xiaojin's mist. Navigating through the shadows, they soon arrived at the largest research building. Ing Xiaoxiao perused the mission records. This is it. The item is in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. How do you know this so precisely? This information was provided by the police department. They attempted to purchase the bracelet last time and inspected it on the 3rd floor. The Black Tiger Gang wants to sell it? Why enlist us to steal it? Because it's too expensive, Ing Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, the officers were hardly virtuous. They abandoned the purchase due to costs only to resort to hiring someone to seize it for less. What a shrewd calculation. Regardless, the mission must proceed. Sha Tu's figure flickered, leaping 5 meters into the air, his mechanical legs gripping the wall as he effortlessly reached the window on the 3rd floor. Securing a position devoid of observers, he provided cover for the others to ascend, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, upon sighting the target bracelet, their expressions shifted slightly. No wonder the police were certain it was on the 3rd floor. Damn it, we've been deceived. Sha Tu, experienced and astute, immediately sensed something amiss upon spotting the bracelet. The 2 guards at the entrance were easily dispatched, and the sealed research room was accessible. Yet the bracelet's current state rendered it difficult to retrieve. At that moment, the bracelet was ensnared within a powerful electromagnetic field, not meant to deter outsiders, but to contain the bracelet itself. Alien technology was challenging for humanity to control. This bracelet had evidently been placed here for suppression. If they were to disable the electromagnetic field, the bracelet would likely cause a ruckus, and a fierce battle would be inevitable. It was highly probable that those officers were currently waiting outside, ready to swoop in once conflict erupted. Ing Xiaoxiao's eyes flared with anger. Clearly displeased with the police department's intelligence, she turned to Xiaojin, asking, "With your power, can you suppress the bracelet?" Hearing this, Xiaojin sent a ghost to examine the electromagnetic field. Yes, but it requires full exertion. Her indifferent tone caused the brows of everyone to furrow. It could be said that Xiaojin's role was irreplaceable throughout the operation. Should she devote herself entirely to suppressing the bracelet, all other tasks, such as monitoring and defensive support, would cease. In the heat of battle, they would also need to divert attention to protect Xiaojin, placing them at a significant disadvantage on the turf of the Black Tiger Gang. The question loomed, should they take this item or leave it be? Chapter 21. Alien runes. Let us attempt this. If it fails, we shall abandon the bracelet and retreat. Having come this far, it would be illogical to surrender in the face of adversity. After some deliberation, we resolved to deactivate the electromagnetic field. With a single shot, I shattered the controller, causing the electromagnetic field to begin to falter. In that fleeting moment, the bracelet erupted with a surge of blue light. Xiaojin, it has come. Xiaojin abruptly withdrew all her power, striving with all her might to summon a great specter, which lunged toward the bracelet, attempting to consume it and suppress it within. To everyone's astonishment, the blue light of the bracelet seemed to dissolve the mysterious abilities, forcefully breaking through Xiaojin's blockade and fleeing toward the exit. Fortunately, the direction in which the bracelet fled was precisely where Ing Xiaoxiao stood. This fierce female leader wasted no words, raising her spear and striking downwards. Where do you think you're going? With a resounding thud, Xu swung her spear forcefully at the bracelet, pinning it to the ground. The overwhelming impact caused the floor to crack like a spider's web, yet the bracelet remained unscathed, its blue light flickering incessantly, struggling mightily, igniting Xiao's fury. Will you cease this insolence? She lifted her spear once more, bringing it down as if chastising a disobedient child, striking the bracelet repeatedly. Captain, try using your dark thunder powers, suggested the experienced sand disciple, quickly identifying the crux of the matter. The influence of the Black Tiger Gang was considerable. Yet maintaining the suppression of the electromagnetic field was essential, indicating that this object may indeed be vulnerable to electrical energy. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes glimmered with violet light as powerful currents surged forth from her spear, crackling as they extinguished much of the blue light emanating from the bracelet. Success, Captain. You have managed to suppress it, Bowsy exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. However, before he could continue his exuberance, he was pulled back by the sand disciple. What are you dawdling for? Block the entrance. Prepare to retreat. Xiao's attempt to subdue the bracelet marked the beginning of a troublesome ordeal. With the commotion, the alarms throughout the base blared, red lights flashing frantically. Outside the laboratory, gang members armed with submachine guns stormed in. Who are you? Put down your weapons and surrender. The sand disciple shot forth a grappling hook, silencing the speaker in an instant, using the hook's momentum to navigate through the battlefield. His sharp saws claiming several lives in an instant. Bowsy swiftly entered combat mode, a fierce gust of energy erupting around him, causing his body to hover slightly above the ground, his golden hair rising as if he were a super scion. Bowsy positioned himself at the entrance, facing the oncoming bullets without flinching, pushing his hands forward to conjure a wall of energy that deflected the bullets as if they struck a steel plate, emitting a ringing sound as they were all halted. Turning to the others, he declared, Captain, I will hold them off here. You focus on that bracelet. Everyone understood that the most pressing issue at hand was the inability to suppress the bracelet. Among the 17th group, Xiao possessed the greatest combat strength. If she could not spare her hands to fight, the remaining members stood little chance of breaking through, as more enemies swarmed in. Even two formidable opponents entangled with the sand disciple, heavy grenades and incendiary devices were being readied. If they did not leave soon, they risked being trapped. With a clenched jaw, Xiao resolved to abandon the bracelet. We will leave this bracelet behind. Money can be earned again, but we cannot lose a single member. Having spoken, she shifted from her previous stance of suppression, gripping the gun's handle with the muzzle aimed at the bracelet, her eyes ablaze with determination. Beside her, Xu Jiang interjected urgently, Captain, what are you doing? I intend to destroy it. The Public Security Bureau and the Black Tiger Gang are both nefarious entities. No one shall claim it. Women do hold grudges. If one had been tricked, then it was only fair for them to part ways. Ensuring no one had it better, truly a display of violence. At that moment, Qianji spoke up. General, do you wish to destroy this object? If not, may I extract its computational system? A computational system? This bracelet possesses such a mechanism? Xu Jiang was astonished. It appeared to be a magical artifact, yet bore an intelligent system. Indeed, General, this is an alien rune. Unlike human computing systems, they construct their systems with runes. The current self-defense is a manifestation of self-computation. Qianji's implication dawned upon Xu Jiang. The computational systems varied in type. Humans viewed programming as a system, while aliens perceived runes as such, different concepts, yet essentially similar. But extracting this rune as a computational system, wouldn't there be drawbacks? Not at all, General. After advancing with the spiritual seed, this becomes my possession. The discrepancies between systems merely display different characteristics post-advancement, even if you assign me an XP system. I can operate it. Really? The XP system too? What is its characteristic? Prone to blue screens. Given the alien technology, the bracelet's presence suggested it was formidable. As the bracelet neared destruction, Xu Jiang stepped in front of Xiao. Captain, if you are certain you wish to obliterate it, then allow me to handle it. I will eradicate it. You? Xiao regarded Xu Jiang with skepticism. Even the level 40 enigmatic master Shaoshan could not suppress this object, yet Xu Jiang, a mere level 4 mech master, thought he could contend with it? Yes. It will be swift. Xu Jiang replied, crouching down and extending his right hand toward the bracelet. This action was perilous. One misstep could lead to his right hand being severed by the blue light. Yet, Qianji's might surpass the bracelet's logic. As he approached, before the bracelet could unleash its power, Qianji had already seized the system through the force of rules. Congratulations, a suppressed treasure has been detected, containing a usable rune system. Would you like to extract it? Yes. With a command, a flash of blue light surged as the rune system flowed into Qianji's being. Meanwhile, the bracelet lay quietly on the ground, its earlier ferocity extinguished. Ing Xiaoxiao prodded it with her gun's tip, finding it utterly unresponsive. Astonished, Ing Xiaoxiao gazed at Xu Jiang, inquiring, "How did you accomplish this? You eliminated it in one fell swoop?" "Indeed, I have vanquished it." Though the assertion seemed peculiar, the bracelet had indeed lost its sentience. Even the intricate patterns upon its surface dimmed, leaving behind merely a shell, its essence withdrawn. Better this way. Ing Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she picked up the bracelet, dusting off the surface. With this remains, we can still claim the bounty, having effectively neutralized the bracelet. The ensuing actions became considerably simpler. Despite her youth, Ing Xiaoxiao had attained the rank of captain, and Xu Jiang had constantly questioned her abilities. Yet the next moment, he realized his error. Ing Xiaoxiao's marksmanship was extraordinarily formidable, not born of experience, but rather pure innate talent. Thunderous fury. Ing Xiaoxiao roared, raising her spear high, as if hurling a javelin, and swung it violently toward the wall. A tempestuous violet lightning erupted around the spear, resembling an overwhelming electromagnetic cannon, obliterating everything in its path. With a resounding crash, the building trembled violently, the sturdy walls of the laboratory crumbling under the onslaught, creating a 3-meter diameter breach that extended outside. Ing Xiaoxiao hastily called for everyone to retreat. "Quickly! I've found the exit. Let us leave at once." "Are you certain this exit is legitimate?" Xu Jiang wished to voice his skepticism, yet time was of the essence. The enemy's main forces were advancing, and staying would pose a grave danger. Compounding the urgency was another alert ringing in Xu Jiang's mind. "Congratulations, a deployable mechanical unit has been discovered." Chapter 22. Maintain elegance while jumping. Why did it have to be now? At such a critical moment, when one is fleeing for their life. It is truly a matter of life and death. Xu Jiang could not help but halt his steps, turning to survey the battlefield. The ground trembled with the sound of continuous explosions. The laboratory lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Deploy heavy firepower. Heavy firepower. The upper echelons of the Black Tiger gang, unable to remain composed upon witnessing the loss of their bracelet, roared for a relentless assault. 2 towering mecha, standing 3 meters high, thundered across the floor, wielding heavy weapons to rain destruction upon the battlefield. The formidable onslaught caused Bao Zi's energy barrier to tremble precariously as he shouted towards Xu Jiang, "Retreat quickly. What are you waiting for?" "I must retrieve something." Xu Jiang replied, "Close your eyes." Instead of retreating, he surged toward the location indicated by his sensors. There were few capable of summoning the right machinery, and since he had identified it, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He extracted a small iron rod from his pocket and kissed it gently. "It's your time to shine, my dear." Given Xu Jiang's current prowess, it was unrealistic to expect him to navigate through a horde of enemies unscathed. His only trump card was the flashbang he carried, to encourage the device to perform better. Xu Jiang offered a slight stimulus. The sudden kiss left the flashbang momentarily stunned, taking a full 2 seconds to react before it finally plummeted to the ground and erupted in a dazzling display. "Ah, I've been kissed. How could the general do this?" "Wah!" A shrill scream accompanied a blinding white light that surged into the sky, enveloping the entire floor in radiance. The light burst forth from the windows, illuminating the entire base. Only Xu Jiang's teammates believed in his words, choosing to follow suit, while the majority of their foes were rendered temporarily blinded by the brilliance. Unfazed, Xu Jiang slid swiftly to the side of a corpse, desperately patting down its lifeless form in search of a weapon to summon. The flaw of the general's order was its vague guidance, despite the hints. It only provided a broad area, and after a thorough search, he had found nothing of use. What a mess. "You're not hiding explosives in your trousers, are you? How am I supposed to find anything?" Frustration welled up within him as he examined the body, finding no weapon capable of summoning. Surely, it couldn't be the hand grenade in his grasp that had been pulled but failed to detonate. "How are you? Did you find anything?" Shatu, seizing the moment of distraction caused by the flashbang, swiftly dispatched an enemy and ran to Xu Jiang's side. "I found it. Let us retreat." Grabbing the inert grenade, he followed Shadow in retreat. "Congratulations, summoning successful." Indeed, the weapon he had summoned was the inert grenade that had been pulled but failed to explode. Although its purpose remained unclear, there was no time for further contemplation. He rushed to the edge of the breach and peered down. Ing Xiaoxiao had already leaped to the ground below, valiantly wielding a long spear to slay all in her path. But this was the 3rd floor. The height was nearly 20 meters. Wasn't this the harmonious and loving 17th Squad? On his first day, they were teaching him to jump from buildings? Behind him, Baozi had entered a final frenzy, unleashing energy blasts that shattered the battlefield, hindering the pursuit. Shadow approached Xu Jiang, offering encouragement, jumping from heights isn't terrifying. As long as you remain calm and elegant, this height is quite manageable. With that, he straightened his crooked tie to avoid dust, took a leap forward, and smiled as he jumped. Xu Jiang thought, calm, maintain elegance. Taking a deep breath, he gestured amiably to the pursuers behind him, muttering under his breath, "Your grandfather is truly splendid." With that, he too leaped off. Thud. The turf below erupted into a crater upon impact. Fortunately, with Qianji's cushioning, he escaped with merely a numb leg. Thankfully, the battlefield had been largely cleared by Ying Xiao, and Xu Jiang quickly caught up as the five of them began their escape. Behind them, the Black Tiger gang was in full pursuit. Hover motorcycles trailed closely, and combat helicopters ascended, preparing to encircle them. But once they escaped the base, it would be their domain. Suddenly, Ying Xiao turned around and thrust her spear into the ground, summoning 3 bolts of furious purple lightning that shot skyward, illuminating the heavens with thunderous flashes. As the dust settled, the 5 had vanished from the street. "Search everywhere. Burst through every door. We must find them." The impotent shouts echoed through the streets, marking the Black Tiger gang as a laughingstock that night. Meanwhile, Xu Jiang and his companions navigated the intricate dark passageways. "Little Black, is this the right way?" "Yes. Climb out through this cellar and enter the room on the right. We've arrived, but this is a dead end. Do you see a cabinet? Push it aside. There's a tunnel." A commanding voice echoed through their earpieces. Their business vehicle was undoubtedly unusable. They had to rely on the hidden passages to elude their pursuers. Just then, Little Black, a member of their team, established communication from the base, guiding them swiftly out of the Black Tiger gang's territory. But the pressing question remained. Was this Little Black truly a member of their squad? Xu Jiang glanced at Ying Xiao. "Yes. Didn't I introduce him to you?" Ying Xiao responded, her demeanor shifting back to that of a warm older sister as she rejoined the conversation. "Our squad consists of 6 members including you. Little Black is our logistics officer. You never mentioned him to me, and I certainly didn't see him during dinner earlier. I was on leave today to buy some things." "Hello, Xu Jiang. Welcome to the 17th squad." A youthful voice crackled through the earpiece. Throughout their journey, Little Black's tone remained steady and composed, absent of Baozi's incessant chatter, Shada's peculiar elegance, or Xiaozhen's cold demeanor. Every intersection, every decision was succinctly articulated, exuding a sense of professionalism, almost like a normal person. To encounter someone normal amidst the eccentricities of the 17th squad moved Xu Jiang. He resolved to have a proper conversation with this individual upon returning, seeking insights about their peculiar unit. For now, however, they needed to address the bracelet. Upon reaching a safe house, Shada took the bracelet for inspection. Once a lively adornment, it now lay silent and dull, its golden surface tarnished and devoid of vitality. Such a state was unlikely to be accepted by the law enforcement agency, and Shada shook his head in disappointment. The material of the bracelet was secondary. The true value lay in the runic power extracted by Qianji. Alien runes served as conduits of energy, akin to a supernatural power circuit, and their presence had endowed the bracelet with strength. Now, having been drained of much of its essence, only a few basic engravings remained. Ying Xiao, visibly displeased, remarked, "Those law enforcement officers clearly withheld information, nearly placing us in peril. If we can't deliver the living bracelet, they must at least pay a deposit for the dead one, having labored through the night. If they were to deliver and receive no payment, it would likely result in further chaos." At that moment, Xu Jiang approached, examining the bracelet. A sly yet elegant smile crept upon his lips as he declared, "I have a plan." Chapter 23. The cautious grenade in the realm of illicit transactions. Discretion is paramount. Seated in an unlicensed vehicle, procured by the shadowy figure known as Little Black, his face obscured by a mask and draped in a black robe, the members of Team 17 ventured into the depths of the night, where they encountered personnel from the Security Bureau. Though both parties were acutely aware of each other's identities, the nature of the exchange necessitated a veil of secrecy to thwart any prying eyes that might seek to document the encounter. With remarkable skill, 5 individuals deftly maneuvered the Black Tiger gang, showcasing their prowess. Upon entering the derelict building, they were greeted with applause, albeit accompanied by a tone that was distinctly sardonic, which left a disquieting impression. Fortunately, Xu Jiang harbored no intention of easing the tension. He followed Sha-Tu as they initiated a ruse. The items had been secured. But where was the payment? Sha-Tu revealed the bracelet, demanding their due compensation. The once dead bracelet now emanated a faint blue glow, yet its aura was evidently diminished compared to the original, exuding an air of lethargy. As the other party extended their hand to examine the bracelet, it unexpectedly emitted a voice prompt. "Welcome to use the Little Genius phone watch." This utterance momentarily stunned the security bureau agents. Puffing out a breath, Baozi feigned vigilance. Turning away, Xu Jiang's method for reviving the bracelet involved reinstalling its chip, a feat made possible by the extraterrestrial technology embedded within, which still bore the etched foundational runes that could instill a sense of awe. For those familiar with the bracelet's intricacies, reprogramming the system posed no challenge. The difficulty lay in the absence of a suitable chip. Thus, Xu assumed the role of a nefarious burglar, brazenly pilfering a child's phone watch, resulting in the current animated bracelet. "What has happened to this bracelet? It's not what we anticipated," the other party remarked, not oblivious to the situation. A quick scan revealed that the bracelet's power had diminished by over 100-fold, and the erratic voice prompts were decidedly abnormal. "When it was in our possession, it was in this state." Xu shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to deflect blame. Perhaps the Black Tiger gang tampered with it? This excuse clearly failed to appease, as the other party's demeanor grew sullen, hinting at a desire to negotiate a lower price. Unexpectedly, Xu Jiang seized the bracelet back. "If you're dissatisfied, then do not purchase it. We shall contact the seller ourselves." The abrupt cessation of the transaction incited irritation, the tone laced with a warning. "What do you mean? Are you attempting to deceive us? You've neither placed a deposit nor shown any intent, so let us not waste further time." Xu Jiang's retort was equally fiery. Masked as they were, neither party had the upper hand. Xu intervened hastily. "Brother, let us not escalate this. We should discuss it calmly." "What is there to discuss?" The information they provided was clearly intended to pit us against the Black Tiger gang for their own profit. "Are you advocating for them?" "It was simply a transaction. They were to receive payment for services rendered. Regardless, it was their commission, and until they rejected the deal, they held the right of first refusal. One played the heavy, the other the soft, and together they orchestrated a performance worthy of acclaim." The onlooker, Xiao, marveled at Xu Jiang's suitability for their team, particularly in terms of cunning strategies. The security bureau agents, not Na'vi, discerned the theatrics. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, they found it impossible to negotiate a lower price. They had indeed concealed vital information, and Team 17's ire was justified. The leader turned to the accompanying doctor for guidance. "You're asking me? Well, we should certainly proceed with the purchase," the doctor decisively declared, unconcerned about the financial implications. The persistent blue glow of the bracelet retained research value, and even if it failed to yield results, the extraterrestrial material was worthy of study. "Very well. Let us finalize the acquisition." As one party rejoiced, the other lamented. The Knight's endeavors had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Back in the vehicle, Xu Jiang's anxieties finally abated. Reflecting on the Knight's escapades, he could succinctly summarize them in 3 words: utterly unreliable. The 4 skilled individuals displayed a spectrum of traits. One embraced violence, another was adorably aloof, a third was incessantly chatty, and the last feigned sophistication. Yet none possessed sound judgment, leaving their actions fraught with trepidation. "By the way, what has happened to Baozi's hair?" "It has turned black," Xu Jiang inquired, puzzled. "Baozi, what is the deal with your hair? How does it change color? What happened to your blonde locks?" With a hint of drowsiness, Baozi shrugged nonchalantly. "My talent is hair energy storage, much like a power bank. I can store energy in my hair and extract it when needed. Once depleted, it naturally reverts to black. A peculiarly fascinating ability, reminiscent of a super scion, golden hair during moments of strength, reverting to black when energy wanes. Too bad it's not green. That would truly be spectacular," Xu Jiang mused. Nearby, Xiaozhen chimed in. "That is quite fitting. Blonde hair deserves to be punished." "Xiaozhen, where did you learn such words?" Xiao exclaimed, aghast at the influence of mischief upon her child. Xiaozhen clutched her ghost doll, wide-eyed and expressionless, recounting her turbulent educational experiences. "I saw it in a fairy tale book at the school library." "Fairy tales teach such things?" "What was the title of the book?" "The Minotaur Must Die." "Xu, you're taking a trip tomorrow to burn that library to the ground." Xu Jiang shook his head in exasperation, settling into a serious discussion with Qianji. "General, with the operational system now in place, I possess the ability to communicate. If you enter my core and merge with me, we can exchange thoughts telepathically." That sounded somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Clad in his mech, he could now converse with Qianji without resorting to soliloquies. "Qianji, having absorbed the runes, how do you feel now?" "I cannot operate at full capacity yet. I require advancement to manifest my attributes. By the way, did you just call me Qianji? My name is Qianji, T1000 Mech, close enough. In my heart, you are Qianji, which feels more endearing. The telepathic exchange was remarkably clear. After sharing sentiments with his loyal companion, Xu Jiang shifted his gaze to the shimmering entity in his arms. Wah, General, you're so annoying. You kissed me. How dreadful. A flashbang was pouting, which felt rather bizarre. Nevertheless, her contributions were undeniably significant. Xu Jiang cradled her gently, caressing her with affection. Well done. You performed splendidly this time. Let us keep up the good work next time. Don't. The General kissed me in public. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone now. Fear not. I shall take responsibility for you. I will never abandon you. Really? Then it's a promise. This whimsical creature was easily appeased, with just a few words. She was beaming with joy. As for the newly acquired grenade, life-saving grenade, major quality, light skill, unstable explosion, emergency aid LV5, unstable explosion, power unknown. Maybe immensely powerful or as light as a firecracker. Emergency aid LV5, capable of providing urgent medical assistance when injured. What a haphazard array of attributes. A life-saving grenade. And it comes with built-in emergency skills? Chapter 24, The Black Market Hand Grenade. Are you there? Speak up. Xu Jiang mentally communicated, shaking the hand grenade back and forth. General, please stop shaking. I am trying my utmost to prevent the firing pin from falling. If you continue, I will explode. The hand grenade replied. Xu Jiang's heart raced upon hearing this. After all, they were in a vehicle. If it detonated, everyone would be doomed. He quickly requested a new safety pin from Sha Tu and, under the curious gazes of the others, reinstalled it. I am saved. Thank you, General. You may call me Little Lei, the hand grenade said. Although it referred to itself in a diminutive manner, its voice resonated like that of a middle-aged man. Xu Jiang could easily envision a timid man, fidgeting and bowing, a forced smile plastered on his face, hiding in the background, willing to sing praises all day long as he was not sent to the battlefield. Such a character residing within a hand grenade was indeed a source of exasperation. A hand grenade that does not wish to engage in battle is not a good hand grenade. If you fear for your life, how can you ever step onto the battlefield? As Xu Jiang's foremost general, Qianji immediately criticized this cowardly disposition. Yet, the hand grenade had its own retort. Alas, I had no choice. From the moment I was born, I bore the lineage of a hand grenade. It was not my desire. Thus, I aspire to abandon war for medicine to alter my fate. Why not pen a book, then? Your grand aspirations are truly a burden, Xu Jiang remarked. As a hand grenade, if I do not self-detonate on the front lines, what use am I to you? In response, General, I can provide healing from the rear. As it spoke, a radiant white light emanated from the hand grenade, sweeping over the bodies of everyone present like ripples, gradually healing the minor wounds sustained during combat. Oh? Xu Jiang, you can heal? Sha Tu was astonished. How could Lei Lao's newly acquired disciple possess such diverse skills, particularly those that seemed unrelated to his craft? Xiaojin also voiced her thoughts. This is beyond mere criticism. Even Xiaojin, the straightforward little girl, found it ludicrous that a mechanical system could wield healing arts. However, the hand grenade was unashamed and countered, engaging in battle is a task for the youth. As I grow older, I simply wish to live my remaining days in peace. Keep up the good work. I will support you from the rear. Such an unambitious being, shouldn't someone find a river to sink him in? He merely occupies space. While pondering this, the vehicle came to a halt. Xu Jiang looked up and realized they had no intention of returning to the base. Instead, they had arrived at a dilapidated street. Where's this? The Blackwater District, the most chaotic area in Yong'an City, Sha Tu replied with a smile. It was already 2 in the morning, yet the Blackwater District was still rife with turmoil. Dim lights illuminated the disordered street, littered with refuse, while gang members occasionally clashed in skirmishes. In the brief pause after parking, Xu Jiang spotted 3 individuals lying in pools of blood. The saying desolate mountains and treacherous waters give rise to cunning people aptly described this place. It was evident that Ing Xiao and the others were quite familiar with the area. They exited the vehicle and led Xu Jiang into an alley. Although he had developed a degree of trust in the members of Team 17, traversing such a dark alley in the dead of night inevitably stirred a sense of unease, as if he might be slaughtered and sold off like meat. However, the tension subsided quickly. After rounding 2 corners and pushing through an iron gate, they arrived at their destination. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, Xu Jiang found this place to be vibrant and bustling. On the brightly lit thoroughfare, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, showcasing an array of goods that seemed endless. Baozi perched on Xu Jiang's shoulder, cheerfully explaining. Welcome to the black market. It only opens at night. Surprised to see such prosperity in the Blackwater district? Light and darkness have always coexisted. Yong'an City boasts both extravagant splendor and chaotic filth. Likewise, the despised Blackwater district harbors a bustling black market. This is the most sordid trading point in all of Yong'an City, where even contraband can be procured, including human heads, Sha Luo remarked, slightly adjusting the brim of his cloak. In this place, nearly everyone wore masks. Identities and sources were disregarded, with transactions made in a decisive manner. Xu Jiang nodded. Acknowledging the new sights before him, his curiosity piqued. The black market sprawled down the entire street, with stalls brimming with a dazzling assortment of goods. From a 5-meter-long laser cannon, whose muzzle was larger than Xu Jiang's head, one shot would surely leave no trace of its target, to smaller items like staves, short swords, pets, and even bizarre organs. Anything that could be sold was available, leaving one dazzled. Xu Jiang surveyed the scene, unable to contain his awe. This place is truly remarkable. By the way, are you here to purchase something? We're not here to buy for ourselves. We are here to buy for you, Xiao said, dramatically tossing her cloak and patting the pouch at her waist. Tonight is your welcome party. The 120 anomalous crystals we just earned are all for your gifts. This revelation left Xu Jiang momentarily speechless. So this was the true purpose of the welcome party. They had undertaken a task to earn enough rewards to present him with a grand gift. Moreover, through a battle, they had tested each other's resolve. After tonight, they would be comrades who had fought for each other's lives, able to trust one another implicitly. Reflecting on this, Xu Jiang couldn't help but smile. It seemed that joining Team 17 might not be so bad after all. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tug at his clothing, accompanied by a soft, innocent voice. Xiao Zhen and Xiao, you want to eat black market ice cream? Turning around, he saw Xiao Zhen gazing up at him with her big eyes, clearly tempted. As for the Xiao Yu she mentioned, it was her pet ghost, who was tugging at his shirt hem. A cute little girl pleading for ice cream. How could he resist? Of course, it's on me, Xu Jiang declared, eliciting Xiao Zhen's gratitude and affirmation. How wonderful. Thank you, big brother. You are a living person, Xu Jiang. He retracted his earlier affectionate impression. How could this child arrive at such a peculiar conclusion? Just because he was treating her to ice cream meant he was alive? Did she perceive him as dead before? Noticing Xu Jiang's shocked expression, Baozi chuckled and patted his shoulder, explaining, don't take it to heart. Since the black market operates only at night, a visit is quite a rarity. Thus, the boss established a rule: whenever a newcomer arrives, they must accept a task and use the rewards to buy a welcome gift at the black market. So you're saying, the previous members, for dead, too seriously injured, none made it to the black market. I'm glad you survived. Thank you. Chapter 25, The Afterglow of Mech. With a substantial sum of money in hand, Xu Jiang embarked on a quest to select gifts in the black market. This particular mission yielded a reward of 120 anomalous crystals, a treasure of considerable worth. The currency circulating in Yong'an City was credit points, an officially recognized medium of exchange. Yet it held no value in the black market. After all, few individuals immersed in the shadows would show deference to the mayor, in contrast to the numerical credit points. Anomalous crystals, which could serve as a source of energy, were evidently far more esteemed. Thus, for this mission, Xiao specifically requested the payment in anomalous crystals, each valued at nearly 20,000 credit points, an extravagant gift indeed. Naturally, Xu Jiang graciously suggested that the 5 of them share the spoils. As they had all risked their lives to retrieve them, it seemed inappropriate for one person to monopolize the reward. However, they insisted on giving him the full amount. Left with no choice, Xu Jiang accepted the money with a bittersweet smile and set off on a shopping spree. The black market was teeming with merchandise, and after half an hour, he had only explored a few stalls. If he wished to see them all, dawn would break before he could make a decision. Thus, he opted to heed the suggestions of his companions. Shadow offered a pragmatic suggestion. Why not consider purchasing this sniper rifle? It's a level 10 purple one, and you are approaching that level. Xu Jiang replied, no, my talent is quite unique. My choice of weapon relies solely on fate. Xiao provided a more long-term perspective. Why not buy an apartment in the city center? The property value there is stable, making it a sound investment. Xu Jiang countered. You truly know how to live, but I prefer to spend money to enhance my combat capabilities. Baozi straightforwardly pointed out, I see those ladies over there waving at you. Perhaps we should. Captain, Baozi is urging me to visit the red light district. Xu Jiang exclaimed. No, Captain, let me explain. Those ladies initiated the gesture first. Don't draw your gun. As for the youngest member, Xu Jiang, who was happily indulging in ice cream with his ghost companion, he was unlikely to offer any meaningful advice. Having money but no place to spend it was indeed a source of frustration. Just as he pondered this dilemma, Qianji spoke up. General, I have discovered a highly suitable power mech ahead. May I procure it? Qianji's inquiry did not take Xu Jiang by surprise. After all, the only remaining items on the list for upgrades were the power mech and magic alloy. The magic alloy was straightforward. It could be purchased with sufficient funds. But selecting a suitable mech proved to be more challenging. Either the attributes fell short of the purple grade standard, or the price was exorbitantly high. Since it was Qianji's selection, Xu Jiang was curious about the cost and decided to take a look. Following Qianji's guidance, he arrived at a stall nestled in a shabby corner, yet it attracted a considerable number of onlookers. After squeezing through the crowd, Xu Jiang spotted an elderly man cloaked in a black robe, his figure gaunt and frail. Before him lay a single item, a level 20 orange power mech. Excluding green sets, the quality of individual equipment ranged from white, blue, purple, pink, to orange. The orange quality undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of level 20 mechs, typically hoarded by major factions as strategic resources for cultivating core personnel. It was unexpected to find such a treasure here, especially one that had caught Qianji's eye. The price for an orange-grade mech must surely be exorbitant, Xu Jiang mused. What? Only 100 anomalous crystals? He was taken aback. Had he stumbled upon a rare bargain? Although it was a level 20 power mech, classified as beginner equipment, it was hard to believe it could be priced so low. This cost was absurd. Not even a pink-grade mech could be acquired for such a sum. While Xu Jiang was in disbelief, Shadow gently patted his shoulder and whispered a warning. Do not buy it. This mech is unusable. Xu Jiang was taken aback and retorted, unusable? Why not? Shadow pointed out. Look at its durability, it is completely depleted. This mech is utterly wrecked. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang quickly inspected the mech specifications. The shields, amplifications, and power core were all exceptionally high, but one critical flaw rendered the entire set akin to scrap metal: its durability. Durability. 1-1. How could this be possible? How long has this mech been in use? Xu Jiang felt a surge of frustration. No wonder the onlookers expressed curiosity yet refrained from making a purchase. Each piece of equipment possessed its own durability, yet low-tier items were seldom scrutinized. The reason was simple: low-tier equipment was quickly rendered obsolete, and durability seldom reached its limit. Moreover, even if it broke, repairs could be arranged, albeit with a slight reduction in the durability cap. However, this particular mech had its durability cap reduced to a mere 1, evidently a family heirloom passed down through generations. The surface of the mech appeared polished to a shine. A nearby buyer interjected with a counteroffer. 10 anomalous crystals. I'll take it home as a decorative piece. Will you sell it? A mech with only 1 durability point would disintegrate on the battlefield within 10 minutes. Anyone willing to pay for it was already fortunate. Yet the old man remained squatting there, staring at the armor without uttering a word, clearly uninterested in haggling. A passerby scoffed, muttering a derisive remark before storming off. Xu Jiang fell into deep contemplation and whispered to Qianji, "Are you certain this power mech is usable? Its durability is non-existent." "Yes. I only require the circuit template of the power armor. My final form will still be a liquid mech. The durability will not affect my ability to reshape my body." Qianji responded, "That sounds quite professional. As long as you are confident, acquiring this mech will be beneficial to you. Indeed, General, this mech is perfectly suited for me. It harbors a unique skill that will greatly aid my advancement." Having received final confirmation, Xu Jiang no longer hesitated. His foundation rested upon the mech, and the ability to perfect its evolution was more precious than any wealth. "I shall purchase this mech," Xu Jiang declared suddenly, surprising everyone around him. Shadow promptly cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. The durability cap of this mech cannot be restored. Buying it is tantamount to acquiring junk. Rest assured, I have my own plans. I know how to utilize it." Seemingly hearing Xu Jiang's murmurs, the old man lifted his head for the first time, a glint of intrigue flashing in his murky eyes. However, he remained silent, accepting Xu Jiang's crystal pouch, and finally, as if bidding farewell, he patted the mech and stood up, departing the black market with a slow, unsteady gait. The transaction concluded, and the surrounding crowd occasionally erupted in derisive laughter, deeming Xu Jiang a fool for spending 100 anomalous crystals on worthless junk. Fortunately, Ying Xiaoxiao and the others placed their trust in Xu Jiang. As Xiao Zhen aptly put it, "You are a living person, not a fool. Therefore, you would not act foolishly." While the perspective appeared somewhat unconventional, It was a truth even a child could comprehend. And there was no need for anyone to dwell on it excessively. They merely awaited good news from Xu Jiang. Satisfied, Xu Jiang handed the remaining 20 anomalous crystals to Xiao. Let these serve as activity funds for Team 17. Very well. But have you gathered all the materials you need? No, I still lack one item, but it is rather expensive, and this amount is insufficient. Moreover, there is an elderly gentleman who insists on taking me as his apprentice. It would be unreasonable not to let him spend a little. Chapter 26. The Hollow Crisis. As a new day quietly dawned, sunlight streamed through the bright glass, filling the room with a warm and comforting atmosphere. Last night marked the best sleep Xu Jiang had enjoyed since arriving in this otherworldly realm 3 months ago. This was not solely due to the superior accommodations of the 17th group, which far surpassed his meager dwelling, but also because the previous night's fierce battle had left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the rewards of that encounter were indeed substantial. Behold, the orange-grade mech he had purchased at a premium gleamed regally under the sun, its iron arms cradling a dozen tomes. But wait, why were there books? Xu Jiang jolted awake, shaking off the remnants of drowsiness, and rushed over to inspect the tomes beside the mech. He distinctly recalled that the mech he had acquired the day prior came without any manuals. Their sudden appearance. Could it be a legacy deliberately left for him by the elderly man? Excitedly, he picked up one volume to examine its cover, Secrets of the Sister-in-Law. Xu Jiang thought to himself, well, given the elder's physique, such reading material hardly seemed appropriate for him. The cover was rather provocative, and the content was likely even more so. But where did these books originate? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Jiang surmised a possibility. Qianji, here. Qianji crawled in through the window. Where have you been? Xu Jiang inquired. Reporting, General. I acquired new equipment last night, so I undertook intensive training overnight, with remarkable results. Qianji adjusted the tactical glasses perched on her neck, clearly pleased with the night vision feature, which allowed her to maintain ample training even in the dark. Since becoming a machine, rest had never crossed her mind. Xu Jiang waved the 20-odd volumes of monster combat illustrations in his hand and asked Qianji, do you recognize these booklets? Indeed, they are the spoils I collected during my training. Spoils. From where? From beneath the bed of a certain individual named Baozi. Thus, Qianji earnestly recounted her solitary training journey after Xu Jiang had fallen asleep. Following the practical experience with the Black Tiger Gang, she had gained a profound understanding of her own shortcomings and thus intensified her training regimen. Unable to find a suitable practice area for quick draw, she opted to hone her skills in shadow escape and scouting sensation. The fastest way to upgrade these skills, of course, was to stealthily infiltrate the target area and seize a piece of loot. Given the terrifying prowess of Yang and the heightened vigilance of Shatu, along with Xiao Zhen's reluctance to bully anyone, the only target left was Baozi. So, these little yellow books belonged to Baozi? Yes. He had hidden them under his bed, secured by 3 locks, his most tightly guarded treasures. I would stealthily borrow one each time as a testament to my achievements. Your choice of the word borrow is rather telling. One could say that Qianji is rather naive. Did she really think she could borrow from Baozi alone? After making over 20 trips in one night, poor Baozi must have felt as if years of treasured collections had vanished in an instant. General, did my actions inconvenience you? Should I return them? No need, keep them. I've recently developed a keen interest in literature to preserve Baozi's mental well-being. Xu Jiang resolved to silently bear the burden of it all. Glimpsing the time, he noted it was already 10 o'clock, time to venture out for a bite to eat and stretch his legs. Aside from his bedroom, he discovered that old Lei had been waiting for him in the reception room for quite some time. Today, Lei was dressed quite formally in a smart suit. And upon seeing Xu Jiang, he inquired, Xu Jiang, you're up. How was your stay last night? Are you settling in well? Not bad, indulging in murder, arson, robbery, and even leaping from heights. Quite fulfilling, Xu Jiang replied candidly. Old Lei, not taking Xu Jiang's words seriously, assumed he was jesting. Surely such a harmonious 17th group could not engage in those activities. Come, let us have breakfast together. Once you're well fed, I shall provide you with special training today. He is already calling himself my master? I haven't even agreed yet. Just as Xu Jiang was about to retort, old Lei handed him a bag. These are the materials I sourced for you. 30 pieces of magic energy alloy. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang immediately changed his tune. You really found them? Master is truly generous. Of course, by taking me as your master, your future is boundless. To secure a disciple, old Lei had indeed invested considerable effort. The magic energy alloy was a vital forging material, exceedingly rare, Old Lei had leveraged his extensive connections to gather them. Without further ado, Xu Jiang clutched the last of the magic energy alloy and excitedly returned to his room, handing it over to Qianji. General, Qianji requests to commence her advancement immediately. Granted. Congratulations, advancement commencing. Estimated completion time, 30 minutes. As the prompt concluded, Qianji reverted to her mech box state. While the nearby orange-grade power mech and a plethora of materials transformed into a fluid state, merging into Qianji's form. At last, the materials had been gathered. With such an abundance of resources, the completion of the advancement would undoubtedly yield formidable strength. Satisfied, Xu Jiang dragged the mech box back to Old Lei. Very well. Considering your efforts on my behalf, I shall accept you as my master. By the way, I still do not know your full name. Accept me as your master? That sounds rather peculiar. My full name is... No rush, I'll tell you later. For now, follow me. I wish to introduce you to an old friend. Gifting materials to acquire a disciple? That is a lowly tactic. Last night, Old Lei had meticulously devised a perfect plan for recruitment. First, he would bestow favors upon Xu Jiang, engendering gratitude. Subsequently, he would take Xu Jiang to meet figures from both the underworld and legitimate society, allowing them to unveil his formidable reputation gradually. In this way, Xu Jiang would be genuinely compelled to submit. With a plan in mind, Old Lei eagerly set off with Xu Jiang. They continued in that same old rusted vehicle, bumping along until they reached their first destination, the Blackwater district. The streets remained in utter chaos, with several gangs engaged in fierce battles from the previous night until dawn. Old Lei, beaming with pride, asked, "So, how does it feel? I assume you've never been to the Blackwater district. This place is the most chaotic area in Yong'an City, a haven for criminals. And there's a black market that opens only at night over there." Xu Jiang abruptly interrupted, leaving Old Lei's grandiose recounting lodged in his throat. "You've been to the black market? Of course, what's so novel about that? Haven't you been?" Xu Jiang's retort caused Old Lei's face to twitch, and he replied loudly, "Of course I've been. With my extensive experiences, I am quite familiar with every nook and cranny of Yong'an City." "Really? So you frequent this place often?" "Naturally. I often frequent." Old Lei's words faltered again as he noticed Xu Jiang's gaze had drifted to a rather inappropriate direction. There, at the street corner, stood 3 elegantly dressed women. Upon seeing them approach, they immediately stood up to greet, swaying their hips and beckoning with their fingers, casting flirtatious glances their way. Weren't these the same alluring ladies who had confronted Baozi last night? And they were already plying their trade in broad daylight? What are you thinking? As professionals, how could we linger in such places? Old Lei exclaimed, his indignation flaring. Xu Jiang, however, wore a skeptical expression. "Are you certain? You've never availed yourself of the Dragoness services?" "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Women only impede my speed in drawing my weapon." Old Lei proclaimed with righteous fervor, gesturing dramatically to assert his detachment from worldly desires. Alas, this lofty stance lasted but a fleeting second. Emerging from behind the 3 alluring women was a woman in her 50s, her face heavily made up, akin to being coated in flour. Upon spotting Old Lei, she immediately approached him with fervor. With deft hands, he climbed onto the elder's shoulders, speaking in an overly sweet tone. "Oh dear, isn't this Brother Lelo? It has been quite some time since your last visit. Are you bringing a friend today? In that case, I shall demand double the fee." Together, Xu Jiang was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces. He bowed to Elder Lei. "So your name is Lelo, teacher. It is regrettable to discover your full name in such a manner." Elder Lei exclaimed, "What a blunder! What a blunder! I never anticipated that my illustrious reputation would be tarnished in such a place." Just as Elder Lelo lamented his plight and sought a way to salvage his image, an unforeseen change occurred. The ground suddenly trembled violently, fissures rapidly appearing at their feet. Simultaneously, the air above Yong'an City erupted with the blaring of alarms. "Attention! All citizens of Yong'an City, please be advised. A void catastrophe has occurred near the 7th Street of the Blackwater district. Residents in the vicinity are urged to evacuate immediately." Repeating, a void has appeared in the Blackwater district 7th Street. Nearby residents, please evacuate at once. The 7th Street of the Blackwater district? Wasn't that precisely where they stood? What could this void possibly be? Before Xu Jiang could comprehend the situation, he heard Elder Lei's urgent call. Quickly, Xu Jiang, grasp my hand. Elder Lei attempted to reach for Xu Jiang, but was thwarted by a panicked woman beside him, preventing him from extending his hand. In the next instant, calamity struck. The very ground beneath them plummeted, revealing a vast black hole below. Xu Jiang plunged into the abyss. Chapter 27. Advancement of the 1,000 Mechanisms. The Void. a phenomenon deemed catastrophic by the strong, has enveloped the city of Yong'an in terror. 3 months into his journey, Xu Jiang had heard tales of such disasters, recalling one that had occurred in the outskirts, resulting in the annihilation of all life and leaving not a blade of grass behind. Yet, he never anticipated experiencing it firsthand. Plummeting into the abyss, an endless darkness engulfed him. With his eyes wide open, not a glimmer of light could be perceived, and even his cries yielded no reply. When light finally returned, he found himself suspended 1,000 meters above ground, with a landscape of shattered remnants below, descending in a freefall. If he were to crash down, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. The only glimmer of hope arose from a sudden notification echoing in his mind. Notification: Mecha upgrade complete. Would you like to activate the Mecha? What a ridiculous question. Activate it now, Xu Jiang shouted with all his might. In the next moment, the Mecha container he held transformed into a gentle ripple, coursing through his arms and enveloping his entire being, restoring the reassuring weight of the Mecha upon him. General, I have successfully advanced. Thank you for your support. Did you start the airdrop training after I had just been in stasis for half an hour? Airdrop? Save me. Someone, help. Affirmative. Initiating emergency evasive maneuvers. The 1,000 mechanisms responded to the command, beginning its self-rescue. Limbs drawn close to the body, it endeavored to maintain balance while gliding forward, searching for a potential cushioning point. Regrettably, the imagined mire was nowhere to be found, but fortunately, as he neared the ground, he encountered a steel beam. Seizing the opportunity, the 1,000 mechanisms grasped it. The force of the fall was powerful, making it impossible to come to a complete stop. However, leveraging the beam's buffer, it successfully dissipated some of the force, descending at an angle with bent legs, leaving a deep imprint on the ground as it landed successfully. Xu Jiang's first reaction was admiration for the graceful maneuver. His second was the overwhelming pain coursing through his body. Despite the protective embrace of the 1,000 mechanisms and the enhancement of robust physique, the impact from 1,000 meters still left him aching as if he might fall apart. General, are you injured? Excellent. I shall commence treatment immediately. The hand grenade activated, emergency aid, and a flash of white light enveloped him, significantly alleviating his pain. Yet, did you just say excellent upon my injury? I meant I finally have a practical application for my abilities. I'm quite thrilled. The hand grenade defended itself. Is that so? The next time, you lead the charge so I can share in the joy. Please, General. I am but a support. Do not thrust me into the front line. Ignoring the hand grenade's pleas, Xu Jiang crouched down, surveying his surroundings. The dim sky, the abandoned streets, and the surrounding ruins did not resemble the architectural style of the Black Water Zone. It was likely that he had crossed through the void into another realm. The void, as Xu Jiang had previously heard, was a terrifying disaster. Buildings, streets, and humanity could all be consumed by it. Within the void, numerous mutated creatures lurked. Those who fell into it and emerged unscathed were few and far between. He pondered the level of this void and whether he could endure until rescue arrived. This is a level 1 void. Your disciple should still have a chance, reported a researcher in the Black Water Zone cautiously to Lei Luo. Before them lay the newly formed, terrifying void, 1,000 meters in diameter, its inky depths unfathomable, everything around it ground down and exiled. The city of Yong'an had organized forces to seal off the area surrounding the void, urgently deploying instruments in an effort to suppress the bizarre energy. Members of Team 17, upon receiving the news, rushed over, their faces etched with sorrow as they gazed into the abyss-like void. A level D void is the weakest in strength, yet it remains a disaster. Even with Xu Jiang's exceptional talent, as a mere level 5 novice, could he truly survive? He could. He must. He descended with a mecha. He should be able to hold out for a time. Hurry with the analysis. Once you locate the exit, inform me immediately. I shall descend to rescue him. Lei Luo was nearing a breaking point. Had he not brought Xu Jiang here, such calamity would not have occurred. As a mentor, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for failing to protect his disciple. Hang in there, Xu Jiang. Do not let the madness infect your mind. Madness? Is it truly frightening? It seems to have no effect on me. Meanwhile, within the void, Xu Jiang examined the attributes of the 1,000 mechanisms while murmuring to himself. Having completed its advancement, the 1,000 mechanisms had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer merely a skeletal mecha, it was now a robust liquid mecha. With a sleek, form-fitting design, it shed the clumsiness of its predecessor, allowing him to move with fluid grace, akin to donning a second skin. Its hardened silver exterior was adorned with intricate purple patterns, exuding a stylish and dazzling aura. With the core power source nestled protectively within its chest, The advantages of the liquid mecha lay in its convenience, capable of transforming into a compact device. With a mere flick of a switch, Xu Jiang could rapidly arm himself, readying for battle at any moment. T-1000 Mecha General Type Liquid Core New Model Quality Blue Power Core Spirit Seed Level 1 Energy Recovery Rate 50 points second Power Energy 5,000 Equipment Slots Desert Eagle Handgun Electric Baton Hand Grenade Empty Attributes Enhances limb explosive power by 120 kilograms Increases equipment strength by 30 Traits Mind Blessing Faith Halo Skills Robust Physique LV10 Knee Strike LV10 Shadow Escape LV7 Reconnaissance Sense LV5 Quick Draw LV2 Undoubtedly, after its advancement, the 1000 Mechanisms was capable of overpowering all mechas below level 20. Moreover, this was with the equipment slots not fully occupied. With the power core, Xu Jiang could equip electromagnetic cannons, thrusters, and more, significantly boosting his combat capabilities. However, those were matters for later. For now, he relied heavily on the two new traits acquired by the 1000 Mechanisms. Mind Blessing consumes 50 points of energy per second, increasing movement and attack speed by 30. When receiving damage, it prioritizes consuming power energy to mitigate the impact, but is vulnerable to lightning elements, which cannot be dissipated. What an astonishing attribute! Not only does it enhance both speed and attack rate, but it also generates an all-encompassing shield, as long as the power core retains energy. Xu Jiang would remain unharmed. It was far superior and more convenient than the shields or barriers of other professions, with the sole drawback being its vulnerability to lightning and its inability to dissipate force. Recalling the bracelet that was struck down by Eng Xiaoxiao's bullet, Xu Jiang had an epiphany. 1000 Mechanisms. Is this the new trait you comprehended after absorbing the bracelet's rune system? Indeed, General. It seems 1000 Mechanisms has grasped such a subpar skill. Subpar? This skill is formidable. How can it be considered lacking? No. Its vulnerability to lightning and inability to dissipate force are flaws I cannot tolerate. I must find more runes to refine the skill, ensuring your safety, General. Your diligence is commendable. I have faith in you. Keep striving. After reviewing the self-preservation skill, Xu Jiang turned his attention to the final auxiliary skill, Faith Halo. This skill was a new trait acquired from the orange-grade mecha, and it served as his greatest assurance for survival within the void. As for the elderly man selling mechas, Xu Jiang found himself forming a conjecture. Perhaps he was a guide. Chapter 28. The Cleric, Faith Aura, with a noble belief. Assist companions within a 5-meter radius to resist mental incursions. This talent, though simple in its essence, possesses extraordinary strength. In the outside world, its utility is limited, however. Within the void, it reveals its formidable power. The terror of the void arises not only from the monstrous entities that prey upon humans, but also from a pervasive corruption known as frenzy. This contamination disrupts human minds, leading to a gradual loss of humanity, ultimately transforming individuals into grotesque beings. The Faith Aura serves as a countermeasure against this insidious malaise. Regrettably, the limitations of a level 20 mech render it incapable of traversing the void effectively, yet there exists a profession aptly suited for such perilous ventures, the guide. With modest remuneration, these brave souls dare to enter the void, seeking potential survivors and guiding them towards escape. Alas, this selfless vocation inevitably faces an end. Fortunately, this skill has now been bestowed upon Xu Jiang, empowering him to navigate the void with audacity. Qianji, which direction should we take? Xu Jiang inquired, glancing at the overcast sky, clearly aware that retracing his steps was impossible. The surrounding ruins offered no discernible landmarks. General, I recommend proceeding in the 10 o'clock direction. Qianji replied. Oh, have you sensed treasure? Xu Jiang queried. No, I lack the ability to sense treasure, nor are there fragments of spiritual seeds in this area. I merely observed the terrain during the recent airdrop, Qianji clarified. Very well, we shall follow your lead. After all, we have no destination in mind. Any path will suffice. With the absence of infection risk, Xu Jiang felt a surge of relief. Though he could not engage in combat, at the very least, he could escape. Grasping his Desert Eagle, he began to search for an exit in the void. In essence, the void is akin to a spiritual realm. Both involve traversing peculiar spaces where direction becomes ambiguous, yet the danger escalates exponentially. Purple-black mists rose from the ground, enveloping the area, which appeared to be a residential district. Now reduced to rubble, the streets lay desolate, devoid of life or monsters. Nonetheless, Xu Jiang remained cautious as he carefully maneuvered past a row of abandoned vehicles, following Qianji's guidance to a grayish-white building. Despite its abandonment, with windows shattered and walls collapsed, the entrance bore a sign that read, Angel Orphanage. Wait, Angel Orphanage? That sounds ominous. Xu Jiang exclaimed. Indeed, General, I too sense foreboding. My assessment suggests that formidable beasts may inhabit this place, Qianji warned. Then why lead me here? Xu Jiang retorted. Naturally, to confront the monsters. No training can compare to the efficacy of pushing one's limits, Qianji asserted. What nonsensical theory is this? While the benefits of challenging limits are evident, the risks of death are equally high. Without hesitation, Xu Jiang turned to leave, only to find it too late. Upon turning, he encountered a familiar face, the flamboyant matron with whom old Lei had signed a billion-dollar contract. Judging by her intact limbs, she seemed fortunate, having avoided the misfortune of plummeting into the void like Xu Jiang. Alas, fortune could not alter her status as an ordinary person. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her lips incessantly twitched, muttering incomprehensible words. Upon spotting Xu Jiang, a deranged smile spread across her face as she limped towards him. Stop. I have no interest in you. If you don't halt, I will shoot, Xu Jiang warned, raising his pistol to take aim, both as a warning and to ascertain whether the matron had succumbed to frenzy. The answer was clear. Rather than pausing, she accelerated towards him, shrieking, I hate. I hate. It was uncertain whom she loathed, perhaps old Lei for failing to provide sufficient payment. The infection of frenzy had magnified her hatred to an uncontrollable extent. Xu Jiang's faith aura could only offer resistance, not healing. Perhaps this matron was innocent, but having transformed into a monster, he could not afford to show mercy. He too wished to survive. Resolutely, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! One shot struck her thigh, another her left chest, the explosive rounds detonating in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Yet, even then, the aberrant matron remained standing. From the remnants of her body, grotesque flesh tumors erupted, and massive black tendrils replaced her limbs, continuing to writhe, while her face, a mere remnant of her former self, signified her humanity. Is she not dead? Xu Jiang's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had always held confidence in his explosive rounds, capable of penetrating the defenses of terrifying beasts. It seemed illogical that they would fail against a humanoid monster. Yet, here stood a creature, defying death even after a heart was obliterated. Swift resolution appeared elusive. To compound matters, the gunfire had roused the monsters within the Angel Orphanage. The doors creaked open, revealing 5 even larger and more menacing creatures looming behind him. This is bad. Surrounded on all sides, retreat was imperative. Just as Xu Jiang sought an escape route, a low voice issued a warning from beside him. These monsters can only be killed by destroying their heads. Looking up, he saw a robust figure leap down from an abandoned 2-story building. Thud. The impact reverberated through the air, cracking the already dilapidated pavement. Muscular and clad in a gray robe, he appeared formidable, wielding an iron pillar taller than himself. I will block the monsters. You can provide cover fire from behind. The weak point of the deranged lies in their heads. The warrior took the front line, while the marksman remained in the rear, a sensible arrangement. Yet, he seemed ill-suited for such a role. This attire suggested he was a cleric, not a tank. Was it truly wise for him to take the front lines? Xu Jiang expressed his concern. The brawny man did not respond. Instead, he knelt before the towering iron pillar, pressing his forehead against its etched surface, murmuring incantations. Is he praying? What lunacy is this? Even clerics should refrain from praying during battle. Suddenly, bang. A charging monster was sent sprawling, without any of the expected clerical powers. The man wielded the 2-meter-long, half-meter-wide iron pillar, swinging it with abandon, sending monsters flying. As he struck, he bellowed, "Let me use this sacred totem to purify you all." A physical cleric, employing brute force in a most straightforward manner. Xu Jiang found that he need not even fire his weapon. These smaller monsters posed no challenge to this behemoth. Once the skirmish concluded, the robust man wiped the blood from his face, revealing a satisfied grin as he approached Xu Jiang. "Greetings. I am Lan Tai. Did you inadvertently find yourself here?" The giant towered over Xu Jiang. Yet his demeanor was remarkably gentle. Xu Jiang sighed in resignation, replying, "Indeed, I am Xu Jiang. I merely ventured out for a stroll and stumbled upon this unfortunate situation." The appearance of the black hole was utterly unpredictable. It was a calamity that could befall anyone, leaving one to lament their misfortune. However, upon finishing his statement, Lan Tai shook his head, offering an unconventional perspective. "This is not misfortune. Encountering the void is rare. I consider myself fortunate to have been nearby, managing to leap in just before the security bureau sealed the area. What? You jumped involuntarily? Xu Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, this man could not be deranged. The old friend nodded and replied, Of course, I seek something within the void that can grant me perpetual strength. What do I seek? I seek death. Xu Jiang. Chapter 29. The joy of fire. Let us act, Xu Jiang, and break in together. I refuse. Why not? Do you not wish to retrieve something from the orphanage? It is perilous there. I will accompany you. No, because you are in greater danger. A madman rushing into the void to seek death. Xu Jiang does not wish to be burdened. However, the orphanage was indeed a place he needed to visit. For just moments ago, Xu Jiang received a new prompt. Congratulations, you have discovered a summonable mechanism. It was unexpected. In this void, aside from monsters, there existed equipment suitable for his summoning. Based on his directional assessment, that item should be located within the orphanage, which posed a significant challenge. The orphanage was not particularly large, but who knew how many monsters lurked within? Xu Jiang dared not act recklessly. What if I enter first to draw their attention? Before I perish in battle, you must strive to find what you seek. The fervor in Lan Tai's declaration was so intense that one might think he aimed to save the world. Are you truly so eager to die? Would it not suffice to simply end your life? Absolutely not. That is my talent, 10 lives of the heroic soul. This individual, a recluse, boldly revealed his identity card. 10 lives of the heroic soul. Death is but the beginning of reincarnation. Engage in a grand battle against evil forces, should misfortune befall you. You shall enter the next cycle of rebirth. 10 lives, 10 generations, the heroic soul shall be condensed. Such an enigmatic talent? 10 lives? Are you filming a drama? No wonder he was so exhilarated by the void. It seemed that seeking death was not as simple as it appeared. Firstly, one must engage in battle against evil. Secondly, a grand sacrifice must be made. Should one falter and be deemed a suicide, failing to meet the criteria for sacrifice, then it would be a death in vain. Did you also perish in battle in your past life? I have no idea. I possess no memories of a previous life. Lan Tai replied with conviction. Xu Jiang found this curious. If you lack memories of a past life, how do you know you are seeking death? Is it not written? It instructs me to make a grand sacrifice. You. Xu Jiang opened his mouth, but refrained from asking the final question. What if this talent is merely a catchy title? Just a motivation for you to fight? What if in your next life, you are reborn as a pig? What if that so-called heroic soul merely transforms you into a ghost? Ordinary catchy titles would suffice. A trial would not harm. If mistaken, it could be considered a lesson learned. However, to trial it at the cost of one's life seems unnecessarily reckless. Do you have a wife? No, why? Just wondering. With fervent zealots, persuasion was futile. Observing this array of skills, one would find no guardian, healing, or blessings. Instead, heavy strikes, body slams, and iron mountain crashes were abundant. In essence, it was all about charging forward, embracing the swiftest demise. Very well, if that is the case. Let us charge in. But let it be known, should you perish, I will not come to your aid. Of course, if you save me, that would be a disservice. Is this something a rational person would say? Xu Jiang rolled his eyes and, accompanied by this death-seeking member, stepped into the orphanage. The orphanage was not extensive, yet the atmosphere was eerily chilling. Upon pushing open the main door and traversing a dim, foreboding corridor, the two arrived in a spacious room. 3 long tables were arranged in the center. This was likely the dining hall. The dilapidated tables were draped in cobwebs and decaying food, gnawed upon by a horde of red-eyed rats. More horrifying still, seated beside the tables were deformed monsters, as if drained of flesh and blood, emaciated, charred, and grotesque. At the end of the room lay 2 grotesque flesh mounds, emitting a disturbing squirming sound. The scene resembled 2 volunteers seated with dozens of children in a dining hall, patiently awaiting their meal. It must be said, fortune smiled upon these monsters today. Lan Tai, gazing at the man-eating creatures, felt an exhilarating thrill. 2, 4, 6, 8. A total of 32 monsters. Enough, sufficient for my demise. Lan Tai clenched his fists in excitement. Evil spirits, exorcism, valiant sacrifice. All elements were in place. Next, it was time to arrange his final affairs and proceed to deliver his life. The two concealed themselves outside the door, engaging in hushed conversation. Xu Jiang. Although we have just met, I believe you're a good person. There is something I wish to ask of you. As Lan Tai spoke, he retrieved a photograph and a bank card from his pocket. What is this? Though I have no wife, I have a childhood friend named Xiaofang. Should I unfortunately perish in battle, please convey the news of my sacrifice to her. Consider these credits as compensation. Xu Jiang glanced at the photo and decisively accepted it. Rest assured, I too lack a childhood friend. Upon your demise, I shall use your funds to ensure she is well cared for. Thank you. With this, I have no regrets. Having settled his affairs, just as Lan Tai prepared to step into the room to meet his fate, Xu Jiang halted him. Wait, allow me to retrieve my items first. Otherwise, in the ensuing chaos, I may struggle to obtain them. Xu Jiang had come to summon and could not allow this well-meaning fool to hinder his mission. Lan Tai scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. You are seeking something, I understand. But if I do not attract the monsters, how will you enter? Lan Tai pointed toward the two distant flesh mounds. Typically, treasures are guarded by the strongest monsters, right? Regrettably, that was not the case. Xu Jiang shrugged. His summoning had never adhered to the norm. For instance, at present, Xu Jiang cautiously advanced a few steps. And as soon as he entered the room, a low, menacing growl resonated, indicating he had entered the monster's alert zone. However, Xu Jiang was unfazed. He retreated effortlessly, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent. I have obtained the item. Thank you for accompanying me to bolster my courage. Lan Tai? That was it. You only acquired a pack of cigarettes? Indeed, merely a pack of cigarettes. Not only did Lan Tai fail to comprehend, but Xu Jiang himself was bewildered. He had merely followed the instructions to summon, and after a brief observation, it seemed his new subordinate amounted to nothing more than a pack of cigarettes. An utterly worthless item, carelessly discarded on the small table by the door, easily reachable within 2 steps, presenting no challenge whatsoever. According to the definition of mechanisms, any device that aids humanity in reducing labor or effort can be termed a mechanism. Yet could this pack of cigarettes even be considered a mechanism? Mechanism cigarette case, kernel quality, white skill, cigarette processing, input materials to automatically process into cigarettes. Current stock, sweet and bitter X3. Such rudimentary attributes. Simply processing cigarettes? It appeared rather unremarkable. General, it is a pleasure to serve you. You may call me Little Smoke. Here, General, have a cigarette to refresh yourself. The cigarette case spoke, its tone servile, automatically producing a cigarette as if a subordinate offering it to a leader. Xu Jiang contemplated before accepting. He had smoked in his past life, but that was merely to maintain social niceties. He possessed no addiction. Arriving in this otherworldly realm, he had yet to sample the local cigarettes. Sweet and bitter? Flavors were likely similar. Xu Jiang extracted a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. As the case ignited it with a spark. Ah, not bad. Would you care for one? Xu Jiang exhaled a smoke ring, the flavor rich and smooth, akin to a premium cigarette. He intended to offer one to Lan Tai, only to be met with a refusal. As a cleric, I do not smoke. Lan Tai adhered strictly to the tenets of his vocation. But with that appearance, do you truly consider yourself a cleric? The mentor who guides you, aware of your propensity to wield totems as weapons, would likely be compelled to rise from his grave. Xu Jiang, indifferent, merely shrugged his shoulders. Very well. If you choose not to retreat, then go forth to your demise. I shall observe without intervening. As the critical moment approached, Lan Tai summoned his courage once more and shouted, remember to take care of Xiao Fang. Kill. The reckless paladins charged forward without any embellishment, swinging the colossal totem in a chaotic frenzy, provoking a fierce counterattack from the multitude of monsters within the dwelling. Though Lan Tai was formidable, he was ultimately but one man pitted against dozens of claws. Engaging in a brutal melee with the horde, his demise was merely a matter of time. Xu Jiang, unwilling to linger, seized the opportunity while the creatures were distracted and resolved to make his escape, discarding his cigarette but as he turned to leave. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen transformation transpired. As the cigarette butt fell, a declaration of battle echoed abruptly in his ears. The dropping of the cigarette signals the attack. Fire of jubilation. With a thunderous roar, a violent blaze erupted from the smoldering embers of the discarded cigarette. Flames surged forth like an incendiary device detonating upon the ground, spreading along the earth for dozens of meters, engulfing the entire orphanage in an instant. Chapter 30. The otherworldly, a fierce blaze engulfed the orphanage. An inferno unlike any ordinary fireball, but rather a potent conflagration reminiscent of gasoline spilled upon the floor, nearly impossible to extinguish. Within mere moments, the flames ascended from the ground to the ceiling, igniting the entire structure. Staring at the fiery spectacle, Xu Jiang found himself momentarily dazed. What had just transpired? Had he merely discarded a cigarette butt, and yet it had resulted in such a raging fire? In haste, Xu Jiang checked his status. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a new enhancement had appeared in his status bar. Charred sweet cigarette, even when standing in a pile of flames. The aroma you perceive is that of caramel sweetness. For 30 minutes, fire resistance is increased by 30. Smoking? Fire resistance? How were these two connected? Little Smoke. Come out and explain this situation. Xu Jiang called out to the cigarette pack. Yes, General. Are you referring to the joy of this fire? What a masterstroke. Look at those monsters, trapped within, perishing in the blaze, unable to escape. Your strategy is truly brilliant. Little Smoke continued to flatter, and indeed, the effect was remarkable. As Xu Jiang's experience points began to soar, it became evident that the cigarette's impact was akin to that of a Molotov cocktail. While the explosive power may have been average, its ignition capability was exceptional. Even in a place filled with noxious fumes, it burned fiercely and effectively. Moreover, it seemed there were multiple varieties of cigarettes, suggesting a potential for further research into concocting more potent blends. However, those considerations could wait. Xu Jiang's immediate concern was escape. General, the fire here is ferocious. Should we evacuate? Evacuate, indeed. The downside of a Molotov cocktail was that after igniting a building, the damage inflicted did not count as subordinate damage, meaning Xu Jiang still bore the brunt of 70 of the flames. His energy shield was rapidly depleting, and if he did not flee soon, he would be incinerated. At that critical moment, Lao Tai returned, shouting, "Quick, follow me out." With that, he embraced the totem with his right hand, transforming into a humanoid battering ram, crashing through the wall and propelling Xu Jiang out of the inferno. Behind them, the flaming creatures pursued relentlessly, claws and teeth bared, intent on avenging their fiery home. Without hesitation, Xu Jiang turned and fired his weapon. Explosive fireballs erupted, causing the already weakened structure to collapse in an instant, trapping all the monsters within. Congratulations, level increased to level 7, awarded 1 skill point. Excellent. In just a few minutes, he had leveled up again, and quite swiftly at that. Satisfied, Xu Jiang turned around only to meet a pair of mournful eyes. Didn't you say you wouldn't take action? Lan Tai's pitiful gaze was filled with grievance. This must be classified as an accident. I merely lit a cigarette. Who could have anticipated that the monster's lair would burn so easily? Xu Jiang shrugged helplessly. Lan Tai had rushed out first, fearing to perish at Xu Jiang's hands, which could hardly be considered a heroic sacrifice. Who could understand the resentment of one who narrowly escaped death? All right. Don't be disheartened. How about this? Accompany me to find an exit. Surely there are powerful monsters guarding critical positions, and then you can make your sacrifice. Xu Jiang patted his shoulder in consolation, primarily seeking a free ally. He had discovered that Lao Tai was indeed quite useful, fearless in battle, with a sturdy physique. He recovered quickly from the burns and abrasions sustained earlier, thanks to his sanctified constitution. Fine, let's find you an exit first. And then I'll stay back to meet my end, Lan Tai pondered before reluctantly agreeing. After all, in such a vast void, countless monster lairs awaited. And helping a new friend find an exit was not a bad notion. Outside the void, those waiting were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. For guides had already entered. They hoped to save as many lives as possible. How come you haven't found the exit yet? It's been nearly 12 hours. It's coming. Just a little longer, the researcher replied, drenched in sweat, fiddling with his instruments. This void had manifested most bizarrely. Not only had it erupted abruptly, but it had also ensnared several prominent figures, prompting immense pressure from various factions. The void's unpredictable nature meant that even if one entered at the same position, the landing point could be leagues apart. Impulsive rescues would only risk ensnaring the rescuers themselves within the void. The sole viable approach was to send in the guides first, equipped with supplies, to rescue as many individuals as possible. Once the exit's location was deciphered, a bidirectional passage would be established, allowing the main force to embark collectively and conduct a widespread search. In a corner, old Mo accompanied Lord Lei, gazing into the void. He spoke in hushed tones. I just received word that this void's emergence may be the work of the faceless. A chill ran through Lord Lei's eyes as he retorted. That group has already mastered the method of opening voids? The specifics are unclear, but this time, I hear they aim to confront a significant figure. The mayor has already arrived. The impact is considerable. Lord Lei snorted coldly, his silver revolver never leaving his grasp. I care not for their scheming. I only wish to rescue Xu Jiang. Do not blame yourself too harshly. Fortune favors the worthy. Hearing the words of comfort, Lord Lei managed a bitter smile. Everyone understood that the longer the delay, the higher the likelihood of death. The first 12-hour golden rescue window had already elapsed, indicating that those trapped within the void would soon experience hunger, fatigue, anxiety, and other negative emotions. Such sentiments would be infinitely amplified by frenzied rage. leading to madness and transformation into monsters. Would Xu Jiang endure? Yes, of course, General, please trust me. These roots are absolutely edible. Within the void, Xu Jiang engaged in a herbal discussion with his newly acquired cigarette pack. Starving, he sought sustenance, yet in this desolate expanse, food had mostly rotted away, leaving only the option to forage from the ground. Coincidentally, the cigarette pack volunteered, claiming expertise in herbal matters acquired over years of tobacco production. Despite the surrounding malevolence, beneath the soil lay many treasures. Thus, Little Smoke directed Xu Jiang, who in turn commanded Lao Tai, as Lao Tai wielded a broken shovel and unearthed fist-sized succulent roots. After peeling them, Xu Jiang took a bite, savoring the sweet, crisp flavor reminiscent of cool yam. 2 bites refreshed him, alleviating his hunger. Who would have thought? Xu Jiang possesses such rich wilderness survival skills. Now that I'm full, I have the strength to engage once more. Long time marveled at Xu Jiang's prowess. However, Xu Jiang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance, his right hand slowly creeping towards the pistol at his waist. Be cautious, someone approaches. Is it a monster? I'm unafraid. I shall stand firm. Lao Tai hefted the totem, preparing for battle, but Xu Jiang raised a hand to halt him. Do not be hasty. This individual is somewhat unique. Observe quietly and follow my lead. Xu Jiang refrained from launching an attack, merely standing to await the approaching figure. Unique was the only word Xu Jiang could muster. A black hood accompanied unsteady footsteps, the figure seeming fearful. As it drew closer, it hesitated yet pressed on. I mean no harm. Might you assist me? As the plea echoed, the newcomer stepped into the illumination of the flames. Beneath the cloak were a pair of cross-shaped eyes and a peculiar blue skin. Chapter 31. A set of military exercises with azure skin and cross-shaped pupils. This middle-aged man was undoubtedly not human. Xu Jiang was not particularly surprised by the presence of extraterrestrial beings. After all, there had been the Yaya people before and the Minotaurs after. The emergence of peculiar species was rather commonplace. However, this individual clearly belonged to a highly intelligent race. Sporting blue skin and a notably large head devoid of hair, exuding an air of profound knowledge. Who are you? What assistance do you seek from us? Xu Jiang inquired. I am Pace. Unfortunately, I have fallen into this void. I wish to request your protection, and in return, I can offer you generous rewards. Xu Jiang quickly assessed Pace as a wealthy yet feeble alien. Anyone of real capability would not resort to lavishly hiring 2 individuals who appeared to be idly gnawing on cold tubers by the roadside. Thus, he internally rejected the request. Firstly, their species differed, leading to a lack of trust in Pace. Secondly, the environment was perilously hazardous, and Xu Jiang himself was barely managing to ensure his own safety. If he wished to earn money, he needed to have a life to spend it. Nevertheless, there was no need to dismiss him outright. It could be an opportunity to gather intelligence. We are searching for an exit, but the journey may become even more perilous. It would be difficult to accommodate you. Pace's face brightened at Xu Jiang's words, and he hastily replied, You are looking for an exit? I can guide you. I know where it is. Do you really know where the exit is? Are void exits so easily discernible? Xu Jiang furrowed his brow, unable to discern the truth in Pace's words. However, it wouldn't hurt to keep him around for information. Pointing to a spot near the campfire, he said, I am Xu Jiang, and this is my friend, Lan Tai. We have cleared the nearby monsters, so it is safe here. You may sit and rest. Perhaps sensing the warmth of the fire, Pace let out a sigh of relief. How fortunate. I thought I was doomed, but to encounter fellow kin is a stroke of luck. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to seek aid from those untrustworthy humans. Kin? Untrustworthy humans? Xu Jiang glanced at Lan Tai, his meaning clear. You share a lineage with this blue-skinned being? He refers to you. Lan Tai retorted without hesitation. Me? Xu Jiang was taken aback as he turned to Pace, asking, Are you referring to me as kin? Of course. You must be a lost member of our tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am not particularly pleased. Xu Jiang gestured to his yellow skin, black eyes, and thick hair. How could I be related to a bald blue-skinned individual like you? Commander, this being contains a plethora of runes, akin to my rune system, Qianji interjected, prompting Xu Jiang to realize that the bracelet they had plundered previously was likely crafted by this race. Runes appeared to be a unique ability of Pace's kind, one that humans could not wield. However, Qianji was not human, having appropriated the runes for her own use. Xu Jiang was continuously activating the Divine Blessing ability. The consumption and recovery were balanced, allowing for constant activation, which facilitated a swift escape when necessary. Thus, the blue aura surrounding him was mistakenly interpreted as kinship by Pace. This is advantageous. It may help to earn his trust. Leaving other matters aside, do you truly know where the exit lies? Yes, but we will encounter numerous monsters along the way. I am not adept at combat, which is why I seek your protection. Seemingly fearful of being abandoned by Xu Jiang, Pace divulged his circumstances. Pace's race was known as the Lamp Tribe, and every member possessed unique abilities. Pace's particular skill resided in his eyes. By gazing skyward, he could analyze the current structure of the void and ascertain the general direction of the exit. Unfortunately, as a merchant from a distant star, he had lost contact with his bodyguard upon entering the void. Alone, he could not traverse the perilous terrain and thus sought assistance from others. Lan Tai, upon hearing this, became exceedingly excited. In that case, Xu Jiang, let us set off and find the exit, vanquishing those vile creatures. As he spoke, he grasped his iron coffin, his iron totem, eager to engage in battle with the monsters as soon as possible, believing that an early demise would lead to a swift rebirth. Xu Jiang, however, wished to avoid death and thus decided to scrutinize the veracity of Pace's claims. Overall, Pace had left a favorable impression. They had conversed for some time, and he still appeared lucid, lacking the erratic madness characteristic of frenzy. Very well, let us proceed. We lack any particular objective, so we shall remain cautious along the way. Xu Jiang did not fully trust Pace, yet having a guide was preferable to wandering aimlessly. After a short distance, Xu Jiang felt vindicated in his decision. This large-headed blue-skinned individual proved to be reliable. Although he seemed lacking in combat prowess, his vision was remarkable. The fog within the void was thick, rendering anything beyond 10 meters indistinguishable. Yet Pace could pierce through the mist, spotting enemies from afar. He adeptly led them around potential conflicts, avoiding unnecessary battles. Xu Jiang envied this ability. Within the realm of machinery, many radar-type tools existed, yet most were ineffectual. Factors like magnetic fields, invisible coatings, and high radiation interference often compromised radar detection. Pace's skill was evidently superior. Pace, can others learn this ability of yours? Xu Jiang couldn't help but ask. Pace regarded him with curiosity, countering, this is an innate enhancement ability of our kind. Xu Jiang, did your kin not teach you this skill? Pace still believed Xu Jiang belonged to the Lamp bloodline. In the Lamp tribe, every member utilized runes to enhance their physicality. Due to specialization, most tribe members only focused on enhancing one aspect. Pace's ability to see through illusions was a result of such enhancement. The practice is quite simple. One merely needs to perform our military exercises. Military exercises? Are they difficult to learn? Not at all. This set of military exercises is no secret. It is just that other races cannot grasp it. Come, I shall teach you. Pace did not hesitate, standing with his legs apart and demonstrating the steps as he spoke. Raise your hands, draw a dragon on your left, and a rainbow on your right, and that completes one enhancement. Have you grasped it? Xu Jiang awkwardly followed along, only to realize he had been duped. Is this ridiculous posture a dance? How can this constitute military exercises? This blue-headed creature is undoubtedly mocking me. Commander, I have mastered it. Huh? Qianji? You have mastered it? Indeed, Commander. It is truly a profound technique. I shall practice it 100 times daily. Congratulations, Major Qianji successfully comprehended the military exercises of the Lamp tribe. Please select the attribute to enhance. As the notification sounded, Xu Jiang stared blankly at the blue light in his hand. It was certain that humans could not learn this, however. Qianji was not human. She was a mech capable of operating runes, and she appeared to possess greater intelligence than Xu Jiang, her host. Haha, I knew it. Xu Jiang, you are indeed of my kin. You grasped it immediately, Pace exclaimed joyfully. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Xu Jiang's resemblance to their Lamp tribe. Now, he realized it was merely unfounded concern. Xu Jiang was simply unattractive, yet still possessed the blood of a blue-skinned being. Similarly, the skeptical gaze of Lan Tai fell upon Xu Jiang. Was he truly human? This question was one Xu Jiang had no time to address. He held the blue light, needing to make a swift decision regarding the direction of his enhancement. Pace earnestly advised, every individual's energy is finite. Thus, it is best to specialize in one innate talent during enhancement. That makes sense. You chose to enhance your eyes? Precisely. My eyes are innately capable of seeing through illusions, which is why I chose to enhance them. What about you? What talent do you possess? My exceptional talents. Let us enhance them. I fear that after the enhancement, I may reach extraordinary heights. Chapter 32. Guanyin in theory, Qianji is Xu Jiang's mech, and the enhancement runes cultivated can indeed augment Xu Jiang. However, the human body lacks the spiritual affinity of the Lamp tribe, and using them may result in catastrophic consequences. Thus, caution is paramount. This is something only Qianji can utilize. The spiritual grade of the power core is excessively high for enhancement, and a quick survey of the surroundings reveals limited options. The enhancement targets are not skills but specific components of the mech, such as fists, joints, chest, and groin. Qianji is still young. Should he evolve into a heavy mech in the future, he could further enhance his powerful strikes. For now, enhancing the knees seems prudent, as it will at least amplify the effectiveness of the knee strike. Yes, General. Congratulations, knee enhancement successful. The power of the knee strike has been slightly increased. Qianji's sole physical skill is the knee strike, which is a meager consolation, yet one can only anticipate the results of his future training. Having rested sufficiently, it is time to embark on their journey. Lost in the void, with no discernible day or night, they can only rest when fatigued and resume once revitalized. Initially, they relied on Physique's abilities to evade monsters and advance cautiously. However, as they journeyed on, the number of monsters increased. Presently, they find themselves in an unavoidable predicament, a seemingly endless river and a bridge teeming with monsters. I can swim, so can I, but my totem cannot. The hefty iron totem is effective for striking foes, yet it is ill-suited for swimming. Should it sink, retrieving it would be impossible, leaving the only option to charge forward. Before they could dash across the bridge, a small group appeared behind them. The three in front halted, announcing, "I am the guide sent from Yeoman City." From behind, shouts echoed. Turning to look, they saw a 7-member team approaching, comprising both men and women, all appearing to be professionals. The leader, a middle-aged man who introduced himself as the guide, stood a few meters away, scrutinizing them intently. "Are you all unharmed? The front is perilous. Do not approach further. We understand, but we are searching for an exit and must proceed. The higher-ups are analyzing the void and will soon dispatch reinforcements. It is best for everyone to band together and refrain from rash actions." The brief exchange yielded little information, but it confirmed that both parties retained their composure and were not under the influence of frenzy. Judging by their attire, the guide appears to be a mechanic. Distinct from Xu Jiang's mech engineer, he specializes in controlling machines for combat, akin to a mechanical scout dog equipped with a rugged EXS Viper cannon and airborne combat drones. This profession allows one to remotely command battles from a distance. The guide's companions appeared somewhat lethargic, likely affected by the fright and subsequently influenced by frenzy. However, the situation was manageable, as the guide carried ample rations and clean water. With collective support, they would soon recover. "You should stay as well, safety in numbers," suggested a rescued woman, clutching a dagger, likely a shadow dancer by profession, though her legs trembled with anxiety. Upon seeing Old Iron's robust frame, she felt reassured and urged them to remain. But would Old Iron be swayed by a woman? Women merely hasten his demise. After all, he had entrusted his childhood friend to Xu Jiang. Would a few words be enough to sway him? Lan Iron turned to Xu Jiang and proposed, "Why don't you all stay? There is safety in numbers. I can continue alone." Remaining to await rescue seemed a sensible choice, at least for now. The monsters in the void displayed no inclination to roam. As long as they united and established a solid defense, their safety would be assured. Xu Jiang pondered for a moment, then glanced at Lance's large head and inquired, "What about you? Do you wish to stay?" "Me? Of course, I will follow you." Despite Xu Jiang's unattractiveness, he is still of my kind and worthy of trust. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. As for Xu Jiang's decision, I will continue onward. Thank you for your kindness. The trio's determination surprised the guide. In such a treacherous locale, was it not foolish to take risks? "I possess numerous turrets. As long as it's a defensive battle, I can ensure your safety." The guide was well equipped, likely over level 40. If he set up the turrets, they would indeed provide formidable protection. However, Xu Jiang preferred to rely on himself rather than entrust his life to another. "Thank you for your offer, but I will venture forth alone. If possible, I would like to procure a weapon." Xu Jiang's request was increasingly astonishing to the others. Not only did he refuse to remain with the group, but he also wished to buy weapons? In such a perilous place, could weapons be casually traded? "I can offer you some water and food, but weapons are off limits." The guide unhesitatingly declined Xu Jiang's request. Yet Xu Jiang remained unfazed, smiling gently. "Do not worry. I do not seek your primary weapons. What I desire is that one." With a gesture, all eyes fell upon a formidable weapon. 6 elongated, terrifying barrels arranged like a compass, gleaming ominously. The hefty frame of the gun revealed its deadly potential on the battlefield. "I want that." The Gatling gun. This choice took everyone aback. The Gatling gun, while terrifying in power, capable of firing thousands of rounds per minute, even piercing steel, was also notorious for its exorbitant ammunition consumption. Each outing necessitated hauling multiple crates of ammo. Who could endure that? Today, the Gatling's use was mostly relegated to stationary defenses or mounted on vehicles, requiring a supply of ammunition. For individual combat, energy weapons were far superior, bolstered by a power core. Electromagnetic and laser cannons outperformed it. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? It lacks ammunition. The young man wielding the gun appeared somewhat tempted. He had been trying to sell it for months and, with the Void's descent, was reluctant to discard it. If he could trade it for some coins, that would be ideal. Xu Jiang showed no hesitation, producing a bank card from his pocket and presenting it. This card holds 100,000 credit points. Purchasing your gun should be no issue. No problem, it's a deal. The young man agreed to the transaction without further ado. Outside, the price would have been much higher, but here, someone was willing to pay for an unarmed gun? What a fool. Xu Jiang was entirely indifferent to the young man's thoughts. The true strength of the Gatling gun lay in his command of the general's edict, an invaluable asset that money could not procure. Moreover, isn't that my money? Old Iron gazed at him incredulously. Well, you're about to die anyway. It's of no use to you. Rest assured, I will take care of your little Fong. True. Old Iron conceded after a moment of reflection. It made sense. After all, he was on the brink of sacrifice. Keeping the money was futile. But the gun has no ammunition. Is it even useful? Ammunition? Do I need ammunition? Xu Jiang grinned with pride, stroking the gun's body. General, I entrust my life to you. I hope you will cherish it, if you do not mind. You may call me Guanyin. Chapter 33. The delicate lady Gatling. A Gatling gun named Guanyin revealed a significant secret to Xu Jiang upon examining its attributes. Judging by their sounds and personalities, the Desert Eagle, grenades, and cigarettes were all male, referring to themselves as Little Sha, Little Lei, and Little Yin. In contrast, the Mecha, stun batons, and Gatling guns were female, introducing themselves as Qianji, Shanshan, and Guanyin. Why is this so? Why do female names seem more refined, while male names all begin with little? It is indeed perplexing. Pondering over this enigma, Xu Jiang set aside the matter of names and focused intently on the attributes. M134 Gatling gun, Major General, quality, purple dimensions, 6 barrels, barrel length 800 mm, barrel length 559 mm. Weight 15 kilograms, rate of fire, 6,000 rounds per minute. Skills, frugal living LV1, delicate lady, frugal living LV1. Guanyin is very economical. During shooting, ammunition is not consumed. Instead, energy from the power core is utilized to fire 7.62 mm bullets. Delicate lady, Guanyin is gentle and embodies a delicate woman, generally refraining from engaging in attacks. In summary, the inscription "Not Quite Right" was boldly emblazoned upon the gun's barrel. Firstly, the purple quality marked it as the highest among Xu Jiang's gear, and the rank of Major General promised a bright future. Moreover, the ability to shoot without consuming bullets was extraordinarily powerful. Yet, was the skill "delicate lady" accurately recorded? Beneath the exterior of the Gatling lay a fragile woman. General, I truly am quite delicate. My daily pursuits revolve around household chores. Please do not compel me to the battlefield. The voice indeed sounded somewhat fragile, accompanied by an image of a classical woman on the gun's body, half hidden by a veil, exuding a soft allure. Xu Jiang glanced at the short and seemingly feeble barrel of the Desert Eagle, then at the 6-barreled, chilling Gatling. How could one claim to be a delicate lady? I ask you, where is the delicacy? Shall we test this? The battlefield can be quite exhilarating, Xu Jiang mused internally, attempting to pull the trigger in the open. Please, General, I cannot do it, Guanyin protested. Guanyin, just yield to me. Please, do not torment me further. Xu Jiang toiled with the Gatling for quite some time, until sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he could not succeed. Generally, one does not engage in combat. But what constitutes an extraordinary circumstance? This was the greatest challenge in managing such heavy weaponry. With no alternative, he slung the Gatling over his shoulder, setting it aside temporarily. Its considerable size was alleviated by Qianji's abilities, which distributed the burden across his body, not hindering his movement. Turning around, he was met with the curious gazes of his companions. No worries, I was merely striking a pose. Now, let us proceed. The guide observed Xu Jiang and his companions with quiet contemplation, not insisting they remain. If others sought danger, could he truly intervene? Blue Iron found this perplexing as well. After taking a few steps, he could not resist inquiring, Xu Jiang, do you truly wish to charge alongside me? Staying here is actually safer. Safer? This is a void. Safety is a mere illusion. Xu Jiang glanced back, noticing that the others had begun to set up defenses. We have been here for about a day, perhaps 30 hours. But where is the rescue? It has yet to arrive. Relying on others is no match for self-reliance. With that, Xu Jiang directed his gaze towards the monsters on the bridge and continued, My only enemies now are these creatures. However, should I remain? My foes may also include my companions. The human heart is inscrutable. I do not even know their names. How can I entrust my back to them? What if, in a moment of excitement, they suddenly transform? Who could withstand that? Let us charge. We should be capable of dealing with these bridge monsters. If it becomes too overwhelming, I still possess skills for self-preservation. Then Xu Jiang turned to Physique. By the way, what about you? Do you have abilities to protect yourself? Of course, Physique replied. His hue fading. Once vibrant sky blue, it turned a dull grayish blue, very drab indeed. Xu Jiang, is this racial trait so peculiar? To blend in and avoid provoking the monster's ire, one resorts to such unusual techniques. Instead of mastering these bizarre skills, why not focus on combat? Gesturing for Physique to keep pace, Xu Jiang nodded to Blue Iron, signaling that they could charge. Blue Iron, no longer hesitating, swung his hefty iron pillar and bellowed at the foes on the bridge. The time for battle has arrived. Come and face me. His valiant stance instantly incited the wrath of the bridge monsters. The swiftest of them, a mad dog, lunged forth, yet before its fangs could snap, it was sent flying by Blue Iron's totem. Following closely were the lost souls, devoid of human form, using tentacles as limbs. They bore remnants of cloth, suggesting they were once human. Although slow, their numbers exceeded 40, posing a considerable threat to Blue Iron. Among the horde, a unique creature stood out. Its silhouette vaguely resembled a human, yet its form was entirely black, blending into the surrounding darkness, leaving only a terrifying red maw. The mouth split into a grin, and its body twisted violently, resembling a thin line as it accelerated towards Blue Iron, wielding two shadowy daggers aimed for his heart. In the chaos of battle, Blue Iron found it difficult to counter the speed of the assault. The daggers pierced through his armor, leaving a deep wound that stained his armor with blood. Yet Blue Iron smiled, finally encountering a formidable foe. With such speed, he knew he could not match it. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions erupted upon the shadow creature, staggering it. Before it could regain its balance, a human foot slammed down upon it. Roar. The shadow writhed in anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the embodiment of shadow. My form can shift at will. How can I be pinned down by a mere foot? The assailant was none other than Xu Jiang. Not only did the shadow not anticipate this, but Xu Jiang himself was also taken aback. The creature was so dark, twisting and swaying unnaturally. Just moments ago, Xu Jiang had fired 3 shots, relying solely on telekinetic bullets for correction, failing to land a single headshot, rendering it incapable of death. What to do? Little Sha lamented, I am utterly useless. I couldn't even lock onto its head. As the superior, Qianji quickly offered reassurance. Do not despair. If aiming is difficult, we shall shoot at close range, pressing the gun directly against its forehead. That way, we can ensure a hit. A simple yet effective strategy, Qianji realized. Congratulations, Major General Qianji has grasped the skill Stomp Shot. This skill is a special action and cannot be upgraded. Stomp Shot. Pin an unbalanced enemy beneath your foot and shoot at close range for 5 seconds. The simpler the skill, the more domineering it becomes. Simply stating I shall stomp you suffices, regardless of what you are. If you lose your balance, I can execute Stomp Shot. Xu Jiang dashed forward, pinning the shadow down. His reinforced knee resembling a mighty mountain, pulsating with light, firmly suppressing the shadow. With the dark barrel now properly aimed, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Without a hint of uncertainty, the bullet struck its head, the explosive round's power obliterating the shadow into oblivion. Confronted by the mournful gaze of Lan Tai, Xu Jiang explained, This creature is far too feeble. My old friend, you would be better off seeking a more formidable opponent to meet your demise. Having resolved the immediate trouble, Xu Jiang retreated once more, allowing the monsters to assail Lan Tai while he prepared to clear the area. The explosive power of the fireball had now transformed into an area of effect attack, capable of annihilating a large swath of adversaries with a single volley. An impressive feat indeed. It appeared that the monsters on this bridge were not as formidable as anticipated, allowing for a rather effortless passage with minimal pressure. However, in that moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. It was not an incident stemming from his own actions, but rather from the temporary squad behind him. What are you doing? A furious shout echoed. Turning to gaze towards the encampment, illuminated by the flickering flames, Xu Jiang witnessed the guide clutching his chest, collapsing in agony. And there stood the woman who had once implored them to remain, now positioned before the guide, brandishing a bloody dagger, her face contorted into a terrifying grin. Chapter 34. Weapons of Mass Destruction. A betrayal occurred, resulting in the assassination of the most pivotal guide. Indeed, humanity is unreliable. Xu Jiang, you were correct. The gray-blue pace appeared beside Xu Jiang, offering high praise for his decision to not intervene. However, Xu Jiang shook his head, explaining, what I initially feared was human greed, the selfishness that leads to the abandonment of allies and fear of death. Now, it appears the situation is far more intricate. Clearly, the current scenario had spiraled out of control. With the guide's demise, all his mechanical turrets became inoperative. The stronghold, once brimming with confidence, had now turned into a heap of scrap metal. Even more terrifying was the woman, who, with a frenzied expression, pulled a white mask from her bosom. The Faceless. How could this group of deranged fanatics be so ubiquitous? Or was this void a result of the Faceless machinations? The members within the stronghold finally regained their composure amidst the panic and attempted to eliminate the traitorous woman. Yet, it seemed they were already too late. As she donned the mask, she shouted towards Xu Jiang, "Pace, you shall die too." With a resounding bang, she self-destructed, her blood and flesh splattering across the stronghold. Xu Jiang turned in shock towards Pace, his expression unmistakable. Their target was, indeed, you? Pace shrugged helplessly and replied, "This is not surprising. The Faceless ideology is one of global annihilation. It is only natural for them to target me. I came here to test the frenzy treatment device." It was evident that although Pace claimed to be a merchant, the items he dealt in were anything but simple, attracting the attention of the Faceless. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant. Had he not, that blade might well have plunged into his chest. Moreover, the danger was no longer confined to Pace alone. It now threatened everyone. The Faceless were a cadre of lunatics. As long as one drew breath, one was their enemy, devoid of reason, intent on obliteration. Forget them. Let us cross the bridge. Xu Jiang sensed impending doom and cleared the remaining monsters, urging the two to hasten their passage. Upon reaching the opposite shore, a cry of alarm erupted from beside him. "Oh no! Look over there! A multitude of monsters is appearing." Following the woman's self-detonation, her blood and flesh had splattered onto a few others, akin to a peculiar seasoning sprinkled over succulent meat. The aroma drew monsters from all directions. The silver lining was that the strange scent of blood and flesh would not yet affect Xu Jiang and his companions, as they were on the other side of the bridge. However, the grim news was that the surviving few were now terrified, still besmeared with blood and flesh. And upon sighting the monsters, they began to scream for help, rushing towards Xu Jiang and his group. Xu Jiang estimated that the horde on the opposite bank numbered at least in the thousands. Relying solely on his Desert Eagle would not suffice against such overwhelming odds. In this dire moment, could they perhaps call upon Guanin's heavy artillery? "Guanin, there are so many monsters ahead. Wah, I'm so scared." "Little Shanshan, I am scared too. Shall we hold each other?" "Okay, Wah." The electric baton hung from the Gatling gun, which was sheltered behind Xu Jiang, while the two remaining majors under his command had engaged in a rather affectionate manner. It was enough to make one sigh. "Prepare to flee," Xu Jiang resolved. A steadfast defense was futile. If they did not run now, they would surely meet their doom. However, Pace brought forth disconcerting news. There were numerous monsters behind them as well, and retreating would be perilous. After observing for a moment, Pace realized they were cornered. The frantic escape of the few was a clear indication that they intended to cling to Xu Jiang's group. Retreating would only lead to being flanked from both sides, leaving no avenue for escape. With a steely gaze, Xu Jiang raised his weapon and aimed at the bridge's surface. Bang! An explosive incendiary round detonated before the fleeing individuals, the flames startling them into a frenzy. "What are you doing?" "Merely striving to survive." Xu Jiang's weapon remained steadfast, coldly threatening, "Jump off the bridge. If you come any closer, I shall shoot." The threat of death altered the expressions of the desperate few, who shouted, "How can you do this? We are all victims. And you would kill us. You are the ones trying to kill me. I wish to live. Let me remind you, if you do not jump now, you will lose your chance forever." Xu Jiang's voice was devoid of warmth, as if urging them to make a decision. The barrel of his gun was already trained on them, and at this range, none could escape the pursuit of his telekinetic bullets. Humanity is complex. Were these individuals truly fleeing for their lives? No, they merely sought to use Xu Jiang and his companions as a shield. Jumping into the river to cleanse themselves of blood and flesh, then swimming away was not impossible, albeit with its risks. The optimal plan would be to dash across to the opposite bank, relying on Xu Jiang's formidable combat prowess to hold off the monsters. ideally using the opportunity to smear themselves with blood and flesh before making their escape, thereby increasing their chances of survival. They were the weak. The strong ought to perish to protect them. Regrettably, Xu Jiang was more ruthless. If he had the ability, he would save, but if not, he would not accompany them to their demise. Regardless of their frantic pleas, Xu Jiang did not lower his weapon. Seeing the monsters closing in behind, the others had no choice but to scramble up onto the bridge railing and leap into the river. All were professionals. Jumping from the bridge would surely not be fatal. As for whether they could elude the pursuing monsters, that would depend on their own luck. With the scent diverted, the number of monsters sharply diminished. Yet escape remained a formidable challenge. Surveying their surroundings, Xu Jiang remarked, "Let us run along the riverbank, keeping a safe distance before confronting the monsters." Engaging in direct combat at the bridge's head would attract even more creatures from across the way. It would be best to distance themselves and clear the monsters safely. At that moment, Blue Iron stepped forward. His broad shoulders bore the totem he proudly wielded, and he smiled at Xu Jiang. "You all go ahead. I shall hold off the monsters for you. You, to be embraced by the mountains and rivers, to consider this my burial ground is not so bad." Blue Iron lamented softly, striding boldly into the throng of monsters. Sacrifice was his fate. His only concern was for his childhood sweetheart, Xu Jiang. Remember to take good care of Xiaofang. The newly forged bond of camaraderie was resolute. Perhaps this departure would be their final farewell. Xu Jiang could only stand still, watching his old comrade venture forth. "Fear not. I shall care for your wife. You can rest assured. General, the enemy has gathered. Now is the opportune moment to strike." The resounding, powerful counsel seemed to suggest a call to arms. "But we cannot defeat them. How can we engage in battle?" Xu Jiang glanced at the battlefield. In such a brief span, hundreds of monsters had already encircled his old comrade. Speedy mad dogs, reckless lunatics, and even shadowy monsters. Writhing masses of flesh, the relentless onslaught had inflicted countless wounds upon Blue Iron, and his totem swings grew increasingly sluggish. Xu Jiang did not wish to fight. He simply could not prevail. "But General, do we not possess weapons of mass destruction? Utilizing them could annihilate these monsters." Weapons of mass destruction? Were there any? "Of course. Leave it to me." Saying this, Qianji drew a grenade from the armory. With a fierce reprimand directed at the grenade, he exclaimed, "Are you not a man of metal? Hiding in the rear while others engage in battle? You are less than a woman." The grenade. Xu Jiang. Chapter 35. The survival instinct of a grenade. Qianji was scolding, and it was quite terrifying. Wasn't our Qianji supposed to be gentle? Xu Jiang held the grenade, feeling it tremble in fear. As a grenade, to be afraid of exploding is a disgrace to your name. Not participating in training, hiding behind Shanshan during battles. How can you call yourself a man? With such a lack of ambition, failing to pursue the glory of machinery, you are simply a shame to our mechanical kin. Fine. I will go. After a round of harsh reprimands, the grenade finally relented. Glancing at the dense horde of monsters on the bridge, Xu Jiang was at a loss as to where to throw it. Could a single grenade truly alter the course of battle? Well, let us give it a try. Xu Jiang pulled the pin and tossed the grenade. It traced an arc in the air and flew back into his hand. "Why did you come back?" Xu Jiang asked, perplexed. I am a bit scared. Please let me take my time." "Take your time? I've already pulled the pin. How can you take your time?" Looking at the buzzing object in his hand, Xu Jiang thought, "If you were afraid, you should have said so earlier. You wouldn't explode in my hand, would you? Just a moment, just a moment. I merely need to calm down. After all, it's my first time on the battlefield, and I'm a bit nervous." With a bang. "You'll be shattered into pieces. What is there to be nervous about? I believe I can still be salvaged." "Oh, come on." Xu Jiang couldn't be bothered to argue, and he tossed the grenade again. No matter how many it could take out, it was better to throw it away than risk it exploding in his hands. The grenade bounced on the ground a few times, rolling to the edge of the monster horde before coming to a halt. Is that it? Could this possibly be a dud? Xu Jiang seriously doubted the grenade's capabilities. To his surprise, Qianji was very optimistic. "Rest assured, General. Though Little Lei may be a bit timid in character, his abilities are formidable. I just encouraged him a moment ago, and he will surely annihilate the enemy." That scolding was called encouragement? As Xu Jiang pondered, he suddenly heard a pop. The grenade bounced half a meter high, and a puff of smoke rose, resembling the sensation of a firecracker going off. Was that the extent of its power? Was it over already? Just as Xu Jiang was feeling disappointed, the grenade went pop again, this time with greater force, propelling itself closer to the monster horde. Wait, could it be that he was? Xu Jiang leaned in to listen. Pop. I can still be saved. First aid. Boom. I'm not dead yet. First aid. Rumbling. I must survive. First aid. Transforming from a mere firecracker to an explosive force. Its power escalated with each successive explosion. With the safety pin gone, detonation became inevitable. Yet, after each shattering explosion, the grenade would exert itself to utilize first aid, mending its own body to stay alive. Explosion, self-healing, explosion again, self-healing. This cycle repeated, with the grenade demonstrating an extraordinary will to survive, persevering against all odds. I cannot die. I must live. With each self-encouraging roar, a chain reaction of explosions commenced. Boom. Exploding upon contact with the ground, detonating when hitting monsters. The grenade began to leap across the battlefield, propelled by the shock waves. Once, 10 times, 20 times as long as the will to survive persisted. The grenade's battle would not cease. This instinct for survival moved Xu Jiang to tears. To honor the valiant grenade, he decided to give it a new name, Bouncing Bomb. The characteristic of unstable explosion caused the grenade's power to fluctuate. But that was inconsequential. If one explosion was insufficient, then it would explode 10 times, 20 times, eventually igniting a sea of flames. Indeed, after the 30-second explosion, its power peaked, comparable to a bundle of C4 explosives detonating on the bridge. In a 20-meter radius, every monster was thrown into the air. Surrounded and besieged by monsters, Blue Iron managed to withstand this wave of impact thanks to the Iron Totem. Would he survive? No. It was too late. This shockwave completely collapsed the already unstable bridge. Feeling the tremors beneath him, Blue Iron ceased to struggle, instead revealing a contented smile. Facing his impending death with tranquility. This was how it should be. In his final moments, he would hold off the monsters, granting Xu Jiang time to destroy the bridge and sever the monster's pursuit, which he considered a noble deed. Descending into the river rather than being torn apart by monsters was a fitting conclusion. Embracing the sensation of weightlessness, Blue Iron peacefully closed his eyes, only to hear a loud shout. I found Blue Iron. Look, I'll pull him over. Pull him over? Pull him where? Blue Iron's eyes shot open as he realized he was enveloped by a radiant glow, the source of which was P.S. large eyes. Don't save me, Blue Iron yelled inwardly. But P.S. could not hear him. A tremendous force tugged at him, dragging him toward the shore. Indeed, it was just a tug, not an ounce more. It felt like the strength had waned. With a hard pull, the force ceased, allowing him to complete a parabolic arc, crashing heavily onto the shore. Boom, roll, roll. He tumbled several times before coming to rest before Xu Jiang. Apologies, my strength fell short, and I couldn't manage that last stretch. I'm so sorry. P.S. hurriedly rushed over, using his hands to wipe the mud from Blue Iron's face. This foolish child, knowing he lacked strength, should have let others die in peace. After a bloody battle, he now resembled a muddy figure, injuries compounded, leaving Blue Iron with a sense of indignation. Xu Jiang crouched down, intending to help the old Iron up, but was met with a resolute gaze. Let me die. Fulfill my 10 lives of heroic souls talent. The determination in the old Iron's eyes was unmistakable. Dying this way was the best outcome. Xu Jiang nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Each had their own aspirations. If someone possessed a talent for dying, Xu Jiang could not impede another's swift passage through life. Rest assured, I will take care of Xiao Fang. Receiving this promise, a smile graced Blue Iron's face. He felt the life force ebbing away. This life was finally coming to an end. Blue Iron closed his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. General, I have returned. Huh, why is there a severely wounded patient here? No worries, I am here to save you. First aid, first aid, first aid. Blue Iron opened his eyes, and he seemed to feel invigorated. But why was that? Blue Iron turned to Xu Jiang. My apologies, due to technical difficulties. There was a minor mishap earlier. How about you live a little longer? Uffed. Blue Iron was so enraged that he fainted. The battle concluded, and after the bridge collapsed, the three found themselves temporarily safe. Xu Jiang had witnessed the grenade's strength firsthand. According to the grenade, 50 uses of first aid was its limit. After exhausting its explosions, it needed to recuperate, which meant Little Lei could unleash a powerful 50 consecutive explosions. However, the old Iron felt somewhat disheartened, having survived yet again, clutching his totem, feeling like a forsaken little widow. Don't be discouraged. You survived this time. Next time, you can strive harder. The upcoming targets are even stronger and more suited for you. Blue Iron lifted his head, gazing at Xu Jiang with wary eyes. You promised. This time you absolutely cannot save me. Rest assured, last time I failed to clarify. Next time, I will ensure you perish completely. Rescuing Blue Iron was an unexpected twist. Who knew the grenade would be so eager to assist? But this was for the best. at least in the forthcoming grand battle. Blue Iron would be able to lend them significant aid. Physique, with his innate talent, discerned the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. The ensuing challenge, however, loomed large. For the exit served as a nexus of the most potent chaotic energy, and the adversaries lurking in the vicinity would likely prove formidable. Nevertheless, I possess a secret weapon to tackle these malevolent forces. Xu Jiang patted his waist with unwavering confidence. Chapter 36. The Undead. The trio set forth once more. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this should be the final battle within the void. However, this confrontation proved to be anything but simple. As they approached the exit, the oppressive force of madness intensified, even suppressing Xu Jiang's aura of belief. Ahead, Lan Tai, forging the path, began to hear the whispers of frenzy within his ears. Release your body and mind, and welcome the arrival of madness. I refuse. You are far too grotesque. Resist the madness, and you shall perish here. Really? How splendid. That suits my intentions perfectly. Join the madness, and I shall grant you eternal life. No, I wish to die. It seemed these two were engaged in conversation. How peculiar. As they progressed, the surrounding light diminished, plunging visibility into near darkness. Fortunately, Physique's abilities were formidable. This minor distraction had no effect on him. He led the way, skillfully avoiding several monster congregations, thus saving a considerable amount of time. However, as they ventured deeper, this would no longer suffice. A multitude of monsters loomed ahead, leaving no room for evasion. This is bad. We've been spotted. What do we do? Exclaimed the large-headed blue-skinned creature, perpetually alarmed. When the monsters arrive, let us vanquish them. But can you see those shadow creatures? Of course not. I can barely see you. The darkness served as a haven for the monsters, particularly the shadow creatures previously encountered. Lacking corporeal form, they were composed entirely of sinister elements, blending seamlessly into their surroundings, rendering them nearly undetectable. Xu Jiang, however, remained unperturbed. He possessed a trump card. He retrieved a small stick from his pocket, gently rubbing it between his hands until it emitted a soft hum, then spoke. Shan, it's your turn now. Let us host a grand concert. Yay. Shall I sing for you? Watch me dazzle on stage. With that, Xu Jiang tossed Shan into the air, at a height of 5 meters above them. A brilliant light erupted. Boom. Like a spotlight exploding in the night, the intense radiance illuminated everything within a radius of several hundred meters. This light was not merely a flashbang. It was a genuine concert. Go, Shan. I adore you. Wow. The mechanical diva is about to perform. How exciting. As a throng of mechanical beings gathered to witness, Shan floated gracefully, her stick moving in sync with the inexplicable music, her voice resonating through the air. Shine a little. Glow a little. Get high a little. Shan, you're so charming. Was this her theme song? It seemed quite fitting. Xu Jiang had little time to revel in the music. His focus needed to be on the battlefield. It must be said, Shan, while performing, exhibited remarkable professionalism. The floating stage, background music, and even the lighting were all orchestrated by her single stick. Following the rhythm, waves of light surged forth, continuously illuminating the world. As the light washed over Xu Jiang, it bestowed enhancements upon his equipment. Congratulations. Due to the mechanical diva's performance, all mechanical strength has increased by 30. What an astounding ability. The mechanical idol was truly extraordinary. His two companions were equally astonished. Marvelous. The monsters have been exposed. Now we need not fear them. So you had this up your sleeve? Why not use it earlier? Use it earlier? Do you think this can be employed at will? Xu Jiang retorted, chastising Physique. Throwing a flashbang into a monster's nest was akin to smearing feces on someone's face. The trio, having poked a hornet's nest, would soon face the onslaught of all nearby monsters. Had he not witnessed the power of grenades, Xu Jiang would have hesitated to utilize Shan. You take the front. I will provide support from the rear. Lan Tai hoisted his totem and began a furious sweep, with Xu Jiang close behind, unleashing explosive fireballs to harvest the monsters' lives. It seemed Shan's brilliance was so dazzling that the force of madness was significantly restrained. The once formidable shadow creatures now wavered in their movements. No aim was necessary, as a single fireball could dispatch them. Against the numerous lost souls, grenades could be used to detonate them. But the swift rabid hounds posed a bit more of a challenge. Fortunately, the enhanced strength of his knees proved formidable. He charged directly at the gaping maw of a creature, delivering a knee strike that shattered its teeth. With practiced coordination, they pressed on and reached the vicinity of the exit, yet the true peril was only just beginning. A terrifying monster emerged before the trio. It was impossible to ascertain its species, towering nearly 7 meters, with dark, bony segments lining its body. It stood on 2 legs, for sharp claws extending from its back, and a single eye glaring from its head, a truly horrifying sight. Upon noticing the trio, the creature emitted a low, rumbling growl, seemingly delighted at the prospect of fresh prey. Xu Jiang frowned slightly and asked Physique, "Didn't you say there was an exit? Where is it?" "It's right behind it. This creature is known as the undead. Quite formidable. It appears someone intends to connect to the exit here, but unfortunately, it has been sealed by this beast. What shall we do now?" "You must hold it off while I find a way to break the seal." An inevitable battle loomed. It seemed they would have to endure a fierce struggle. Yet Lan Tai, tasked with tanking, remained undaunted. "Do not worry, I will draw its attention. Unless I perish, it shall not harm you." With that, he brandished his totem and charged forward. Without hesitation, Xu Jiang followed suit. After all, those who made such declarations rarely lived long. Indeed, as the battle commenced, the undead swung a massive claw at Lan Tai, colliding with the iron pillar. Boom! The clash of brute force echoed. The undead staggered back a step but quickly regained its balance, while Lan Tai, at a disadvantage due to his size, was sent flying several meters, clearly suffering a significant blow. Xu Jiang promptly raised his gun and fired a volley of bullets aimed at the creature's large eye, seeking to exploit its weakness. Unfortunately, the creature was cunning. Its bony structure began to grow rapidly, forming a mask that obscured its solitary eye in an instant. Devoid of a weakness, the fireball's lethality was evidently diminished. The explosion against the undead yielded some results, yet the encroaching force of madness rapidly restored its form. "Lan Tai, can you hold on?" "I can. Do not fret. I won't perish so easily." Lan Tai grunted, barely managing to support himself. The limitations of physical exorcism were numerous, particularly when one could not shatter the opponent's skull, which left them vulnerable. Ugh! The creature emitted an excited growl, charging forward, its claws launching a frenzied assault upon the two, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Facing a high-tier creature with their low-level abilities, Xu Jiang anticipated the predicament of being unable to break through defenses. Whether grenades or fireballs, their power ultimately had its limits. And when confronted by a terror like the undead, they were woefully inadequate. To make matters worse, Shanshan, who had maintained the light above, now descended, her energy depleted, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Once more, the skill of shadow escape was invoked, Xu Jiang's life-saving technique, now exhausted, leaving him with no apparent means of escape but to flee. At that critical juncture, the Desert Eagle in his hand spoke up. Chapter 37. Is victory assured? Damn it, I can't even breach their defenses. I feel utterly useless. Xiao began to berate himself once more. As a Desert Eagle capable of firing explosive rounds that could penetrate standard armor, he was indeed commendable. Unfortunately, against the high-tier dark creatures, he felt woefully inadequate. Xu Jiang was currently focused on evading attacks, having no time to respond to him. However, the newly arrived Shanshan provided ample encouragement to her loyal fan. "Don't be disheartened. You are already doing wonderfully. Keep it up, little eagle, charge forth. I am worthless. If only I could restrain these monsters like Miss Shanshan does with her light." Xiao lamented. "Don't cry. It's not difficult. I can teach you." "Really? I want to learn." This exchange ignited a flicker of hope within Xu Jiang. What was Xiao best at? Was it not about mastering foreign skills to counter foes? Both the telekinetic bullet and explosive round were learned through comprehension. Could this also be feasible? Shanshan continued. Creating light is actually quite simple. Just think of it like this. Bu Ling, and it will work. Upon hearing such instruction, Xu Jiang felt despair. Shanshan merely flickered twice in his weapon slot, mimicking the process of powering on a device. Accompanied by a brief voiceover. Was this truly teaching? Who could possibly understand? "I understand now," Xiao exclaimed suddenly. "So, creating light is as simple as Bu Ling. Is that all it takes to learn? What have you even grasped?" "Congratulations, Major Eagle Sha has successfully comprehended the process of light's emergence through diligent study. Skill acquired. Silver Bullet LV1. Silver Bullet LV1. Infuses bullets with light attributes, inflicting tremendous damage on dark creatures." So that was the understanding? What on earth was that Bu Ling? Never mind. There's no time for such thoughts. Change the magazine, silver bullets. Xu Jiang rolled forward, evading an attack, and reloaded his magazine. At the moment of insertion, the nature of the bullets transformed. He raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, no longer emitting flames but trailing a pure white vapor that sliced through the darkness, striking the creature. though lacking the ferocity of the explosive rounds. The silver bullet emitted a sizzle upon impact, as if it were melting, leaving a deep puncture in the creature's body. It had an effect. Xu Jiang wasted no time hesitating, unleashing a barrage of bullets that streaked through the night like meteors, fleeting yet imbued with formidable power. Caw! The creature shrieked in agony. It was evident that it was suffering immensely. An overpowering force was searing it, rendering even its chaotic energy incapable of effecting a swift recovery. With a glare of hatred directed at Xu Jiang, it raised its claws, intent on tearing him apart. Fortunately, Old Iron appeared just in time, brandishing a totem to shield Xu Jiang, using sheer strength to withstand the creature's assault. Gritting his teeth, Old Iron turned his head and flashed Xu Jiang a confident smile, reassuring him that as long as he was present, protection was guaranteed. Bang! The creature struck with its other claw, sending Old Iron flying. Yet, that was acceptable, for it bought Xu Jiang precious time. Reloading once more, Xu Jiang retreated while firing. The silver bullets caused the undead to falter intermittently. And with the speed boost from Shadow Escape and the cover of grenades, this clumsy behemoth was unable to catch up to him. Xu Jiang felt invigorated. He seemed capable of exhausting this creature through a kite-flying strategy. As long as he had time to pierce its headgear and shatter its eyes, the monster was doomed. However, just as Xu Jiang brimmed with confidence, Pace delivered disheartening news. Xu Jiang, the energy at the exit has dissipated. The passage is connecting, and help will arrive shortly. Wonderful. What? Wonderful, my foot. Old Iron, hold on a bit longer. Get up and help me fin it off again. The passage was connecting, yet Xu Jiang could not rejoice, for he sensed that he might not endure until rescue arrived. The undead were too powerful. Their prior skirmish had been but a prelude. The true strength was now focused on sealing the exit. Realizing he was outmatched, it had revealed its true form, drawing back its power and allowing chaotic energy to sprout a pair of enormous wings. A skeletal butterfly. That was the only term Xu Jiang could conjure. From its grotesque body emerged a pair of bizarre skeletal wings that flapped in the sky, conjuring a gale that stung the skin, slowly gathering strength. Without a doubt, this entity was about to unleash a formidable attack. A powerful suction force began to draw everything nearby, tearing and crushing. Xu Jiang struggled just to stand, let alone flee. Bang! Stand behind me. Blue Iron stepped forward at this critical moment. He slammed his totem into the ground, creating a barrier before Xu Jiang to help stabilize him. Blue Iron was indeed willing to sacrifice himself. Charging forth in desperation was the most direct path to martyrdom, yet he could not bear to see Xu Jiang perish. Throughout their journey, he had come to regard Xu Jiang as a comrade, and now, as his final shield, it was his sole thought. Alas, even with all their efforts, their strength remained insufficient. Xu Jiang pressed against Blue Iron's back, raising his weapon to fire. Telekinetic bullet surged against the howling winds, ultimately succumbing and being swept away, failing to find its mark. Bullets that could not strike were useless, no matter how potent their power. As the tempest intensified and the deadly attack drew near completion, despair began to settle in Xu Jiang's heart. He attempted to inquire of Qianji, if I use Shadow Escape to flee with all my might, is there a chance to break through? Flee. We are on the verge of victory. Why would the general wish to run? What? We are about to win. Xu Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. In his eyes, it had reached a critical juncture of life and death. The airborne undead were invincible. This battle seemed unwinnable. How could they possibly triumph? Indeed, we are on the brink of victory. When we return, I shall hold another concert. Phew. It seems war truly does not suit me. I would rather be a medic. After this battle, I will request to withdraw from grenade duty. It appears my involvement is no longer required. General, as a worthless individual, I request to return and install more enhancements. TSK, this monster is merely seeking its own demise. Oh, I only have one cigarette left. I must replenish that as well. The Mets had begun to chat, all exuding confidence in what seemed to be a doomed battle. But someone tell me how we are supposed to win this fight. None of you are even lifting a finger. Are we really hoping for the enemy to self-destruct? No. Not everyone. There was still one who had not spoken. Could it be? Aha. A slightly deranged laughter echoed in Xu Jiang's ears. Chapter 38. The terror of Guanyin. The chilling laughter sent shivers down Xu Jiang's spine. He turned to Guanyin behind him and asked, was that you laughing just now? Unsure. Xu Jiang found the maniacal laughter vastly at odds with the previously gentle demeanor of the young woman. Guanyin did not respond, instead muttering to herself. He is flying in the air. Absolutely unacceptable. No air forces allowed. Her tone grew increasingly ominous, and the gun barrel began to tremble. Resembling a bloodthirsty beast that had caught the scent of its prey, eager to engage in slaughter. Xu Jiang quickly grasped the Gatling gun, noticing the barrel had turned red-hot. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed. "Kill. Annihilate all air forces. Warning. Guanyin is about to enter a berserk state. All unrelated personnel, please evacuate." This was the first warning Xu Jiang had received since accepting the general's order. The appearance of the weapon had drastically transformed. The once delicate, timid image of a classical young woman had morphed into a grotesque, maniacal grin, embodying a bloodthirsty frenzy that surpassed even the most terrifying madness. The gun was searing hot, its barrel uncontrollably rising, as if it could hardly wait to unleash a torrent of bullets. Xu Jiang, elated, shouted to his comrade, "Get back. I can no longer control myself." His furious roar startled Lan Tai, who wondered if Xu Jiang was about to unleash a devastating attack. Being killed by Xu Jiang would hardly be considered a sacrifice. Lan Tai hastily leaped aside. Without a meat shield, Xu Jiang's body was uncontrollably pulled by the fierce wind. But it was in that moment that Guanyin erupted. Restricted airspace. Kill. With her thunderous roar, 6 barrels began to spin at high speed. Boom. The flames erupted from the gun's mouth, bullets flying at 100 rounds per second towards the airborne skeletal creature. Each bullet seemed to be seared red, trailing a terrifying column of fire. The unmatched lethality of the onslaught was enough to tear through any defenses, no matter how fierce the wind. The creature's sturdy frame was pierced in an instant, and the gale abruptly ceased. Guanyin's power had utterly surpassed that of a conventional Gatling gun. Perhaps, at that moment, the grievously injured skeletal creature regretted taking to the skies. It could not comprehend why this human had suddenly become so formidable. By the time it wished to descend, it was already too late. The incoming bullets were undeniably lethal, their force shattering its bone armor and rendering its body immobile. It felt like a fragile boat in a colossal wave, attempting to reach shore but being violently tossed about, nowhere to retreat. Rip apart. Shred them into pieces. The existence of air forces is absolutely forbidden. Guanyin had completely lost her sanity, and Xu Jiang found himself unable to rein her in. Bullets rained down, first crippling the creature's lower body, then tearing its legs and torso in half, followed by demolishing its head and exploding its chest in mere seconds. The skeletal creature was riddled with bullets, reduced to a heap of shattered bones, finally liberated as it descended. No, perhaps Guanyin's intention was to reduce it to dust, but it halted abruptly only because Xu Jiang had run out of energy. "General, her energy has been depleted. Please remain vigilant." Indeed, this violent woman should no longer refer to herself as a young lady. Xu Jiang glanced at the energy core. By the latter half of the battle, the remaining energy of over 1,000 had been entirely consumed, leaving not a drop behind. When a woman rises, she is truly terrifying. Divine blessing, forcibly shut down. And now he could only wait for a gradual recovery. However, with the monster slain, it should not resurrect, but as a precaution, Xu Jiang decided to set it ablaze with fire of joy, treating it as a celebration. He scanned the area warily. There were no monsters in sight. But he did spot several formidable allies who had come to reinforce him. Old Man Lei, Old Man Mo, Team 17. And a few unfamiliar middle-aged men clad in resplendent golden gear, undoubtedly powerful. Regrettably, they had arrived a tad too late. Xu Jiang shrugged. These experts always seemed to arrive just a step behind. The monster had already been dealt with. Late? No, certainly not. The timing was just right. Yong'an City is one of the few remaining safe havens in this age of calamity. Yet, even so, death remained a commonplace occurrence in Yong'an City. The recent Hollow disaster had indeed inflicted severe losses, but compared to the gains, these losses were trivial. After all, they had witnessed the rise of a prodigious newcomer, which would prove to be a priceless asset for Yong'an's future. In the past couple of days, Old Man Lei had been restless, incessantly urging for progress on the analysis, lamenting that his apprentice had fallen into the chasm and needed immediate rescue. As the passage opened, they had just entered the hollow when they witnessed Xu Jiang single-handedly obliterating the skeletal creature with the Gatling gun. If Lei Luo were not suffering from senility, then his disciple Xu Jiang should merely be a level 4 novice. But considering the opponent, a flying skeletal creature, what a concept. It possessed power comparable to that of a first-tier professional. Every profession stagnates at level 40. Only by completing trials to achieve first-tier status does one undergo a qualitative transformation. An ordinary first-tier professional would find it troublesome to contend with such a flying skeletal creature, yet Xu Jiang, merely a newcomer, had obliterated it. It was indeed a remarkable feat. All eyes turned to Xu Jiang, eager for his explanation, but he remained nonchalant. He stowed away the Gatling gun, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his weapon pouch, tapped the box, and took out the last cigarette, lighting it for himself. As the sparks flickered, Xu Jiang leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. Casting a glance at the monster's remains, he casually flicked his unfinished cigarette onto the carcass and departed without a backward glance. Boom. Behind him, flames soared into the sky, while Xu Jiang continued onward, unfazed. A true man never looks back at explosions, embodying sheer coolness. The powerful Gatling gun and the inexplicable incendiary device had showcased Xu Jiang's astonishing prowess in a mere 20 seconds. If he wasn't mistaken, the newcomer who had perfectly cleared the black and white forest a few days prior must be this very individual. The onlookers directed envious glances at Lei Luo, lamenting how such a promising talent had been snatched up by this old man. Truly unjust. Currently, Lei Luo stood tall, suppressing a smile as he awaited Xu Jiang's acknowledgement. Regrettably, Xu Jiang was uninterested in the old man. Instead, he turned to approaching Xiao Xiao. "Captain, are you here to rescue me as well?" The stunning Xiao Xiao, though fierce in battle, was far more pleasing to the eye than an old man. With her long rifle in hand, she cheerfully patted his shoulder. "Of course. You are a member of Team 17. You can't just run off to hone your skills without informing me. Don't blame me. I had no desire to come to this cursed place," Xu Jiang replied, feeling helpless. He pointed at old man lay beside him. "It was this old gentleman who insisted on showing me the ropes before taking me on as his apprentice. I merely passed through and fell into the chasm. What terrible luck." Upon hearing Xu Jiang's words, old man Lei's expression immediately soured. It wasn't merely Xu Jiang's complaint that embarrassed him. It was the revelation of a crucial piece of information within Xu Jiang's statement. "What? Xu Jiang, you haven't even become his apprentice yet?" The eyes of those around him glimmered with predatory intensity. Chapter 39. Price hike. The distinction between seeking a mentor and not seeking one is profoundly significant, much akin to the difference between dating and marrying. Before marriage, one may have numerous partners, yet post-marriage, based on those experiences, one is left with but a singular spouse. When viewed through this lens, one might consider it a profitable exchange. In any case, Xu Jiang's decision not to seek a mentor signifies that others now have the opportunity to vie for him. "Old Lei," he mused, "you've been lacking rest lately. Perhaps it would be wise to return home early and recuperate. I shall take charge here. Indeed, I am a priest, and I will escort Xu Jiang for his injury assessment." The assembly of notable figures nearby had begun to entangle themselves in a heated debate, each attempting to claim Xu Jiang as their disciple, eager to elevate their own status through his potential. This scenario was, of course, well within Xu Jiang's expectations. He understood the value of the general's order, which facilitates the continual evolution and enhancement of equipment, a feat surpassing any form of cultivation. Thus, from the outset, Xu Jiang had no intention of remaining inconspicuous, nor could he. Having only recently transitioned into his new role, his rate of growth had far exceeded anticipations. Even if old Lei wished to conceal this, it was no longer feasible. He decided to be forthright and transparent, aiming to secure additional investments, which would prove pivotal for upgrading his equipment. It is only the weak who cling to survival. The formidable mechas are forged through monetary investment, and he was confident that his ascent in strength would outpace any underhanded schemes. As he observed the assembly of powerful individuals disputing Xu Jiang's allegiance, the carefree Baozi could not help but exclaim, "Xu Jiang, you are quite the sought-after one. Have you considered seeking another mentor?" Ordinary conversation could hardly escape the attention of such potent figures, causing old Lei's countenance to darken considerably. "This damn little yellow-haired brat speaks without restraint. If my disciple is taken, I shall not spare you." Old Lei attempted to rush forward, only to be halted by old Mo. Initially misinformed, believing Xu Jiang had already secured a mentor, he now realized that old Lei's affections were unreciprocated, and thus felt no obligation to hold back. Exuding the brute strength of a swordsman, he wrapped an arm around old Lei and winked at Baozi. "Quickly, little yellow-haired one, say more to persuade Xu Jiang to leave." Xu Jiang chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Actually, old Lei is quite commendable. After all, he was the one who introduced me to this path." "Are you referring to the black and white forced entry ticket and the supplies obtained from the logistics department? Those were all complimentary." He shrugged. "In any case, he did impart some skills to me. Do not deceive me. Old Lei is merely a revolver aficionado. Your skills bear no relation whatsoever." Old Lei's expression darkened further. "Yet, there was some cost incurred, such as travel expenses." Gasoline costs are negligible. 50 credit points? TSK, Xu Jiang, you are worth a mere 50. How pitiful." Old Lei's face turned ashen. But on a related note, It's quite foolish of the Martial Arts Society under Old Mo's management to forsake you over 50 credit points. Word of this will surely bring him embarrassment. Old Mo's expression soured in response. No, it should have been handled by the municipal office, as a refugee. You were supposed to be vetted there. How could they cast you into the slums? Truly blind. A stranger among them, a middle-aged man, also wore a frown. Given this, perhaps you should choose Old Lei as your mentor. At least he is willing to spend 50 credits to sponsor you. The faces of all present darkened. Xu Jiang remarked. No wonder you emerged from the 17th group. A modicum of normalcy in conversation seems lost on you. Should you find yourself whisked away by a throng of magnates for tea, do not blame me. Hastily diverting the topic, Xu Jiang suggested, why not lend your support elsewhere? Many require your assistance. Of course. Baozi responded enthusiastically, racing towards the battlefield. I just spotted a burly man wielding an iron coffin. He seems to be in peril. I must save him. Wait. Xu Jiang called out, but Baozi had already darted away. Old Iron, I am sorry. May you find a swift resolution. As soon as Baozi departed, the assembly of magnates converged upon Xu Jiang. Xu Jiang, in just 3 days, your strength has surged again. You are an ideal candidate for our martial arts society. I am currently initiating a training program that offers housing and vehicles upon enrollment. It suits you perfectly. Enough of that. What training program? I have heard nothing of it. Xu Jiang, do not heed this old man's fabrications. Old Lei interjected. Alarmed at the prospect of losing Xu Jiang, a stranger echoed Old Lei's sentiments, chastising Mo Wushan with righteous fervor. Indeed, the municipal office just contacted me. Mo Wushan's training program operates illegally. Xu Jiang, do not fall for this trickery. I represent the Public Security Bureau. We are entirely legitimate. Join us. And you shall receive a dedicated female secretary for 24-hour companionship. Companionship? Xu Jiang mused, intrigued by the term's connotation of legitimacy. He had always felt suited for roles within the Public Security Bureau, presenting a virtuous image and ridding the world of evildoers. He was resolutely opposed to gambling and drugs. I am CJ's B. Steward. It is a pleasure to meet you. Should you wish to sever ties with the Jiuquan group, we can manage the breach of contract. Various factions eager to offer Xu Jiang their support presented extravagant propositions, some of which he had never even heard of, merely code names with conditions that seemed fantastical. Only Old Lei, the retired individual, was unable to offer substantial benefits and was currently in a state of agitation, unable to reach higher authorities. No matter. I await your offers, Xu Jiang replied with a faint smile. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I have not slept in 2 days and am quite fatigued. I wish to return and rest before contemplating future matters. Group leader, may we leave now? Certainly. Let us go. Ing Xiao, oblivious to the sentiments of the magnates, readily agreed. After all, Xu Jiang was a member of her 17th group, and it was entirely reasonable for her to take him away. The prominent figures attempted to intervene. Yet they could not disregard Xu Jiang's wishes. Others had fought tirelessly for 2 days and nights. It was only fair to allow him some respite. Furthermore, Ing Xiao's status was not ordinary. Any attempt to forcibly detain him would be met with resistance. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Xu Jiang departed, inadvertently granting Old Lei an opportunity. Sha Tu, observing from the sidelines, chuckled softly, having discerned Xu Jiang's intentions. He was clearly attempting to inflate his worth. However, Xu Jiang awaited only the Jiuquan group's offer, and seeing Old Lei's impatience, it seemed the company was poised to make considerable concessions. Patting Xu Jiang on the shoulder, Sha Tu remarked, I will assist you with the aftermath. You should return and recuperate. Thank you very much, Xu Jiang replied, grateful for Sha Tu's reliability. Having just vanquished a horrific creature, there would undoubtedly be a bounty of spoils. Xu Jiang, lacking the energy to linger and tidy the battlefield, determined that allowing Sha Tu to oversee it was the optimal choice. As they traversed the passage, experiencing another dizzying rotation, they finally returned to Yong'an City. Behind them lay the dark void, surrounded by a myriad of instruments and equipment, with distant cries and hopeful gazes lingering in the air. Disaster had struck, leaving countless families shattered. Fortunately, he had emerged unscathed and even managed to defeat the creature, opening an exit. May more souls find salvation henceforth. As he pondered these thoughts, a golden-armored warrior appeared before him, embracing him upon their initial encounter. Xu Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly formidable, having single-handedly defeated that beast. Who are you? Do we know each other? Xu Jiang stammered, taken aback, until he discerned a glimpse of azure skin peeking through the gaps in the golden armor. Finally recognizing the individual. You are Pace? What have you done to yourself? Ah, It appears your tribe has resided in isolation for far too long, having forgotten the armaments of our lamp tribe. In the void, I was unable to connect with my home world. Upon emerging, it was imperative to don my armor for peace of mind. It seemed the lamp tribe was not devoid of combat prowess, adorned in golden armor that appeared quite formidable. Much like establishing a base station on the home planet, Pays could draw upon its strength whenever needed. No wonder those faceless masses go to great lengths to open the void. Once the network is severed, even the most formidable keyboard warriors are rendered speechless. Xu Jiang. From this moment forth, you shall be my friend. I haven't brought any treasures this time. Feel free to choose from these trinkets. P.S. The lacking in many respects is affluent. Having casually found a room, he shook his small bag, and with a clatter, a plethora of trinkets spilled forth. Chapter 40. The needs of the machine's A bag. Nearly the size of a shoulder bag, yet the items it contained were astonishingly long, some exceeding 2 meters. There were dozens of weapons, varying in hue from purple to pink, and even a piece of orange-quality lingerie. Wait, does lingerie count as equipment? What attributes could an orange-quality piece bestow when worn? Xu Jiang scanned the surroundings, realizing that none of the items were worthy of his attention, and turned his gaze towards the bag in Paisai's hand. No matter how fine the equipment, it could not surpass the value of a subordinate summoned after a point. Whatever he would take would merely be sold for coins. However, this bag was extraordinary. It could hold so much. If he were to acquire it, he could effortlessly store ammunition, spoils of war, and heavy weaponry, making future journeys exceedingly convenient. Xu Jiang inquired, "Is this a space bag? Where did you procure it?" "This? It's a complimentary gift." "Really? Can I claim one?" "Of course. I'm returning to the home planet in a couple of days. Why not accompany me back? By recognizing our ancestry and completing the genealogical registration, you can receive armor and a space bag for free." Well, that was a bit of a letdown. No wonder he had never seen anyone else with a space bag. It was an exclusive treasure of the big-headed blue-skinned folk. He could perhaps masquerade in mechanical armor, but if he truly ventured to the home planet of the Jinlan tribe, he doubted anyone would regard him as kin. General, could you possibly gift the most adorable Shanshan a present?" Whoa. Shanshan, who loved to snuggle, suddenly began to act cute. A stunned Batten claiming to be adorable? Really now? Nevertheless, since she desired a gift, Xu Jiang could not refuse. "What do you wish for?" "I want that clothing blueprint. Shanshan wishes to change into a beautiful new outfit." Whoa. Could Xu Jiang deny his girlfriend a new outfit? Certainly not. He crouched down and picked up a piece of parchment. EMP blueprint, blue quality capable of crafting a formidable electromagnetic pulse device. This was a blueprint for crafting equipment, intended for skilled technicians, and its attributes should be considerable, capable of incapacitating high-tech devices in an instant. But this is a blueprint for a device. Are you certain it can be fashioned into clothing? Of course. It must be pink. Whoa. Xu Jiang nodded, too lazy to question further, gestured towards Paisai. "I'll take this." Amidst a plethora of fine equipment, he had chosen a low-value blue blueprint. This left Paisai perplexed. "Are you certain this is all you want? In our realm, this is regarded as the least useful scrap blueprint." "It's fine. I'm merely selecting something at random. After all, we are comrades who have fought side by side. It's just a token of friendship." What a cunning old fox Xu Jiang was, shamelessly exploiting the situation. Choosing other equipment would primarily yield monetary gain, but to him, money was a mere tool, easily earned again. Conversely, the friendship of a Jinlan tribe member was exceedingly precious. Seeing Xu Jiang's deep loyalty, Paisai was genuinely touched. "I will always cherish this friendship. Upon my return, I will personally select some treasures for you. When we meet again, you must not refuse." What a good lad. Though not particularly handsome, his character could be summarized in one word: gullible. All right. Be cautious on your way back. Attracting the attention of the faceless is unwise. Having bid farewell to the adorable big-headed doll, Xu Jiang exited the small room. Outside, the 17th squad was already prepared. Shatta handed a metallic box to Xu Jiang, which presumably contained their gains. As for Baozi, the dim-witted one had indeed rescued Lantian. While arranging for medical personnel to attend to him, he continued to chatter away. "Administer the strongest sedative. This fellow was infected with frenzy and was constantly seeking death. I only knocked him unconscious to bring him back. Poor Lantian." A moment of silence for him. The group returned to the 17th squad, enjoyed a refreshing shower, and Xu Jiang felt entirely at ease. Though this foray into the void had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. The spoils packed by Shadow were primarily materials, but their worth was significant, unique to the void, and could fetch a handsome sum. The most valuable item was a palm-sized crystal. Its outer layer was white, yet the core was black, its exact composition unknown, but it contained immense power. This was salvaged from the remains of a skeletal creature, and based on Shada's experience, its value likely surpassed the total worth of the other materials combined. Having secured the spoils, Xu Jiang reclined comfortably on his bed. Nothing was more pleasurable than returning victorious, laden with treasures, and falling asleep beside a companion. Wait, where did my companion come from? And why is she so cold? Xu Jiang jolted awake. He quickly turned on the bedside lamp and surveyed the surroundings. Qianji had just stealthily returned from Baozi's room. The stun baton and cigarette case were engaged in a discussion on herbalism. Shang had entered meditation, and Shan Shan seemed to be practicing a dance at the table. Beside him lay a curvaceous figure nestled in the blankets. Guanyin, what are you doing? Xu Jiang asked, perplexed. Is the air conditioning in the room too cold? Why is a massive Gatling gun hiding in my bed? General, seeing my comrades so diligently training late into the night, I felt a bit anxious. And I lack virtue and talent. Fearing your disdain, I can only offer this frail form. Speak plainly. I am here to serve your bedchamber. Xu Jiang. To hear the phrase, serve your bedchamber directed at himself, should have brought him satisfaction. However, when uttered by a Gatling gun, the sentiment felt rather off-kilter. Gazing at the voluptuous gun body and those long, slender legs, he couldn't help but wonder. Guanyin, have you truly forgotten what transpired during the day? Xu Jiang pressed. Day? What happened during the day? Shan Shan and I were hiding in the back. And before we knew it, we fell asleep. When I awoke, we had already left the battlefield. Could this be a case of dual personality? The brutal demeanor from earlier seemed completely erased from memory. Pondering this, Xu Jiang sat on the bed, rubbing his face vigorously, the drowsiness dissipating. Observing the industrious machines, he posed, tomorrow, someone is likely to seek me for negotiations. Does anyone have any requests? Speak freely. He held some camaraderie with Grandfather Lei and the 17th Squad. Thus he had no intention of switching sides. Nonetheless, he still desired benefits, needing substantial investment to enhance the machine's combat capabilities. Qianji, General, I require a training ground to practice my skills. Rest assured, I will address this issue. Shan Shan, General, I desire more beautiful clothing. Certainly, I will visit the armory tomorrow. Just let me know what you fancy. Cigarette case, General, I require additional materials to craft cigarettes. Of course, provide me with a list of materials, and I shall procure them. Hearing the first three requests, Xu Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. His subordinates were enthusiastic, and he would certainly fulfill their needs. What about the rest? Stun baton, General, I wish to retire and enjoy my twilight years. Ah, dream on. Next. Shang, General, I wish to fall in love. Get lost. I don't even have a girlfriend. How can you think of romance? Guanyin, General, I wish to serve your bedchamber. Alas, there is truly no reasoning with you. Chapter 41. Collaboration and Coercion. The following day, Xu Jiang's initial intention was to indulge in slumber until noon, compensating for the night spent battling monsters in the void. However, at the break of dawn, precisely at 7, a persistent knocking resounded at his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Baozi, equally sleep-deprived, stifling yawns and wearing an expression of resignation. You seem remarkably composed, even with your communicator switched off. The reception room is bustling with guests looking for you, so I was sent to rouse you. The base of Team 17 occupied the entire 11th floor of the Jiuquan Group's annex, likely to avoid inconveniences. It appeared that Ing Xiao had contacted Baozi to summon him. Xu Jiang sighed in disappointment. I had thought that under our leader's formidable influence, I could at least enjoy a leisurely sleep-in. I never anticipated that even she would succumb to the pressure. Upon hearing this, Baozi could only offer a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Alas, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Had it been anyone else, the leader might have shown no leniency. But the visitor was none other than Miss Qi Yao, the third daughter of the Qi family. Miss Qi, a prominent figure in Jiuquan? Indeed. She is one of the 3 current directors of the Jiuquan Group. The representatives of the other 2 directors had been turned away, but Miss Qi's personal presence was unavoidable. To Xu Jiang, Jiuquan Group loomed like a colossal entity, and the arrival of one of its top executives was quite unexpected. After a swift grooming, Xu Jiang ventured into the reception room, where he beheld the legendary Miss Qi Yao. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over a pale yellow gown, as she delicately stirred her coffee, allowing the soft steam to caress her flawless visage. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding the grace of a refined lady, though her current demeanor appeared somewhat awkward. Seated beside her was their leader, Ing Xiao, whose sweet smile belied a propensity for violence, creating an impression of sweetness masking a more ferocious nature. Upon Xu Jiang's arrival, Xu Xiao promptly rose to introduce him. Xu Jiang has joined us. Allow me to present our sole superior in Team 17, Miss Qi Yao. The sole superior? It seemed that factions existed even within Jiuquan Group. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Qi Yao greeted with an air of poise, extending her hand for a handshake, devoid of the shyness typical of ordinary girls. This was hardly surprising. In such tumultuous times, naivety could lead to swift demise. Despite the evident care Qi Yao took with her appearance, her hands bore the calluses of someone accustomed to wielding weapons. Xu Jiang, ever the gracious guest, replied, I never anticipated that the esteemed Miss Qi would come to meet me in person. It is truly an honor. Not at all. In fact, I had intended to visit you when you first joined the company, but there were concerns that delayed our meeting. Qi Yao responded with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. It was clear that Qi Yao placed considerable importance on Xu Jiang. Motivated by her desire to cultivate her own team and bolstered by Grandpa Lei's fervent endorsements. After all, Grandpa Lei had been among the first to interact with Xu Jiang and was acutely aware of his status as a blank slate prior to entering the Black and White Forest. Utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of the world. Yet, in a mere few days, Xu Jiang had achieved astonishing feats, donning formidable gear that seemed to have materialized from thin air. Such a prodigy could not be overlooked. Grandpa Lei chimed in. Indeed, Miss Qi holds you in high regard. Xu Jiang, you must seize this opportunity. Seize what opportunity? To win over the boss's daughter and take over the entire company? Casting a glance at the suddenly materialized elder, Xu Jiang inquired, Oh, Grandpa Lei, when did you arrive? I've been here all along, you rascal. With two stunning women present, this old fellow felt like a withered tree in a pot, momentarily overlooked, truly a misstep. Settling into a nearby sofa, Grandpa Lei produced a stack of documents and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Xu Jiang, let us engage in a candid discussion today. Initially, I aimed for you to maintain a low profile, but it seems that is no longer feasible. I have prepared several alternative plans for your consideration. Grandpa Lei's intention was to protect Xu Jiang, allowing him to grow discreetly, which was not an erroneous notion. Within Jiuquan Group, power was distinctly divided. Aside from Miss Qi Yao, there was her elder brother and another director, each leading their own factions and perpetually vying for dominance. Team 17 and Grandpa Lei were directly subordinate to Qi Yao. Only the eldest brother and the third miss? What about the second brother? The second young master is of no concern to you. That is not the focus here. Grandpa Lei interrupted Xu Jiang's curiosity and continued his explanation. In this chaotic era, to claim that all subordinates were unwaveringly loyal would be unrealistic. Many were mere opportunists swaying with the winds. Thus, to garner more support within the group, one must enhance their prestige and achieve results. Xu Jiang, I can offer you my utmost support, but you must also be prepared for the possibility of being marginalized by other factions. Furthermore, you are required to secure two significant achievements. Investment necessitates returns. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor that no one could tolerate. Xu Jiang picked up the contract on the table, which boasted generous terms alongside stringent conditions. The first round of investment included a house, a stylish hover vehicle, and a wealth of blue-grade materials, weapons, and training resources. In return, Xu Jiang was to achieve commendable results in two designated spiritual domains. Spiritual domains? I am well versed in that. No problem at all. Xu Jiang responded without a moment's hesitation. Do not underestimate this. It will not be as simple as merely clearing levels. Caution is imperative. Once you secure notable accomplishments, we will proceed with a second round of investment, Grandpa Lei cautioned. Investment, returns, further investment, and greater returns, a continuous cycle. A pragmatic and effective collaboration model. As he spoke, Grandpa Lei began to boast that your tenure in this field is brief and your experience limited. Do not worry. I shall provide you with enhanced training and facilitate your transfer to Team 3 for further learning. I will ensure that you achieve a substantial leap before the spiritual domains are activated. This notion, while commendable, placed pressure on Xu Jiang, urging him to hasten his pace under the guise of an esteemed mentor. Surely, Xu Jiang would. I refuse. What? Yes. I find Team 17 to be quite satisfactory. I wish to remain here. But Team 3 offers superior conditions, nutritionists, trainers, instructors. That is the most elite division of the scavenger department. Precisely why I refuse to go. I have my own methods of cultivating my talents and do not require excessive training. Specialized training? Learning? Those hold little value for me. My abilities stem from the gear I possess. Reflecting on the evolution of his equipment, It was evident that his prowess had been honed through a series of challenges, discovering potential and acquiring skills along the way. In the entirety of Xu Jiang Group, was there a place more inclined to create chaos than Team 17? Upon hearing Xu Jiang's words, Ing Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Huh? Indeed, you are my most valued team member. Rest assured, whenever there are operations, I will certainly include you. Operations? Qi Yao seemed to have caught wind of an unsettling term. Ahem, what I meant was to provide him with specialized training. While their conversation flowed merrily, Grandpa Lei's expression grew increasingly despondent. Although Xu Jiang had chosen to remain in Team 17, he made no mention of taking him on as a disciple. Was his extraordinary prodigy truly going to take flight like this? Observing Grandpa Lei's pitiful demeanor, Xu Jiang nearly burst into laughter. He was not averse to the idea of acknowledging this enthusiastic elder as a mentor. Learning marksmanship techniques and gaining insights into survival experiences would be invaluable. Regrettably, the times have changed. In the past, it was arduous to find a mentor. Without presenting substantial gifts, a master would scarcely impart their invaluable skills. However, now it is even more challenging to take on disciples. The last time I visited the company's warehouse, I found no suitable weapons. As a master, should you not show some acknowledgement? Let us dispense with the pretense. I am here to extort your treasures. Will you comply? Indeed. Master Lei, with a face beaming with joy, exclaimed, let us depart at once to my storeroom. You may choose freely from my collection. Chapter 42. I wish to smoke. How exorbitant is the cost of a mecha engineer? Even someone like Xu Jiang, who often takes advantage of situations, felt a shiver upon seeing the price list. Following Qi Yao into the research facility, he observed that the equipment here consisted of relatively new high-tier weaponry, heavy mechas, chainsaw swords, sniper rifles, and laser cannons, among others. Xu Jiang, lacking the requisite level, was unable to summon any of them. His purpose for visiting was to customize a new outfit for his home companion, Shanshan. The blueprint I need to process is in this document. He handed over the leather blueprint obtained from Pace to Qi Yao, who then passed it to the research team. The team leader responsible for technical development examined the blueprint with a furrowed brow and inquired, are you certain this EMP device needs to be manufactured? The tone suggested complications. Is this device difficult to create? No, it simply has a very low cost-performance ratio. The electromagnetic pulse strength is not high, nor is its range extensive. It is likely that even a fifth-generation computer could withstand its attack. Is it truly that weak? This is a blueprint. It can't be that subpar. The head of the research team seemingly anticipated their disbelief and elucidated. All the technology in this device is concentrated in its outer layer. Outer layer? Indeed. That is the only way to describe it. The surface of this EMP device is crafted from the leather of a savage beast, differing significantly from ordinary EMPs. Will it be stronger? No, it will be more expensive. Truly, as Pace described it, this was a rather worthless contraption. The leather layer was made from exceptionally high-quality savage beast hide, requiring an intricate process that necessitated the expertise of specialists for analysis and research, hence the elevated costs. What is the estimated expense? 2 million credit points. Xu Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. You can't be serious. A small blue-quality EMP device costs 2 million? Are you certain this isn't just a random figure? Very well, let the development commence. Qi Yao unhesitatingly agreed to the quotation. The research department was populated by zealots who, within the Xu Jiang group, maintained a neutral stance, offering no favors to anyone. The necessary funds had to be paid in full, charged to Qi Yao. As for bargaining, that was futile. After all, they were the professionals, and someone ignorant would inevitably be taken advantage of. Turning to Xu Jiang, Qi Yao calmly said, rest assured. This is your initial investment. Since you require this equipment, it must be for a valid reason. Indeed, the reason is that my dear Shanshan wishes for a new outfit. 2 million for a single piece. How extravagant it sounds. Upon leaving the research department, they proceeded toward the materials warehouse. At this moment, rumors of the third young lady accompanying a newcomer and spending lavishly began circulating throughout the company. After all, as one of the 3 directors and a striking beauty, Qi Yao's every move attracted attention. Everyone speculated about Xu Jiang's stature, wondering how he managed to captivate the third young lady's favor. Of course, Xu Jiang understood that this was not merely a casual outing, but rather a means of generating buzz, both for himself and for Qi Yao, who was promoting her own interests. Xu Jiang's talent could no longer be concealed, so it was prudent to be more conspicuous. As long as Xu Jiang's subsequent performance met expectations, today's actions would be a vivid highlight of Qi Yao's discerning eye for talent. At the warehouse entrance, the administrator had already hurried over to greet them. in stark contrast to the arrogant demeanor of the research department. The materials warehouse administrator was obsequious. "Miss, why have you come personally? If you need any materials, just give me a call, and I'll deliver them directly to you." Xiao nodded without elaborating and turned to Xu Jiang. "You mentioned wanting to personally select some herbs? Let's go in and take a look, but there are many items here. Are you certain you can find what you need?" I should be able to," Xu Jiang replied, lacking confidence in his own words. Entering the warehouse, they were greeted by a dazzling array of herbs displayed on the counters, while numerous automated robots busily organized the shelves. From 5-meter-long tree roots to fine, hair-like fungi, the warehouse offered an extensive selection of materials. However, typically, very few professionals visited. Most patrons were doctors and pharmacists who preferred to purchase finished potions directly rather than dabble in the study of herbs. Xu Jiang's primary reason for being here was to replenish ammunition for his smoking case. "Little Smoke, are you sure that cigarettes aren't made from tobacco?" "Indeed not, General. Ordinary tobacco could never achieve the level of combustion required for the fire of joy." "While that may be true, are there truly herbs capable of producing a cigarette that functions like a super incendiary device?" "What herbs are you referring to?" "I am uncertain, which is why I need to take a look." Xu Jiang harbored serious doubts. It seemed the smoking case was merely toying with him, suggesting he could find the formula without knowing it himself. Wait a moment, they wouldn't be suggesting filling cigarettes with oil, would they? The taste would be quite overwhelming. "General, please trust my expertise. The herbs for cigarette production are indeed a profound subject." "How so?" "Herbs are categorized by the 5 elements, with medicinal catalysts divided by yin and yang. The timing, technique, and proportions are all crucial. They must be refined with rootless water to produce high-quality cigarettes." "Are we discussing the same matter? Are you making cigarettes or concocting elixirs?" "Certainly, I am producing cigarettes, although the 2 paths may converge. Rest assured, General, I have discussed this extensively with the Grenade and uncovered numerous advanced tobacco recipes left by predecessors." To be frank, Xu Jiang found it hard to be completely reassured. Even the Grenade was no ordinary entity. What kind of conclusions could the two of them possibly reach? Rubbing his temples, he listened to the smoking case chatter incessantly. Was it really that difficult to get a cigarette? "All right, enough. Just tell me the results. What is the formula?" As the saying goes, the chrysanthemum withers. The ground is strewn with sorrow. Your smile has faded, like flowers falling, leaving hearts broken. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Are you sure that is the formula? Of course. The ground is littered with corpses, faces pale, hearts severed. This is not the effect of high-grade poisonous smoke. I poison your brother-in-law's thigh. This is a metaphor. Do you understand? A metaphor. Xu Jiang was already in despair. While the Grenade and the smoking case engaged in lyrical research, it would be better to pursue something tangible. Approaching the administrator, he pointed casually at a shelf laden with nearly 100 types of herbs. "Do you see that shelf?" "I do. Pack half a pound of each for me." This was a last resort. He would take everything home and let the smoking case experiment with each type slowly, surely. They would succeed with at least 1 or 2. Xu Jiang's authoritative request stunned the administrator. Upon glancing at the 3rd young lady and seeing no objections, he could only begin packing with a puzzled expression. "Are you a pharmacist?" The administrator inquired curiously. "I am not well versed in herbs. By the way, do you have any chrysanthemums? Pack a pound for me as well." "Certainly, we have chrysanthemums. Are you planning to brew tea? I'll roll them up and smoke them." Chapter 43. The Spring of the Desert Eagle. After visiting the research department and the materials warehouse, Yao personally accompanied Xu Jiang to register for an apartment in a car and transferred an additional 1 million credit points. This initial round of investment totaled nearly 10 million, successfully establishing Xu Jiang's reputation. The focus now shifted to Xu Jiang's performance. Should he deliver commendable results, a second round of investment would swiftly follow. "Fear not, my disciple. Stay close to your master. I shall guide you in weapon selection and provide you with specialized training. I promise you shall surpass that group of youngsters," exclaimed Old Lei, eager to commence his teachings. In his heart, nothing brought him greater pride than witnessing his disciple become invincible. With a snap of his fingers, Xu Jiang gestured behind him. Although the apartment required renovations, he had acquired a stylish hover sports car, far superior to Old Lei's antiquated 4-wheeled vehicle. He had finally transcended the days of hitching rides. From now on, he would cruise through the city in his sleek automobile, undoubtedly leading a more carefree life. They arrived at a secluded estate that appeared to be near an airport, with modest 2-story buildings surrounding them. Why not request a villa from the company? "With your capabilities, you shouldn't be settling for this shabby place," he remarked. The surroundings looked rather dilapidated, with even the convenience store owner wielding a shotgun. How chaotic could this place be? Old Lei dismissively shook his finger. You are still young and do not understand. Do you think the apartment provided today is exceptional? Come, take a look at what I have. The third young lady had promised Xu Jiang an apartment, offering him the choice between a villa or an apartment. After much contemplation, Xu Jiang ultimately opted for the apartment due to the villa's remote location and mediocre security, which was more suitable for retirement. In contrast, the apartment was located near the headquarters of Jiuquan Group, providing him with an entire floor. It featured a professional training ground, luxurious modern decor, and even a small jacuzzi, exuding an air of grandeur. Most importantly, commuting to work would be convenient, with Jiuquan Group responsible for security, alleviating concerns about potential adversaries seeking revenge. Looking around the shabby courtyard, covered in fallen leaves, with peeling paint on the exterior walls, Xu Jiang pondered what was commendable about this place. Old Lei proudly led him inside. While the kitchenware appeared simple, he opened a hidden door and descended a staircase, revealing a completely different scene. A space exceeding 100 square meters was enveloped in silver-gray metal, with walls lined with an array of weaponry, grenades, handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers, all available. With a well-equipped armed off-road vehicle parked in the center of the garage. This is a secret armory. Indeed. Is it not impressive? Can your so-called apartments or villas compare to this? The greatest advantage of a private estate was the ability to modify it. Old Lei had expanded the basement, transforming it into a secret collection room, and found great enjoyment in admiring his treasures daily, a true indulgence in retirement. As they conversed, the defense system indicated a visitor, and upon inspecting the monitor, they discovered it was Mo Wushan from the Martial Arts Association knocking at the door. Old Lei grinned and pressed the release button. Oh, old Mo, you've arrived. Come, visit my armory. I've just purchased a box of premium tea for you to sample. The camaraderie between the two elderly men was evident. Now that they were retired, they often gathered for tea, sharing new finds like this one. Mo, appearing quite pleased, exclaimed Old Lei. It seems you have a good heart today to invite me for tea. Let me tell you, regarding Xu Jiang, I will not budge. Xu Jiang, you are here as well? Mo was taken aback by Xu Jiang's presence and immediately foresaw a troubling outcome. Could it be that you? Ha. Xu Jiang is now my disciple. Naturally, he is here with me. You old rascal, did you summon me merely to flaunt your disciple? Of course not. Look, here is the tea. Take it, and feel free to leave. Having retracted his earlier friendly demeanor, the two elderly men turned into rivals. Deliberately calling Mo over to boast about his disciple, they reveled in each other's agitation before dismissing him. Truly shameless behavior. Xu Jiang shook his head, choosing not to witness the two old men bicker further. Instead, he approached the most conspicuous display cabinet, gazing at a battered revolver lined up on the shelf. Only mechanisms with established merits possessed the soul of machinery. This was the singular limitation of the General's command. How was one to determine whether merits had been established? This had long been a perplexing question for Xu Jiang, and the revolver before him unequivocally illustrated the essence of a seasoned warrior. The silver alloy gun body, with an elongated 6-inch barrel and a sleek black grip, was undoubtedly a Colt Python revolver. Unfortunately, the weapon had lost its former majesty. The cylinder was half destroyed, and the barrel bore numerous scars. As if it had endured a life-and-death struggle, bravely withstanding the onslaught of blades and bludgeons until the very end. Death's dance, once a symbol of faith, had now become a mere ornament. Old Lei approached, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he regarded the revolver. In the initial chaos of catastrophe, humanity was caught off guard by the sudden emergence of monsters, and the wielder of Death's Dance was among the first heroes to complete their transition and take up arms in defiance. Regrettably, the hero ultimately fell on the battlefield, having fought valiantly alongside refugees until the last moment, with this scarred revolver as his companion. With today's advanced technology, it could certainly be restored, yet there was no necessity. No one would wield such a low-tier weapon again. It would remain as a token of remembrance, the grim scars serving to honor the hero's blood and sacrifice. As he reflected, this was indeed Xu Jiang's first comprehensive understanding of the story behind a weapon. Undoubtedly, this revolver possessed the soul of machinery, and Xu Jiang's General's command had already signaled its response. May I acquire this weapon? Xu Jiang inquired. You desire it? Of course, there is no issue. Old Lei was more than willing to bestow Death's Dance upon Xu Jiang. This was a legacy of heroic will, and every elder hoped that the younger generation would embrace such spirit. Behind them, Mo Wushan wore a sour expression. lamenting the rarity of young individuals who revered the sacrifices of their predecessors and felt it a travesty that old Lei had stumbled upon such a gem. Just as he pondered this, Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to look at Lei Luo, who wore an equally astonished expression. Xu Jiang had lifted the revolver, gently gliding his hand across its surface, as if a stream of light passed through it, and the scars on the gun began to slowly mend. The elegant gun body shimmered with a silvery metallic luster, and the elongated barrel seemed to regain its former dominance. Was this a special repair skill? No. As a master of revolvers, Lei Luo distinctly sensed that the revolver was emitting a gentle vibration. This resonance could only be perceived by one who had achieved unity with their weapon. Is the resonance immediate upon acquisition? Is this the terrifying gift Xu Jiang possesses? The two old men exchanged glances and began to whisper, deliberating on a more refined training plan for this exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Xu Jiang, filled with joy, caressed the revolver in his hand, appreciating its distinct characteristic. It was undeniably stylish. Colt Python Revolver, Major General, quality, white, magazine capacity, 357 Magnum. 6 rounds, title, Dance of Death, awaiting repair. Skills, Lethal Shot LV1. Death Revolver LV1. Lethal Shot LV1. Bullets fired possess formidable piercing capabilities, ignoring 20 of the enemy's armor. Death Revolver LV1. Upon entering combat, power increases by 2 every second, capping at 50. Truly, these attributes are remarkably straightforward. A bullet is simply a bullet, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. No matter how thick the steel armor, I shall pierce through it. To encourage another handgun, Xu Jiang specifically called out, "Little Sha, are you there?" "Yes, General. Have you seen our new companion?" "Yes, I have." There seemed to be a hint of nervousness in the voice of Desert Eagle. "Since you have seen it, have you gleaned any insights from it?" Xu Jiang hoped that Desert Eagle had graduated from elementary school and could grasp more advanced skills from higher education. It would be best if he could comprehend that piercing skill, elevating his power to new heights. Desert Eagle did not disappoint him and quickly understood. "Yes, General. I have realized." "Oh, what have you realized?" "I understand that I have fallen in love. Beautiful lady, please accept my courtship." Xu Jiang. Chapter 44. Tonight we make Zongzi inquiry. What offspring would result from the union of a Desert Eagle and a revolver? This query is deeply profound. And if given the chance, Xu Jiang would wish to witness this marvel. Alas, the courtship of Little Sha has not been particularly smooth. "Beautiful lady, please grant my pursuit," he implores. "Allow me to decline. Your charm has profoundly moved me. Let us get to know each other." "I am shying. I have no interest." From her tone, it was evident she was a woman. However, unlike Qianji's resolute and steadfast demeanor, her voice emanated a chilling indifference. Observing Sha Ying's disappointment, Xu Jiang swiftly intervened. "Hello. Welcome to our big family." "Thank you, General. May I ask how to address you?" "I am called Qing Wu." Her responses were succinct, as if uttering an additional word would be an extravagant expenditure of energy. In the span of their dialogue, Xu Jiang noticed Sha Ying persistently attempting to inch closer to Qing Wu, only to be repelled by her icy demeanor. Two firearms embarking on a romantic endeavor? What an absurd spectacle. Xu Jiang disregarded their antics, lowering his gaze to ponder the information displayed on Qing Wu's interface. Unlike other machinery, this new revolver bore the title Dance of Death and was marked as awaiting repair. If the rank of Major General signified her potential, then the white quality must represent her current state. Having been mended by the General's command, her form was restored, yet her quality had diminished. To reactivate her title, one must elevate her quality. Similarly, it could be inferred that the other equipment followed suit. With the enhancement of quality, more hidden powers could be unleashed. Though the methodology remained elusive for the time being. "Xu Jiang, have you made your selection? Why not consider other weapons? For instance, that mecha great sword would be quite admirable." The voice belonged to Mo Wushan, whose aged visage leaned in, seemingly eager to persuade Xu Jiang to study the sword. It wasn't entirely unreasonable to pursue swordsmanship as a mecha user. The old man had previously wished to take him on as a disciple, aiming to steer him towards melee combat with mechas. With a power core, chainsaw swords, power swords, and great swords could all be wielded, providing ample strength and energy. In the future, should the opportunity arise, it wouldn't be unfeasible to practice some close combat weaponry. However, at present, Xu Jiang was not particularly adept with firearms. He wanted to master shooting before diversifying. Having newly acquired the revolver, the optimal combat strategy was naturally dual-wielding. Yet, his shooting largely relied on Sha Ying's telekinetic bullets. and whether he could hit an adversary with an additional revolver in his left hand remained uncertain. Old Lei hurried over, pushing Mo Wushan aside. Indeed. Do not distract my apprentice from mastering the gun. Come, Xu Jiang, follow me to the courtyard. I shall demonstrate my unique skills. Once the treasures were examined, it was time to showcase techniques, and today, Old Lei intended for Xu Jiang to be thoroughly impressed. In this era, reaching retirement age without any skills was quite impossible. Old Lei undoubtedly had his pride. Drawing 2 revolvers from his waist, he displayed them with flair and asked Xu Jiang, "You must have heard of my name?" "I have not." "Then allow me to inform you. In my youth, I was known as Thunderous Twin Guns." Listen to that tone of pride. Is he truly formidable? I have also heard others called Primordial Celestial Master, and that title lacks grandeur. Is it because your surname is Lei? Nonsense. It is because of my unique skill, Thunderous Vengeance. Old Lei felt a pang of humiliation. This young brat had not witnessed his former prowess of taking on 100 foes at once, and now displayed disdain. Now, I shall demonstrate. Come. Shoot me with your explosive flame bullet. Standing in the courtyard, Old Lei wore no protective gear, confidently challenging Xu Jiang's bullet. But my telekinetic bullet can curve. If by chance I end up blowing your head off, would that not be considered killing my master? Do not worry. Fire at will. Your master is not so weak. If I were to be killed by you, I would not deserve to be your master, Mo Dage chimed in, sipping tea and munching on sunflower seeds. Upon reflection, that reasoning held some merit. If one could not withstand a single bullet, they likely would not have survived to this day. Thus, Xu Jiang drew his gun and fired. Why aren't you aiming? Old Lei found himself momentarily taken aback. He had heard of Pang Shi's descriptions regarding Xu Jiang's bullets that could curve, which seemed quite extraordinary. But is this not a tad exaggerated? Just a casual flick? That bullet curved at such a wide arc. Fortunately, Old Lei's experience proved invaluable. He remained composed and swiftly predicted the bullet's trajectory, raising his left hand and swiping forcefully. With a soft clang, before Xu Jiang could react, Old Lei's other gun was already aimed at his head. What is this? Blocking a bullet with bare hands? Xu Jiang was astounded. That casual swipe had deflected the bullet to the ground, without even detonating the explosive round. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? This is merely the Vengeance counterattack, a skill unique to revolvers. Of course, should you become my disciple, I shall also teach you the advanced Thunderous Vengeance. Seeing Xu Jiang's astonished expression, Old Lei felt quite gratified. The Vengeance counterattack was a relatively advanced skill, unavailable on the market. Only through relentless guidance from a master like him could one possibly learn it. Moreover, he possessed an even more powerful unique technique, Thunderous Vengeance. After this, Xu Jiang would likely be so enamored that he would kneel in admiration before his mentor. Why are you just standing there in a daze? Are you stunned? Is your mental fortitude so lacking? Old Lei posed dramatically for quite some time. Yet he failed to capture Xu Jiang's attention. While it was indeed astonishing, Xu Jiang remained silent, engaged in conversation with Qing Wu. This technique seems quite formidable. Can you learn it? Merely a trivial skill. Really? How long would it take to master? One real battle. Her succinct response revealed the echoes of Qing Wu's past strength. Even if everything were to start anew, her foundation remained. Acquiring once effective skills would not pose a challenge, merely requiring a single real battle for review. However, speaking of real battles, the only one in sight was the impending spirit domain in 2 days. Yet, that spirit domain was tied to a mission that must take precedence. It was uncertain whether this would have any impact. As Xu Jiang pondered, a communication request came through. Upon answering, he heard in Xiao Xiao's voice, "Xu Jiang, where are you? Are you done? To celebrate your miraculous survival, let us embark on a mission tonight." The 2 elderly gentlemen nearby wore expressions of confusion. Celebrating survival should entail a grand feast, perhaps lighting a bonfire? Working late could hardly be considered a celebration, could it? Xu Jiang's eyelids twitched. He instantly grasped Xiao Xiao's intent. Last time, when a newcomer joined, she also mentioned a celebration, this time, having narrowly escaped death. She was clearly seeking an excuse to engage in some form of robbery. In a flash of insight, Xu Jiang recalled Qing Wu's mission, which indeed required real combat. Robbing could very well be considered real combat. All right, I have finished my tasks, but I am at my master's secondary residence and will return to the company shortly. No need. Let us gather near the mission site. I will come to collect you. After hanging up, Old Lei frowned slightly. The spirit domain opens in 2 days. Your schedule is tight. Those patrol missions can actually be skipped. I will speak on your behalf. No need. I have just entered the organization and do not wish to seek special treatment. We shall continue tomorrow. Xu Jiang had no intention of missing out on Team 17's activities and firmly declined Old Lei's offer. Driving to the agreed location, he found a black van waiting. Lowering the window, he was greeted by Ing Xiao, Sha Tu, Baozi, and Xiao Zhan, with Xiao Hei's voice crackling over the intercom. Before Xu Jiang could speak, Ing Xiao took the initiative. Is this sports car yours? Perfect. Once we conclude our business, we can take your car back. Indeed, this task certainly did not bode well. Even before it had commenced, thoughts of abandoning the vehicle were already surfacing. Xu Jiang had no objections, offering a faint smile as he boarded the van. Playfully pinching the little ghost at the center of Xiao Zhan's chest, he casually inquired, "So, what is today's objective? Are we continuing to rob the gangsters?" "Of course not. Repeatedly robbing gangs is rather monotonous," Ing Xiao replied with a triumphant grin. "Today, we are making zongzi." "Making zongzi? Such harmony? Perhaps I have overthought this," Xu Jiang pondered, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle halted before a desolate graveyard. Chapter 45. The professional team. How many lives are lost daily in Yong'an City? Even the Public Security Bureau is likely unaware. In these tumultuous times, aside from the affluent individuals who meticulously select respectable burial plots for their loved ones, the majority of the unfortunate souls who meet their demise are discarded in a chaotic graveyard west of the city. This area was once known as Lion Mountain Park, where a group of lions was kept for public viewing. Regrettably, the lions perished, and the park subsequently closed, due to its peculiar name. The site attracted a number of individuals seeking to dispose of bodies, gradually transforming it into a park of corpses. Recently, however, the bodies in this necropolis have begun to inexplicably revive. In the stillness of the night, ghostly figures wander through the woods, their cries echoing faintly. Ing Xiao's expression was grim as she spoke in a deliberately hushed tone, evoking a sense of horror. "Are you trying to create a terrifying atmosphere?" Xu Jiang inquired, amusement dancing in his voice. "Oh, don't you find it frightening? Those are zombies," she retorted. "Few would dare to approach such things." "Not really. Had this been 3 months ago, I might have felt fear," Xu Jiang replied, casting a glance at Xiao Zhan. Their team included seasoned practitioners of the arcane, individuals who treated ghosts as mere dolls, accustomed to such encounters. "What is there to fear?" Ing Xiao patted his shoulder in approval, saying, "Well done, you're adapting quickly. Once you conquer your fear, tonight's task will be straightforward." Their task for the evening was to wrap zongzi, a term Ing Xiao had picked up from somewhere. Beyond being a traditional food, zongzi was also used by some illicit workers to refer to reanimated corpses. "But why wrap zongzi?" Xu Jiang questioned. "Because it involves packaging," she clarified. "Tonight's main task is to package 3 zongzi to take back." The client specified that they must be mobile. "Packaging 3 zongzi, this sounds rather casual. Should I be grateful to the organization for preparing such a splendid celebration for me?" Xu Jiang mused, pondering the peculiar nature of the commission Ing Xiao had received. It seemed there were always unique enthusiasts issuing odd requests, often at a reasonable price. Their second task involved investigating the cause of the anomalies at the necropolis. "Wait, we have more than one task tonight?" Xu Jiang asked, surprised. "Of course. Since we're already at this chaotic graveyard, why not seize multiple rewards?" Ing Xiao replied pragmatically, aiming to secure a lucrative commission before seeking smaller tasks to supplement their income. Their final assignment was to locate a herb known as the corpse companion flower. The midnight atmosphere of the necropolis was dim and foreboding. As they meandered through the park, they encountered crooked gravestones and mounds of earth, with remnants exposed on the ground. From the shadows of the forest came faint weeping sounds, mingled with a subtle scent of blood. Admittedly, such a place was inherently unsettling. Yet they were professionals, humans to battle humans, and spirits to confront spirits. 3 days ago, reports of reanimation began to surface here. Homeless individuals claimed to have witnessed corpses coming back to life, while others simultaneously saw hundreds of humanoid monsters going berserk. Came the voice of Xiao Hei through the earpiece. As the sole logistics member of Team 17, Xiao Hei was stationed at their base, providing vital information. "Has the Public Security Bureau not investigated this?" Xu Jiang inquired, cautious to gather more intel. "They have, but failed to reach any conclusions, suggesting that passers-by were merely seeing things. They incinerated some bodies and left," Xiao Hei reported. "Could it be humans affected by the frenzy? Unlikely, as the strange occurrences only happen at night. Even during the day, no one has been harmed. Despite people gathering for barbecues, the frenzy could influence human minds, driving them to madness and uncontrollable behavior. Since there had been no injuries during the day, it could be tentatively ruled out. Could it be that a master of the arcane was manipulating the corpses? Yet controlling hundreds of zongzi simultaneously would require considerable strength. What could possibly compel them to venture out at such an hour? Let us explore the woods. Our primary task is to wrap zongzi. Anything else we accomplish is a bonus. With that, Xiao led the charge, radiating an aura of electricity, viewing everyone as potential zongzi, nearly binding several passing scavengers. Team leader, please remain calm. Tonight's task may not be as simple as it seems, Xiaohe warned through the earpiece. Hearing this, Sha-Tu frowned slightly. What is the matter, Xiaohe? Have you discovered something? I just received word that another team has also taken on this task. What? This isn't exclusive to us. Not at all. To my knowledge, for other teams have mobilized, so exercise caution. This revelation undoubtedly complicated their mission. While the joint efforts of multiple teams might streamline the task, it also meant the employer would be paying for 4 separate commissions, a considerable sum, indicating that this operation was far from straightforward. Regardless, let us press on. I'm keen to see what they're up to, Xiao declared, her tone brimming with confidence. Their team was remarkably well-rounded. While others might be constrained in such a sinister locale, they had Xiaojun with them. Like releasing a balloon, Xiaojun sent her spirit companion into the air, which circled around, inexplicably followed by a flock of blue shadows. After listening closely, Xiaojun pointed southward and stated, "They told me there's a group of bullies over there who always pick on them." Though her expression remained stoic and her voice cold, her words carried a youthful innocence. The they in her statement likely referred to the nearby restless souls. At just 14 years old, she mingled seamlessly with the spirits, showcasing a boldness that was quite remarkable for her age. Leveraging Xiaojun's advantage, the group soon spotted their first zongzi. It was a male corpse clad in a set of female pajamas, seemingly retaining some vestiges of its past life, currently ramming itself against a tree with alarming frequency. These zongzi are rather uncivilized. Isn't this setting a poor example for the children? Xu Jiang thought, almost instinctively reaching to cover Xiaojun's eyes. However, the other 3 had already sprung into action. Sha-Tu unleashed a grappling claw, leveraging it against a tree to swiftly maneuver behind the zongzi, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. Xiao followed closely, her spear crackling with purple lightning as she struck the zongzi, rendering it momentarily paralyzed, limbs twitching and body rigid. Baozi rushed forward, ensnaring the zongzi in a body bag and swiftly binding it with ropes, successfully wrapping up one meat zongzi. Impressive teamwork. Xu Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. Such seamless coordination. Their technique is undoubtedly honed from previous experience in similar tasks. Observing the zongzi beneath them struggling to regain its mobility, Xu Jiang inquired, "What now?" "It's going to be quite cumbersome for it to travel like this." "Not an issue. We'll just bury it," Xiao replied, her expertise in burial evident. Replacing her spear with a shovel, she began to dig a hole. "The zongzi won't suffocate. We'll bury it for now and retrieve it later once the task is complete. Let us hurry and finish so we can head back for a late-night snack," she urged. Truly, they were a professional team, killing, looting, wrapping, and burying without hesitation. Just then, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance, lighting up the night sky. Chapter 46. I am here to rescue. It seems there is a fierce battle over there. Baozi climbed a tree and took out a night vision device to discern the distant chaos. A battle commencing in a graveyard is hardly a good omen. "Boss, should we join the fray?" "Certainly not," Xiao replied, finishing her last shovelful of dirt before switching to a long gun. "Let them slay each other. We shall continue with our mission." Xiao, who casually mentioned robbery and dumpling making, was hardly a dignified leader. Following her, they stealthily approached the periphery of the battlefield. In the distance, chaos reigned. Explosions, roars, and wails intertwined. Nearby, Xiao lifted her gun, aimed at a solitary zombie, and swiftly dispatched it with a blow, then dug a hole to bury it. "That makes 3 dumplings," she continued. "Next, let us seek out the companion flower. Its peculiar appearance should make it easy to find. You pursue your goals while they fight amongst themselves." Xiao's unique demeanor left Xu Jiang bemused. Of course, no one would dare to persuade her to assist in the rescue. After all, venturing to a graveyard in the dead of night hardly signals benevolence. Likely, they were bounty hunters or grave robbers, and rescuing someone could invite treachery, a futile endeavor. At that moment, Xiaohe also contacted them with news about the battle's origin. A mercenary group had taken on an investigative task and, through some arcane technique, located the source of the mutation, inadvertently provoking a horde of zombies. Are the enemies formidable? Their combat power is average, but they are numerous and fearlessly aggressive, seemingly imbued with potent toxins quite troublesome. Xiaohe had gleaned this intelligence from other factions. As many teams hired for the night had encountered difficulties and sought assistance from their respective gangs, causing information to proliferate swiftly. Danger escalated the deeper they ventured, but fortunately, everyone was merely scavenging for herbs at the perimeter, remaining relatively safe. This, however, was only temporary. Xiao grew increasingly agitated at the absence of the companion flower. How frustrating. If I cannot find the companion flower, we shall have to delve deeper into our tasks. Is the companion flower mission particularly crucial? Xu Jiang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is critical due to the high reward. Since you are moving to a new home, I intend to present you with a grand gift. The payment from dumpling making alone would be insufficient. Hearing this, Xu Jiang felt a surge of appreciation. To venture into a graveyard at such an hour merely to bestow him a housewarming gift stirred feelings of guilt. Yet, there was no need for such sacrifice. If the companion flower could not be found, it was enough that the sentiment was there, no need to court danger. Xu Jiang attempted to dissuade her. But Xiao remained resolute. No, I promise to give you a gift, and I shall. If these two tasks cannot be completed, we will take on others. Other tasks? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Was it possible to accept other assignments now? Indeed. Here S1. Xiao activated her communicator, revealing a flurry of red alerts. These alerts are distress signals from the company. Some of our colleagues are trapped and seeking reinforcement. Reinforcement? You just noticed this? No, I've known for a while. But I couldn't be bothered to assist. Xiao shrugged, her reply brazenly unapologetic. Were it not for the bounty, she might have completely overlooked it. It's no wonder the leader is hesitant. The one in distress is a high-ranking member of another faction. Xiaohe chimed in via the communicator. It appeared both had received the distress signal, but whether to assist was another matter altogether. Out of humanitarian concern, they should lend a hand to their colleagues. Yet internal faction conflicts and divisions rendered it justifiable to refrain. Let us proceed and assess the situation. I know the individual. He is not entirely ill-intentioned. So rescuing him shouldn't pose a problem. With a determined goal, Xiao led the group into the depths of the graveyard. As they traversed, they encountered an abundance of human and animal corpses, and even Xu Jiang's group felt the immense pressure. The corpses had undergone mutation, and this place teemed with bodies, making them exceedingly numerous. Unlike the deranged lost souls, simply severing their heads wouldn't guarantee their demise. These entities had perished once before. Lacking heads, they still fought fiercely. Unless they were dismembered or countered by Xu Jiang's silver bullets or Xiao's dark thunder powers, subduing them would prove challenging. After some time and a few rescues, they finally reached the distressed location, encountering the fabled vice president of the company. How to describe him? He was rather foolish. But luck had favored him. At barely 30 years old, his combat prowess was minimal. It was unclear how he had found himself in such a precarious position, surrounded by zombies with no escape route. Fortunately, his luck held. As a shield-bearing warrior, he managed to shield himself with a large barrier, enduring the onslaught of these relatively weak attackers. His name was Duan Quan. Lacking skill, he had ascended to the vice president position due to familial connections. As explained by Sha Tuesday, the Jiaochuan group had 3 directors, and his father was among them, which accounted for his unexpectedly high rank at such a young age. So, we are indeed set on rescuing him? Xu Jiang glanced at Xiao, feeling uneasy about aiding a high-ranking member of an opposing faction. Yet, Xiao nodded. Of course we must save him. I just consulted with the third miss. She said this fellow is inept, and that rescuing him would only hinder his father. Are we scheming this deeply? The enemy's wastrel is now my ally? Resolute, Xiao sent a message through the company channel. I am Xiao, the leader of Team 17. My team is patrolling nearby and has arrived on the scene to provide assistance. We have located Duan Quan. Really? Hurry. Save my son. Came the frantic shout from the communicator. At that moment, faction affiliations were irrelevant. Anyone who could rescue his son was worthy of aid. Rest assured. We will rescue your son. With that, Xiao deactivated the communicator, raised her long gun, and dashed forward. The surrounding zombies roared, attempting to thwart her advance. Yet, Xiao, a force to be reckoned with, moved like a flash of purple lightning, sending the monsters she encountered sprawling in her wake. In no time, she reached Duan Quan, executing a swift and powerful strike aimed at the back of his head. Bang! Duan Quan collapsed, bloodied and unconscious. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Wait, are you here to save him or to slay him? Xu Jiang stumbled, nearly losing his footing. If you're going to slay monsters, then slay monsters. Wasn't Duan Quan the one we were supposed to rescue? Have you become so bloodthirsty that you strike at your own? Ing Xiaoxiao proudly proclaimed, I said we would save him, but I never mentioned he would return unscathed. Do you hold a grudge against him? Not at all. But he is wealthy. With that, she snapped her fingers at Baozi, who understood the cue and hurried over to strip Duan Quan of his armor, shield, and any valuables he possessed. Chapter 47. The Advancement Quest of the Desert Eagle Rich, 2nd Generation. Time to explode those coins. Baozi muttered as he stripped a man of his clothing. The orange quality shield at level 30 was undoubtedly the most valuable piece of equipment. Even the purple-grade armor could only be considered a supplementary item. Baozi's technique was remarkably professional as he deftly removed a man's trousers and shirt, wrapping them in a piece of black cloth from his toolkit. With a cheerful demeanor, he scampered away, intending to first relocate the spoils. Seeing Baozi leave, Xu Jiang gestured for Xu Jiang to cast a healing spell to revive the victim. Xu Jiang watched from the side, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, the world had gone awry. The very notion of rescue. Yet the rescuer first knocked out the victim to loot his equipment. How shameful. Yet, I find it amusing. Chalet, send a grenade his way. Sure thing, watch me bounce and explode. Wait, I meant for you to cast a healing spell. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I almost sent him off. A grenade illuminated with a bright light, reviving Duan Quan, who immediately felt a chilling sensation as he realized he was left with nothing but his underwear. What happened to me? Oh right, the monsters help. Do not panic. We are from the 17th group of the Wilderness Hunters, here specifically to rescue you. The instigator, Ing Xiaoxiao, stood gallantly at the front line, facing countless zombies with her weapon drawn. Her striking posture nearly brought tears to Duan Quan's eyes. Finally, someone has come to my aid. But my equipment. When we found you, you were already like this. We suspect it was the looters. Yes, I felt someone strike me from behind. Ouch, that hurts. No worries. Just run along this path. We've cleared the monsters along the way. It's quite safe. But I have no equipment. I don't even have a shield. It's dangerous to run out like this. No problem. You can use this shield for now. Hurry, we'll cover your retreat. Ing Xiaoxiao spoke with righteous determination, willing to stay behind to provide cover. Yet, you knocked someone out and stripped them of their gear, even refusing to escort him out. Isn't that a bit excessive? Moreover, is this even a shield? It was snatched from a zombie, akin to the wooden pot lid held by Yaya. Are you certain he can make it out alive? Duan Quan, oblivious to the malice, expressed his gratitude to Ing Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much. After today, you shall be my benefactor. I will repay you. Enough chit-chat. Take this communicator. Once you're outside, contact your father and have him send someone to retrieve you. Okay, thank you all. I shall take my leave now. The night was frigid. Clad in nothing but his underwear and clutching a wooden pot lid, Duan Quan ran through the biting wind, swaying. TSK, TSK, TSK. The boss is truly ruthless. Baozi returned just in time to witness Duan Quan's embarrassing flight. Boss, that Duan Quan is incredibly wealthy. He carried 300 exotic crystals with him. Has this child lost his mind? 300 exotic crystals? That's worth 6 million credit points. Who in their right mind would carry 6 million cash to a cemetery in the dead of night? Forget about him. We should retreat. This place feels increasingly ominous. Ing Xiaoxiao made a decisive call. They had merely come to fulfill a contract, yet it seemed the cemetery was undergoing a significant transformation. However, just as they prepared to leave, the usually taciturn Xu Jiang suddenly spoke up. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. His words halted everyone in their tracks. Matters? Here? Baozi looked perplexed, scanning the surroundings. Aside from the flesh-stripped zombies emitting their hunger-driven growls, there were hardly any living souls. What personal affairs could possibly require attention here? Noticing Xu Jiang's silence, Ing Xiaoxiao refrained from probing further. Very well, if you have business to attend to, we shall proceed. But leader? This is my personal matter. There's no need to drag everyone into it. Come now, your business is our business in the 17th group. Just give us a direction to follow. Although Ing Xiaoxiao wielded her spear with brute strength, her loyalty was unwavering. If Xu Jiang was in trouble, they would face it together. Of course, arrangements for the group were still necessary. Xiao Zhen could no longer remain with them. Her abilities leaned towards support, and the environment was becoming increasingly perilous, making it difficult to care for her. Baozi also needed to retreat. Taking the flesh zombies they had buried back to the vehicle for safety and awaiting further instructions. As for Xu Jiang, I will delve deeper with you. Xu Jiang brandished his revolver. I need to practice my skills. I haven't had a good opportunity yet. During his time in the 17th group, he had received care from Xu Jiang, and now that trouble had arisen, he naturally wished to lend a hand. Besides, there had been too few zombies earlier. Xu Jiang sought to hone his skills, and with two formidable allies to protect him, he certainly would not squander the chance. As the trio ventured deeper into the forest, the number of zombies increased. Xu Jiang estimated that at least thousands of zombies had awakened in the Corpse Mountain Park, and if not handled properly, it could escalate into a calamity of the undead. Moreover, this revival did not solely target humans, it also encompassed beasts. Before Xu Jiang stood a massive lion, its form appearing even more robust than in life, its ebony coat gleaming, as radiating a menacing red as it roared at the trio. Xiao, unyielding, readied her weapon to strike the lion, but Xu Jiang intervened. Leader, may I take on this lion? I wish to practice. You want to take it on solo? Fine. Just don't let it squash you. We still have to grab a late-night snack. Xiao, ever mindful of their plans, replied. But are you truly certain? After witnessing so many zombies, will you even be able to eat afterward? Xu Jiang steadied himself, standing before the lion with dual pistols in hand. In previous battles, he had relied on ranged firepower for suppression. Now, he aimed to learn the intricacies of close combat techniques. Qingwu, I am about to commence the training for vengeful counterattack. Are you prepared? Ready at all times. A succinct response, a faint glimmer surfaced on the revolver. Congratulations, the Dance of Death has initiated an advancement quest, temporarily acquiring the skill, vengeful counterattack. Within 1 hour, complete 10 vengeful counterattacks to permanently obtain this skill. The Dance of Death will advance to blue quality. Upon seeing the notification, Xu Jiang was elated. After Qi Ji, he had finally unlocked a second weapon for his subordinate that was ready for advancement. Such as the virtue of ambition. The weapons at home had diverse personalities, most of which were not eager to strengthen. Conversely, the newly joined Qingwu, due to her cold yet ambitious nature, presented an impressive gift right from the start. Just as Xu Jiang was beaming with joy, a loud shout rang in his ear. General, I understand now. Xiao, we haven't even begun battle. What have you understood? I realize why Miss Qingwu looks down on me. Really? What's the reason? It must be that I am not strong enough. I fail to meet Miss Qingwu's standards for a partner. I must become stronger. Congratulations, the Desert Eagle has initiated an advancement quest. Within 1 hour. If the Dance of Death advances, the Desert Eagle will simultaneously advance to green quality. Xu Jiang, is this truly your motivation for advancement? The Desert Eagle has fallen in love, while it is uncertain whether he has received his elementary school diploma. One can be sure he is captivated by Qingwu's long and sleek barrel. Nevertheless, it is indeed beneficial. These two firearms will be bound in the future. And upgrading one will count as two, sparing Xu Jiang the arduous task of seeking advancement methods for the Desert Eagle. Come, let you become my stepping stone. Xu Jiang provocatively challenged the howling lion of death. With a furious roar, the lion of death lunged rapidly towards Xu Jiang, its powerful claws digging into the ground. This action caused both Xiao and Sha Tu to tense up, hastily repelling the zombies in front of them, preparing to support Xu Jiang at any moment. Typically, a conventional mechanical profession focuses on ranged output, ensuring that monsters are reduced to mere sieves before they even draw near. Only some specialized heavy mecha masters opt for giant swords as their means of attack, engaging in close combat with their foes. Yet, Xu Jiang, firmly gripping his dual pistols, did not unleash a barrage from a distance but instead chose to wait for the enemy to approach. What was he doing? Could that liquid armor truly withstand the Lion of Death's lethal claws? Just as the two were worried about Xu Jiang's predicament, he made his move. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the razor-sharp claws, swiftly raising his left hand to intercept, resulting in a collision. Xu Jiang, you, clang. To their astonishment, there was no gushing blood. Instead, a crisp sound of impact resonated, as if the Lion of Death had received a powerful blow, its robust claws deflected. In the next instant, the long barrel of the revolver produced a fleeting shadow, rapidly aimed at the Lion of Death's head. Bang! The bullet flew out, instantly slaying the beast. This was revenge counterattack. Xu Jiang, how did you learn this? Sha Tu, also a mechanical practitioner, could not help but exclaim. Though he was not adept with firearms, he had heard of the formidable reputation of revenge counterattack. It was a skill of great potency, capable of reversing the tide of battle if wielded effectively. However, this was a skill exclusive to level 25 roaming gunners, and skill stones for it were scarce even in the black market. Could it have been taught by Lalo? But had he not only become a disciple today? To learn it at a glance? Was that even feasible? Certainly not. Even if Xu Jiang were diligent, mastering skill instruction could not be accomplished in just a few days. Fortunately, Xu Jiang possessed a remarkable revolver, the Light Dance, once dubbed Death's Waltz, a name well-deserved. As long as Xu Jiang practiced diligently, he could fully master this technique. Revenge Counterattack LV1. Temporary within 1 second of activation, the left revolver can be used to deflect an enemy's attack. If successful, no damage is incurred, and the user enters a rapid counterattack state, ensuring the next bullet hits and deals 50 more damage. If the deflection fails, the skill cools down for 50 seconds. If successful, the cooldown is just 5 seconds. It is a powerful skill, yet it can also be quite ineffectual. Firstly, the deflection range is limited to above the wrist of the left hand wielding the Light Dance. Should one face a barrage of arrows, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. Secondly, the duration is merely 1 second, making timing critical. Nonetheless, with such evident drawbacks, the strength is naturally considerable. This technique can counter nearly any attack, provided the enemy's strike area is not excessively vast. With the long barrel of the Light Dance, it retains a distinct advantage. Moreover, after a successful deflection, the counterattack state activates, allowing for rapid fire with pinpoint accuracy. Impressive. Xu Jiang, I never expected your growth to be so swift. It seems we shall soon be taking on more advanced tasks. Xiao expressed her satisfaction, swatting away a zombie and patting Xu Jiang's shoulder in encouragement. While praise is undoubtedly uplifting, she seemed to have mentioned more advanced tasks. Is this robbery and zombie wrangling not considered advanced? Xu Jiang appeared perplexed. Of course not. Xiao exuded confidence in the team's future development plans. We are currently only dealing with one faction of enemies. Advanced tasks involve confronting 2 factions. For example, if we ambush a gang transaction, we can take them all at once, doubling the enemies and the rewards. Excellent, under Xiao's leadership. Group 17 is poised to specialize in black-on-black operations. Can we not engage in something legitimate? To say we are consuming 2 factions in one go is actually quite accurate. As the zombies were loaded onto the vehicle, Baozi leisurely chatted over the intercom. What's the situation? Many individuals have arrived outside, and they likely do not come with good intentions. You all should be cautious. Undoubtedly, this location is no longer merely a bounty task. The sudden turn of events has clearly attracted the attention of multiple factions. Baozi, accompanied by Xiao Zhan, returned to the vehicle, observing the bustling perimeter of Corpse Mountain Park. Unable to resist a jibe, the law enforcement officers who came to investigate during the day will likely be in hot water. How could they have failed to detect such a large-scale anomaly? Perhaps they did detect it, but dared not speak of it. Shatu kicked over a dog, beginning to analyze their current situation. The law enforcement agency likely knew of the crisis here long ago, dispatching a few interns for appearances. In the event of a real incident, they could simply dismiss those few. Huh, how do you know this? Xu Jiang inquired curiously. Because I saw the tactical special forces arrived here even earlier than us. But why did they not intervene? Perhaps they, too, desire the corpse flower. This statement came from Xiao He through the communicator. Concurrently, Xiao He shared the information he had gathered regarding the corpse flower. As the name suggests, the corpse flower grows using corpses as fertilizer, producing a peculiar bloom. It is indeed a poison, as the flowers contain potent corpse toxins. However, it can also be regarded as a medicinal herb, for its toxins can neutralize frenzy, which is far more difficult to control than the corpse toxins, making the latter considerably easier to treat. Thus, in a certain light, the corpse flower serves as an antidote for frenzy. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang immediately thought of Duan Quan. Are you implying that someone is cultivating corpse flowers here? Is the strange crystal Duan Quan carries meant for procuring the corpse flower? That should be correct. The growth of the corpse flower is notoriously demanding, so if it is being cultivated artificially, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. However, it seems some unforeseen circumstances have arisen. It is evident that the zombies have spiraled out of control. Some force is awakening the spirits within Corpse Mountain Park. Enough of this. Let us not dwell too much and continue our advance. Xu Jiang rallied, determined to press on. While these zombies are resilient, their sluggishness makes them ideal for practicing revenge counterattack. As the clumsy claws approached, Xu Jiang casually executed a deflection, then swiftly fired, obliterating the monster's head. Back and forth. With the aid of the Light Dance, Xu Jiang successfully completed 10 practice rounds. Congratulations, you have mastered the skill, Revenge Counterattack. Colt Python Revolver, Major General, has successfully advanced, current quality, blue. Due to stimulation, Desert Eagle, Colonel, has successfully advanced, current quality, green. I did not notice earlier that the qualities of these 2 weapons post-advancement are different. The Light Dance has turned blue, yet how has the Desert Eagle turned green? Let us inspect the attributes. Chapter 49. Corpse Flower. The equipment levels are categorized as white, blue, purple, pink, and orange. Light Dance's transformation from white to blue quality is considered a fairly normal advancement. Colt Python Revolver, Major General, quality, blue, magazine capacity, 6 rounds of 357 Magnum, title, Death Dance, repair status, 1-3, skills, Deadly Shot LV-10, ignores 40 of enemy armor. Death Revolver LV-10, upon entering combat, increases power by 5 every second, capping at 100. Vengeful Counter LV-10, within 1 second of activation, can block enemy attacks and enter a rapid counter state. The next bullet will hit unerringly and deal 200 more damage. If the block is successful, the skill has a cooldown of 3 seconds. After upgrading to blue quality, all skills have reached their maximum level, thus saving training time. Moreover, the title is now in a repair state, and it appears that upon reaching pink quality, it will be fully functional, undoubtedly powerful. From a holistic strength perspective, the Desert Eagle leans toward attribute bullets, providing exceptional efficacy against specific targets. While Light Dance focuses on armor penetration, lacking any frills, dispatching enemies with a single bullet. Having assessed Light Dance, Xu Jiang then turned his gaze to the Desert Eagle. For love, it willingly accepted a green status, which surprised Xu Jiang. In the classification of equipment levels, green quality stands alone, as one cannot assess strength through singular attributes. For instance, the dual revolvers wielded by Old Lay constitute a set of green equipment, where simultaneous use yields unique set bonuses and considerable power. Yet, it is just a single green item. Is it not possible to form a set? Is this upgrade even meaningful? Desert Eagle Pistol, Kernel, quality, green, magazine capacity, 10 rounds of 12. 7mm, skills, telekinetic bullet LV-10, explosive bullet LV-10, silver bullet LV-10. Adventurer set, 2-2. Loading, set skill automatically reloads bullets while assisting Light Dance in reloading. Guardian, set skill can act in place of Light Dance for blocking and retaliation. What a one-sided love affair this gun has. Not only rendering itself green, but also achieving a dual set effect through sheer will. The power of love is indeed astonishing. Seeing its newfound strength, the Desert Eagle cheerfully exclaimed, "General, this way I can be eternally bound to Light Dance." Really? Are you certain? Why does it seem to me that you are the one who cannot do without her, while she can manage without you? Never mind, as long as you grow stronger. I must admit, the 2 newly acquired set skills of the Desert Eagle are remarkably practical. Firstly, loading, which alleviates the significant challenge of reloading while wielding dual pistols. Although the magazine can be attached to the mech, switching bullets one-handed has proven to be quite the test of skill. Now, with the Desert Eagle's assistance, Xu Jiang can conserve much of his energy. Secondly, the Guardian skill essentially replicates Light Dance's Vengeful Counter, does it not? As a signature skill of the revolver class. It is surprising that a Desert Eagle has learned it for the sake of love. Old Lay would likely be astounded. Nearby, the 2 pistols resumed their courtship and rejection. While Sandu exclaimed, "Quick, let us check over there." Sandu pointed towards a nearby battlefield, revealing the aftermath of a fierce battle. A concealed base entrance lay in ruins, billowing thick smoke, with numerous dismembered corpses strewn about. A group of individuals clad in Special Forces uniforms appeared to have narrowly escaped the chaos, sustaining severe injuries as they leaned against the entrance, most of them already slipping into unconsciousness. It was the Tactical Special Forces team. They seemed to have been poisoned. Sandu observed the wounds, noting that the surrounding veins had turned black, as if sliced by some toxic substance. "Let us try first aid," Xu Jiang commanded, activating the grenade. But alas, though the light flashed and the wounds healed, the charred toxins continued to spread. "It's corpse poison. You cannot cure them. They must have been inoculated against toxins before joining the team and should be able to hold out until rescue arrives." Sandu assessed the situation with experience. The Tactical Special Forces are a team designed to handle various crises in Yong'an City, far exceeding the capabilities of the Public Security Bureau. Some members even wore 3-meter-tall medium mechs. Unfortunately, that heavy iron plating and formidable technological weaponry now lay in tatters. Could those corpses truly possess such strength? While the 3 pondered, a faint call for help reached their ears. "Are you Captain Sandu? Have you come to provide reinforcements?" Sandu paused and turned to the young man. "It's been a while, but I am no longer a member of the Tactical Special Forces. I am here to find her. Is she inside?" "Yes, the deputy captain is inside. Hurry and save her." "No, don't go near that flower." The youth appeared weak, seemingly affected by the poison. Uttering a few words before fading into a daze, repeatedly murmuring flower. From the man's words, it seemed Sandu had once been part of the tactical special forces. No wonder he had rushed over. He likely spotted the team and was concerned about someone among them. Stop dawdling, Sandu. Share your oxygen mask. All right. Sandu promptly opened his portable mechanical pack. Given their mission to explore the graveyard of the dead, he had naturally prepared an oxygen mask. Unfortunately, the weight limit was restrictive, and the simple oxygen mask could only last 20 minutes. Hopefully, rescue would arrive in time. The three entered the mountain through the opened entrance, revealing a hidden paradise within the cave. The surrounding equipment was more advanced than that at their base, indicating a significant period of existence. Regrettably, this base had been utterly destroyed. The surrounding devices burned fiercely, with only red emergency lights illuminating the smoke-filled world. Distant gunfire echoed from the depths of the base. How to find someone in this place? The air was thick with smoke, with numerous paths branching out, and they had no clear destination in this complex secret base. Down below, Sandu, seasoned in experience, utilized his mechanical leg to generate vibrations, calculating the multi-layered structure of the base. According to common understanding, the more valuable items are typically protected more rigorously and are generally stored deeper. As long as they could find the way downstairs, it would be straightforward. This is simple. Xiao is the best at finding paths. Raising her long gun, Xiao unleashed a surge of electrical energy from the damaged electronic devices surrounding them, channeling it into the barrel before delivering a powerful strike. Boom. The terrifying explosion reverberated, and Xiao's method of demolishing obstacles proved to be highly efficient, bypassing the elevator entirely by blasting through the floors. Of course, the downside was evident. The base appeared precariously unstable as they continued their demolition. Just as Xu Jiang felt the structure was about to collapse, they finally spotted their target. A group of 7 members of the Special Forces carried 2 metal briefcases, firing at their enemies while retreating. Before them bloomed a corpse flower. Regrettably, even the ever-optimistic Xiao had lost her desire to pluck the flower for a reward. For this flower measured nearly 5 meters in length, growing from the back of a woman, spreading like wings and radiating an eerie, bewitching glow. Chapter 50. 6 Divine Smokes. Are you alright? I'll cover your escape, shouted Sha Tu to several members of the Special Operations team, his concern primarily directed towards one individual. What are you doing here? This is a tactical operation. Leave immediately. Your involvement is unnecessary. What is going on? Helping out yet being reprimanded? The voice sounded like a young woman. Could she be Sha Tu's daughter? Sha Tu remained silent, opting to express his resolve through action. His bionic legs suddenly unfolded, ripping apart his trousers, blades glinting ominously. With a powerful leap, he launched himself at the creature. Clang! His agile feet danced as he struck, severing the tendrils the monster had unleashed. However, the creature proved to be a formidable opponent. The petals behind the girl unfurled like a silken ribbon, drawing towards Sha Tu's day. He swiftly evaded, his legs sweeping sideways, the blades striking the floral silk with precision. Yet, the silk was remarkably resilient. The blades only left deep marks without cleaving through. And with a swift recoil, Sha Tu found himself in peril. I'll take over. At that critical moment, Xiao arrived, thrusting her electric gun forward with ferocity. The lightning at the tip was more powerful than any cannon or blade, piercing through the petals. But this single strike enraged the creature, causing the room to tremble violently as massive roots surged from the ground. At this juncture, Xu Jiang finally discerned the true form of the adversary. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, her skin pale and long black hair cascading down her back, clad in a patient's white gown. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber, surrendering to the control of the flowers behind her. The enormous corpse flower, blooming from her back, opened and closed its petals, a beautiful yet sinister blend of crimson and gold. The ends of its vicious vines extended, and as Xiao attempted to attack, she found herself ensnared by the endless floral silk, unable to breach the defenses. As for the others, merely fending off the vines was a daunting task. Assaults came from all directions. Xu Jiang and his companions formed a defensive circle, their bullets relentless yet pitifully ineffective against a botanical monstrosity. The lethality of silver bullets was limited. While revolvers and explosive rounds fared slightly better, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. This cannot continue. It will absorb the death energy and regenerate infinitely. We cannot defeat it. Take the items and leave. This time, the female team leader did not lash out with harsh words. She tossed a briefcase to Sha Tu, urging him to take the vital information and flee. Yet, Sha Tu was indifferent. He caught the briefcase without a glance, tossing it into the corner. I am your father, here to save you. What use do I have for it? Such elegance, always present. Xu truly appeared heroic as he plunged into the monster's lair to rescue his daughter. Of course, the crisis still required resolution, and Xu Jiang began to contemplate strategies. The room was vast, yet the monster's roots dominated, writhing incessantly and dividing the battlefield. Xiao was locked in combat with the floral silk, while Xu Jiang and his companions were forced to defend against the roots, certain to exhaust themselves and perish first. Support fire for Xiao was imperative. Xu Jiang resolved to act. He halted his barrage of bullets and took a few steps forward. What are you doing? A member of the special operations team noticed and attempted to stop Xu Jiang. As a marksman, facing the roots alone was tantamount to seeking death. But Xu understood and braved the vine's assault, rushing to Xu Jiang's aid. With swift kicks, he severed most of the roots, leaving only one for Xu Jiang. Xu Jiang did not hesitate. He calmly observed the approaching vines, his right hand thrusting forward with his desert eagle. Block, skill activation successful, and at that moment, Xu Jiang suddenly activated Shadow Escape, creating distance as he slid along the floor, finding a gap amidst the relentless vines. Revenge counterattack, bang. The revolver's bullet soared forth, imbued with certainty and triple damage, speeding towards its mark. This shot represented Xu Jiang's utmost limit. A cunning angle, an automated rapid counterstrike, and no matter how formidable the vines, they could not evade this shot. Alas, despite meticulous planning, reality proved harsh. Xu Jiang was merely a novice, below level 10, despite his cleverness. The disparity in power against such a terrifying creature was insurmountable. Just as the bullet was about to strike the girl, she opened her eyes. Her irises were obscured, revealing a sea of crimson, and a blood-red spark flickered between her brows. A powerful barrier unfurled, enveloping the bullet with overwhelming psychic force. No matter how the bullet spun, it halted just before impact. Seriously? It can't penetrate. Xu Jiang felt a sense of helplessness. The revolver's piercing and explosive power surpassed the Desert Eagle. But if even a sneak attack like revenge counterattack could be effortlessly absorbed by the monster, he truly felt at a loss. What was even more despairing was that this bullet seemed to threaten the creature's life, triggering an even greater force. The enormous petals suddenly bloomed, radiating beauty akin to a flowing river of stars, scattering countless silver glimmers throughout the room. Yet everyone understood that this beauty was tantamount to a death knell. Even Xiao was compelled to withdraw, landing beside her companions, searching for an escape route. Be careful, this is the monster's corpse poison. Xu's warning went unfinished as everyone suddenly felt dizzy. They had not touched the silver glimmer nor inhaled the toxic gas, yet they were unmistakably poisoned. Even Xu Jiang, encased in his armor, was not spared. Qianji, what is happening? Why are we poisoned? General, it is a domain. The monster's powers are extraordinary. What was a domain? Xu Jiang was unaware, but it was evident that no matter how tightly he was wrapped, he was destined to be poisoned. Left with no choice, Xu Jiang began to seek every available remedy. Shan, can your skills resist this domain? No, it's poison. I cannot cope. What about grenades? Can your first aid or chain explosions help? I'm sorry, General, I cannot handle it. Perhaps you could seek Guanyin? If she intervenes to obliterate the foe, we could secure victory. Why mention me? I'm so scared. Please, General, don't make me go to battle. This damned fisherman, only appearing when the Air Force was absent. Glancing at Xiao, she too had begun to clutch her head, indicating the poison's effect on her. If this continued, they would all meet their demise. At this critical juncture, the cigarette case that Xu Jiang had overlooked suddenly spoke up. General, you're feeling dizzy and weak, right? Would you like to try my new cigarettes? You developed a new cigarette? Does it have detoxifying properties? Not exactly, but it should be suitable for your symptoms and can be used. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang was elated. Without hesitation, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The weakened special operations team cast a feeble glance at Xu Jiang, wondering if this was their last smoke. If possible, they too would like to partake. It seemed they were destined to perish here tonight. However, while they resigned themselves, Xu Jiang did not. After inhaling deeply 3 times, he tossed the cigarette butt aside, murmuring, I'm counting on you. Give me some strength. The cigarette did not disappoint him. As the butt hit the ground, a miracle unfolded. A brown halo suddenly spread, washing over them. There were no earth-shattering effects, but as the halo swept across them, their minds cleared instantly, the dizziness vanished, and a fierce warmth ignited in their lower abdomens. It is as if a surge of inexhaustible power erupted from the dantian, yearning for a vigorous release. Splendid. Xiaoyan, you have performed admirably. What kind of smoke is this? Its effects are astonishing. Has the toxin been eradicated? No, General. The toxin has not yet been eliminated. It has merely been reduced to its minimum impact. Qianji interjected with a note of admiration. Xiaoyan has indeed excelled this time. Your knowledge of herbal medicine appears to have flourished. Of course. The smoke box replied with pride. This is the advanced formula I have painstakingly developed, which I have named the 6 Divine Smokes. 6 Divine Smokes? The name sounds formidable. Indeed, I employed a potent combination of Rehmannia, wolfberry fruit, peony root, Chinese yam, poria, and alisma, specifically targeting kidney deficiency, dizziness, tinnitus, weakness in the lower back and knees, night sweats, and nocturnal emissions. A mere touch of dizziness is hardly worth mentioning. Xu Jiang, I believe I have heard a friend mention the efficacy of your 6 Divine Smokes. Chapter 51. The Guiding Bear. Although the 6 Divine Smokes felt somewhat off, their effects left her in an unusually heightened state of excitement. Nevertheless, a bit of rage was advantageous at this moment. Ying Xiaoxiao executed another swift maneuver, turning sharply to unleash a powerful strike at the creature. Xu Jiang observed that her method of attack favored a downward cleave rather than thrusting or piercing techniques, despite the spear's sharp tip. Was it a belief that a thicker weapon wielded with greater force was more formidable? As she leapt high into the air, channeling all her strength into a single point, she descended with the ferocity reminiscent of a thunder god. The creature, however, did not relent, summoning an immense force of psychic energy to counter her assault. The clash of these two formidable entities generated a powerful shockwave, leaving only the unfortunate base as the casualty of their battle. The already unstable structure began to collapse under the strain of their confrontation. Run. The once chaotic base could no longer withstand the pressure, and debris rained down as instruments overloaded and exploded around them. The lone silver lining was that, in a bid to thwart Ying Xiaoxiao's violent onslaught, the vines retracted their defenses, revealing an escape route. Go ahead, I will hold them off. Ying Xiaoxiao bellowed as she continued to wield her spear with ferocity. The creature, sustained by an endless supply of corpses, could not be vanquished in such a short time. Retreat was the wisest course. Everyone turned and dashed towards the newly revealed opening. In contrast, Xu Jiang hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to seize some spoils before their escape. A glance at the creature showed its attention was entirely on Ying Xiaoxiao, allowing Xu Jiang to notice a treasure left unguarded. Congratulations, you have discovered the guiding mechanism. This was the notification Xu Jiang received upon entering, but it lay perilously close to the creature. Acquiring it would be exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, it appeared to be a plush toy. Was this truly a mechanism? Regardless, with the creature's defenses momentarily lowered, Xu Jiang decided to take the risk. He surged forward, utilizing the stealth of Shadow Cloak to approach the target swiftly. Upon reaching out, he felt the soft texture of the object. Undoubtedly, it was a plush toy, devoid of any mechanical components. It resembled a small brown bear, complete with dark eye patches and a white belly, its short limbs making it rather endearing. The reason it could serve as a mechanism. Could it be the compass embedded in its chest? Xu Jiang mused, scanning the area for any other mechanical items. With a gentle prod, he successfully activated the mechanism, and a wave of delight surged through him. However, this action triggered unforeseen consequences. The creature, which had been focused on battle, suddenly went berserk. The previously apathetic girl let out a furious roar, breaking free from Ying Xiaoxiao's suppression. Her crimson eyes fixated on Xu Jiang as if he had stolen her most cherished possession. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to claim a treasure. It became clear that this creature had a peculiar fondness for plush bears. Here, take the bear. I only desire the compass. Wait, what? Xu Jiang intended to abandon the toy, aiming solely for the mechanism it concealed. Yet, looking down, he was startled to find the bear had come to life, standing on its hind legs and blinking its sleepy eyes. Suddenly realizing a colossal creature was charging toward him, the bear named Kunka leapt back in fright, darting to Xu Jiang's ankle and clinging tightly to his leg, as if pleading for salvation. But I cannot protect you. The ground trembled violently as the base fully collapsed, boulders crashing down around them. Ying Xiaoxiao sprinted towards Xu Jiang, seizing him in her arms as they sped towards the exit. As for the creature, it had halted, its red eyes now betraying a glimmer of humanity, fixated on the revived toy bear, choosing not to pursue them, but instead watching their departure. Everyone out now. Fire at the base. The command from the Special Operations Group leader rang through the air. In the skies above, heavy ships had positioned themselves, and upon receiving the order, they unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the area. Missiles shot forth with fiery trails, and the cacophony of heavy machine guns erupted in a symphony of destruction, reducing the hidden underground base to ruins. It was over. Xu Jiang collapsed to the ground, exhausted. This battle had been the most arduous he had ever faced. Even the formidable Ling Xiaoxiao had been unable to conquer such an enemy, and tonight, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. As the bright moon hung overhead, Xu Jiang turned to glance at Ling Xiaoxiao, who met his gaze. At that moment, it seemed appropriate to embrace one another in gratitude for their survival, and a gentle smile graced Xu Jiang's face. Yet, before he could act, Ling Xiaoxiao spoke. Did you just steal someone's plush bear? Sort of. You have this peculiar habit? I simply did it on impulse. The place was about to explode, after all. Just a keepsake. Xu Jiang stumbled over his words, realizing how peculiar his reasoning sounded. Killing was one thing. It was simply a matter of strength, but stealing someone's toy was entirely different. Ling Xiaoxiao reluctantly accepted his explanation, crouching down to examine the bear, curious about this living toy. Kunka. The bear squeaked in annoyance, seemingly displeased with being touched. Its round, short arms were crossed defiantly, and its eyes morphed from round to menacing red X's, as if threatening Ling Xiaoxiao. Then came Ling Xiaoxiao's playful assault. Surprisingly, the bear was quite pleasant to touch, even more so than ordinary toys. Is that so? Yet, it appears to serve little purpose beyond that. Xu Jiang observed its attributes with an expression of bewilderment. Guiding bear, major general, quality, white, skills, harmless, extremely low threat level, unlikely to be attacked. Direction. Whenever you inquire, the bear will point to the southernmost direction. Playful. The bear is curious about everything and will seek out toys to arm itself. With potential reaching the level of Major General, second only to the title of General of 1,000 Mechanisms. This bear seemed to embody the pinnacle of potential upon its inception. Yet, upon closer inspection of its skills, they appeared rather trivial. And most importantly, guiding bear. Can you speak? Xu Jiang inquired curiously. Kunka? The bear responded with its call, indicating it could indeed speak. What else can you say? Kunka. The guiding bear's eyes narrowed in delight. Well, it seems rather dim-witted. Xu Jiang had assumed that all mechanisms activated post-connection would possess advanced intelligence and speech capabilities. But it appeared this was not the case. Qianji, do you have any insights into the guiding bear? Reporting, General, this is a matter of intellect. It may have established merits, but its formation time is too brief, requiring time to grow. No wonder its skills seemed so juvenile. It was merely a fledgling needing time to mature. Just as he pondered this, a sudden burst of brilliant light erupted from the ruins of the base in the distance. After a tremor that shook the earth, the creature buried deep beneath the ground broke free, soaring into the night sky. Under the radiant moonlight, a young girl stood suspended in the air. Behind her, there were enormous wings resembling floral silk ribbons, graceful and enchanting, as if surrounded by a celestial river. Resplendent under the moonlight. Fire. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. No one wished to admire this breathtaking scene. Machine guns and missiles incessantly unleashed their fury upon the maiden. Yet all were thwarted by her formidable telekinetic shield. The previously menacing roots had vanished, replaced only by the stunning transformation into a butterfly and her now clear, bright eyes. Gone was the earlier ferocity. The girl flapped her wings and soared into the distance, countless alarms blaring, yet none could detain her. At that moment, Xu Jiang was far removed from the monster, so distant that even Guanyin felt no inclination to initiate an attack. Nevertheless, he was still engulfed by a sense of impending danger, as if he had unwittingly stolen someone's teddy bear and had become a target. Xu Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 52. Settling in and new tasks. Yet another day dawned bright and sunny. Xu Jiang awoke from his slumber well into the afternoon, finally regaining his senses. The previous night had been exceedingly exhausting. He had hurried to the company's medical room to treat the corpse poison, and by the time he returned to his quarters, it was already past midnight. As he collapsed onto his bed and closed his eyes, dreams of Zhongzi overwhelmed him, truly a torment. Upon rising, Xu Jiang groggily completed his morning routine and stepped out of his dormitory, only to be greeted by Baozi. Good morning, Xu Jiang. Morning. You seem quite energetic. Is there a task for the team already? Not at all. The team leader and others are busy making Zhongzi. What? More Zhongzi? Xu Jiang instinctively patted the pendant on his chest, and a flow of energy enveloped him. Baozi quickly intervened. Wait. Don't get too excited. There is no battle, stay calm. The mere mention of Zhongzi had already made Xu Jiang's nerves tense, prompting a reflexive urge to draw his weapon. Fortunately, this time it was indeed just Zhongzi. Following Baozi to the reception area, he found it bustling with activity. Sha Tu was repairing a mechanical dog for Xiao Zhan. While Ling Xiaoxiao sat among a group of elderly women, animatedly chatting and happily preparing zongzi together. These were the kind wrapped in bamboo leaves with glutinous rice, edible and non-threatening. Xu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, disarming himself and declining the offered green zongzi. Don't you like it? This one is freshly made. Xu Jiang shot a glance at Baozi. You're drinking cereal while expecting me to eat zongzi. After seeing so many last night, who has an appetite for them? Better leave them for the Annies to enjoy. By the way, who are these people? Come to commend us for saving someone? Of course not. That wealthy heir was quite shaken and is still at home recovering. They are here to investigate the Black Tiger Gang incident. Our boss is under suspicion. The more powerful one is, the more memorable they become. Ling Xiaoxiao's fierce combat prowess that night had terrified many. In the entirety of Yong'an City, few could match her skill with a thunder gun. It was only natural for the Black Tiger Gang to file a complaint, prompting Jiuquan Group to send investigators. But why the zongzi making? Xu Jiang felt perplexed. Baozi shrugged in resignation and murmured, it's always like this. These individuals are the Group S investigators. Typically stern and intimidating, known as the Witch Brigade. Yet, for some reason, they seem to get along quite well with our boss. Perhaps it's a gift. Indeed, some women naturally endear themselves to their elders. Every time they speak, they manage to touch their hearts. Just like now. What began as an investigation had transformed into a zongzi-making session, causing the elderly ladies to erupt in laughter. Forget the Black Tiger Gang. The gentle and kinding Xiaoxiao could never be a robber. Xu Jiang shook his head at the absurdity of the cognitive dissonance. Gentle and kind? That description was hardly applicable to Ling Xiaoxiao. With those delicate hands that had last night smashed the head of a meat zongzi, who wouldn't he be afraid? At that moment, Old Lei arrived with good news for Xu Jiang. Xu Jiang, your new apartment is ready. If you have no pressing matters, you may move in now. Really? That is fantastic. Let us go. Moving into a new home was indeed delightful news. Although he had anticipated this moment. Acquiring his first property in an alternate realm brought Xu Jiang immense joy. For safety reasons, he had chosen a suite from Jiuquan Group. With robust security and proximity to headquarters, he could easily glide over on a cleaning machine for work. The entire floor was luxurious, and more importantly, it was already furnished. With some modifications to suit Xu Jiang's taste and a few pieces of furniture, he could settle in swiftly. Regrettably, due to the previous night's incidents involving corpse poison, the zongzi transfer and Duan Quan's equipment handling had not been completed. Thus, this morning, Xiaohei had taken on a task outside and missed the opportunity to move into the new home, which was a pity. Nonetheless, the remaining members of Team 17 were eagerly accompanying him. Arriving at the opulent apartment, they coordinated the handover with security and ascended to the 27th floor in the elevator. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a spacious and lavish reception area filled with all necessary furnishings, sofa, television, sound system, and more. The 6-meter-high ceilings featured a duplex design with striking floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding grandeur. The expansive 700-square-meter space included a study, bedroom, kitchen, sauna, and even a designated room for artillery, along with a transformation room and entertainment area, essentially everything one could desire. Most importantly, there was a training room. To meet Xu Jiang's specifications, soundproof panels had been installed over the past 2 days, allowing Qianji to practice freely inside without disturbing anyone's slumber. Sha Tu produced an array of instruments to ensure the room's safety, verifying there were no surveillance or listening devices present. Meanwhile, Xiaohei sent a communication. I've procured the items you requested and sent them over. Xu Jiang, please check your communicator. Items for me? Xu Jiang opened his communicator to discover an itinerary for a round-trip ticket and a pass. Ling Xiaoxiao eagerly leaned in, patting his shoulder. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with our gift? Xiaohei ran all over the black market this morning to obtain it. They had risked their safety the previous night for this gift. And Xu Jiang felt deeply touched by their camaraderie. However, what exactly was this electronic pass? He appeared utterly bewildered. It's a trial ticket for Silent City. Old Lei interjected, walking over with envy. In my youth, I could never have acquired such a thing. Your luck is remarkable. Is the company's treatment really that generous now? Can Team 17 afford this after just a few tasks? Indeed, one often encounters benefactors along the way, Ling Xiaoxiao responded nonchalantly. Recalling Duan Quan's impressive gear from the previous night, there was certainly an air of privilege about it. Seeing everyone animatedly discussing the matter, a smile crept across Old Lei's face. However, considering Xu Jiang's current situation, He pondered for a moment before clapping his hands to interrupt the jovial atmosphere. All right, let us settle down. Although today marks a significant occasion for Xu Jiang's new home, we still have much to accomplish. I'd like to convene a meeting. Though retired, Old Lei was now an advisor to the third miss, and certain matters needed to be addressed clearly. Xu Jiang, whether it's the car or the house. The third miss has done her utmost to accommodate you. These are things ordinary people could never hope to earn in a lifetime. However, you must also understand that these sacrifices require something in return. Of course, I comprehend that, Xu Jiang replied calmly. After the tumultuous night, he felt that the ordinary spirit realms were as simple as child's play. Do not become overly complacent. The spirit realm you are about to enter is far from simple. Noticing Old Lei's serious demeanor and the nodding agreement from his colleagues, Xu Jiang felt a twinge of confusion. Leader, you are aware of my strength. Could it be that even I cannot handle that spirit realm? Xu Jiang was incredulous. After all, he had fought his way through a mound of Zongzi. If he could not succeed, would the other newcomers be doomed? Ying Xiaoxiao scratched her head, somewhat vexed. While your strength is commendable, that place is no cakewalk. I only secured third place. You too? What makes that spirit realm so challenging? It's the need to lug around a sack of worthless or while battling others. Ying Xiaoxiao appeared frustrated. If it were simply a matter of killing, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, rankings are determined by the weight of or extracted. Mining is necessary? Not necessarily. I just steal it. Ambush, poison, traps, and bludgeons. Come, let me instruct you on the art of thievery. Chapter 53, The Advancement of Grenades. Old Man Lei, with his carefree demeanor, imparted his teachings, while Ying Xiaoxiao, gentle and sweet, offered her lessons on robbery. If one were to claim that these two shared a mentor-disciple relationship, Xu Jiang would find it hard to believe, for they were truly two extremes. Yet, if forced to choose, he would undoubtedly prefer Ying Xiaoxiao's methods. After all, laboriously mining was exhausting, and a swift strike from behind was far more efficient. Upon learning that Xu Jiang was on the verge of entering the spiritual realm, Little Black decided not to return, opting instead to wander the black market to assist Xu Jiang in selecting various tools, such as large backpacks and mining drills. As for others, few could offer substantial help. They merely shared their experiences with underhanded dealings, such as diverting trouble or choosing burial sites. Xu Jiang suddenly had an idea and asked, Actually, I do need some assistance. I am looking to undergo professional physical training. Does anyone have recommendations? Physical training? That was hardly an unusual request. Though the physical prowess of mechanics did not rival that of swordsmen or fist fighters, basic skills like running and carrying weight were essential. A shaky breath could lead to an unsteady aim when firing a weapon, so some training would be beneficial. Very well, I'll send you my training materials. This is a unique technique, so keep it confidential. Old Man Lei transmitted the electronic files through the communicator, adopting a posture of a seasoned expert, exuding confidence from decades of diligent study. Rubbish. Qianji provided a brutally honest assessment a moment later. Too weak? The training intensity is insufficient. While Old Man Lei's scientific training methods might be effective for mechanics, Xu Jiang was inquiring for Qianji, whose needs were far greater. She required something more intense. Is there anything else? This set is not suitable for me. Xu Jiang shook his head, causing Old Man Lei's eyes to widen in disbelief. My training method isn't good? Not quite suitable. Do you have something more brutal? Perhaps something that could leave a person crippled? This request left everyone momentarily stunned. Were today's youth truly this relentless? However, Baozi's eyes lit up, and he rushed over to grasp Xu Jiang's hand, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You're absolutely right. If we're training, we must be tough on ourselves. Without a little harshness, how can we improve? My training method is quite reasonable. Would you like to try it? Casting a glance at Baozi's disheveled hair, Xu Jiang thought, while you may not be bald, your hair has certainly seen better days. What does your training involve? The Big Dipper Fist. Baozi struck a pose reminiscent of a proud rooster, appearing quite impressive. As a practitioner of Qigong, Baozi should be stricter with his physical training than most. Perhaps the Big Dipper Fist could indeed be suitable for Qianji. Can you show me your training methods? Of course. Baozi replied cheerfully, darting back to his dormitory to retrieve a book that looked as if it had been water damaged. Its pages yellowed with age. The cover bore the crooked title Big Dipper Fist in bold characters. Is this still a physical edition? Xu Jiang's eyelid twitched. What year was this relic from? A physical manual? Baozi leaned in conspiratorially, stating, Indeed. This is my family's ancestral technique, found among my father's belongings. I consider you a good brother, so I'm sharing it with you. Really? Then I must take a look. Xu Jiang opened the first page, Leg Training Chapter. Wait, why does it start with leg training? He glanced back at the title, confirming it was indeed Big Dipper Fist. Was this about building a foundation? Establishing a stance? Xu Jiang continued reading. The first lesson, jump from the 10th floor, ensuring your legs touch the ground first to stimulate their potential. Xu Jiang. Is this truly training? He looked at Baozi, wanting to inquire whether his father had perished from jumping off a building. Who starts a training manual with instructions to leap from a building? Before he could voice his thoughts, Qianji interjected, General, I believe this method is feasible. Feasible? Are you certain? Xu Jiang flipped to the second page. Hand Training Chapter. Jump from the 10th floor, ensuring your hands touch the ground. What nonsense is this? This reads like a ruthless suicide manual, a complete farce of the Big Dipper Fist. It's viable. With my Mech's robustness, I can withstand a high fall. Though there will be some wear and tear. I will require your repair skills, General. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang was instantly exhilarated. This was no longer a question of the feasibility of jumping from a building. It was an opportunity. If his stamina fell short, Qianji possessed the robust physique enhancement. If his aim faltered, the Desert Eagle could correct it with telekinetic bullets. Xu Jiang was now at level 9, and with the rewards from Black and White Forest, he had 11 unused skill points lying idle. If Qianji truly needed it, he could allocate all his points to basic repair, providing logistical support to his subordinates. It was a perfect match. No, a strong voice interrupted Xu Jiang's excitement. The timid Grenade stood up at that moment. I may be timid and cowardly. A coward who fears the battlefield, but as a military medic, I am the most professional. General Qianji, leave your treatment in my capable hands. Xu Jiang was taken aback. Aren't you only proficient in emergency medicine? You can only stitch wounds. You surely cannot handle such complex mechanical repairs. I can do it. General, please give me a chance. Congratulations, Grenade has unlocked an advancement quest. From the will of a medic, please collect 30 mechanical repair books for overnight study. Completion will result in advancement to blue quality. My subordinate is advancing, yet why do I feel no joy whatsoever? Xu Jiang glanced at his skill points, painfully closing his eyes. In the deep of night, Xu Jiang luxuriated in a bath, pouring himself a glass of his favorite iced tea, gazing out at the vibrant world beyond the window. What a lavish life! At last, he had a place to call home. A residence so opulent that he had never experienced it in his previous life. Of course, he had never encountered such disciplined machines either. For the glory of machines, we must strive. Strive. In the training room, Qianji delivered an encouraging speech, and they were more than ready for an all-night training session. Once the speech concluded, Qianji eagerly approached Xu Jiang. General, please step aside. Xu Jiang moved aside a couple of steps. Qianji bowed in gratitude, then flung open the window and leapt from the 27th floor. Xu Jiang, is this the commencement of the building jumping training method? Turning to observe the other machines, he found Shanshan had activated concert mode, singing Shanshan, so lovable 20 times. The mechanical cigarette case and Little Bear sat in a row, happily listening to music. The Desert Eagle, meanwhile, was pursuing light dance, but it soon provoked her ire, escalating into a fierce shooting contest. Well, that could also be considered training. In the study, Grenade began poring over mechanical theory, materials that Xu Jiang had sent from the company, hoping this individual would advance smoothly. As for the last one, Guanyin. Huh? Where did Guanyin go? Isn't she joining the training? Xu Jiang scanned the surroundings but did not see her figure. General, Sister Guanyin said she would handle household chores from now on and is currently washing your clothes. Woo-woo. How considerate. If she were an ordinary housewife, Xu Jiang might feel moved to reciprocate her kindness, but you are a Gatling gun. How can a gun do laundry? Xu Jiang entered the laundry room and found his garments submerged in a large basin, while the virtuous Guanyin was inserting her 6 barrels into the tub. What is this? He exclaimed. General, I wish to contribute to this household in my humble way by assisting you with the laundry, she replied. But I have a washing machine. He protested. Electricity is costly. It is wise to be frugal, she insisted. With that, the 6 barrels activated, whisking his clothes away in a whirlwind of high-speed rotation. Oh, how wonderfully bizarre life is. Time to sleep. Chapter 54. The Tear Crystal Mine. Time swiftly passed, and the day for the opening of the Spirit Domain arrived. On this day, Xu Jiang awoke from his slumber, greeted by a series of notification chimes in his ears. Congratulations, General Qianji, after relentless practice in building jumping skills, has successfully comprehended the skill, Leap of Faith. Leap of Faith. Jumping from a height within 50 meters will incur no harm. Jumping from a height within 100 meters. If there is cushioning material, will also incur no harm. Maintain a striking pose while jumping. Indeed, I have been deceived by the so-called Beidou Divine Fist. This is merely a guide to jumping off buildings. Congratulations, Grenade has successfully advanced through the study of mechanical repair. Life-saving grenade, kernel, quality, blue skills, unstable explosion. First aid LV-10, mechanical repair LV-10, mechanical repair LV-10, capable of repairing machinery. Repair speed depends on the quality of the target. With a random reduction of 20 in material consumption, glimpsing his own basic repair skill, he finally understood why he was overlooked by the front desk of the Martial Arts Association. Both possessed repair skills, yet the disparity was so vast. Xu Jiang, are you up? Hurry to the company. We are preparing to depart. The communication from Elder Lei, as Xu Jiang's supervisor, naturally fell to him to coordinate. After a quick wash-up, he arrived at the company, where nearly 100 people had gathered, including several members from Group 17. Are you all coming with me? Xu Jiang inquired, puzzled. Since the company needs bodyguards, we applied to accompany you. If anyone dares to bully you, we can assist, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, handing him a supply pack containing not only compressed food and ammunition but also mining tools and large-caliber mining bags, practical tools carefully selected by Xiaohe. What about Xiaohe? Is he not coming? This expedition will take several days, and someone needs to keep watch at home. He has to stay behind. Xu Jiang, wishing you a smooth journey. Bring back the first place. The voice of Xiaohe echoed through the communicator. What a harmonious and loving group. Rest assured, I will secure the first place and treat you to a meal upon my return. Though this was a trial in the spirit domain, it bore a significant conceptual shift from the previous one. The last trial was about proving oneself. This time, Xu Jiang represented the company, facing not only monsters but also rivals. The venue lay outside Yong'an City, where it served as a fortress outpost. With a low safety coefficient and no guarantee that competitors would not resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, this operation mobilized 3 scavenger teams, illustrating the importance the Jiuquan group placed on this spirit domain competition. Xu Jiang, somewhat bewildered, whispered, Teacher, this should be considered a low-level spirit domain. Are the ores within truly so valuable as to warrant such grandiose measures? Well, how should I put this? The intrinsic value of the ores is not high, but it involves a betting agreement, Elder Lei explained quietly in the vehicle. Despite Yong'an City's seemingly prosperous exterior, it remained rife with covert power struggles among various factions. The so-called mayor of Yong'an City was not the sole authority as one might imagine, but rather a balancing act among competing forces managing the city collectively. A month prior, 4 factions had jointly seized a substantial cache of vital resources from the hands of wild beasts, the value of which far exceeded expectations. Each sought a greater share, and none were willing to concede. To avoid igniting a full-scale conflict, the 4 factions decided to determine the distribution of benefits through a special competitive format. First, it could not involve a bloodbath among the top experts from each faction, as that would jeopardize their foundations. Secondly, the competition needed to be fair and just. Thus, the Tear Crystal mine, to which Xu Jiang was headed, became the prime choice. The Tear Crystal ore, once extracted from the spirit domain, would gradually lose its energy, eliminating concerns about cheating. Each faction would send 10 participants, and the distribution of the resources would be based on the total weight obtained, reflecting the emerging strength of each faction. So, even if I secure first place, the company may not necessarily win? Precisely. However, your primary goal remains to attain first place. The 10 participants are elite individuals selected from the 3 major factions of the group. Xu Jiang represents the 3rd young lady, and if he achieves a good result, her reputation will rise accordingly. That is of utmost importance. Seated in a specially designed off-road vehicle, the group journeyed toward the outskirts of the city. Leaving the towering steel walls behind, the external environment proved exceptionally harsh. Sand and wind swept through, revealing a landscape marred by devastation. Fortunately, their destination was not far, and they encountered no assaults from wild beasts along the way, thus arriving at a fortified settlement. However, upon arrival, the atmosphere thickened with tension. In the distance, the flags of the other 3 factions were visible: Special Operations Team, Martial Arts Association, and Storm Military Industry. Just as they alighted, they were met with the clattering of keyboards. Before Xu Jiang could react, a logistics personnel hastily presented him with a tablet. Here. This is the list of participants and their strength predictions. It may not be comprehensive, but it offers some reference. The tension escalated further as Xu Jiang surveyed the surroundings, sensing numerous wary gazes directed toward him. One particularly vocal individual from the Special Operations Team exclaimed, What kind of trash intel is this? He's participating too? Are you kidding me? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xu Jiang turned to glance at Sha Tuesday. Indeed, that is my daughter Sha Qin. It seems you have provoked her. Sha Tu remarked with a shrug. Provoked her? Really? Yes, look, she's approaching. As anticipated, a medium-sized mech approached, prompting the Jiaochuan group to heighten their guard. As the mech drew near, it disarmed itself, and a short-haired woman clad in a fitted leather combat suit emerged, her figure elegantly outlined. She shot an annoyed glance at Sha Tu before turning her attention to Xu Jiang. They say you can also compete? Is that true? Xu Jiang shrugged. I am an employee of Jiaochuan. Participating is quite normal, isn't it? But are you really only level 10? Sha Qin questioned, disbelief etched on her face. After the encounter with the rice dumpling, Xu Jiang's combat prowess had risen to a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with her. Now to tell her he was still below level 10? Who could accept that? Xu Jiang smirked. Of course, I am just a level 9, eligible to compete. Isn't this a form of recognition of strength? Even the enemy's instructor was intimidated, achieving victory without conflict. One must wonder how many present could boast such an accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Sha Qin could only roll her eyes in exasperation, irritably ruffling her hair before retreating to her team. Instructor, do you know Xu Jiang? Is he really that strong? One member of the Special Operations team inquired. It appears he has only recently joined. I know him. When we enter, do your best to avoid direct conflict with him. You won't be able to defeat him. Such blunt words sparked indignation among some members of the Special Operations team. Instructor, we haven't even fought yet. How can you be so sure of his strength? This is the reality. Even if I exert all my effort, I might not secure a victory. What do you think? Sha Qin's high praise undoubtedly placed Xu Jiang at the center of attention, drawing countless envious gazes. Everyone aspired to be a young powerhouse like him, basking in the spotlight. Yet as Xu Jiang listened, he began to feel the weight of trouble. Stepping back, he turned to Sha Tu and asked, Am I being set up by your daughter? Sha Tu chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. By the principle of using a tiger to catch a wolf, yes. Congratulations. You are now a public enemy. How despicable. This is a blatant form of flattery leading to downfall, intentionally approaching to feign weakness, though it may cost her reputation. Redirected the attention of the other two factions entirely onto him. What was this about avoiding direct conflict? Wasn't this merely a reminder that any attack should be made covertly? Taking just 2 steps, someone hurled a bomb at his backpack. Who could endure such a thing? No, this simply wouldn't do. A solution must be devised. Xu Jiang gazed at the compass beneath his feet, lost in contemplation. Chapter 55. The Illiterate Bear. All members belong to the same company. Familiar faces abound. Should they encounter each other upon entry, they ought to assist one another. It is imperative to act within one's capabilities, prioritizing personal safety. Followed by the collection of as many Terra Crystal ores as possible. Greed must be avoided. Based on the weight of the ores collected, the company will bestow additional rewards. Not only Master Lei, but also the adept companions from the company have been offering constant reminders. For now, internal strife can be set aside. Unity against external threats is paramount. Should they come across teammates, they should band together to maximize or acquisition. Boom. A dull chime resonated, and ominous clouds gathered overhead. In the distance, a blue light emerged, signaling the opening of the Tier Crystal Mine. Hearing the blessings from his companions behind him, Xu Jiang stepped into the ethereal realm alongside his team, experiencing a familiar sensation of weightlessness as he arrived in a dimly lit cavern. Trial commences. Performance will determine corresponding scores and rewards. The sound of the scoring system echoed in his ears, separating all entrants until the 5-day duration of the ethereal realm concluded, at which point they would be collectively teleported out. Xu Jiang set a modest goal for himself, to seize the ores from 8 or 10 individuals, striving for a commendable score. Casting a glance at the curious, scampering guidance bear, which he considered his mechanical companion, he noticed it was exploring the surroundings with apparent delight. Come, let us choose a direction to advance. Aren't you supposed to provide guidance? Lead me forth. Kunka. Kunka. The guidance bear responded joyfully, raising its diminutive paw to point at one of the forks in the path. Very well, we shall proceed in this direction. The environment within the mine was not particularly adverse. The ceiling soared nearly 10 meters high, with sturdy stone walls on either side, and bioluminescent fungi sprouted from the rock crevices, providing a meager illumination to the cavern. After glancing at the air quality monitor, he noted all indicators were normal, though the plethora of paths made it difficult to see the sun or moon, easily leading one astray. Fortunately, with the guidance bear by his side, He could confidently venture south without the risk of circling aimlessly. Before long, Xu Jiang encountered his first adversary, a plump silkworm pupa. Roughly 50 centimeters long, pale and soft, writhing slightly on the ground. This creature, when roasted over a fire with a sprinkle of salt and pepper. Bang! Xu Jiang drew his weapon and fired a blazing explosive round, instantly dispatching the unsightly creature. So, is this a standard presence in every cave? It appeared deceptively simple. Observing its sluggish writhing, Xu Jiang felt confident he could dispatch a small creature with a single shot, unperturbed. However, 3 minutes later, he found himself proven wrong. Around a bend, the cavern suddenly constricted, resembling a cramped birthing chamber teeming with silkworm pupae. Some were even in the process of splitting open, hatching into beetles. Xu Jiang had no interest in understanding how pupae evolved into beetles. After all, those two enormous fangs looked quite menacing. Retreating a couple of steps, he leaned against the wall at the corner, squeezing the guidance bear, who was mimicking a lecherous wall lean. Kunka? The guidance bear looked up, puzzled. You directed me down this path, leading me into a heap of monsters. What a predicament. Xu Jiang surveyed the lengthy route he had traversed and shook his head. Let us press onward. Perhaps vanquishing these creatures will yield valuable rewards. With that thought, Xu Jiang retrieved a mechanical cigarette case from his pocket. Glancing at the 7 cigarettes within, noting his progress was satisfactory. Little Smoke, after researching herbs for so long, do you possess anything with area of effect capabilities? Something that could assist in annihilating these creatures? Indeed, General. I have developed the Fire's Delight 2.0 version. Hearing this, Xu Jiang felt elated. Excellent. What materials were employed in its creation? Chili, garlic, ginger, Sichuan pepper, and beef tallow. Are you certain this isn't hot pot base? Is that so? I saw General Qinji bring it back and assumed it was prepared for me, so I fashioned it into cigarettes. Qinji? Reporting, General. The items were spoils I acquired while practicing stealth in Baozi's dormitory. Poor Baozi. His room was indeed a chaotic mess. Xu Jiang glanced at the shadow escape skill. Now successfully upgraded to level 10, with invisibility and acceleration lasting 2 seconds. I can achieve a commendable score, and you deserve half the credit. With a slight tremor, he took out a hot pot cigarette. Truth be told, he struggled to comprehend how a pot of hot pot base could be compressed into a smoke. Regardless, let us give it a try. Hiss. Xu Jiang ignited one, exhaling smoke rings and savoring the flavor. The beef tallow flavor is prominent. The spiciness quite intense, yet it seems to lack the aroma of scallions. Poor rating. Disdainfully, Xu Jiang flicked the cigarette but behind him, and in an instant, a fierce blaze erupted. Fire's Delight 2.0 certainly lived up to its name. The flames spread wider and bore a more potent burning effect, causing the monsters to writhe in agony, unable to extinguish the flames. It felt akin to stir-frying silkworm pupae. The beef tallow sizzled, garlic mingling with chili, creating a fragrant aroma. Paired with a small flask of wine, the taste would be. What a bother. The monsters were fleeing. Grenade. Go. I was promised to be a medic. I don't want to die. First aid. The panicking creatures soon scurried toward the only exit, colliding head-on with Xu Jiang, who was igniting the cigarette, but letting out shrill cries as they charged at him. Alas, being mere insects, after a fiery stir-fry, although not dead, their wings fluttered weakly. Xu Jiang calmly pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it, wielding dual pistols to unleash a torrent of fire. Blocking the door was a task every gunman excelled at. The revolver found its mark by chance, while the psychic bullets detonated with explosive force, toppling all the beetles that emerged from the flames. The fire raged for nearly 5 minutes, and the creature nursery gradually fell silent. Xu Jiang, gun in hand, cautiously ventured inside, his gaze sweeping the area. The monsters were indeed all vanquished. Yet this place held not even a hint of treasure. Was it all for a mere half-tube of experience? Forget it. This path leads nowhere. Let us change directions. Initially, he had intended to test the guidance bear's luck, but it seemed to be a futile endeavor. However, the guidance bear was undeterred, scampering to a corner and bouncing in place. Are you beckoning me over? Kunka. Kunka. The guidance bear pointed at a cluster of monster carcasses. Could it be that a treasure chest lay buried here? Step aside. Xu Jiang, understanding the hint, quickly retrieved a folding shovel from his backpack and began to excavate the area around the monster remains. With a rumble, a cascade of debris fell, revealing a hidden passageway obscured by a layer of greasy cover. Well done. It seems you possess some utility after all. Let us descend. Xu Jiang was elated. Could the bear possess a treasure-seeking ability? If so, his fortunes were set. In the future, He could simply let the guidance bear lead the way, unearthing treasures daily. Creak. As Xu Jiang crawled through the passage, he had yet to touch the ground when he was met by the gaze of hundreds of beetles, all turning in unison. Among the swarm stood a 3-meter-tall mound of flesh. Undoubtedly, the guidance bear had uncovered not a hidden treasure, but a concealed boss. Shadow escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jiang grabbed the small bear and turned to flee. Leaving behind an illusion to divert attention, he scrambled back to the entrance, only breathing a sigh of relief once he was certain no monsters pursued him. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Jiang pulled the guidance bear close. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Answer me honestly, have you graduated from elementary school, Kunka?" The guidance bear tilted its head, signaling confusion. "My intention is to inquire if you encounter any difficulties in recognizing characters. For instance, consider these 2 characters." As he spoke, Xu Jiang picked up a stone and inscribed 2 characters upon the ground, one being south and the other difficult. It is merely a matter of heading south. Whether one ventures into a throng of monsters or into a boss chamber, with dozens of forks along the path, it seems rather unfortunate to encounter such misfortune. Xu Jiang harbored profound doubts regarding this individual's abilities. "Which direction do you specifically mean?" Upon being questioned, the guiding bear scratched its head in confusion, circling the 2 characters for an extended period. Ultimately, a joyful smile graced its face as it bounded onto the character, casting a triumphant glance at Xu Jiang. "Congratulations. You have successfully utilized your cleverness to assist the naive young bear in character recognition. The entry for the guiding bear has been updated. Guiding difficult bear, major general quality. White skills, harmless. Revised guiding, version 2, playful, guiding. Whenever you inquire, the bear shall indicate the most challenging direction." Chapter 56. The astonishing pointer bear. The absence of education is truly alarming. If one cannot distinguish between south and difficult, how can one possibly point the way? The little bear, carefree and blissful, began to frolic again, while Xu Jiang was now clutching his head in exasperation. To navigate through dozens of forked paths and uncover a hidden route leading to the monster's lair is no small feat. There is a distinction between treasure hunting and seeking a boss. Although both endeavors ultimately yield valuable rewards, the former allows for direct acquisition, while the latter entails a grueling battle. The most significant issue is that he may not emerge victorious. Just a fleeting glance earlier revealed at least hundreds of beetle monsters, each measuring 30 centimeters, with a massive 3-meter mother bug at the center. Compared to the previous oily pupa, the mother bug's lair appeared far more expansive and interconnected. Relying solely on Fire's joy would likely be insufficient to incinerate all the monsters. Should he abandon the endeavor? Should he avoid the pointer bear's guidance altogether? Yet, having come this far, he was reluctant to forego the chance of slaying that meaty creature, certain it would yield valuable rewards. Xu Jiang, still not entirely convinced, retrieved the tablet distributed before their departure. Although there was no internet access in this location, the pre-stored information was still accessible. The Tear Crystal mine had been thoroughly explored by previous adventurers, and even the mother bug he observed had been documented. Crystal beetle mother, non-combative, yet possesses exceptional intelligence, capable of commanding affiliated beetles to attack. It is advised to prioritize its elimination. Much like a queen bee, the crystal beetle mother was not born for battle, but for propagation. The army of beetles under its command was formidable, according to records from predecessors. The last encounter with a mother bug resulted in devastating losses due to a miscalculation. That seemingly useless mother bug was, in fact, the brain of the entire colony. As long as it lived, the collective's combat power remained terrifying. Just so, I am an adept at pinpointing targets. Xu Jiang thought confidently as he set down his pack temporarily. With an air of elegance, he lit a cigarette and approached the cave entrance, releasing smoke rings as he executed a leap of faith, landing cleanly in the underground lair. The walls of the lair were densely packed with insect eggs, and a swarm of beetles was feeding the mother bug. Upon seeing the unfamiliar human, the beetles emitted a rustling sound and charged forth, eager to rend the intruder to pieces. Unfazed, Xu Jiang flicked away his cigarette and calmly remarked, "You are no match for me. You are outnumbered." A single taunt and a cigarette ignited the nest. Boom. Flames leapt 2 meters high, spreading throughout the lair. The mother bug emitted a piercing shriek, and hundreds of beetles seemed to receive a command, turning en masse to charge at Xu Jiang. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. He hurled a grenade, which detonated in a fiery explosion, while he himself accelerated forward under the cover of smoke and flames. His plan was simple: create chaos and, under the veil of the explosion, force his way to the mother bug, capturing the leader to eliminate the threat. At that moment, Qianji also sprang into action. General, slide along the ground. Congratulations, General Qianji has mastered the skill slide. This skill is a special maneuver and cannot be upgraded. Slide ignores ground friction, allowing for a long-distance slide based on momentum with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. What impeccable timing! The beetles flew at a low altitude, typically between 1 to 3 meters. Mastering this skill was akin to granting Xu Jiang a safer passage through the ranks. As the swarm approached, Xu Jiang swiftly lowered his body and executed a slide across the uneven ground, which did not impede his skill's activation. It was as if he had been waxed, gliding 6 meters before coming to a halt, leaving a trail of beetles behind him. The mother bug reacted swiftly, noticing Xu Jiang's movement immediately, and let out another shrill scream, directing the beetle swarm to surround him. However, by then, Xu Jiang had activated Shadow Cloak. The 2 seconds of invisibility and acceleration allowed him to slip past the beetles, reappearing right in front of the mother bug. The mother bug attempted to call out, but alas, Shanshan had preemptively unleashed her voice. Ah, what an ugly big bug, boo-hoo. The electric baton detonated mid-air, unleashing a powerful current that swept across several meters, incapacitating the mother bug on the spot. In that instant, Xu Jiang's knee shot upwards. Knee strike, the only melee skill Xu Jiang possessed, enhanced by runic fortification, rendered this maneuver exceptionally powerful. The stunned mother bug was utterly defenseless. The 3-meter mass was propelled skyward by his knee, reaching a height of 5 meters. Thus, its demise was sealed. It's the Air Force. The Air Force has arrived. Area denied for aerial maneuvers. As the creature soared to 5 meters, Xu Jiang unleashed the Guanyin, gripping the wildly spinning Gatling gun once more. Ha ha, perish. With a maniacal laugh, a torrent of bullets coalesced into a beam, raining down upon the airborne target. This mother bug proved to be more pitiful than the last skeletal entity. It was simply a mass of blubber. Resistance lasted a mere 3 seconds before its entire form erupted, splattering viscous remains upon the ground with a resounding splat. The Guanyin fell silent, seemingly unsatisfied. But no targets remained in the sky. Good, I'll save some energy for my escape. As long as that creature remained airborne, Guanyin's fire would not cease. The self-detonation allowed Xu Jiang to conserve nearly 1,000 points of energy. What followed was considerably easier. With the mother bug slain, the surrounding beetles descended into chaos. Some sought revenge against Xu Jiang, while others buzzed erratically, and a few even charged directly into the flames. In the face of these scattered remnants, Xu Jiang confidently holstered his dual pistols and grasped Shanshan once more. With a flick of his fingers and a shake of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of movements. And in a mere 3 seconds, Shanshan erupted forth. Ah, how annoying. Boo-hoo. With that, the flashbang detonated, granting Xu Jiang precious moments to retreat to the upper levels. After discarding the cigarette but to block the exit, he had toiled for over an hour to finally clear the lair of these pests. A glance at his level revealed an ascent to level 11, along with 2 additional skill points. What a delightful surprise. Now, the time had come to assess his spoils. Xu Jiang whistled merrily as he began to wander. He recalled the last time he had slain an ice frost bull, which had yielded a treasure chest filled with valuable items. Surely, after vanquishing such a sizable nest, there must be some reward awaiting him. However, after turning around twice, he shockingly found nothing. Could it be that his efforts were in vain? Xu Jiang felt a pang of frustration. Fortunately, Qianji timely reminded him, General, it appears you have not left empty-handed. Look at those in the corner. Aren't they precious ores? Tear crystal, or a mineral exuding a blue luminescence, resembling flowing water in its beauty, adorned the walls of the nest in abundance. Had anyone else seen them, these ores would undoubtedly be deemed a treasure. Yet Xu Jiang had no desire to mine. Such a laborious and time-consuming task could not compare to the swiftness of theft. He had only brought along a simple mining pick, allowing the tear crystal ore to be overlooked from the outset. However, General, it seems these ores are not solely tear crystal oregon. Oh? Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang realized there was indeed something more. Beneath the corpulent mass, the ore appeared white. Cool to the touch, could it be the legendary cold jade bed? He quickly opened his tablet to investigate. Indeed, Xu Jiang found the introduction to ice crystal ore in his resource guide. He disregarded the descriptions of ice attribute energy, focusing instead on the most crucial line, extremely high value. This substance rivals the foreign crystal? What more could he possibly wait for? Since it is a substantial sum, Xu Jiang cannot afford to miss out. He opens the compressed mining pack that Xiao He has prepared for him. This item is small when folded, but when unfolded, It transforms into a massive wheeled package that can be pulled by hand, akin to a hand-pushed mining cart. Excellent. Let the work commence. Xu Jiang brandishes his pickaxe, embarking on his mining career. Clang, clang, clang. The cave reverberates with the sounds of pickaxes colliding with rock. Although he had adamantly proclaimed before entering that he would never engage in mining, the allure of this ice crystal ore is simply too compelling. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, Xu Jiang finally extracts his first piece of ice crystal ore, measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, radiating an intense chill. Clearly a valuable find. Come here, Xiao Xiong. Help me place this ore into the bag. Xu Jiang instructs the small bear beside him. Although this creature's intellect is not fully developed, basic communication is possible, as demonstrated now. Xiao Xiong obediently receives the ore and places it into its little pouch. Xu Jiang blinks in disbelief. Was he imagining things? The ore had indeed been stowed away in the bear's small pouch. He glances at the pouch on the bear's belly. Due to its fur color, he only now notices the tiny pocket, measuring merely 10 centimeters in length. It could hold some candies, but how could a piece of or fit inside? You. Take it out for me to see? The bear, looking puzzled, reaches into the pocket and, as if performing a magic trick, pulls out the 30-centimeter ore once more. Astonishing. You actually possess a spatial pouch? Xu Jiang is taken aback and quickly digs out another piece, handing it to the bear. Without hesitation, the bear accepts it. And that palm-sized pouch reveals itself to be an endless abyss? Just as Xu Jiang is about to leap with joy, Qianji speaks up. General, why not continue mining? Are you already fatigued? Perhaps you should allow your subordinates to assist you. Chapter 57. Shimmering new attire. The rhythmic sound of mining persisted. Yet it was no longer Xu Jiang who wielded the pickaxe, but rather his mech. Having been independently activated, the liquid mech no longer conformed to Xu Jiang's physique. Instead, reverting to its original form, Qianji. If in your mind mechs epitomize brute strength and heavy armor, then Qianji at this moment personifies grace and allure. The dark golden mech boasted exquisite curves, and with each swing of the pickaxe, one might even perceive the undulating motions distracted. Xu Jiang chided himself, reminding that it was merely a suit of armor. What was he thinking? He instructed Qianji to mine, while the little bear collected the ore, thus establishing a fully automated mining operation. Earning while reclining. The life of a capitalist was truly splendid. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, Xiao Sha, Xiao Lei, please patrol the vicinity and report any dangers. Yes, General. The two responded earnestly as they set off. Shimmer, don your new attire and sing me a little tune. Certainly. Woo-woo, Shimmer replied, floating over in her newly developed EMP fur coat, cheerfully humming beside him. Guanyin, come closer, would you? Yes, I shall attend to your side, she replied. Chewing on beef jerky, Xu Jiang reclined against Guanyin's 6 beautiful legs, leisurely browsing on his tablet. Upon arriving in this foreign realm, he had scarcely found time to grasp foundational knowledge. With time now on his side, Xu Jiang aimed to self-study some subjects through his tablet, thus better preparing himself for the upcoming spiritual domain competition. As calamity descended and spiritual seeds emerged, countless professionals began to surface. Mechanical ammunition experts, mech engineers, roving gunmen, elementalists, summoners, and enigmatic masters of the magical arts, shadow dancers and night stalkers from the assassin class, and various odd mutations numbering in the dozens, some even unrecorded. Professionals like Xu Jiang, mech engineers, were relatively abundant, while the competition showcased peculiar roles such as magical rune masters and cave dwellers. Unfortunately, such information remained classified, and little was known. They could only proceed step by step. A night passed, and Xu Jiang awoke comfortably from his slumber, with Shimmer's assistance. The clamor of mining was entirely muffled, and Guanyin's 6 lovely legs made for a delightful pillow, ensuring a quality rest. Upon awakening, it was natural to inspect the fruits of his subordinates' labor. A glance around revealed a wall riddled with holes. Evidently, Qianji had tirelessly extracted all the tear crystal ore throughout the night. General, as per your instructions, a total of 82 kilograms of tear crystal ore and 7 kilograms of ice crystal ore have been completely mined. Excellent. Truly deserving of being my most cherished subordinate. Merge with me. Yes, please enter my corps, General. Xu Jiang appreciated capable subordinates, and he felt compelled to commend the adorable little bear as well. With that formidable spatial bag, victory was all but assured. What posed the greatest challenge in this spiritual domain competition? The collection and transportation of tear crystal ore. Its density was not particularly high. A football-sized piece weighed roughly 3 kilograms. Xu Jiang's nearly 90 kilograms of, or amounted to around 30 footballs worth. What did this imply? Carrying the equivalent of 30 footballs while engaging in combat necessitated not only avoiding personal injury, but also safeguarding the bag containing the ore from attacks. Moreover, as time progressed, the quantity of ore would only increase, complicating matters further. Now, however, Xu Jiang could delegate not only the ore but even spare ammunition to the little bear. Unburdened, his robbery endeavors would be unparalleled. With 4 days remaining, there was no need to rush the heist. Instead, he could seek out monsters to slay for some extra gains. Come on, little bear, lead the way. Let us vanquish a boss. Bounding joyfully, the little bear commenced its quest for challenge. Over the next 2 days, Xu Jiang traversed the mine with the little bear, targeting the lairs of formidable monsters. Following a series of battles, he amassed a total of 230 kilograms of tear crystal ore and 20 kilograms of ice crystal ore, a bountiful harvest indeed. Along the way, he encountered some individuals who, clearly warned by their coaches, fled at the mere sight of him, showing no inclination for conflict. Xu Jiang, disinterested in the pursuit, recognized the complexities of the terrain and deemed them unworthy of his time. Some, however, had made significant gains, such as the two before him, whose bulging backpacks caught his attention. Clad in medium-sized mech standing over 3 meters tall, one brandished an ion shield while the other hefted a heavy machine gun, presenting a formidable image. The insignia on their mechs indicated they were undoubtedly members of a tactical special operations team. Had Xu Jiang not encountered Lord Lei earlier, he might have gradually integrated into a security post and eventually joined a mech squad, enjoying a stable public service career. In the special operations team, mech engineers were highly sought after due to their specialized research departments and standardized mechs, which facilitated unified military command. However, compared to Xu Jiang's liquid mech, the special operations team preferred heavy firepower. The thick alloy plates provided ample protection, and anything over 10 meters tall was considered heavy armor, earning the reputation of mobile artillery. Xu Jiang had once inquired of Qianji whether future developments would lean towards heavier designs. Qianji promptly provided him with a development trend chart, revealing grand plans that invigorated Xu Jiang. Alas, evolution necessitated more fragments of spiritual seeds, making such discussions premature. Observing the two before him, clad in medium mechs, he recognized their suitability for the current undertaking. After all, a medium mech could accommodate a substantial mechanical backpack, allowing for the early acquisition of significant quantities of tear crystal ore. They could then fortify their position, unfurl a signal umbrella, and summon their comrades. With sufficient numbers, others would surely hesitate to engage. Regrettably, they encountered Xu Jiang first. Boom, boom. Without the niceties of diplomatic etiquette, Xu Jiang swiftly unleashed 2 incendiary grenades, obliterating their stationary turrets. He then bellowed, "Robbery! Leave the goods, and you may depart." A compassionate soul, Xu Jiang preferred to subdue foes without resorting to violence. Observing the 2 robust figures, he speculated that losing their cargo might prompt them to seek more, allowing for a potential second heist, a sustainable strategy. Unfortunately, these 2 did not heed his mercy. They unleashed 3 smoke grenades, enveloping Xu Jiang's vicinity in a thick haze. "Careful, it's Xu Jiang, the one mentioned by our instructor. Fear not, we hold our ground. If he dares to approach, we shall shoot." Undoubtedly, the posturing mechs displayed some capability. Taking cover, they employed specialized smoke detection devices to pinpoint Xu Jiang's location, then unleashed a barrage of heavy fire, seeking to overwhelm him in a single strike. Alas, their initial volley struck only shadows, for Xu Jiang had already utilized shadow escape to reposition behind a large rock, retaliating with a small electric baton. Clang, clang. A series of delicate sounds resonated as the charming little baton bounced toward the 2 mechs. Careful, the 2 mech engineers reacted swiftly, recognizing Xu Jiang's assault and wasting no time in raising their shields and weapons. They directed all energy to their electromagnetic shields, maximally deploying their defenses in an attempt to withstand Xu Jiang's onslaught. Unfortunately, what they are confronted with is not a grenade, but the charming girl named Shanshan, along with her newly acquired abilities. "Oh, do you also wish to see my new outfit?" Chapter 58, The Peculiar Meow, Meow, Meow. "Do you want to see my new outfit?" Shanshan asked once more. Unfortunately, the 2 mech engineers could not hear her voice, otherwise, they would undoubtedly have shouted, "We do not wish to see it. Go away." The absence of a response indicated acquiescence, and Shanshan, feeling delighted, showcased her new attire to the 2. Boom. Without the thunderous explosion of a grenade, a 10-meter-wide shockwave erupted violently. It was an electromagnetic pulse, Impossible. How could a mere EMP grenade possess such formidable power? The two mech engineers shouted in a frenzy. In an instant, both mechs collapsed to the ground, their surfaces flickering with electricity, rendering all attempts at control futile. Once majestic, the mechs now knelt helplessly, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Xu Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. My Shanshan looks splendid. The electromagnetic pulse was a newly acquired skill for Shanshan, originating from the blue-headed monster and the corresponding blueprint. Given the simplicity of the technology and the fact that it was a task personally entrusted by the third miss, the research team had graciously provided a finished product before Xu Jiang's departure. Shanshan promptly donned the EMP's fur coat, joyfully bestowing a kiss upon him. Subsequently, a new skill appeared in her attributes. Electromagnetic pulse, fashion skill upon activation, releases an electromagnetic pulse within a 10-meter radius, incapacitating all electronic devices for a duration of 10 seconds. How does one learn a skill? Some machines rely on self-discipline, others on enlightenment, while Shanshan learns through changing outfits. Though the range is limited and the duration brief, its effect is undeniably powerful, instantly incapacitating all electronic devices. The two formidable mechs before her became prime targets. The ensuing events became considerably more straightforward. Xu Jiang, brandishing dual pistols, commenced firing, faced with the ultra-high-strength alloy armor. The explosive rounds proved somewhat lackluster, yet the revolver's armor-piercing rounds were exceptionally effective. It was a massive heap of scrap. Aiming was unnecessary. Each bullet caused significant cracking in the armor, rendering it defenseless. Xu Jiang was confident that with merely 3 shots, he could obliterate the two mechs and secure an effortless victory. However, at that moment, an urgent voice reached his ears. Kunka kunka. An indescribable sense of crisis surged from behind. An ambush. Xu Jiang swiftly turned, directing his gaze toward the source of the impending threat. A pale blue light streaked through the air, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. It was an electromagnetic cannon. Xu Jiang's heart raced. Had it been a conventional bullet attack, he would have braced himself behind his shield, but the electromagnetic cannon was a different matter altogether. Though it required a lengthy charging time, its power was immense. A direct hit could be catastrophic. Fortunately, the warning from the creature allowed Xu Jiang a moment to prepare. Revenge counterattack. Xu Jiang quickly activated the skill. Positioning his dual pistols defensively, the fierce blast struck his right-handed Desert Eagle. Defend. Counterattack. Bang. The revolver released a phantom trail as he swiftly aimed and fired. Although Xu Jiang could not discern the position of the electromagnetic cannon, the counterattack's guaranteed hit characteristic allowed him to pinpoint its origin. A bullet found its mark within the crevice of the rock. With a resounding explosion, the threat from the electromagnetic cannon was neutralized. However, Xu Jiang's expression darkened. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Evidently, the two had prepared a contingency plan, aiming for a stealthy strike. Truly, tactical special forces were cunning in their strategies. Turning around, Xu Jiang cursed. Bastards, you all, huh? What is this? Beep. Boom. The two mechs, glowing red, self-destructed on the spot, their tremendous force propelling Xu Jiang several meters away. When the dust settled, the ground lay in ruins. The self-detonation of the mechs had unleashed a terrifying force, causing debris from the ceiling to cascade down, while the surrounding equipment lay utterly destroyed. It seemed they had chosen to abandon their mechs, fearing Xu Jiang's EMP would keep them incapacitated. To prevent him from obtaining resources and to cover their retreat, they had programmed the self-destruct command into the mechs. But these were 2 medium-sized mechs, quite expensive. If they could reimburse him for the cost, he might have spared them. What was the need for such drastic measures? Xu Jiang shook his head in resignation, beginning to sift through the remnants of the mechanical boxes. Much of the crystal ore lay destroyed, with only around 30 kilograms remaining, all of which was pocketed by the small bear. Once finished, he summoned the small bear and inquired, "How did you detect the electromagnetic cannon's ambush during the battle?" Kunkak? The little bear tilted its head in confusion. The electromagnetic cannon had been concealed within the rocky crevice, almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. The creature's ability to issue early warnings and indicate the direction of the threat was certainly extraordinary. Observing its bewildered expression, it seemed its potential was stifled by its unrefined intellect. Very well, upon returning, I shall hire 20 tutors for you, providing round-the-clock assistance with your studies. Within a year, I shall ensure you gain admission to university. Kunkak. The little bear comprehended that statement. Startled, it recoiled, its eyes widening in shock, covering its ears, then promptly fleeing. TSK, today's youth truly lacks a passion for learning. Disregarding the unmotivated little bear, Xu Jiang turned his attention to a nearby fork in the path, where a figure cautiously approached. Could it be a business opportunity? Although his view was unclear, he could surmise from the outline that the individual was heavily laden. It appeared to be a promising haul. He readied his weapon, prepared for a robbery. Ah, it's Xu Jiang. Marvelous. I finally encountered one of my own. Wait, is he truly one of my own? Xu Jiang shifted his gaze from the bundle to ascertain the newcomer's features. A crew cut, a shadow dancer, adorned with a mountain emblem on his chest. Ah, indeed, a colleague from the Zhechuan group. Thankfully, he spoke up. My bullets were almost ready to be fired. What brings you here? Oh, never mind, it matters not. Greetings, Xiaoxi. Are you mining in this vicinity as well? Indeed, I came to investigate after hearing the explosion. Additionally, my name is Zhou Tianqi, not Xiaoxi. The young man hastily corrected the misconception regarding his name. Oh, you're not Xiaoxi? It must have been my colleague's mistake. It was Baotou from Team 17 who informed me of your name. Truly a blunder. When I return, I shall scold him on your behalf. No need, no need. Senior Baotou is quite busy. It's understandable for him to mix up names. After a brief exchange of names, Xu Jiang steered the conversation toward work. On your way here, did you encounter any suitable targets for robbery? Suitable for robbery? Zhou Tianqi expressed astonishment at Xu Jiang's line of work. Yet, upon noticing his relaxed demeanor, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Ah, Su Gu intends to sabotage the achievements of other teams. How arduous his task must be. Huh, why am I suddenly Su Gu? Aren't we of similar ages? And your look of admiration, could it be a tad excessive? Observing Zhou Tianqi's expression, Xu Jiang suspected he thought of him as an unsung hero. You assume I possess such noble character? Very well, if you perceive me as a hero, let it be so. Now tell me, have you seen any members from other companies? Indeed, particularly those from Storm Military Industry. I've spotted 10 of them nearby, behaving quite oddly. Zhou Tianqi wore a wary expression. Oddly? In what manner? They bore little or upon their persons and were obstructing a certain passage, seemingly conspiring about something. It was evident to all that the crux of the competition lay in the Tear Crystal mine, and the premature gathering of 10 individuals posed a significant hindrance to the quest for ore. They were either a group of fools, indifferent to victory or defeat, or they harbored ulterior motives, for the place they were blocking seemed rather suspicious. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted the conversation between the two. The sturdy mine began to tremble, the surrounding rock walls visibly quaking as if the cavern were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the tremor was brief, and soon the mine regained its stability. Meanwhile, the bear-like figure of Jinan Xiang leapt up in excitement, gesturing towards a fork in the path, as if urging Xu Jiang to follow him. What is he? General, a spirit seed has appeared. Chapter 59. The leap of faith and the sorrow of frost. The sudden earthquake indicated a significant change had occurred. Has there been any record of earthquakes here in the past? Xu Jiang inquired of Zhou Tianqi. There have been 3 instances. It is said that a magma cavern appears after the tremors, but the cause remains unknown. Zhou Tianqi perused the records on his tablet, then contemplated a possible explanation. Could it be the Storm Military? They are rather secretive, likely plotting something. Xu Jiang nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. Why don't you go take a look first? And you? I have some personal matters to attend to, but I will join you shortly. Xu Jiang was quite intrigued by the magma cavern. Perhaps it could yield some benefits. However, the guide, Ji Nuangxing, was leading him in a different direction. Regardless of the Storm Military's intentions, Xu Jiang believed that the spirit seeds were paramount. They were the key to upgrading the core of his machinery, and only by gathering more could he facilitate the ultimate evolution of his contraption. The two parted ways, with Xu Jiang following Ji Nuangxing as they swiftly traversed the mine. A glance at the surrounding monster corpses reminded Xu Jiang that he had been here before. Ji Nuangxing was leading him back. At yet another fork, Ji Nuangxing chose a different path, one that had previously been a dead end but was now open. Before they could reach their destination, a wave of heat washed over them. They quickened their pace, rounding a corner only to collide with 2 familiar faces. Ah, what a coincidence. Xu Jiang couldn't help but tease. With that, a click sounded as he chambered a round in his pistol. The only individuals who could provoke such a reaction from Xu Jiang were the 2 members of the Special Operations team he had just encountered. Upon seeing Xu Jiang, the 2 turned pale. What kind of misfortune had befallen them to run into him twice in the vast labyrinth of the mine? They had barely managed to escape while piloting their mechs. Now, it was even less likely they could do so. They quickly begged for mercy. Please. We no longer have our mechs. We can't pose a threat to you. Spare us. Indeed. We know Uncle Sha too. We're one of your own. Please, Don't shoot. Xu Jiang was somewhat surprised to hear them mention Sha Tuesday. After all, judging by Sha Qin's demeanor, she seemed reluctant to acknowledge her father. Yet her subordinates appeared quite familiar with him. It seemed there was quite a story behind that. However, now was not the time for inquiries. Xu Jiang still needed to locate the spirit seeds. Fine, I won't kill you, but you must tell me about the current situation. Xu Jiang accelerated his steps toward the exit, where a red glow was emanating. As he approached, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to Xi Nuangxing at his side. Is this the path you led me on? Kunka, Xi Nuangxing exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with delight at having reached their destination and completed his task. Delighted, are you? Did you genuinely wish for my demise? Xu Jiang lamented. Before him lay a sheer cliff, a drop of 70 or 80 meters, with a pool of molten lava glowing ominously below. Truly, Xi Nuangxing had taken the most perilous route possible. Xu Jiang glanced into the distance. On the opposite side of the lava pool, another entrance beckoned. However, that entrance lacked a drop, and a group of individuals was currently engaged in fierce combat there. It appeared that the storm military was about to claim victory, having concealed their intentions so thoroughly. Their cunning was indeed remarkable. The two members of the Special Operations team gathered closer, cursing the storm military for their shamelessness. Xu Jiang cast them a sidelong glance. From your tone, it seems you know the backstory behind this? We can make some educated guesses, one of them replied. Now stripped of their mechs, they had little left to desire. Knowing Xu Jiang would not kill them, they relaxed and squatted at the cliff's edge to observe the unfolding situation. This hidden magma cavern had appeared 3 times before, yet no one knew precisely how to activate it. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed the storm military were indeed the ones who had unlocked it, but had kept it a secret, intending to use it as a trump card. For this wager agreement, the storm military had finally revealed their hand. This seemingly fair-tier crystal mine had already been thoroughly researched by them. Though the molten lava was fearsome, it was not without means of control. The storm military had come prepared, wielding 3 powerful freezing weapons, all powered by ice crystal ore. They unleashed a torrent of frigid air, swiftly freezing the lava beneath their feet, allowing them to traverse the icy surface toward the central island of the lava pool. Those who arrived afterward could only watch helplessly as the solid ice melted away, unable to keep pace, their ranged attacks rendered ineffective by the shields. The 10 members of the storm military had a singular goal: to seize the vast bounty of tier crystal ore on the island. Unlike the chaotic battles raging outside, they needed only to remain on the lava island, guarding this treasure to secure their victory. However, why had no one attempted to fly across? From our vantage point, gliding should suffice. Although they were all level 10 novices, surely among them there would be at least one class capable of hovering. It's impossible to fly. I've heard stories of those who tried one leap and they perished. The specifics remain unclear. The two shrugged and began leisurely consuming their ration bars, even offering Xu Jiang a piece. Xu Jiang waved his hand in refusal. You enjoy your snacks. I intend to investigate that island. How do you plan to get over there? If you can't fly, you must walk. Though he spoke lightly, Xu Jiang felt an underlying uncertainty. In contrast, his mechanical subordinates brimmed with confidence. Jump, General, there will be no issues. Exactly, General. Simply walk across the lava. I assure you, you will be fine. Shan Shan is cheering for you, General. Did they truly think it wise to encourage him to leap into the lava pool? It is 80 meters high. How could I jump? Fear not, General. There is a small platform below, and with some cushioning, my leap of faith can be activated. But what of the lava? How do I cross that? General, as the developer of Joy of Fire, I have dedicated myself to researching Sorrow of Frost. I have made progress and can assist you in freezing the lava. While a solution was proposed, it remained theoretical. A slight miscalculation could lead to his demise. Below the cliff, there indeed lay a platform for resting, but it was bare. Some cushioning was essential to activate the leap technique. Naturally, Xu Jiang could choose to use a rope to descend slowly down the cliff. However, he did not trust either of the two above him, even if he killed them. The increasingly distinct sound of footsteps signified that more individuals would soon follow the heat waves. Rather than entrust his life to others, Xu Jiang placed his faith in his mech. He retrieved a grenade-like device from his pocket, a makeshift emergency cushion prepared by Xiao He. He hurled it downwards, and it landed precisely on the platform. After a violent impact, it autonomously deployed a 2-meter air cushion. No turning back now. He must take the plunge. After all, those spirit seeds were not to be missed. Chapter 60. The magma walk. A buoyant air cushion is suddenly unfurled in the distance, naturally capturing everyone's attention. Zhou Tanqi, who had just encountered Xu Jiang, took out his binoculars to take a closer look. It was indeed Xu Jiang. He was at the mouth of a cliff cave. What could he be planning? Could it be that he was considering taking a leap into the abyss? After all, he was the strongest rookie handpicked by the Special Operations Team's instructor, and even if they felt envious, they would still harbor a tinge of bitterness. They secretly hoped for Xu Jiang to stumble and fall from the cliff, thus meeting a swift end. Yet, Xu Jiang seemed to be fulfilling their wishes. Was he truly going to jump? The two behind him were bewildered, even if they intended to venture to the central island in search of treasure. There was no need to take such a perilous leap. In response to this dilemma, Xu Jiang could only attribute it to misplaced trust in a bear. Though the path was fraught with danger, it also bore its advantages. The main entrance was already besieged by a throng of people engaged in a chaotic melee, leaving Xu Jiang to embark on his journey in peace. Dusting off his attire, he secured his dual pistols to his mech belt, standing at the cliff's edge, gazing at the waves of heat rising below. Jumping from such heights was not terrifying. As long as one maintained composure and elegance, success was assured. Xu Jiang, invoking the words of Uncle Sha, mentally fortified himself and leapt from the precipice, arms outstretched. At that moment, the combatants at the entrance all abruptly ceased their actions, astonished gazes fixed on the cliff's edge. How to describe it? Xu Jiang appeared as a madman, genuinely leaping into the magma pool below, with legs straight and arms extended. His expression was relaxed, exuding an air of grace reminiscent of a majestic eagle soaring with outstretched wings. Yet, this was a leap from a cliff. What was so graceful about that? Plummeting from a height of 80 meters, could that flimsy air cushion withstand the impact? Regarding the efficacy of the cushion, neither the buyer, Xiaohe, nor the esteemed physicist, Xiaoyo, had any say. Only Qianji could determine the outcome. Leap of faith. Qianji skill activated. Seemingly locking onto that air cushion, arms wide, he executed a graceful twist in midair, transforming from a soaring eagle into a horizontal descent. The entire sequence radiated elegance and poise. A true man never concerns himself with the landing point. He simply descends in style. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Had he landed? Surely he had, having crashed into the cushion, but why was the sound so minimal? A fully grown man clad in mech armor descending from 80 meters. Could a mere thin cushion absorb such force? The sound was not that of a collision. It resembled flatulence. Though somewhat uncouth, the noise indeed resembled that of a fart. The peculiar skill of the leap of faith allowed him to land precisely on a cushioning surface as long as he maintained a dashing posture. Grass, air cushions. Anything would suffice. It was a mere formality, landing silently, ideal for an assassin's stealth. The sound explosion was merely the result of his gun barrel making contact, puncturing the thin membrane with a slight exertion. However, this was inconsequential. The cushion had fulfilled its purpose, and Xu Jiang had landed handsomely, his plan already halfway to success. Yet, it was not a time for celebration. The group at the main entrance had ceased fighting, all eyes now riveted on Xu Jiang. Why was his leap so nonchalant? That question paled in significance. Among them, there were those familiar with aerial descent techniques, so it was hardly surprising. What mattered more was how to traverse the magma pool. Xu Jiang's strategy involved calming the magma with a cigarette before stealthily crossing while it was distracted. He retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket. Mechanical cigarette case, kernel, quality. White, skill, cigarette crafting, current stock, 6 vigorous X2, butter spicy X3, ice fresh X6. Refreshing chrysanthemum X1. The cigarettes inside were crafted by Xiaoyan himself. Success meant profit, failure meant disposal, and Xu Jiang would not interfere unduly. He had sampled both the vigorous and the fire of joy, finding their effects and flavors commendable, though he had yet to try the ice fresh chrysanthemum and was uncertain of its taste. General, this ice fresh variant, which I call frost sorrow, is made from ice crystal ore and can provide a significant freezing force, Xiaoyan enthusiastically declared, relishing the opportunity to add flair to his creations. Over the past few days, he had scoured the area for ice crystal ore, conducting experiments that had unexpectedly yielded frost sorrow. However, was the processing efficiency of your cigarettes a bit lacking? 6 cigarettes. Would that truly suffice to cover the distance? Standing at the magma's edge, the temperature was already exceedingly high. Even if one cigarette could disperse a wide area, 6 might not be adequate. Should they run out halfway, it would indeed be disastrous. Of course, 1 will suffice, he assured confidently. Well then, since he was so self-assured, Xu Jiang decided to take a chance. Standing at the magma's edge, he placed frost sorrow between his lips, then abruptly pulled the pin from a grenade, sliding it into the magma pool. He stirred the molten rock, igniting his cigarette before reinserting the pin into the grenade. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Could it truly be done this way? Why didn't his grenade explode? They were uncertain, but igniting a cigarette with magma appeared rather impressive. I should try that too. Was Xu Jiang deliberately showing off? Certainly not. Due to the material, the cigarette felt somewhat like an ice pop, and his lighter could not ignite it, necessitating the use of magma's heat. After lighting his cigarette, Xu Jiang showcased yet another trick, walking on lava. With a single step, before his shoe could touch the magma, a powerful chill emanated. Crack! Ice formed instantaneously beneath his feet, making it feel as though he were walking on a soft waterbed. This was the method imparted by the cigarette case, not to unleash ice energy all at once, but to draw it in gradually, allowing it to flow to his feet. He could sense the viscous magma gradually melting the ice beneath him. Yet the cold managed to hold its ground. In his previous life, Xu Jiang had witnessed a magician walk on water. In this life, he aimed to perform the same feat over magma. How was he maintaining the cold? Was Xu Jiang perhaps an elemental ice mage? It seemed implausible, as the magma here was unique, requiring the power of ice crystal or to contend with it. A monster. Xu Jiang must be a monster. The onlookers gasped in awe, while the 10 members of Storm military industry were driven to madness. They had spent 6 months researching this place, exerting tremendous effort to devise a plan. Yet, with Xu Jiang's arrival, he walked across the magma pool as if it were trivial. Graceful, serene, and composed, he appeared unfazed by the perilous situation. Xu Jiang even bore a hint of melancholy on his face, which stirred the hearts of the 2 female professionals at the shore. Alas, the protagonist himself was too preoccupied to consider such matters. He was not calm. Rather, he was fraught with anxiety. He could not afford to walk too quickly, for it was essential to freeze the magma. Yet, he also could not dawdle, fearing his cigarette might burn out prematurely. He had no choice but to ignore the world around him, focusing solely on advancing, hoping to escape the dread of the magma pool as swiftly as possible. After traversing a distance, he finally understood why this cigarette was labeled Frost Sorrow. He now felt a profound sadness. The cigarette, clutched between his lips, could not fall. The cold had numbed his tongue, while beneath him, the magma surged with oppressive heat. The contrast of cold above and heat below made it impossible for Xu Jiang to remain untroubled. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the Storm military industry group. We have prepared for so long. We cannot allow him to take it all so easily. The stormtroopers have discerned that their speed pales in comparison to Xu Jiang's. If this continues, they will undoubtedly fail to reach the island first. One valiant team member relinquished his supplies to a companion, arming himself solely with a jetpack. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xu Jiang. What is he planning? Before Xu Jiang could fathom the intention, the individual abruptly activated the jetpack, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice as he soared towards Xu Jiang. Is he seeking to confront him in a deadly clash? No. This linear trajectory appears to be offering himself as a target. Just as Xu Jiang prepared to draw his weapon, the magma beneath surged violently. A colossal creature erupted from the molten depths. Measuring over 10 meters in length, it resembled a terrifying whale. Its body adorned with crimson scales and a gaping maw that seemed eager to devour the approaching man. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to the impending danger, resolutely clinging to the thrusters, with his sights set firmly on Xu Jiang. He intends to perish alongside the beast. Xu Jiang comprehended the gravity of the situation, but it seemed a moment too late. The assault from the monstrous whale was already encroaching upon his position. Chapter 61. 10 Seconds of Carnage in the Magma Zone. Flying is prohibited, and Xu Jiang had long been perplexed by the reason, until now. Within this pool of molten rock lurked a terrifying beast, a monstrous form spanning several meters. Capable of swimming through the magma and leaping to heights of dozens of meters, its fearsome fangs unmistakably visible. In the name of victory, the Storm military personnel had succumbed to madness, luring the creature out with their flesh, intent on perishing alongside Xu Jiang. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The only recourse was to fight. Xu Jiang discarded the cigarette but beneath his foot, crushing it with his shoe, causing an ethereal ice lotus to bloom beneath him. This was the foundation of his unwavering stance. Guanyin, I rely on you, he roared, lifting the formidable weapon into his grasp. No aerial maneuvers, no aerial maneuvers. The frantic voice of Guanyin erupted, and 6 gun barrels began spinning rapidly, their heated bullets unleashed into the air. The fierce onslaught of bullets tore through the air, dismantling the suicidal fool in an instant. Yet, Xu Jiang remained ensnared in peril. The momentum of the whale's leap was imminent, the impact zone directly overhead. He could not allow this leviathan to crash down upon him. He held the trigger. The bullets continued to rain forth, initially aimed to pierce the monster's maw and rend it asunder. However, to his astonishment, the creature bore a formidable shield of flames. The bullets collided with the searing inferno, completely thwarted, as if a colossal fireball descended from the heavens, absorbing the impact of the bullets and steadily bearing down on Xu Jiang. The pressure intensified, the surrounding magma roiled and boiled, and the ice lotus beneath him began to crack, his body trembling under the immense strain. The last time he had encountered such intensity was with that dreadfully formidable corpse flower maiden, when Xiao Xiao had stood protectively before him. But this time, he faced the challenge alone. Yet, it mattered not. Who invited this foolish whale to soar into the skies? Jiang and Xiong. Engage, commanded Xu Jiang. The little bear, who had clung to his leg, swiftly ascended to his shoulder upon receiving the order. Xu Jiang was not without means to retaliate. He was merely biding his time. And now the distance was sufficient. The seemingly harmless bear would not become a primary target until Xu Jiang's demise was imminent. Seizing the moment while the whale was distracted, the little bear leapt high, producing a shard of ice crystal ore from its pocket and hurling it at the beast. To the onlookers, this attack appeared trivial, akin to a mischievous child throwing pebbles at a grown man. Yet, unexpectedly, this strike proved remarkably effective. The impact of the ice crystal against the creature's flames yielded an astonishing result. As if the ore were a natural nemesis to the monster, the flames melted away. And in that fleeting moment, Xu Jiang seized his opportunity. Die for me. Mechanical overload. His long-buried talent erupted forth, amplifying his power to its zenith. Even if only for 10 seconds, he would ensure that this creature felt the true strength of a man. The bullets surged with newfound potency, and Guanin's laughter grew ever more exuberant, the trailing flames elongating as the trajectory transformed into a beam of light. A thunderous explosion erupted, the shockwave rippling out for hundreds of meters, forcing those on the shore to retreat in haste. They could not discern the battle's outcome above the magma pool, but in the final moments, they seemed to hear the creature's mournful cry. Had Xu Jiang triumphed over the beast? Indeed, he had emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. Beneath his feet, the ice had fractured into countless pieces. He hastily lit another cigarette, seeking a moment of calm. Flying is prohibited above the magma pool. This was a lesson learned from previous encounters, though the specifics remained elusive. Observing the group utilizing ice spears to traverse the terrain led Xu Jiang to hypothesize. Walking upon ice and flying low above the magma should be comparable in altitude. Yet why was the former safe while the latter was not? The answer lay within the ice crystal ore. If he surmised correctly, the ore guarded by the mother bug outside was the key to unraveling the situation. The beast within the pool feared the ice crystal. Both the energy of the ice spears and Xu Jiang's Frostmourne were crafted from this ore, thus allowing for a harmonious coexistence. However, once protection was forfeited, the monster would emerge, hungry for flesh. Hence, Xu Jiang devised a plan to have the little bear toss the ice crystal to create a distraction. Alas, the strategy was sound, yet the creature's strength was overwhelming, rendering a direct kill impossible. Guanin's final surge merely wounded the great whale, leaving behind a trophy at Xu Jiang's feet. It was an enigmatic object, approximately 30 centimeters long, slightly thicker than a spark and composed of an incomprehensible material. Yet it felt warm in his grasp, pulsating with a semblance of life. He decided to investigate further upon returning. For now, other matters demanded his attention. Having repelled the creature and ensured a moment of vigilance to confirm it would not strike again, his next course of action was revenge. Click. A new magazine was loaded, and Xu Jiang raised his desert eagle high. He was no saint. This was merely a competition. If I claim the treasure and you leave me be, we may coexist peacefully. However, should you choose to gamble with your lives, then I regret to inform you that all must perish. Bang. Xu Jiang fired, targeting the group from Storm Military. Prepare yourselves. They were evidently prepared, erecting shields along the perimeter in a bid to withstand Xu Jiang's assault. But would this prove effective? A cold smile crept across Xu Jiang's face as he observed the bullets veering sharply in midair, bypassing the shields and plummeting into the magma below. Boom. The explosive round detonated, sending waves of magma surging forth, dousing the shield. In an instant, the ionic shield flickered wildly, and the ice beneath their feet began to shatter. The leader's expression shifted dramatically, block his attack. But it was futile. Xu Jiang was utilizing explosive rounds. While munitions experts could manufacture such explosives, they were costly and seldom deployed in typical assaults. Xu Jiang's explosive rounds, however, were inconsequential in value, and as he unleashed a relentless barrage, If he could not penetrate the shield, he would inundate them with magma. Though Storm military attempted to counterattack, their efforts bore little fruit. The ice beneath them fragmented continuously, their bodies swaying precariously, making accurate fire nearly impossible. Moreover, as Xu Jiang remained in constant motion, even a lucky shot would be deflected by the mechanical shield, rendering their attempts futile. The leader, observing the precarious situation, could only plead with Xu Jiang. "We surrender. Spare us. The treasure is yours. We shall retreat immediately." His reasoning was sound. If they could not claim the treasure, at least they could preserve their lives. However, Xu Jiang's mindset was steadfast. "I shall claim the treasure. And your lives as well. You wish to gamble with your lives, and when your luck runs out, you wish to concede? Dream on. Swim back, all of you." With a new magazine and renewed resolve, Xu Jiang's explosive rounds continued to detonate without pause. This was a fight to the death. Of course, those capable of making such life-or-death decisions were not to be underestimated. The leader's gaze hardened. He was not genuinely seeking mercy, but rather biding his time. He shifted slightly to the left, revealing a frail figure behind him, stooped in posture and armed only with a wooden spear, devoid of advanced weaponry. Crouching low, he unexpectedly hurled the spear towards Xu Jiang. "Be careful. That's a cave dweller's heart-piercing spear. Its power is formidable and cannot be dodged," shouted Zhou Tianqi from the shore. Chapter 62. If you lack funds, do not engage in mecha combat. The skills of a professional, even when wielding the most rudimentary of weapons, are undeniably formidable. At this moment, the thrown wooden spear emanates a layer of obsidian radiance, and even a fool would recognize that being struck by it is no trifling matter. The cave dweller profession, grotesque and shadowy, is scorned by many. However, they possess a powerful signature skill, heart-piercing spear. Given time, they can lock onto their foe and unleash a potent tracking spear, rendering any escape impossible. Yet, one must question the velocity of this spear. Could it be that it is rather sluggish? All are professionals here. Whom do you disdain? If I cannot match the speed of a bullet, how could I possibly fail to evade a spear launched from 100 meters away? Xu Jiang stood firm, and with a decisive clap, he struck the spear. The pitiful wooden implement ricocheted twice upon the ice before plunging into the molten lava, reduced to ash. Is that it? The onlookers were rendered speechless. Wasn't the promised resilience of this profession meant to be formidable, transmuted into an unseemly class merely for the sake of strength? And yet, it was so effortlessly dispatched. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the bystanders, the cave dweller now wore an expression of sheer terror. Among professions, there exist skills that counter one another, and as he was aware, the mechanical class possesses a technique that utterly dismantles his heart-piercing spear. Though Xu Jiang's level and profession do not meet the criteria for that skill, Xu Jiang is an anomaly, defying conventional logic. The cave dweller recoiled in fright, muttering for salvation, "Help me. This is revenge." Bang! The gun fired, and a life was extinguished. Xu Jiang's revolver, imbued with threefold damage from vengeance, shattered the defensive shield, pierced the abdomen of the shield bearer, and ultimately delivered a precise shot that obliterated the cave dweller's cranium. Under such overwhelming protection, the headshot had instilled profound dread in the remaining 8 members of the Storm Military Corporation. What exacerbated the situation further was Xu Jiang's notorious vendetta. Having slain one, he felt unsatisfied and swiftly reloaded his Desert Eagle, unleashing a torrent of incendiary rounds without hesitation. The magma churned violently, finally shattering the resilient ice beneath several individuals. With a thunderous crash, 2 unfortunate souls plummeted into the molten depths. "Help me. Save." In a mere 2 seconds, 2 lives dissolved within the lava. "Quick! Retreat to the shore," the leader bellowed, issuing an urgent withdrawal command. The ice gun, heedless of expenditure, turned to carve a path. None wished to confront the aberration that was Xu Jiang. Their only avenue for survival lay in fleeing to the shore. However, this escape was hardly serene. "Let us eliminate these scoundrels." Zhou Tianqi, from the shore, rallied the forces, and surprisingly, the 3 factions ceased their chaotic brawl, uniting to mercilessly assault the drowning adversaries. With wolves at their front and tigers at their rear, the Storm military personnel were surely doomed. Observing the retreating figures, Xu Jiang also halted his onslaught, unwilling to squander more ammunition. After all, he now stood upon the magma pool. Reaching the island seemed a more prudent choice. Setting sail once more, he smoothly approached the small island. From a distance, it appeared as a hill brimming with tear crystal mines, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be more than just a modest hill, containing hidden wonders within. Circling the hill, he discovered a navigable entrance. Upon entering, he found the interior sparsely decorated, yet densely packed with tier crystal mines, resembling a crystal palace, an astonishing sight indeed. At the center stood an altar crafted from ice crystals, upon which rested a long-handled scepter. The scepter's golden shaft, adorned with a purple leather grip, was topped with a flickering crimson flame, surrounded by a wisp of golden sand, an unmistakably powerful artifact. As he reached out to grasp it, a prompt appeared before Xu Jiang. Pharaoh's scepter, Tier 1 orange. Undoubtedly, fortune was smiling upon him. A Tier 1 weapon is designated for professionals who have reached level 40 and achieved advancement. Its orange quality is a coveted treasure sought by countless individuals. If sold, it would fetch no less than 100 million. However, General, I shall take the flame above. It is pivotal for my advancement. Wah! This purple garment is simply exquisite. General, please bestow it upon Shanshan. Ah, General, the elegant golden scepter. Though I possess neither virtue nor skill, I humbly beseech you to grant it to me, and I shall offer my devotion in return. In that case, why not give me the floating sands? I am currently researching the creation of cigarettes from sand. Congratulations, you have triggered the advancement quests for Qianji, Shanshan, Guanyin, and Xiaoyan. Would you like to commence? Xu Jiang's hand trembled as he gripped the scepter. 100 million. The dream of becoming a billionaire was now within his grasp. Yet, in the next moment, his own machinery seemed intent on devouring it all. I concede. Gritting his teeth, Xu Jiang chose to acquiesce. With a swish, no sooner had he spoken than the scepter vanished from his grasp. He grasped at thin air, feeling an emptiness engulf his heart. In less than a second, the weapon was forcibly disassembled, leaving him with not even a grain of sand. The Tier 1 orange weapon had vanished just like that, in the blink of an eye. Xu Jiang had forfeited 100 million. No, it was likely worth far more than that. Qianji's advancement task has been activated. Please promptly collect the required materials. Shanshan's advancement task has been activated. Please promptly acquire new clothing. Guanyin's advancement task has been activated. Please promptly gather treasures. Xiaoyan's advancement task has been activated. Please promptly collect various ores. It seemed he had accrued a debt of 100 million. In that moment, Xu Jiang finally comprehended the teachings of Master Lei. Without funds, do not engage in mecha combat. Qianji's advancement materials, Spirit Seed, 1-2, Transdimensional Crystal, 0-1000, Flight Propulsor, 0-1. No embellishments here, it was all about the finances. Setting aside the difficulty of acquiring the Spirit Seed, the mere requirement of 1,000 transdimensional crystals is valued at 20 million credit points. And the Flight Propulsor? Surely, it would command an astronomical price. Shanshan's advancement materials, new clothing, 2-3. After acquiring the purple garment, Shanshan gained a new fashion skill, energy concentration, which significantly expedited her energy recovery rate and reduced the interval for using her flash and electric abilities. It was a commendable enhancement. However, where would the third piece of new clothing be found? Guanyin's advancement materials, Golden Legend, 610, truth be told, upon seeing this requirement, Xu Jiang was momentarily perplexed. It was only when he glanced back at Guanyin that he grasped the meaning. This so-called Golden Legend referred to Guanyin herself. The gun's body had already turned a significant portion gold, indicating that upon completion of the advancement, Guanyin would transform into a golden Gatling gun. Whether this was formidable remained to be seen, but the advancement would necessitate the infusion of orange equipment. Yet another financial black hole. As for the final mechanical cigarette case, Xu Jiang had lost the will to even look. The prized ores required were beyond his knowledge, and he could only await his return to apply for them with the company. With a scowl, Xu Jiang waved his hand decisively. Tonight, we shall mine tirelessly, extracting all the ores here to sell for profit. In pursuit of mecha combat, Xu Jiang was prepared to risk it all. After all, he was merely at level 11. A mere promise of potential. Even the second investment from the third miss would not suffice to amass such precious materials. Standing beside the magma pool, Xu Jiang gazed into the distance with profound contemplation. In this moment, he grasped the greatness of Ing Xiaoxiao's noble endeavor. Chapter 63. The perils of gambling outside the teleportation square of the crystal mine, for factions gathered once more. In contrast to the vigilance they exhibited upon their arrival. After 5 days, the crowd had grown accustomed to their surroundings, rendering large-scale conflicts improbable. Various forms of gambling commenced. Allow me to take the lead. I wager our Storm military industry will emerge victorious. Who wishes to place a bet? A man sporting a mechanical eye confidently assumed his position. He was the leader of the Storm military industry, known for his cunning nature and sharp, simian features, earning him the moniker Poison Rat. The enticing odds prompted the other 3 factions to hesitate, sensing something amiss. However, among the throng, there were those with audacity, such as Xiao from Group 17. Let us go. I bet everything on the Jiaochuan group winning. She boldly swiped her card, wagering a staggering 23 million credit points without a flicker of hesitation. Clearly brimming with confidence in Xu Jiang. But isn't your Group 17 a bit overly affluent? For have you casually pooled together over 20 million? Are the hunters really that wealthy? Before anyone could ponder this, another individual approached. I also bet on the Jiaochuan group winning, 500,000. This newcomer clearly lacked the same financial comfort. After all, every professional prioritized their strength, investing in equipment upgrades, leaving little disposable income. Are you from the Special Operations Department? Why would you bet on the Jiaochuan group? At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted toward the higher-ups of the Special Operations Department. Manager, a traitor has emerged from your ranks. The bettor was indeed Xu Jiang, who spread her hands in resignation. I wish for us to win as well, but Xu Jiang is simply too formidable. It's insurmountable. Her words, while somewhat demoralizing, were likely sincere, as no one believed she would betray for a mere 500,000. The notion that the Special Operations Department might be intentionally sabotaging their efforts to assist the Jiaochuan group in seizing victory seemed far-fetched to the crowd. The 7 major factions in Yong'an City maintained a relatively stable equilibrium. Any alliance between two would incite turmoil. Even if collusion existed, it would remain clandestine, not exposed for the sake of a single competition. Xu Jiang's remarks were a genuine acknowledgement of Xu Jiang's prowess. Yet, as newcomers at level 10, could he truly dominate all others? This skepticism brewed within many, including Old Lei, who pondered, is my apprentice really that extraordinary? As his mentor, he felt uncertain. Having only witnessed Xu Jiang's flawless completion of the Black and White Forest and his formidable prowess against the undead in the abyss. While he acknowledged Xu Jiang's combat strength, this contest revolved around the weight of, or, could one individual truly tip the scales? Of course, he can. If Xu Jiang eliminates all his competitors, victory is assured, Xiao asserted with audacious confidence. Old Lei shook his head, rejecting such a theory. The competitors were all meticulously chosen elites. Annihilating them all would not be so simple. Excessive gambling can be detrimental, but a small wager is harmless. I will bet 1,000 in support of Xu Jiang. Old Lei begrudgingly placed his bet. Beside him, Old Imo shot him a disdainful look. Is that all you'll wager on your own disciple? I can't bear to witness this. I'll wager 2,000. The two elderly men resumed their banter. But just then, the winds shifted dramatically as the portal to the spirit realm opened once more. Excitement flickered in Poison Rat's mechanical eye as he locked in his bets and rushed to the portal's entrance, gazing at the swirling colors with fervor. For this spirit realm, we, the Storm military industry, have been preparing for over a year, investing over 100 million credits, all for this day. His proclamation astonished the crowd. Logically, the spirit realm had been largely exhausted by the various factions. Could such a massive investment indicate? You possess the key to a hidden passage. You intend to breach the magma pool? Indeed, we have discovered a method to tame the magma pool. Victory shall be ours. As he spoke, the skies above the spirit realm erupted in brilliant hues, akin to a vivid aurora, celebrating the victors of the realm. It's a flawless completion. We've been outmaneuvered by these scoundrels. The onlookers glared at Poison Rat, realizing the implications of his words. No wonder the Storm military industry had always advocated for the spirit realm competition. It was a calculated move. Poison Rat appeared unfazed by the hostile glares surrounding him. Rather, he reveled in it, arms wide open, laughing maniacally. Do you see? This is the might of the Storm military industry. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, tumbling and rolling toward Poison Rat, smoke billowing from his head. Despite his tattered attire, it was evident he wore the uniform of the Storm military industry. The crowd turned their attention to Poison Rat. Is this the strength you sought to showcase? Poison Rat's expression darkened, his mechanical eye bulging as he seized the man by the collar, demanding, why did you break ranks and act alone? Were you not instructed to regroup promptly? Confronted with the furious outburst, the disheveled team member could only lament. We did gather, adhering to your strategy. However, we failed. Impossible. My plan cannot fail. Where are the others? They're dead, all of them. Xu Jiang, he is an absolute beast. Indeed, it was Xu Jiang. The reality of the situation dawned on the crowd. Could it be true that Xu Jiang had single-handedly vanquished them all? What of the remaining team members? Anxious glances exchanged between the other factions, but thankfully, aside from the fleeing individual, the remaining team members emerged, each bearing their own burdens. Though weary, they had returned. some carrying over 100 kilograms of ore, while others bore a dozen or so kilograms, far superior to the Storm military industry's empty-handed return. Poison Rat struggled to accept this outcome. After so much meticulous planning, they had acquired not a single ounce of crystal ore. There must be a traitor among us. His menacing gaze fell upon the survivors. The survivor shuddered, hastily explaining, "It was not our fault. Xu Jiang leaped dozens of meters without harm and traversed the magma effortlessly. We risked our lives to lure out the molten whale, only to be repelled by his machine gun fire." His account sounded almost fantastical. A mere level 10 mech engineer, capable of such feats? Before Poison Rat could voice his skepticism, murmurs arose amongst the crowd. The two fortunate survivors from the Special Operations Team sought out Xu Jiang immediately. "Instructor, you were right. Xu Jiang is incredibly formidable. He is a freak. Isn't it true? I told you, during our last joint operation." He hardly seemed like a novice. Xu Jiang recalled Xu Jiang vividly, particularly his revenge counterattack, which he had mastered at just level 10, truly astonishing. Indeed, that ability is a bane to cave dwellers. He dispatched opponents with a single strike. Old Emo, overhearing, was taken aback and turned to Old Lei. "When did Xu Jiang learn revenge counterattack? You only demonstrated it once, correct?" "Yes, I only demonstrated it once." Old Lei returned his friend's gaze in confusion. Is it truly possible to master something after a single demonstration? It seems that way. As a mentor, it was indeed embarrassing not to be aware of Xu Jiang's true capabilities. Reflecting on it, it appeared he had simply neglected to inquire. After all, time was scarce. Xu Jiang had theory classes during the day and was undoubtedly fatigued. He could not possibly train tirelessly through the night. After all, Xu Jiang was human, not a machine. He required rest and could not push himself to such extremes. Old Master Lei had been ensnared in this perception, which led him to overlook Xu Jiang's real-time combat prowess. Upon reflection, the 1,000 and 2,000 credit points he had wagered seemed like a tremendous loss. The two elderly gentlemen felt as though they had missed out on a fortune, clutching their chests in anguish. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Xu Jiang was the last to make his appearance. It was not his intention to steal the spotlight, but rather, his steps were indeed labored. For he bore the weight of a mountain of ore upon his back. The onlookers felt a shiver run through them, their minds resonating with a single thought. This individual is indeed a marvel. Chapter 64, Robbing the Rich Bang. The mountain of ore crashed onto the ground. And Xu Jiang sighed in relief, utterly spent. He rolled his eyes at the astonished elder Lei and quipped, "Could we perhaps opt for a less arduous task next time?" This endeavor proved to be quite the ordeal. An ordeal, you say? You moved a veritable mountain. The crowd grumbled inwardly, yet they grasped Xu Jiang's sentiment. The difficulty lay in discerning the requisite amount of ore to secure victory, necessitating the transportation of an entire mountain. Others, mindful of conserving their combat prowess, could not afford to carry excessive loads, a predicament unknown to Xu Jiang, who had monopolized the lava island, affording him the luxury of transporting vast quantities. However, the most effortless method involved utilizing the diminutive bear's pocket dimension, capable of accommodating approximately 1 ton of matter, irrespective of its size. Nonetheless, Xu Jiang preferred not to expose the bear, opting instead for a collaborative effort to painstakingly extract the ore from the spiritual domain. Maximizing the capacity of his ore sack proved insufficient, compelling him to stack the ore precariously and employ the frostmorn to freeze the minerals into a cohesive mass, enabling him to carry them out. Upon meticulous calculation, the yield amounted to 1,130 kilograms of tear crystal ore and 160 kilograms of ice crystal ore, a truly remarkable feat. Beep! A signal pierced the air, and the visage of the third miss materialized on the central plaza's colossal screen. Her exquisite features bore a faint smile as she commended Xu Jiang. "Xu Jiang, your performance has been exemplary. I am delighted to have such a valiant warrior in my ranks. Upon your return, those who have distinguished themselves will be duly rewarded." The discourse was succinct, its sole purpose to enhance her public image and augment her reputation. Although the dignitaries were not physically present, their watchful eyes were upon the proceedings. The upper echelons of Stormwind armaments, poised to uncork champagne bottles in celebration, plummeted from the zenith of euphoria into the nadir of despair, resorting to smashing antique artifacts in their homes. The outcome of the competition was a foregone conclusion, with Xu Jiang's individual contribution eclipsing the combined efforts of the other two teams. The first-place title was unequivocally his, as per the established regulations. The rankings corresponded to the following percentages of the total cargo: 50, 25, 15, and 10. The disparity between the first and second positions was substantial. underscoring the significance of Xu Jiang's triumph, rendering him the cynosure of all eyes. In the wake of Xu Jiang's resplendence, Elder Lei beamed with pride. His countenance resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, he approached Xu Jiang, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Well done, you possess a modicum of my former brilliance. Spare me." "Your rank was 17th back in the day," old Mo retorted, feigning reluctance to expose Lei's past. He proceeded to regale the audience with tales of Lei's past embarrassments. "Xu Jiang, let me tell you," old Mo continued, "someone established a betting pool, and your master wagered a mere 1,000 credits on your victory, a sum inferior to my own." "Really? How much did you wager?" "Twice his amount." "Twice? That still only amounts to 2,000 credits. What is there to boast about?" Xu Jiang observed Elder Lei's twitching lips and the triumphant expressions of Group 17, who had struck it rich overnight. Such was the nature of trust, laid bare by a single wager. Sensing Xu Jiang's scornful gaze, Elder Lei felt compelled to salvage his reputation. He turned his attention to the blonde-haired Baozi. Renowned for his eloquence, as a fellow member of the group, he was best suited to defend Lei's actions. Lei cast a meaningful glance at Baozi, who readily grasped his intent. Having recently incurred Lei's displeasure for reasons unknown, Baozi had been subjected to relentless scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lei, he promptly launched into a persuasive monologue. "Old Mo, I must beg to differ regarding your supposed faith in Xu Jiang. You sold Xu Jiang for a pittance of 50 credits, whereas our discerning Elder Lei recognized his potential and recruited him into the Nine Rivers Corporation. Sold Xu Jiang for 50 credits? What a blunder, Elder Mo." The surrounding onlookers lamented, while old Mo's eyes twitched involuntarily. The blemish was once again brought to the fore, ensuring another night of fitful sleep. The memory of Xu Jiang slipping through his grasp filled him with unrelenting remorse. Detecting the ominous glint in old Mo's eyes, Baozi panicked and turned to Elder Lei for reassurance. Lei patted his chest, signaling Baozi to remain calm. "With me as your shield, old Mo wouldn't dare to bully you." Reassured, Baozi resolved to heap further praise upon Elder Lei. "In truth, Xu Jiang, you should count yourself fortunate to have a mentor like Elder Lei. Pay no mind to the seemingly paltry wager of 1,000 credits, for it is brimming with affection." Xu Jiang inquired, "How so?" "Because your master is penniless." Baozi devised a brilliant justification. "Your master is renowned for his integrity, selflessly toiling for the company without seeking personal gain, accumulating little wealth throughout his life. Therefore, those 1,000 credits constitute nearly his entire fortune. Your master risked his very livelihood to support you, Xu Jiang. Are you not moved?" Xu Jiang was speechless. Elder Lei was equally dumbfounded. The excuse was patently absurd. Even assuming its veracity, Elder Lei's financial state was lamentable. "Xu Jiang, come over here." The summons came from Xiao, signaling the distribution of spoils. "Coming," Xu Jiang exclaimed, eagerly approaching her. Baozi attempted to follow, only to be intercepted by the two elders. "Baozi, hold on a moment," old Mo interjected. "I wish to have a word with you." "Indeed," Elder Lei concurred. "Let's retire to the nearby grove for a discussion." Xu Jiang arrived at the designated meeting point, but Baozi was nowhere to be seen. Xiaojun immediately scooped up the little bear and scampered off to play. Sha Tu, ever taciturn, promptly swiped his bank card, depositing 10 million credits into Xu Jiang's account. Xu Jiang provided the labor, Group 17 supplied the capital, and their collective gamble had yielded a mutually beneficial outcome. Although the funds required for advancement remained substantial, the influx of cash was undoubtedly cause for celebration. "Thank you, Group Leader. I never anticipated such audacity. You truly wagered everything." Xu Jiang exclaimed in admiration. The audacity to stake 23 million credits was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xiao modestly waved her hand. "It's nothing. You should have witnessed Xiaohei's wager. He outstripped my own. I suspect he has been hoarding his private funds for a house and a wedding." "Not at all, Group Leader. I don't even have a girlfriend yet." Xiaohei's innocent voice echoed through the earpiece. "I simply haven't had the opportunity to squander my earnings while stationed at headquarters. By the way, I've reserved a table for us. Upon your return, we shall revel in our victory." Yong'an City was a mere few hours' drive away, and the substantial earnings warranted a celebratory banquet. However, Xiao abruptly curtailed Xiaohei's plans. "We won't be returning tonight. You may partake of the feast yourself. The rest of us will return tomorrow." With a meaningful glance at Sha Tu, Xiao gestured for him to deploy a signal jammer and survey the surroundings. Once assured of their privacy, Xiao's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Brandishing a flattened map from her bosom, she unfurled it before Xu Jiang. "We have been scouting the area these past few days. The local garrison commander is a black-hearted brigand who preys on returning wasteland scavengers, amassing considerable ill-gotten gains. The familiar preamble and resolute expression bespoke their intentions. You intend to rob the rich, Ing Xiaoxiao declared matter-of-factly. Chapter 65. A Zealot 17th Group. A truly remarkable assembly. Not only are they united, but they also exude professionalism. The entire 17th group accompanied Xu Jiang for the competition, which was genuinely heartwarming. Yet, amidst this escort, they diligently scouted the area, never forgetting the noble pursuit of underhanded gains. I have already gathered information that tonight's banquet will be held at the commandant's estate, a place notoriously difficult to infiltrate. Seizing this opportunity, we can execute a clever ruse. Ing Xiaoxiao excitedly shared her plans. It is quite excessive to dine at someone else's home and then request leftovers to take away. Coincidentally, Xu Jiang is also a fan of excess. He hopes to indulge to the fullest, as he wishes to buy new clothes for his beloved Shanshan. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed, as there was no detailed plan for the heist. After all, they had never set foot in the commandant's luxurious estate. The good news is that they were merely seeking wealth. Whatever they could seize would suffice, and they would figure it out later that night. With time still on their side, Xu Jiang began to review the gains from the spirit domain. He entrusted all the ores to Lord Lei for valuation, which should yield a substantial return. After settling the spirit domain, he unexpectedly achieved an SSS rating, signifying a perfect clearance, and received 3 additional skill points to allocate at his leisure. Furthermore, he acquired a pink piece of equipment, which was promptly fed to Guanyin as sustenance. Lastly, there was a skill stone. Mental shield. Skill stone can release telekinetic energy to form a protective shield, within which allies remain unharmed until the shield is breached. Requires 1 skill point to learn, limited to Chi Masters. Telekinesis, a power deemed unscientific by the Sand Eagle, whether Chi Masters or Elementalists. Any profession that conjures from nothing relies on the strength of telekinesis to determine the potency of their skills. Xu Jiang recalled that during their last heist at the Black Tiger Gang, Baozi had utilized this technique to shield them, creating a formidable collective barrier. Unfortunately, as a mech master, Xu Jiang had no concept of telekinesis, rendering any attempts at clandestine learning futile. General, may I have this skill stone? Unexpectedly, an anomaly occurred. His mechanical companion began to request the skill stone. Xu Jiang had discerned a pattern. While perusing the black market, he had seen others trading skill stones. Yet his machine seemed disinterested. It appeared that only rare skill stones produced from high-rated spirit domain clearances were to their liking. But this is a skill for Chi Masters. Can they also learn it? Wait, is that you speaking, Shul? Yes, it's me, General. It was indeed a rarity. The usually timid Shul was actively pursuing skill acquisition. I'm merely transitioning, seeking guidance from my esteemed brothers and sisters, Shul stated humbly. What have you learned? In order to defeat the unscientific, one must adopt the skills of the foreigner to counter them. Xu Jiang? How did this become a mantra? Has he been influenced by Little Shah? Every time he attempts to clandestinely learn another profession's skills, he utters this phrase. Who exactly is unscientific? Shul quickly clarified. General, I cannot release the mental shield. However, Colonel Yin just shared some fascinating sand with me, so I wish to experiment with it. The mechanical companions, bound by mutual affection and collaborative research, formed a harmonious and loving community. In that case, take it and continue your efforts. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations, General. No, what I meant was, even if you do disappoint, it's no matter. You can always self-destruct later on. Tears Crystal Town, named after the Tears Crystal Spirit Domain, does not fall within the jurisdiction of Yong'an City. However, due to its defensible terrain, steel walls have been erected to serve as a frontline defense for Yong'an City. Many scavengers utilize this place as a temporary base, gradually transforming it into a bustling trading hub. The commandant serves as the nominal overseer, naturally seeking to curry favor with several major factions. This evening's banquet is hosted in his opulent estate. As the most illustrious newcomer, Xu Jiang's presence at the banquet draws significant attention. The commandant, accompanied by his beautiful wife, approaches to greet him. He is a burly man with a bushy beard, whose jovial demeanor belies an intimidating presence. Of course, there is an even more formidable figure, whose very visage screams, I am a villain. Xu Jiang, would you be interested in joining my Storm Military Industries? The moment Poison Mouse arrived, he forcefully pushed aside the commandant and blocked Xu Jiang's path. His mechanical eye whirred incessantly, seemingly analyzing every inch of Xu Jiang's physique. Meanwhile, Lord Lei, who had promised to shield Xu Jiang from alcohol at the banquet, was being inundated with drinks from several ladies and was already quite inebriated. I'm quite content here. I have no intentions of changing jobs at the moment, Xu Jiang stated candidly. Upon his return, he would secure the second round of investment from Miss San, presenting a promising future. There was no need to switch allegiances. However, Poison Mouse had a different perspective, revealing a wicked grin typical of a villain. I have investigated. You have known old Lei for less than a month, and he has taught you nothing. Your talent is solely your own. Becoming his disciple would only squander your potential. It seems that as Xu Jiang gained notoriety, many aspects of his situation were unveiled, which was not particularly surprising. Yet, how can you be so confident that following you will lead to my development? Xu Jiang had risen to prominence through the General S order, even if the Storm Military Industries had a powerful mech master at the helm. They could not impart much to him. But Poison Mouse was unorthodox. In his remaining eye, a fervor ignited, and a deranged smile spread across his face as he raised his mechanical claw. Xu Jiang, you are still young and do not comprehend the terror of aging. The human body will only impede your growth. It is in the Storm Military Industries that you will find the future's promise. His tone grew increasingly deranged, and his fervent proclamations reminded Xu Jiang of a fervent zealot. Swallowing hard, Xu Jiang hastily replied, Actually, I believe the human form is quite good. I am not accustomed to prosthetics. No, you do not understand. The flesh will decay and wither. One day, it will be obsolete. Only by shedding your corporeal shell and merging with your mech can you grow stronger. Poison Mouse resembled a mad apostle, completely lost in his own world. He pointed into the distance, exclaiming loudly, I know you joined the 17th group because you were captivated by Ing Xiaoxiao's beauty and grace. Am I right? Xu Jiang? Another person with a distorted perception. My group leader is anything but gentle. Ing Xiaoxiao suddenly called out, looked over in confusion while munching on a pig's trotter. Poison Mouse ignored her and pressed even closer to Xu Jiang. The joys between men and women cannot compare to the ecstasy brought by machinery. Poison Mouse suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing his prideful mechanical form. The pinnacle of humanity is machinery. Only machines can continuously evolve and improve. Come, Xu Jiang. Join the glorious evolution. To be honest, Xu Jiang felt a twinge of panic, suddenly confronted by a lunatic stripping in front of him. Displaying the mechanics of his lower body, anyone would be frightened. Fortunately, many members of Storm Military Industries were present, and they too found the situation embarrassing. They quickly dragged the deranged individual away, restoring order to the banquet. However, this provided Xu Jiang with a perfect excuse to leave early. I apologize. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I will return to the inn to rest. We will accompany you back. Given the intimidation from Poison Mouse, Xu Jiang's early departure was entirely reasonable, and the members of the 17th group accompanying him would raise no suspicions. A few individuals exchanged knowing smiles. For the robbing the rich scheme was finally set to commence. Chapter 66, Truth and Falsehood. You need to turn left and at the third intersection. I have prepared a vehicle for you. After leaving the estate, Xiaohei quickly sent a message. Due to the covert nature of their mission, a change of transportation was essential. Xiaohei remotely commandeered a black car from the bounty network to provide them with cover. Xiaoxian, have you managed to control the surveillance inside the estate? Yes, no problem. Xiaoxian remained expressionless, obediently seated in the back seat, clutching a teddy bear, which in turn held a little ghost. The three adorable companions synchronized their efforts to savor ice cream, creating a heartwarming scene. Yet, does a mechanical bear also require ice cream? Can it truly savor the flavor? Never mind. In this day and age, even ghosts relish ice cream. So it is not too strange for a mechanical bear to join in, utilizing the banquet as a legitimate pretext to enter the estate. Xiao Yu's enigmatic abilities effortlessly disrupted the surveillance. Coupled with the fact that numerous guests were in attendance, many guards had been reassigned, making their infiltration remarkably simple. Baozi led the charge, clenching his fists in self-encouragement. Tonight, we shall rob the wealthy, and tomorrow I will aid the impoverished in the Blackwater district. Xu Jiang's expression shifted as he cast a glance at the unresponsive Ing Xiaoxiao, feigning indifference as he asked, the Blackwater district, do you frequent it? I've heard that dragons occasionally appear in that area. Indeed, I saw a dragon just last week, Baozi replied without breaking his gaze. How was it? Not bad. Its claws were quite large, and its scales were very white and glossy. Oh, when is the best time to go? The 88th, Ing Xiaoxiao. What are you discussing? Hurry up and take action. Don't get distracted. Ing Xiaoxiao pulled Xu Jiang back from his wandering thoughts, and the infiltration commenced. Grasping the ghost balloon handed to him by Xiaoyu, Xu Jiang floated into the estate's walled perimeter before the camera. The commandant's luxurious estate resembled a small power base. Although it was a frontline position, it occupied a vast expanse of land, extravagantly constructed with multiple buildings, possessing its own armed forces, sturdy fortifications, and warehouses. Are we going to raid the warehouse directly? Xu Jiang glanced at the estate's map, feeling somewhat daunted. Although the banquet attracted a plethora of guards, the banquet hall also gathered many skilled individuals, making it perilously close to the warehouse. Any issues that arose would complicate their retreat. To this, Xiao had already devised a plan. Tonight, we shall not head to the warehouse, but instead to the commandant's main building. Oh, is there something valuable there? Certainly, based on my years of looting experience. Villains often establish a private vault in their bedrooms or studies. The treasures there are of exceptional quality. On this moonless night, the five of them found it convenient for stealth. They navigated around the guards, stealthily making their way toward the opulent main building. Undoubtedly, Xiao's judgment was astute. Observing the heavily fortified three-tiered security, it was clear that treasures were hidden here. With practiced precision, they swiftly dispatched several guards using stealthy tactics, their pace unrelenting. You have limited time. There will be a change of guards in 30 minutes. Xiaohe connected to the enemy's communication device, attempting to delay the patrol's timing. However, for the professional Team 17, 30 minutes was more than sufficient. Arriving beside the main building, Sha-Tu used his prosthetic limb to scale the wall, directly infiltrating through a third-floor window, swiftly neutralizing the security personnel and maids in the corner, allowing the group to enter the study without incident. Baozi adeptly retrieved his equipment, placing it on the ground to begin scanning, revealing all hidden doors and compartments in the room. Xiaojin, you go melt the safe. Baozi, you gather all the valuables. Sha-Tu, you stand guard. Xu Jiang, didn't you say you have a method to store a large quantity of goods? You are in charge of these items. Xiao expertly delegated tasks, and everyone executed their roles with remarkable speed. The commandant truly lived up to his greedy reputation. The safe towered nearly 2 meters high, filled with exotic crystals, bonds, and rare gemstones, all valuable treasures. With Xiao Hei's extraordinary skills and Xiao Zhan's peculiar abilities, their infiltration and unlocking of the safe proceeded seamlessly. However, Xu Jiang encountered a minor complication. What are you doing, Jinan Bear? Hurry up and collect the items. Xu Jiang turned to find his mechanical bear frozen in place, staring blankly at a mirror on the wall. What is wrong with you? Spacing out at a mirror? Xu Jiang approached and patted its head. It was indeed a childlike curiosity, but what was so captivating about a mere mirror? Kunka, Kunka. The bear suddenly called out to Xu Jiang, raising its small hand to point at the mirror. Oh, are you trying to tell me that there is something wrong with this mirror? Xu Jiang suddenly realized. Jinan Bear's ability is to indicate the most challenging path, and its activation now undoubtedly pointed to a hidden passage. Hearing this, Baozi hurried over, yanking the mirror down to take a look, then scrutinizing the wall. There is no secret passage here. It leads to the balcony. The mirror came down effortlessly, revealing a thin wall that displayed no signs of concealment. Yet, the bear remained insistent, repeatedly calling out, Kunka Kunka, pointing to the mirror with peculiar insistence. Is there something wrong with the mirror? Xu Jiang felt puzzled, instructing the bear to collect the valuables while he and Baozi crouched down to investigate. The golden-edged, lustrous mirror felt no different from an ordinary one. And there seemed to be no visible issues. Could Jinan Bear have erred? Just as Xu Jiang was conflicted, Xiao took action. What is there to hesitate about? Just smash it. The forthright Xiao opted for a more direct approach. Raising her spear, she thrust it toward the mirror's surface. Clang! The mirror shattered in response, which was not unexpected. However, immediately afterward, the surface turned pitch black, an unpleasant dark mist oozing forth, creeping up the spear's shaft. Oh, this mirror indeed harbors a problem. Xiao attempted to withdraw her spear, but found herself ensnared by the dark mist. Yet, she remained unperturbed. A flash of purple light flickered in her eyes as her spear erupted with a thunderous force. Boom! The power of lightning shattered the mirror into countless fragments. Accompanying this was a deluge of dark mist released into the air. Darkness enveloped the entire room, resembling malevolent spirits devoid of corporeal form, yet possessing grotesque faces that lunged toward the group. The team quickly prepared to defend themselves, and Xiao Hei's voice rushed through their earpieces. How is it going? The alarm has been triggered, and reinforcements are on their way. You must retreat quickly. The emergence of the malevolent spirits naturally alerted the guards. The commandant, having rushed back from the banquet hall, would undoubtedly be accompanied by representatives from various factions. If they were caught in the act, not only would their reputations be irreparably tarnished, but they would also face severe repercussions from various parties. Retreat was the only viable option. Yet, at this moment, a hidden path appeared, an opening that even their equipment failed to detect in the corner of the room, undoubtedly leading to valuable treasures. Gritting her teeth, Xiao declared, "Just a quick glance. We'll grab the treasures and then retreat." The prospect of treasures so near was too tempting to resist. The commandant was en route from the banquet hall, which would still take some time, and Xu Jiang did not object, scooping up Jin and Bear as they charged inside. Collecting the treasures was swift. They had ample time to retreat. However, upon entering the room, the environment was beyond their expectations. In the sparsely furnished space, not a single treasure lay in sight. Under the dim lighting, only a battered man slumped in the corner. Just as Xiao was about to curse her luck, the man lifted his head, revealing a familiar face before them. The officer of the guard. Xu Jiang and Xiao exchanged astonished glances. If the officer is here, then who is that outside? Chapter 67. Are you two father and son? You don't have much time left. Hurry and get out of there. The urgent voice of Xiao He echoed through the earphones. However, Xiao and Xu Jiang were still grappling with the words of the man before them. Are you here to rescue me? I am the garrison officer Lu Zhongtian. I implore you to help me escape. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to the garrison officer, his body marred with numerous whip marks and burn scars, presenting a pitiful sight, clearly a victim of brutal confinement within this mirror. Upon hearing this plea, Xu Jiang hesitated. Firstly, he was not well acquainted with this individual. If he were to intervene, it would inevitably lead to a series of complications. The enemy capable of imprisoning and impersonating a garrison officer was certainly no ordinary foe. Secondly, it appeared they were there to rob. The safes outside had already been pried open, making it seem inappropriate to accept a new commission at this juncture. Nevertheless, Xiao stepped forward, exuding righteousness as she declared, "Indeed, we are here to rescue you. Follow me. I will bring that outlaw impersonating you to justice." Xu Jiang and the small bear in his arms stared wide-eyed at Xiao. An outlaw? Are you certain you are not referring to yourself? He had heard many lies. Yet such a gallant falsehood was a rarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's face lit up with elation. "Excellent. Thank you. Take me with you. I can prove that I am the genuine garrison officer." "Great. Follow me," Xiao exclaimed, turning to dash out of the secret chamber. Outside the chamber, Baozi had already incapacitated the first batch of guards and, upon seeing Xiao emerge, promptly inquired, "Boss, did you get the items? Shall we retreat?" "Retreat? Why should we retreat? We are the forces of justice. Tonight we must restore order for the citizens of Crystal Tier Town." With her spear raised, Xiao began to engage in combat with the malevolent spirits, her determination evident that they would not leave until the situation escalated. But how had they become the forces of justice? Baozi and Shatu exchanged bewildered glances with Xu Jiang, who could only helplessly shrug. Their plan was merely to adapt, transitioning from villains to heroes, so there was no need for alarm. At that moment, the captain of the guard also charged in, demanding loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "They are here to rescue me." Lu Zhongtian, reinvigorated by Xu Jiang's grenade, exclaimed, "I am Lu Zhongtian. Someone is impersonating me. Quickly, sound the alarm." With Lu Zhongtian's esteemed reputation in the military, his words caused a stir among the guards. The sudden appearance of a second garrison officer left them in a quandary, faced with the rampaging malevolent spirits within the building. They reasoned that it should be acceptable to first eliminate the monsters. However, the captain of the guard had a different opinion. With a fierce glare, he raised his weapon, aiming it at Lu Zhongtian. Baozi reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Lu Zhongtian, creating a psychic barrier that deflected the bullets with a clattering sound. Wow, what an impressive skill. So that's how it's supposed to be used. Hand Grenade marveled at the correct application of the psychic barrier, turning to search for Shang, seemingly eager to learn more. Xu Jiang, however, had no time to indulge them, as trouble soon arose. The guard captain, frustrated at not being able to shoot the officer, suddenly tore open his own flesh. He produced a transparent test tube filled with a murky liquid resembling toilet water and, with a malevolent grin, gulped it down in one go. Behind him, dozens of guards followed suit, engaging in the same frenzied act. Discarding the test tubes, they revealed manic expressions, chanting in unison, "For the principle of justice." Boom. Though justice was nowhere to be seen, monsters emerged. The crowd transformed collectively, their heads splitting open as if shedding skin, revealing a horde of charred, muscular abominations. Faceless and devoid of human semblance, they emitted hoarse growls, and before the bewildered guards could comprehend, they were swiftly devoured. Licking the blood from his lips, the monstrous gaze turned menacingly towards Xu Jiang and the others, charging at them with ferocity. "These are the heartless. Xiaoxiao cautioned, her weapon at the ready. Always fearless in the face of adversaries, she now bore the additional responsibility of protecting someone, complicating matters further. Glancing at the situation, she noted the mutated Heartless assaulting them head-on, while the room remained besieged by evil spirits. Baozi's psychic barrier was nearing its limit under these circumstances. Ensuring the safety of the garrison officer seemed increasingly precarious. A flash of inspiration struck Xu Jiang. Captain, assist me in breaking through the ceiling to release these evil spirits. Will releasing them be effective? The request was peculiar, but given Xu Jiang's suggestion, Xiaoxiao placed her full trust in him. Shoving aside the incoming Heartless, Xiaoxiao altered her aim, summoning thunder and lightning that shattered the windows and pierced through the walls with a resounding crash. In mere moments, the ceiling above was obliterated. The dark clouds overhead dissipated, and the serene moonlight flooded the room. Freed from their confines, the malevolent spirits howled wildly, soaring into the sky, unleashing chilling laughter. Their vicious fangs bared against. Huh? 6-gun barrels? Die, you wretches. Xu Jiang brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage. In the room, they had wreaked havoc, but now, in the sky, at a sufficient altitude, it was his domain. Previously, while shooting at large monsters, Xu Jiang had not fully appreciated the magnificence of the Gatling gun. Now, as he unleashed a barrage upon the swarming evil spirits, he discovered the true beauty of it. There was no need for him to aim. The gun itself would frantically target the monsters. Area denial. Area denial. The maniacal laughter accompanied an overwhelming display of firepower. Xu Jiang relinquished control, allowing the weapon to operate freely as bullets sprayed forth like fireworks, leaving the spirits unable to attack or even flee. The Gatling gun. A benevolent force against the evil spirits. In a span of 10 seconds, the malevolent spirits were torn apart, much to the delight of the Gatling gun. Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. Excellent. I shall take care of the creatures on the ground. With the most troublesome airborne spirits restrained, the remaining Heartless posed little threat. Moreover, various skilled individuals were arriving one after another. The flashes of lightning and beams shooting into the sky created a spectacle reminiscent of fireworks. And had the ceiling not been torn off, one might have thought it was a celebration. Xu Jiang, what are you doing here? Mr. Lei, having just shot down a Heartless, finally recognized that Xu Jiang and his group were encircled by monsters. Didn't they leave the banquet earlier? How had they stealthily infiltrated someone else's domain? Were they? We are here to rescue people, Xiaoxiao declared with unwavering conviction, omitting any mention of their black market dealings. We received intelligence that the current garrison officer is an imposter, while the real officer is imprisoned. We have quietly infiltrated to rescue him. As she spoke, she stepped aside to reveal Lu Zhongtian, eliciting a cacophony of astonishment. How can there be 2 garrison officers? One of them must be a fake. Stay alert. Both of you. Provide an explanation. Crystal Tier Town was a frontline stronghold. Impersonating the garrison officer here was no trivial matter. In an instant, the many skilled individuals present trained their sights on the 2 men. The garrison officer, who had been so confident moments ago, now broke into a cold sweat. Wasn't he agreed that the mirror would remain undiscovered? Now that someone had emerged, what should he do? The impersonator feigned calmness, shouting at Xiaoxiao, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think that merely finding an imposter can frame me? This is Crystal Tier Town, not a place for your Zhechuan group to act recklessly." Xiaoxiao, disinterested in his bluster, pushed him aside, signaling for Lu Zhongtian to act swiftly. Upon seeing this man, Lu Zhongtian trembled with rage, unable to restrain himself as he erupted with curses. "Beast! You wretched beast!" Such vitriol, albeit still civilized, arises from the profound anguish of having one's inheritance and beloved spouse usurped. With a heart heavy with resentment, how could one refrain from cursing one's ancestors for such a betrayal? I regret ever giving birth to such a wretched offspring. Xu Jiang, wait a moment. Are you 2 actually father and son? Then at the banquet just now, your son was embracing your wife. Chapter 68. Robbers and Heroes. The contest of true and false guards in truth. The contest posed little variability. With a single utterance, Lu Zhongtian vanquished the counterfeit before him. You have imprisoned and tormented me solely to ascertain the city defense system's password, have you not? Now, with so many witnesses present, it is evident that the password of Tier's Crystal Town is known only to the mayor of Yong'an and the guard captain. This alone suffices to confirm my identity. The filial son, with his identity now exposed, displayed no remorse and bellowed furiously at Lu Zhongtian. The benevolent father, unperturbed, swiftly incapacitated his son's limbs and began to interrogate him about the details of his betrayal. In a fleeting moment, a bloody tempest ensued, as numerous traitors were unmasked. plunging the entire Tears Crystal Town into turmoil. Meanwhile, the instigators of this incident, the members of Team 17, had already retreated to their lodgings for a well-deserved slumber. Have we not exerted enough effort tonight? Let the elders handle the remaining trivialities. The following morning, those who had planned to abscond with the loot, led by Xu Jiang, found themselves cornered by Elder Lei at the entrance. His demeanor was grim, devoid of his usual carefree attitude, exuding an air of discontent. Xu Jiang, gather your group here. There are matters that require verification. It appeared the ramifications of the incident were considerable. The streets were under lockdown, with guards meticulously checking identities from door to door. As for Xu Jiang and his companions, they were escorted into the command center's conference room, where influential figures sat in 2 rows, including Miss San, who had also made an appearance. Team 17, being the ones to have acted valiantly, would not be subjected to interrogation. Miss San had arrived post-haste, not only to lend support to Team 17 but also to seize the opportunity to bolster her own reputation. Do not feel pressured. They merely seek to understand the case. Speak candidly, she smiled reassuringly from the side. It was merely a procedural formality, a chance to succinctly recount the events that transpired. Yet therein lay the dilemma. The narrative was nearly impossible to convey. Surely, they could not disclose to the assembly that they had embarked on a robbery and inadvertently stumbled upon a secret passage during their plunder. Just as Xu Jiang prepared to fabricate an excuse, someone came to his rescue. Speaking of which, the last time my grandson encountered trouble, it was Xu Jiang who intervened. It seems his informants possess commendable skills. The old man's voice resonated. Xu Jiang turned to the speaker, recognizing him as the grandfather of a young man named Pang Shi, whom he had previously aided. Seizing the moment, Xu Jiang lazily acquiesced. Indeed, I am acquainted with an informant who provided me with intelligence, though I cannot disclose his identity. His response was deliberately vague, lacking specifics of time, place, or details. But given the principle of informant protection, it was somewhat understandable, and the audience refrained from probing further. However, among the assembly was a figure with a rather caustic tone, a square-faced middle-aged man who challenged Xu Jiang. If you received intelligence, why did you not report it directly to the Public Security Bureau? With just the few of you, should your operation have failed, the consequences could have been dire. His tone was severe, but Xu Jiang discerned his military insignia and comprehended his position. This man was likely military personnel, perhaps an officer superior to Lu Zhongtian. The gravity of the crisis was such that relying on the Jiuquan group for resolution would undoubtedly tarnish the military's reputation. It was only reasonable that he sought to reclaim some honor. Yet, Miss San would not allow Xu Jiang to be chastised so easily. She stepped in to shield him from the inquiry. Director Lu, your words are misplaced. Fundamentally, this crisis reflects a failure on the military's part. My people were merely striving to salvage the situation. Who should my people report to, may I ask? This retort was invigorating, rendering Director Lu momentarily speechless. Indeed, with Lu Zhongtian having been replaced, who could ascertain the extent of military infiltration? To report to the Public Security Bureau? Could they be trusted? You cannot even manage your own. Relying on you is less desirable than acting independently. Xu Jiang regarded Miss San with admiration in his eyes. You were truly a master. The excuse I could not conceive has been so effortlessly articulated by you. My gratitude knows no bounds. Meanwhile, within the Martial Arts Association, the affable Elder Mo was also advocating for Xu Jiang. Upon reflection, Xu Jiang's course of action was indeed the most prudent. After all, fewer individuals were privy to the operation, thus minimizing the risk of alarming the enemy. Furthermore, the banquet left the adversary's defenses vulnerable, allowing for a timely rescue that not only ensured Lu Zhongtian's safety but also created a significant commotion to draw our attention. Truly impeccable. The members of Team 17 exchanged wordless glances in the center of the conference room. They had been summoned to elucidate details, yet it seemed they had contributed not. This benevolent assembly had kindly constructed a narrative for them, and they merely nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, indeed. Subsequently, the dignitaries engaged in discussions regarding minor matters, such as the inexplicable damage to a safe within a mansion and the disappearance of valuables. Undoubtedly, it was the impersonator who had absconded with them. Xu Jiang and his companions, being heroes, had brought nothing but their weapons. They were certainly above such petty thievery. Thus, Team 17, led by Ing Xiaoxiao, emerged as paragons of heroism. It seemed Miss San was inclined to advocate for their recognition throughout the city. Even the bear-like Xin Yanxiang felt inclined to roll his eyes. After all, he still harbored the stolen goods. Quite a heavy load. Could they hasten the disposal? Upon exiting the conference room, Xu Jiang and his companions received yet another invitation. This time from Lu Zhongtian himself. They were more than willing to accept, being the savior of their lives. A meeting would surely yield generous gratitude. Upon entering the heavily guarded quarters, they were greeted by the freshly treated Lu Zhangtian. "You have arrived. Please, make yourselves comfortable," he gestured, dismissing the surrounding nurses. Approaching the liquor cabinet, he retrieved a bottle of fine spirits, pouring a glass for himself and Xu Jiang, revealing an evident familiarity between the two. Truth be told, had it not been for the pent-up fury within me, yearning to eliminate that beast, I might have perished long ago in that cursed mirror. Lu Zhongtian's voice was hoarse, laced with a thirst for vengeance. Xu Jiang shook his head, elegantly lifting his glass and savoring a sip. "A fiery spirit. I did not expect you to have such a rare vintage in your collection." "Indeed. Alas, it is the last bottle. The others were shattered by your lot. By the way, please return the land deed from the safe. It serves no purpose in your possession." With this statement, Xu Jiang's heart raced. Lu Zhongtian was aware of their heist. Could it be due to that mirror? Trapped within, Lu Zhongtian may have been privy to the events unfolding outside, withholding his knowledge out of gratitude for their rescue. Yet, Xu Jiang was soon struck by another thought. The mirror's location faced directly towards the bed, where his son had assumed his identity. Could it be? As this realization dawned upon him, he finally understood the source of Lu Zhongtian's bloodthirsty hatred. On the contrary, Ying Xiaoxiao pondered a different matter. Turning to Xu Jiang, she questioned, "So you had already suspected this individual? This operation was proposed by you, intended as a rescue?" "Indeed." Xu Jiang elegantly swirled his glass and nodded in affirmation. "The last time I encountered him, the scoundrel had forgotten me." Let us proceed with the robbery then. A splendid plan that serves two purposes. Should my old friend be in genuine peril, our heist would seamlessly transform into a rescue. If he has indeed forgotten me, he deserves to be robbed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtian shook his head helplessly. "If you speak thus, I shall not be grateful. However, I can return your life." These words suddenly stirred Xu Jiang, who gazed at the other with earnest intensity. "Is what you say true? Have you truly agreed?" "Yes, I have consented." "You desire to enter the B017 Black Ring, do you not? Once I resolve a few matters, I shall accompany you, as a means of repaying the life I owe you." Lu Zhongtian downed his strong liquor in one gulp, his chubby face flushed crimson, and turned to Xu Jiang. "You must be the so-called prodigy they speak of with such reverence. Be cautious, the faceless ones have set their sights upon you." "Set their sights on me?" Xu Jiang felt a jolt of alarm. "Is it because I thwarted their plans?" "Thwarted their plans? No, my rescue was part of their scheme. Do you think I could have survived this long otherwise? The real trouble has only just begun." Chapter 69. The dazzling super-evolution Lu Zhongtian was impersonated in a nefarious plot orchestrated by the Faceless Ones. His rescue was also part of their cunning design. Regardless, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament, for the Faceless Ones were adept at manipulating the human heart. Lu Zhongtian regarded Xu Jiang with an expression reminiscent of indifference and inquired, "I have heard that you once saved the grandson of Elder Pang. Is that correct? Thus, you should comprehend that the intentions of the Faceless Ones are not to take lives, but rather to extort." During Xu Jiang's previous venture into the Black and White Forest, he fortuitously saved Pang Shi, at which point the Faceless Ones had proclaimed that they did not seek the boy's death. They merely desired wealth. This statement was not a fabrication. Indeed, they would spare Pang Shi's life, yet they would subject him to the contagion of madness. Contagion of madness? Is there any significance to that? Xu Jiang pondered. Certainly, there is. Imagine if you were to be afflicted by the madness toxin, and though the poison did not penetrate deeply, it remained untreatable. What would you do? What would your mentor do? Upon being questioned, Xu Jiang lowered his head in contemplation, a chill creeping up his spine. Madness is a form of mental pollution, ineffective against the deceased. If one were poisoned, the only salvation lay in immediate self-destruction to avoid becoming a monster. Yet, how many possess the fortitude to take their own lives? Xu Jiang harbored no desire for death. Hence, should he truly succumb to the madness toxin, his sole option would be to engage in a perpetual struggle against the poison. His mentor and friends would undoubtedly endeavor to assist him. However, such resistance would be protracted and excruciating. Endless whispers of malevolence would assail him day after day until he could bear it no longer. At that moment, the Faceless Ones would appear before him, demanding riches to offer a fleeting reprieve from his anguish. Yet, this would merely mark the inception of his torment. A compromise made once would lead to a second, akin to an addiction, leading to a gradual descent into despair. Perhaps at this moment, one might still cling to a sense of righteousness. But what of others' perceptions? Having capitulated to the Faceless Ones, one would find oneself funding the demons, inciting suspicion from all quarters, including friends, mentors, and family, who would become targets of mistrust and exclusion. Such is the nature of humanity. It is no wonder that Pang Shi would rather perish in battle than surrender. It is no surprise that the ghastly experiments of the corpse flower would gain recognition among the major factions. The faceless ones toy with the human heart, a far more terrifying endeavor than mere murder. My son became what he is today due to the affliction of madness. He betrayed me by yielding to the faceless ones. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lu Zhongtian's eyes. Like any devoted parent, he did not wish to extinguish his son's life. Thus, upon his son's infection, he chose to assist him in suppression. Alas, in the end, his son could not withstand the whispers of the demon, succumbing to madness and aligning with the faceless ones, ultimately turning against his father. Thus, those scoundrels deliberately allowed you to survive. Even if we had not intervened, they would have exposed the situation after achieving their aims. They are inciting panic and fracturing the unity of Yong'an City. Once the first case emerges, a second will inevitably follow. Lu Zhongtian's plight will send ripples through the various factions of Yong'an. The harrowing dilemma of whether to ruthlessly slay one's own progeny or to join the faceless ones will cast a shadow over the city. It is no wonder that Elder Lei urged him to develop discreetly, likely fearing the threat posed by the faceless ones. Observing Xu Jiang's furrowed brow, Xiao gently patted his shoulder and asked, "Are you afraid? Concerned about being targeted by the faceless ones?" Xu Jiang nodded, responding, "Indeed. After all, one cannot guard against hidden arrows. What if there are no what-ifs?" Xiao firmly grasped her spear, declaring, "As long as I am here, I shall not allow those fiends to approach you. Simply grow stronger, and it will be the enemies who tremble in fear." Such encouraging words were well suited to Xiao's forthright nature. Though blunt, her sentiment held truth. Strength would render any enemy's schemes futile. "Very well. Until I have matured, I shall depend on the team leader for protection." Xu Jiang regained his confidence, redirecting his thoughts to the previously mentioned black ring. What exactly is this B017 black ring? A type of uncontrollable void explosion, Lu Zhongtian answered softly, glancing at Sha Tuesday. "You are familiar with voids, I presume? Once one appears, it consumes all matter. If not addressed in due time, the remnants and despair within the void will spread outward, ultimately forming a desolate realm, which we refer to as the black ring. The more powerful the void, the more difficult it is to contain. The void Xu Jiang encountered previously was a lowly D-grade void, which just so happened to be a flying abomination that Guanyin obliterated. The B017 black ring represents a B-grade void, the 17th of its kind. Undoubtedly, it is a realm of terror. And what is your purpose in venturing there?" "Redemption," Sha Tu said in a low tone. Only 2 words, devoid of further elaboration, yet it was evident that this was a personal demon for Sha Tu. He felt compelled to embark on this journey. However, Lu Zhongtian was pivotal to their entry. Previously, this man, who valued his life, would not assist even an old friend. Now, having little to lose, he resolved to accompany his friend on this final journey, as a form of repayment for life itself. As for the land deed Lu Zhongtian sought, it was intended to be distributed among his loyal subordinates, a token of goodwill. After which he would join Sha Tu in facing the perils of the Black Ring. Xiao nodded, not lingering on the matter further. "All right, let it be so. Since this concerns Sha Tu, we shall deliver the land deed to you later." Lu Zhongtian, listen to this brazen tone. She has completely transformed the stolen goods into her personal property, Lu Zhongtian thought, his eyelids twitching. Beside him, Xu Jiang chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. His modesty rendered him somewhat embarrassed by Xiao's words. Yet, as she was his captain, Xu Jiang felt compelled to strive to match her. Rising, he approached a display stand and addressed Lu Zhongtian. "Since you are on the verge of disbanding, why not part with this item as well?" "Lu Zhongtian, what is the matter with Team 17? Have they taken up robbery as a profession? Even in my current state, you do not spare my collection?" Xu Jiang felt awkward but had no choice. It was indeed what his beloved Shan desired. "Wow, there are so many shiny things here. General, did you bring me to choose clothes?" "Sister Guanyin, please help me pick something." "Of course, little Shan." "I believe these shoes would suit you splendidly. They would pair beautifully with your new dress." "Ah, really? General, I want this one." Wah. These two were indeed a force to be reckoned with, treating someone else's collection as if it were a shopping spree upon entering. Lu Zhongtian approached, seizing a dagger from the display. With a swift motion, he drew forth a gleaming blade, evidently a treasured artifact. Gently caressing the edge of the dagger, a glimmer of reluctance appeared in Lu Zhongtian's gaze. Yet he extended the weapon forward. "Take it. This was once my weapon, with which I vanquished wild beasts. From now on, it is yours. I hope you stop. You keep the dagger. I only desire the sheath. Xu Jiang pushed the dagger back, taking hold of the scabbard instead. Lu Zhongtian? What is wrong with these people? They prefer the sheath over the blade. How is that any different from eating a popsicle but chewing on the stick? Fortunately, Lu Zhongtian refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. To do so would reveal him as a clueless male. Women choosing clothing do not seek beauty. Do they instead pursue practicality? What Shan Shan was enamored with was the scabbard adorned with numerous gems, albeit of little utility, yet it possessed a delightful shimmer. According to Guanyin, the first two items were clothing and a skirt, while this scabbard was akin to shoes. But how does one differentiate these? It seemed rather illogical. Indeed, the realm of women is profoundly enigmatic. However, none of this holds significance. As long as Shan Shan is pleased, Xu Jiang placed the dagger sheath into his backpack, gradually beginning to dissolve. A prompt resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Shan Shan's advancement material collection is complete. Current wardrobe collection, 3-3. Advancement commencing. Xu Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Finally having filled Shan Shan's little wardrobe, the exterior of the EMP, the grip of the purple staff, and the dagger sheath. These seemingly disparate items appeared to have no direct correlation with the advancement of an electric baton. Xu Jiang waited quietly, envisioning that after Shan Shan's advancement, there would be an enhancement of electric power. After all, it was an electric baton. What more could one expect? However, when Shan Shan completed the advancement, Xu Jiang could not suppress his astonishment and uttered a curse. Wow, this is incredibly amazing. It's a direct super evolution. Congratulations, Shan Shan has completed the advancement. Please check the attributes. Chapter 70. Raise your glow sticks suddenly. Xu Jiang's abrupt actions drew the attention of everyone around him. Although his remarkable abilities had long ceased to astonish his teammates, his subsequent movements left them utterly dumbfounded. He produced a familiar baton, measuring a consistent 20 centimeters in length. Its exterior was adorned with a layer of distinctive purple leather, wrapping around the grip, while the tip had transformed into a gem-shaped electric trigger point. Though it appeared more aesthetically pleasing, its sleek form remained unchanged, perfectly fitting in one's hand and providing a delightful tactile experience. Perhaps the most significant alteration was a protrusion at the grip, which Xu Jiang gently pressed with his thumb. Ah, how annoying, boo-hoo, Shan Shan shyly exclaimed, as a surge of energy erupted from the tip. With a soft clang, the force instantaneously shattered the leg of a nearby chair, leaving the members of Team 17 wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this happen? Lu Zhongtian thought to himself, what on earth is going on? Why is this group so agitated? He glanced at Xu Jiang's weapon, questioning its peculiarity. However, for Ying Xiao Xiao and the others, the sensation was entirely different. Baozi leaped up, exclaiming, Xu Jiang, has your electric baton been upgraded? Indeed. But how could a mere electric baton evolve into a lightsaber? Astonishingly, Shan Shan had transformed the electric baton into a lightsaber through 3 new outfits. This was an utterly unreasonable leap, a transcendent evolution across species. Just because it can emit electricity and light? Yet, a light bulb cannot be wielded as a laser gun, regardless of its scientific implausibility. A self-defense electric baton had indeed become a lightsaber. Upon activating the switch, the tip suddenly unfurled, extending a 1-meter-long beam of light, with a white outer glow enveloping a blue core. Without a doubt, this was a lightsaber. Lu Zhongtian, unfamiliar with Xu Jiang, regarded the lightsaber as unremarkable. After all, many sword-wielding professions could activate lightsabers through mental power, and there were countless blades wider than this. However, the members of Team 17 recognized that the small stick in Xu Jiang's hand was originally an electric baton, typically used as a flashbang or an electric grenade. The sudden emergence of a lightsaber was simply unfathomable. Thus, it was clear that Xu Jiang's talent lay in enhancing equipment. There was a legendary mechanic named Kelly, who could infinitely enhance gear, a truly extraordinary feat. Perhaps Xu Jiang's abilities were akin to that, either enhancing or mutating, defying all reason. Electric baton, Brigadier General, quality, blue skills, dazzling debut, charming electric eyes, glow stick. Glow stick. Please raise your glow stick and cheer for Shan Shan. Xu Jiang was taken aback. Glow stick? You dare to label this contraption as a glow stick? With a swift motion, he severed a dagger before him, questioning the appropriateness of the cheering device. Testing it against a mech, he narrowly missed, resulting in a loss of 2,000 core energy points. This was no trivial matter. The current power core of Qianji only held 5,000 energy points, unable to withstand even 3 strikes. This damage was undeniably the strongest within the same tier. Gazing at the lightsaber in his hand, Xu Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Every man harbors the dream of wielding a sword that shines across the continents. And that dream was gradually becoming a reality. However, drawbacks remained. The full-body shield required a consumption of 50 energy points per second, while the lightsaber consumed 20 points per second, surpassing Xu Jiang's energy recovery rate. If maintained continuously, even without engaging in battle, the core energy would eventually be depleted. The only solution was to swiftly locate another fragment of a fire seed to replenish the materials and allow Qianji to ascend. Speaking of Qianji, the self-disciplined Mech began to engage in self-reflection. Oh, General, are you planning to practice swordsmanship? Regrettably, I lack knowledge of melee skills. However, from today onward, I will intensify my close combat training. Congratulations, Brigadier General Qianji has activated the motivation mode. Please gather as much melee-related information as possible within 10 days to comprehend the skills based on their effectiveness and compatibility. This new combat approach represented a fresh training objective for Qianji, and time was of the essence. No delays permitted. Xu Jiang retracted Shanshan and inquired, "Shall we return now?" Right now, Xiao decisively replied, pulling out her phone to call Xiaohe, instructing him to prepare a grand feast for their return celebration. This area had become a lockdown zone, utterly tedious. Yong'an City was far superior, teeming with gangsters, and Xiao sought to return home for some amusement. Regrettably, plans often falter, for a minor complication arose before their journey home. Ordinarily, Team 17's members should have been free to leave without opposition from the Third Miss, given the necessity to investigate the infiltration of the Faceless. However, just as they were about to board their vehicle, a new dinner invitation arrived. If the invitation had been from a sycophantic faction, Xiao would have disregarded it entirely, flooring the gas pedal to head home. Yet, the invitation came from the Third Miss's elder brother, one of the 3 directors of the Jiuquan group, leaving them no choice. Sha-Tu had to steer the wheel, transporting them towards the town's most opulent hotel. In the vehicle, Xu Jiang observed Baozi's relaxed demeanor and hesitantly asked, "Is the Third Miss's brother difficult to deal with? I heard that the company is currently experiencing a tripartite power struggle with mutual suppression." It's not exactly a tripartite struggle. Rather, some issues have arisen among the upper echelons, causing a bit of trouble. Until those matters are clarified, we must remain cautious. Baozi replied nonchalantly. As for the Third Miss's elder brother, while he may be despicable, treacherous, greedy, and selfish, overall he is still agreeable. Are you certain he has any redeeming qualities? Of course, he is quite opportunistic. Opportunistic? Is that now considered a compliment? In simple terms, when you lack merit, he won't even glance your way. But once you possess value, he will bestow upon you ample respect and benefits. Many criticize him, yet numerous others praise him. Before joining the company, Xu Jiang indeed possessed remarkable achievements. However, most people had only heard of his exploits without witnessing his prowess firsthand. This time, the video of Xu Jiang standing against a magma whale had been recorded and disseminated by rival factions, solidifying his reputation as the strongest rising talent among the younger generation. It was evident that this opportunistic young master sought to court his favor. How should we address him then? Xu Jiang inquired, following the others and referring to Qi Yao as the Third Mississippi. As for Qi Wenjun, should they address him as young master? Any of those will do. You may call him Qi Xiao, young master, or even Director Qi. However, there is one title you must absolutely avoid within the company, or else you will be besieged by everyone. What title? Big brother-in-law. Chapter 71. Psychological Price. The Jiuquan Group ranks among the most influential forces in the entire Yong'an City. However, in recent years, the company has experienced severe internal division, with 3 major shareholders vying for power, engaging in open and covert conflicts. This fragmentation of authority has led to a significant decline in performance and noticeable turmoil within the organization. According to rumors, the catalyst for this power struggle was an attack. To put it simply, Qi Yao's father was assaulted and gravely injured. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is widely speculated that the 3 siblings of the Qi family are major suspects. With the truth obscured, the possibility of patricide lingers. Thus, the power has become fragmented, with the 3 directors suppressing and mistrusting one another. Upon arriving outside the restaurant, the waiting attendants ushered them into a private room. To their surprise, the Third Miss and Lord Lei were also present, seated at the dining table, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Given their familiarity, the Third Miss spoke more candidly. "I worried that Qi Wenjun might pose a threat to you, so I came to check." Her forthrightness starkly contrasted with her previously elegant demeanor, perhaps influenced by Xiao. On the other hand, Qi Wenjun seemed unfazed, personally lifting the lid off the dishes and saying, "Sister, Remember to call me elder brother next time. These dishes are all your favorites. I had the chef prepare them just for you." His tone dripped with indulgence, raising suspicions about his intentions. After a lengthy monologue, he finally shifted his gaze away from his sister, adopting a more neutral tone. "Welcome, everyone. Please, have a seat." Frankly speaking, Xu Wenjun appeared quite presentable, especially considering that Xi Yao was an exquisite beauty, suggesting that her brother would not be lacking in attractiveness. Yet beneath his well-tailored suit, his eyes occasionally flickered with cunning, indicative of a rather troublesome character. Fortunately, the third miss took the lead in the conversation. "Xu Jiang has just emerged from the spirit domain. And Team 17 only completed a mission last night. They need to return to the base for rest, so feel free to speak your mind." Xi Yao showed no inclination to spare Xu Wenjun any courtesy. She recognized his ulterior motives and responded without reservation, expressing a desire to leave before all the dishes had even arrived. However, Xu Jiang sensed that her brother was seeking an excuse to draw her out. Observing the peculiar glint in Xu Wenjun's eyes, it became evident they had been present for some time without him even directing a glance at them. Only when Xi Yao grew impatient did Xu Wenjun finally turn his attention, taking a sip of red wine before addressing the matter at hand. "Originally, I intended to undermine you," he began, "but it seems my sister is quite fond of you, so let us discuss a transaction." Xu Wenjun's gaze locked onto Xu Jiang. "I know you will participate in the newcomer competition. I need you to help me acquire 10 skill fruits." As he spoke, a secretary presented a document detailing the rules of the competition. The competitive forest, as they referred to it, was the venue for this newcomer competition. The name itself suggested a focus on competition rather than lethal combat, restricted to participants below level 20, with the unique characteristic that one could concede defeat and teleport out mid-match. Ultimately, 8 individuals would be selected to receive rewards from the spirit domain. However, there would also be a subsequent competition held outside the spirit domain to determine the strongest newcomer among the 8. After reviewing the materials, Xu Jiang turned his attention to Lord Lei, who had been in an ecstatic state since exiting the spirit domain. "Please, divert your gaze. I cannot endure it." Lord Lei, unfazed, cheerfully inquired, "Xu Jiang, how do you find the difficulty of the spirit domain? Do you have confidence in claiming first place in the arena?" Xu Jiang was taken aback. "So when you took me on as your disciple, did you not believe I could win the championship? What was your original goal for me?" "The top 8, replied the old man, revealing a clear lack of trust in Xu Jiang. Xu Jiang responded with a deadpan expression. Xi Yao quickly interjected, "Xu Jiang, securing a spot in the top 8 is already commendable, primarily due to your limited preparation time. We are also uncertain about our standing." Indeed, Xu Jiang's greatest challenge was his short time of involvement. The spirit domain opened only once a year, drawing all factions and skilled individuals from Yong'an City to compete. Many trained for months, if not longer, to secure a favorable ranking, and the early preparations were far beyond Xu Jiang's capabilities. According to Lord Lei's estimation, it would be impressive if Xu Jiang could master Vengeful Counter before entering the spirit domain. Yet, the leaked footage had shown Xu Jiang mastering Vengeful Counter with remarkable skill, single-handedly suppressing a 10-member squad from the Storm military, making him a formidable contender for the championship. "That is precisely why I sought your collaboration." Xu Wenjun intertwined his fingers on the table, a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. "How shall we collaborate? In this spirit domain, there will be a peculiar merchant. You must find him first and help me acquire 10 skill fruits from him. Upon completion, I will compensate you. Skill fruits are limited to 1 per person, each granting an increase of 1 skill point, making them quite precious and purchasable only with frost crystals." Having acquired a total of 20 frost crystals from his 2 previous excursions into the spirit domain, all still in Little Bear's possession, it appeared that Xu Jiang would soon have an opportunity to utilize them. Naturally, whether to assist or not would depend on Xi Yao's opinion. Given that Team 17 was nominally aligned with her faction, Xi Yao gracefully responded, "If this task lies within your capabilities, then of course, I shall accept it. However, I have one suggestion." "What suggestion?" "Increase the reward tenfold." Xu Jiang was taken aback. Xu Wenjun, on the other hand, was visibly taken aback, glancing at his twitching elder brother. Xu Jiang couldn't help but remark, "But we haven't even discussed the compensation yet." "Indeed, but I assure you, you underestimate the financial power of Director Xu Wenjun. What is your psychological price?" 500. "Very well, then it shall be 5,000. Xi Yao turned to her brother. "What do you think? Is this price acceptable? You truly are a good sister, starting off by swindling your brother tenfold. 5,000. That equates to a staggering 100 million credit points, and Xu Wenjun could barely maintain his feigned smile. "Sister, How can you assist an outsider in deceiving your own brother? This is merely business. Xu Jiang is my subordinate, and if he grows stronger, it benefits the company. Perhaps due to her trust in Lord Lei, or perhaps her faith in Team 17, or perhaps she genuinely possessed leverage against Qi Wenjun. It was evident that Qi Yao was actively opposing her brother. With the tripartite power structure, Qi Yao's advantage no longer lay in finances. So extracting some from Qi Wenjun was the most prudent strategy. The siblings engaged in a battle of wits, and after some haggling, the final fee was settled at 3,000. Qi Wenjun pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He intended to profit from the skill fruits. Yet this arrangement left him feeling as though he had not gained anything. Perhaps it was all for his sister's sake. After a moment of silence, Qi Wenjun murmured, "Sister, I truly did not commit that act." Qi Yao paused, her fork and knife halting momentarily, yet she offered no response, simply continuing to eat her dinner. With the two siblings lost in their own thoughts, the evening's atmosphere grew decidedly heavy, leaving Xu Jiang at a loss for words. Just before their departure, Qi Wenjun privately shared a few words with Xu Jiang. "My sister seems to value you quite highly. Remember to protect her." "Rest assured, I will. Do not allow enemies to approach her. Of course. And do not let men near her." Chapter 72. The Golden Legend of Guanyin. After the meal concluded, Xu Jiang and his companions finally set forth on their journey back to Yong'an the following day. The third miss, however, chose to remain in Leijing town. After all, this area served as a frontline stronghold, a gathering place for numerous scavengers. With Lu Zhongtian's misfortune, jurisdiction would inevitably shift, and many factions were eager to seize the opportunity to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Notably, Old Lei accompanied them not only to protect Xu Jiang, but also to represent the third miss in providing Xu Jiang with a second round of funding. Xu Jiang had been informed by the third miss that he could freely express any needs he had. The first round of investment had been akin to a blind bet, aimed at boosting Xu Jiang's profile and wagering on his promising future. Clearly, this wager had paid off, for Xu Jiang achieved historic results that reverberated throughout Yong'an. The third miss's reputation for recognizing talent and her discerning eye were thereby enhanced, attracting a multitude of skilled individuals to her cause, an excellent beginning indeed. And now, the second round of investment was upon them. "I require various pieces of equipment, preferably of purple grade or higher. Any components will do." This was intended for Guanyin, as an abundant supply of gear would assist in realizing her golden legend sooner. Additionally, "I need a considerable quantity of precious ores. Specifics can be determined at random. Please allow me access to the warehouse to select." This was for the hand grenade, whose advancement task remained quite ambiguous, leaving Xu Jiang uncertain if the requirements could be met. "I also require melee skill stones, ideally related to swordsmanship." "Do not look at me like that. I wish for my disciple to develop comprehensively. If possible, please invite that esteemed Master Amo as well." As the vehicle landed, Old Lei hurried off to attend to matters. The news of Xu Jiang mastering both gun and sword must be kept strictly confidential until the grand competition, where it could be revealed with a flourish. Meanwhile, the members of Group 17 were to return to headquarters to divide their spoils. "Xiaohei, we are back," Baozi exclaimed as he dashed into their quarters, only to find it empty. Ying Xiaoxiao picked up her phone to call. "Hello? Xiaohei, where are you? Are you hiding and slacking off while we're away?" "Not at all. My leader, I wish it were otherwise. I am currently at the hospital." "What? What happened to you? Who hurt you?" "It wasn't an injury. I simply had a bad stomach. I ordered 2 large tables of dishes for you all, and I ended up eating them all myself." Poor Xiaohei, having booked 2 celebratory banquets but unable to wait for their return, he was left to consume everything alone, ultimately landing himself in the hospital. Yet, this explanation did little to appease Xu Jiang. With a cold smile, Xu Jiang suddenly erupted, demanding, "So, the so-called Xiaohei does not exist, does he?" He scanned the room and abruptly pointed at the mechanical dog in the corner. "Or perhaps, you are Xiaohei? An artificial intelligence system." Xu Jiang's outburst left those around him momentarily stunned, prompting Baozi to approach and pat him on the back. "Xu Jiang, what are you rambling about?" "I am not rambling." Xu Jiang maintained his stance. "I have been in Group 17 for quite some time, yet Xiaohei has never shown himself. He simply does not exist." "Ah, now that you mention it, that does seem odd. You and Xiaohei have yet to meet." Ying Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. On the first day of reporting, Xiaohei was absent. Upon returning from a robbery, Xiaohei was asleep, and this time, he remained at the base. Now that they had finally returned, Xiaohei was hospitalized. What a remarkable series of coincidences. But it is merely coincidence. We have all been colleagues with Xiao He for several years. Indeed, he even treated Xiaojun to ice cream. He must be a living person. The members of Group 17 were quite resolute, even producing a dossier on Xiao He. Look. Here is a photo of Xiao He. Xu Jiang leaned in to examine it, nearly exclaiming in disbelief, wearing a hood and shrouded in shadows. The figure was indiscernible as either male or female. Is this truly a photograph? They still haven't shown their face. Yet Xiao He claimed to be a hacker. And as per regulations, he was meant to maintain an air of mystery. Xu Jiang once believed Xiao He to be the most ordinary member of Group 17. Now, it appeared that this was the greatest enigma of all. Xiao He simply did not exist. Everything was a figment of their collective imagination. Well, we can wait until he is discharged from the hospital, and we shall hold him down for you. Indeed, should he attempt to flee, I will knock him out to ensure you meet him. After much explanation, Xu Jiang's skepticism was finally quelled. However, at the next opportunity, he insisted on seeing the person, even if it meant stopping the undead. The spoils division meeting continued. The gains from the spiritual domain were substantial. With the ores Xu Jiang brought out estimated to be worth over 6 million credit points. For a low-level dungeon, such a yield was quite commendable. In addition, there were the spoils from raiding Lu Zhongtian's safe. Little Bear continuously retrieved items from his pockets. Besides the already returned land deeds, the remaining jewels, crystals, equipment, and cash were all appraised, leading Xu Jiang to anticipate a share of about 5 million. With this in mind, he was already on his way to becoming a millionaire, truly a reason to celebrate. Meanwhile, Old Lei was equally efficient. The swordsmanship instructor had yet to arrive, but provisions for Guanyin were already prepared, being delivered in batches to Xu Jiang's room. It was evident that the third miss was investing significantly to win over hearts. Although the equipment was of lower tiers, Xu Jiang's demand for purple-grade quality or higher was considerable, and such an expenditure was no trivial matter. Old Lei endeavored to select uncommon equipment, but purple-grade items numbered in the thousands, pink-grade in the tens of thousands, and orange-grade exceeded 1 million. After such an operation, the storage facility was left astounded, prompting several calls to the third miss for confirmation. Fortunately, the outcome was promising, as Guanyin feasted from morning until night, absorbing a plethora of equipment that filled her to the brim, thus meeting the advancement requirements to their utmost limit. Congratulations, Golden Legend Progress 1010. Guanyin's advancement successful. As the notification chimed, the weapon radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire room. As the brilliance faded, a golden Gatling gun materialized before Xu Jiang. There exists a beauty in something that comes with a high price. Crafted entirely from pure gold, from barrel to grip, it was not merely a matter of strength. Its mere presence could dazzle an enemy's eyes. Xu Jiang caressed Guanyin, marveling at her silky texture that was utterly irresistible. General, your affection for this humble girl overwhelms me with gratitude. Only by offering myself can I repay your kindness. You have uttered this line many times. Let us speak of something substantial. Have you grown stronger with this advancement? Of course not, Guanyin replied matter-of-factly. I am delicate and frail, never engaging in violence. This advancement has merely granted me an additional life skill. Oh, what skill is that? Herbal concoction. As she spoke, Guanyin floated toward a bowl. The gun barrel turned upside down, releasing droplets of thick black liquid. General, it is time for your medicine. Thank you all for visiting Qimao to read for free. Qimao offers free novels for 100 years. A vast selection of authentic books awaits you. We welcome your comments to support this book. Chapter 73. On protracted warfare, gazing at the Guanyin nestled in his embrace, and then at the murky concoction in the bowl. Xu Jiang felt a twitch in his left eye. Surely, this must be the result of overindulgence in equipment, spewing forth a potion resembling gunpowder. Could this dark substance be ingested? Hastily, Xu Jiang examined Guanyin's attributes. M134 Gatling gun, Major General, quality, pink, size, 6 barrels, length, 800 millimeters, barrel length, 559 millimeters. Weight, 20 kilograms, rate of fire, 6,000 rounds. Min skills, frugality, delicate maiden, golden soup elixir. Golden soup elixir, a medicinal broth meticulously prepared by Guanyin, possessing remarkable efficacy. Golden soup elixir? I trust you about as far as I can throw you. Xu Jiang realized that none of Guanyin's skills were ordinary. They appeared to be those of a housewife, but when incited, no one could restrain her. After her advancement, Guanyin's weight had not noticeably changed. Yet a small vial had appeared amidst her 6 legs. Although the vial was currently empty, the golden soup in his hand must have originally been stored within it. Its exact effects remained to be discovered. Fortunately, while Xu Jiang was unable to comprehend it. Qianji should be able to. Qianji, I have a task for you. Please assist me in testing Guanin's new skill. At your command, General. Guanin Major General. Please accompany me for a health examination. Very well, maintaining good health is essential before serving the general. With that, Qianji lifted Guanin and departed, leaving Xu Jiang momentarily stunned. Was a health examination something to be avoided? What had he just? Never mind. He decided to turn on the computer and watch some action films online instead. Before long, Qianji returned, and Guanin appeared bashful in her hands, suggesting the testing had concluded. Reporting to the general, Guanin's golden soup is excellent. Is that so? What specific effects does it have? When shooting, it can be affixed to bullets, enhancing their power. Smearing excrement on bullets? Is this considered a toxic attack? Xu Jiang fell into contemplation. He had to admit, Guanin had indeed grown stronger, in an astonishing way. Golden Soup Bullet attaches the Golden Soup Elixir to bullets, increasing damage incrementally upon hitting the same target. By how much? Approximately a 1 increase, General. What a divine skill. Xu Jiang rejoiced, deciding to cuddle up with this golden Gatling gun for the night. If the Desert Eagle had such a skill, it would be a mere trifle. But Guanin was different. Her rate of fire was exceptional, especially against boss-level monsters. Her sustained firepower was remarkable. Firing 100 rounds per second meant a 100 damage increase in 1 second, and a staggering 1,000 increase in 10 seconds. Continuous enhancement, who could withstand that? However, General, this energy is limited, and I recommend using it as a secret weapon. Limited? What kind of limitations? Xu Jiang felt a pang of anxiety. The Golden Soup Elixir can only be produced by slaying frenzied beasts. This batch was preserved from your last victory over the undead. I see. So it must be a flying creature and a frenzied beast, which makes it quite difficult to find. Nonetheless, it's generally unnecessary. Qianji nodded, preparing to resume her training. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned back to add, General. The Golden Soup Elixir is indeed consumable, and its effects are quite beneficial. Oh, really? What effects does it possess? It is roughly equivalent to a frenzy potion. How so? Upon consumption, it significantly enhances your strength for 2 hours. However, once the effect wears off, a brief period of weakness will ensue. Xu Jiang pondered for a moment. This effect sounded vaguely familiar. Turning to the gleaming Guanin, he inquired, So, what was your intention when you tried to feed me the potion earlier? A faint blush appeared on Guanin's golden gun body. I merely heard of the general's unique talents, though it lasts only 10 seconds. So I wish to make you a bit more formidable. Xu Jiang? The following morning, Xu Jiang awoke to a series of notification sounds. Congratulations. Major General Qianji has successfully comprehended the skills. Introductory lightsaber, // current progress, 20. Oh, she learned 3 new skills overnight. Impressive indeed. Rising from his slumber, Xu Jiang found Qianji standing by the computer, engrossed in the action film he had downloaded the previous day, while mimicking the dazzling moves. Qianji, are you studying swordsmanship? Indeed. General, the remaining skill stones are of no further use to me. I require observation of practical techniques. Qianji gestured toward the leftover skill stones in the corner, indicating her desire to return them. These skill stones had been procured by Grandpa Lei the previous night, with many sword practitioners around. The better skill stones had long been taken, leaving only the mediocre stock in the company's inventory. In this mechanical world, learning skills depended on fate. Since the remaining stones were useless, alternative methods must be sought. After freshening up, Xu Jiang arrived at Group 17, only to be greeted by unfortunate news from Grandpa Lei. The old turtle named Mo had refused to act as a sparring partner. Grandpa Lei cursed under his breath, yet wore a grin. What a peculiar expression. Why? Grandpa Lei laughed heartily, because the old turtle fears defeat. Initially, he underestimated your strength and sought to claim a title as a swordsmanship instructor, but after witnessing your performance, he panicked. From today onward, he'll be focusing on extra training for his own students. In his old age, still so competitive, he mocks others' disciples. Yet I cannot learn any skills myself. How delightful for him. Xu Jiang shook his head helplessly, understanding the underlying reason. Undoubtedly, many newcomers would participate in this upcoming grand competition. Previously, Mo Wushan had viewed Xu Jiang as a potential talent. After all, he had just transitioned into his role and was still at a low level. He never anticipated Xu Jiang would contend in the newcomer competition. Now, seeing Xu Jiang's strength rivaling the top contenders, Mo Wushan decisively declined to spar. Well, at least until the newcomer competition, he would not be providing assistance. What will you do now, Xu Jiang? Why not learn marksmanship from me? Xiao suggested, demonstrating the principles of shooting with her weapon, illustrating fluidity and power. Shatu proposed, why not find another mentor? Our hunting division has its fair share of swordsmanship experts. Imo Wushan was a renowned master with abundant teaching experience, making his guidance ideal. However, if he was unavailable, other swordsmanship experts could be tried, as Xu Jiang's talents should allow him to learn as well. Yet in Xu Jiang's heart, another thought lingered. He desired to observe real combat, not the cinematic kind, but the visceral clashes of life and death. Only a sword that has tasted blood is truly a good sword. Xu Jiang hoped Qianji could develop in that direction. Solely acquiring theoretical knowledge would likely yield mediocre skills. Observing live combat. That posed a challenge, unless he could gather some swordsmanship experts to undertake tasks together. Otherwise, observation would be impossible. Baozi pondered for a long time. Unable to find a suitable partner, the distinction between sparring and actual combat was significant. Just then, a voice interjected, "You wish to witness real combat? I know where to find it." Turning around, they discovered a fully armed man, dragging a plethora of gifts, entering the reception hall of Group 17. Xiaozhen lifted her head from a pile of assignments and aptly remarked, "A wealthy individual has arrived." Indeed, it was Duan Quan, the wealthy second generation who had fled in disarray from the Corpse Mountain Park, making his reappearance. It seems that the recent respite has finally allowed Duan Quan to emerge from the shadow of his previous struggles. I am here specifically to express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Duan Quan, laden with gifts of considerable value, certainly reflects the affluence of his father, one of the three major directors. Naturally, the crowd is more intrigued by the practical insights he shares. Is there truly a place where one can witness real-life combat? Indeed. There is the underground arena in the Blackwater district, where battles to the death unfold. Chapter 74. A business delivered to the doorstep. In the dark recesses of the Blackwater district lies the most chaotic locale of Yong'an City. This place is not only rife with intricate black market transactions, but also notorious for its blood-soaked underground gladiatorial arenas. Before calamity struck, such venues were merely labeled as underground fighting, but now they have morphed into brutal life-and-death contests. By sheer happenstance, I learned about this from a friend, and my visits here have been infrequent. Duan Quan endeavored to clarify, seemingly wishing to dispel the notion of idleness that lingered among the group. Unfortunately, his reputation as a slacker was too deeply entrenched in the minds of Team 17, perhaps owing to the life-saving favor he had rendered. Duan Quan did not exhibit an air of arrogance in their presence. Nonetheless, his demeanor as a wealthy scion was unmistakable. He showed no interest in matters related to cultivation. Yet he was exceptionally knowledgeable about entertainment. Having recently been humiliated, he now appeared in a new ensemble of top-tier gear. Xu Xiao gestured for him to lead the way while discreetly exchanging a look with Xu Jiang, who promptly replied, "Team leader, remain composed. Do not entertain thoughts of robbery merely upon seeing Duan Quan. Such behavior is beneath us. If one must rob, at least wait for the right moment." Chongdang Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in the Blackwater district. As the name suggests, the lights never dim here. Foot traffic is constant by day, while the nights are ablaze with illumination, and the nature of transactions is exceedingly convoluted. The members of Team 17 followed Duan Quan, although Mr. Lei opted not to join, as he had to arrange Xu Jiang's upcoming lessons. Navigating through the filthy streets, they arrived at an imposing skyscraper, over 60 stories tall, which stood as a monumental edifice in the Blackwater district. The exterior was adorned with graffiti, and sporadic flashes of electricity signified robust security measures, deterring any potential wrongdoers. As they beheld the name Storm Club, the group's attention shifted back to Duan Quan. Ahem, this truly is an underground gladiatorial arena. It merely offers a broader range of entertainment options, Duan Quan elucidated as he led them with ease to the front desk. Are there any duel matches scheduled for today? The receptionist presented a timetable and replied, "Indeed, there is a match featuring the top 20 in 10 minutes. The ticket price is 30% higher than usual. Money is of no concern." Duan Quan dismissed material worries. Which two contestants are facing off? Slaughtering beef offal and Heaven's Law tasting maggots. Excellent. I'll secure the tickets immediately, Duan Quan decisively declared, retrieving his wallet. Hold on a moment. What sort of competitors are these? Xu Jiang inquired, perplexed. Oh, those are code names. To avoid complications, many contestants wear masks and adopt pseudonyms for the match, Duan Quan explained. Xu Jiang nodded, comprehending the rationale. But shouldn't the aliases be more formidable? Names like Bloody Hand Maniac or Great Might Heavenly Dragon would be more suitable. Are these two reliable? Unfortunately, there are many participants. All the good names have already been claimed. I'm quite optimistic about this slaughtering beef offal though. He is a lightning element swordsman with an exquisite swordplay style. Perfect for your observation. Xu Jiang was not particularly knowledgeable, yet found himself deeply impressed. What vendetta could lead one to adopt such a moniker? Once his swordsmanship reached its zenith, he resolved to choose a name that resonated beautifully, perhaps Peerless Sword Maiden. At that very moment, a burly man resembling a bodyguard approached, silencing the receptionist. You must be Xu Jiang of the Jiaochuan group. Welcome to Storm Club. Our boss wishes to speak with you. Kindly oblige. The man's welcome was laced with a chilling, mechanical tone, and to Xu Jiang's surprise, he was singled out. Although he had recently gained prominence, he paled in comparison to the formidable prowess of Xu Xiaoxiao. What interest could they possibly have in him? Very well, let us meet your boss. Even in broad daylight, with the violent team leader by his side, Xu Jiang felt emboldened enough to face whatever awaited him. Following the bodyguard through a staff entrance, they arrived in an opulent office. Despite his myriad speculations, the sight before him left Xu Jiang utterly astounded. A large board was plastered with countless photographs of him. From his dashing pose atop molten lava to his brazen stance wielding a machine gun against a whale, each image exuding a sense of heroism. Could it be? Was a wealthy patron infatuated with him? After all, the owner was the head of the Storm Club, undoubtedly affluent. If they were merely a few years older and possessed an alluring charm, he might entertain the idea. As Xu Jiang pondered this, he beheld the owner, a repugnant old man known as Poison Mouse. Goodness! Xu Jiang exclaimed involuntarily. Just moments ago, he had envisioned a wealthy benefactor, yet now stood face to face with a grotesque figure. Poison Mouse appeared unfazed by Xu Jiang's exclamation, his mechanical eye gleaming with excitement. His face adorned with a grin reminiscent of a flowering chrysanthemum. He circled Xu Jiang like a vulture. Oh, Xu Jiang, I dreamed of you last night. How fortuitous that you appear today. Well, I must express my gratitude, though I implore you not to dream of me again. I fear nightmares may ensue. Xu Jiang vividly recalled the last encounter when this man had exposed himself before him. Had he known that the Storm Club was operated by the notorious Poison Mouse, he would never have come. Now, retreating was no longer an option. Poison Mouse eagerly pulled him deeper into the office. Let us not be strangers. Our meeting is fate. I hear you wish to witness the duel matches? Come, I have the finest viewing spots. Within the ranks of Storm military, Poison Mouse was undoubtedly a figure of significant authority. To extend such fervent hospitality to a newcomer would typically inspire profound gratitude. But Xu Jiang felt no such delight. For in Poison Mouse's eyes, he was a most exquisite specimen. Upon entering the inner chamber, his gaze was immediately drawn to a vast glass viewing platform facing the arena. However, behind him, amidst a labyrinth of modification apparatuses, lay a dissection analysis chart. The design blueprint was based on Xu Jiang. This wretched man was collecting his images to study his physical structure. I must reiterate, I have no intention of abandoning my corporeal form, Xu Jiang solemnly asserted. Unperturbed, Poison Mouse patted his shoulder and replied, Fear not. Life is fraught with unexpected turns. Should you ever find yourself missing a limb, my research could be of assistance. How generous of you and your entire family, Xu Jiang retorted sarcastically. Not at all. I have examined your physical capabilities. They are highly suitable for modification. Should you find yourself lacking a part, feel free to seek me out. Such fervent mechanical adulation was utterly intolerable. Simultaneously, Xu Jiang grasped why this character was tasked with overseeing the arena. The reason was simple. The incidence of missing limbs was alarmingly frequent. After a match, both competitors often left with fewer appendages. How considerate of him to provide replacements, ensuring they could continue fighting in a few days. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the match commenced below. The arena was packed with a motley crowd, their fervor palpable as they waved betting slips and shouted raucous cheers. Blood, violence, gambling, death. Each drop of blood spilled on the stage ignited a frenzy among the spectators. Kill him! Kill him! The cacophony of roars spurred the contestants to unleash frenzied attacks. Each vying for survival, life for life, a contest of who would perish first. Though the scene was brutal for Xu Jiang, it was undeniably the finest venue to hone his swordsmanship. There was no element of sparring. Each strike aimed to eliminate the opponent. A lethal swordplay far more direct than any teaching could offer. With each battle, his swordsmanship training advanced exponentially, and the task's progress soared to 56, yielding remarkable results. The only regret lies in the inadequacy of the master craftsman, whose swordsmanship, though seemingly formidable, merely grazed the surface, leaving his opponent bloodied yet unvanquished. Ultimately, He met his demise at the hands of a singular blow from his adversary. Xu Jiang, eager for another display of swordplay, found himself compelled to seek a new contender. With a sense of disappointment, he turned away, his expression darkening instantaneously. It became evident why the cunning rat had so graciously invited him to the VIP section. It was merely a ruse to ascertain his physical dimensions. Just as Xu Jiang had become engrossed in the spectacle, the rat had commenced the fabrication of prosthetic limbs. Observing Xu Jiang's realization, the rat nonchalantly remarked, "Better safe than sorry. Rest assured, my prices for prosthetic legs and ocular implants are fair and transparent. I maintain integrity." Unlike some, Xu Jiang, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation, inwardly cursing the old fool, wishing for him to attract formidable enemies who would demolish his wretched laboratory, leaving him bereft of his experiments. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous sound erupted overhead. The crowd felt the floor tremble. As if the entire building were quaking, the surrounding alarms blaring in unison. A bodyguard rushed in, calling out urgently, "This is bad, rat. Our club is under attack. The 14th floor has suffered a shelling." "What? Where is our defense system?" "Activated immediately." "It's been activated, but it's struggling to hold up." As Xu Jiang surveyed the chaotic scene, astonishment flickered across his face as he turned to Xiao. "Was my curse too potent, or were we simply cursed with misfortune? Did trouble follow us wherever we went?" Understanding his thoughts, Xiao raised an eyebrow, a smile curving her lips. Indeed, today was fortuitous, even in broad daylight. They found themselves with work to do. Chapter 75. The Joy of Helping Others. Group 17. The vibrations of the building grew increasingly pronounced as the poisonous rat rushed into the adjacent monitoring room. On the surveillance screens, an astonishing sight unfolded. Dozens of spacecraft were mercilessly bombarding the skyscraper. What in the world is happening? Where are our aircraft? Where is our defense system? What? Boom. Another explosion reverberated, the enemy responding to his queries with sheer force. "Manager, there are intruders launching an assault from within. The hangar has been destroyed, and the enemy is sabotaging our core defenses, requesting reinforcements." The urgent voice of a guard crackled through the communicator, indicating that the assault was not merely localized, but rather a widespread offensive, delivering a devastating blow from within. Enraged, the poisonous rat exploded with fury. "I will annihilate them. Wipe them all out." As he roared, his body began to morph. Like a colossal spider, 6 mechanical legs burst forth from his lower body, his attire tearing apart as various lethal weapons emerged from within, transforming him into a veritable killing machine. Just as he intended to rush for reinforcements, Xiao halted him, saying, "It seems you are in dire straits. Do you require our assistance?" With skepticism in his eyes, the poisonous rat replied, "You are willing to help me? Our two factions do not appear to have the best of relations. Oh, come now. Business is business. We are here as mercenaries to assist you in repelling the enemy. How does that sound?" Xiao smiled sincerely, her demeanor as gentle and unthreatening as a lamb, appearing even more docile than his own deity. "Very well. You shall proceed to the 14th floor and cooperate with our personnel to intercept those saboteurs." The poisonous rat nodded, thus tacitly accepting the arrangement, though he harbored his own ulterior motives. Regarding defensive capabilities, the construction of this skyscraper was remarkably robust. Typical airship assaults would be thwarted by the electromagnetic shield encasing it, with counterattacks readily available. The primary concern now lay with the enemies infiltrating the interior. They could not be permitted to compromise the core, and reinforcements were an urgent necessity. Group 17 possessed formidable combat prowess, and in this critical moment, enlisting their aid was the most prudent course of action. Naturally, trust could not be extended too far. The core area was off limits. Sending them to the defensive nodes on the 14th floor seemed a wise choice. Alas, he had underestimated the professionalism of Group 17. When it came to the art of subterfuge, no one could rival them, not permitting them to ascend to the higher levels. It appeared that the situation was not yet dire. He needed to devise a strategy to equalize the odds. He ordered the timid Duan Quan to retreat home, while 5 others followed the poisonous rat's aid as they rushed up the emergency staircase. Upon reaching the 14th floor, they were met with a barrage of intense firepower. Flames roared, engulfing the entire floor, with fiery serpents occasionally leaping forth to assail the defenders. A fire elemental mage. Such formidable power. It must be a coordinated attack. "Who have you angered?" Baozi remarked with a casual demeanor, though the aide's expression darkened. "Regardless of who it is, we must assist. We cannot allow them to breach the nodes." The aide's urgency intensified as the entire 14th floor teetered on the brink of collapse. All defenders were concentrated at the final barrier, the very node of the defense system. Should it be compromised, the external defenses would be diminished by at least one-third. Xiao nodded, speaking with assurance. Rest assured, we are professionals. Remember, we will engage outside the door. Do not approach those instruments inside. Her words provided a measure of comfort to the aide. His assignment from the poisonous rat was to keep a watchful eye on these individuals, ensuring that Group 17 did not cause any disturbances. Observing their readiness now, he felt reassured. Indeed, Group 17 appeared trustworthy, at least on the surface. Simultaneously, a voice crackled through the communicator of Group 17. This is the electromagnetic aggregation core, used for energy transmission. Are you certain you wish to destroy it? Fear not. We shall protect the machinery, Xiao declared loudly to the aide. If destruction is inevitable, and you wish to do so discreetly, employing a powerful EMP would be most effective. Xu Jiang volunteered, stepping forward first. An EMP would suffice, if you can incapacitate it for 3 seconds. The floor will be left unprotected. You can then launch your attack and shatter the floor to destroy the machinery. Excellent. We will emerge victorious in this battle, Xiao proclaimed, brandishing her spear with righteous fervor. Do you all possess confidence? Yes. The team chorused in unison. The exchange of overt yet covert communication swiftly concluded the tactical arrangements within the group. Xu Jiang had integrated seamlessly into the team within just a month, truly a commendable feat. The poisonous rat's aide, unable to hear the clandestine communications, observed the spirited demeanor of Group 17, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. True camaraderie is revealed in times of adversity. In this moment of crisis, they were the ones stepping forward to offer aid. Previously, he had heard unflattering rumors about Group 17. Now, it seemed they were entirely unfounded. After contemplating the strategy, Xu Jiang resolved to execute a full performance. He turned to the aide and inquired, "The enemy's firepower is fierce. I require freezing capabilities to counteract it. Can this floor withstand such an assault?" "Absolutely. You may proceed with confidence." The aide responded with unwavering faith in their defenses. Their skyscraper employed the latest stabilization technologies. The core energy supported the building structure, and the node energy sustained the floors. It would not easily collapse. Xu Jiang nodded in approval. "Your assurance is sufficient." With a deft flick, he retrieved a blue cigarette from his pack and, with a flourish, placed it between his lips while drawing his Desert Eagle. Bam! The shot rang out, startling the aide, who marveled at the audacity of such an act, lighting a cigarette with a bullet. Xu Jiang exhaled a breath of frost. The frostborn was indeed difficult to ignite. Lacking magma this time, he would have to rely on explosive flames. As he surveyed the raging inferno of the floor, he tossed the cigarette, and upon hitting the ground, a surge of intense cold began to spread. Boom! The clash of ice and fire represented a collision of magic and technology. Although this icy cigarette seemed somewhat unscientific, it was undoubtedly a product of mechanical ingenuity. The forces collided, sending shockwaves that forced everyone to retreat, while debris was swept into the air, flying in every direction. By chance, a small iron rod was caught in the whirlwind, jingling as it blew toward the rear lines. Blow, blow, I'm not afraid without my feet. Blow, blow. Here I am, sobbing, Shanshan cheerfully sang, effortlessly infiltrating the backlands. The instruments towered several meters high, and the small iron rod lay concealed at the base, unnoticed by anyone. She continued to sing, awaiting Xu Jiang's command. As the flames were momentarily contained, the enemy, enraged, launched 2 rocket artillery shells, only to have them detonated prematurely by Xiao's electric net. It must be said, this floor was remarkably resilient. Despite the explosions, only some tiles were damaged. Finally, pushed to their limits, the enemy rushed forth from the shadows, preparing to engage in a life-or-death struggle for the node. The aide, observing this, was elated in his eyes. This was a sign of the enemy's desperation. As long as Group 17 held the front line, their forces could provide covering fire from the rear, ensuring the enemy would be vanquished without issue. However, would Group 17 truly engage in a life-or-death struggle? How naive. They had agreed to repel the enemy, but had not promised to incur no losses themselves. Inflicting 800 casualties on the enemy while suffering 1,000 on their own was the hallmark of Group 17's ruthless tactics. As the enemy drew nearer, Xu Jiang recognized the opportune moment and bellowed, "Attack!" The rear lines immediately activated the electromagnetic pulse, incapacitating all node equipment in an instant. No. How could this happen? This is impossible. The aide screamed in horror, frantically attempting to regain control, but all his efforts proved futile. and he was left with hands scorched by the surging electricity. There was no explosion, nor any damage, yet operation proved impossible, as if struck by an electromagnetic pulse, rendering them mere scraps of metal. But where could such an electromagnetic pulse have come from? Even if it existed, their machinery should have been resilient enough to withstand it. The assistant, in a flurry of anxiety, soon contemplated a more terrifying notion. Xu Jiang and the others appeared to be exerting themselves to the utmost. You mustn't. But it was already too late. Xiao leaped high, channeling all her strength downward, as fierce lightning tore through the air, annihilating the approaching foe. Simultaneously, Shatu, Baozi, and Xu Jiang also sprang into action, and even the perpetually endearing Xiaojin directed the specter to jab at the floor. Thunderous crashes ensued as the floors crumbled. Chapter 76. Where would you like to go? The rapid cooling and heating of ice and fire, coupled with the complete collapse of the node machinery and the savage assault of 17 allied groups, caused the building's structure to finally give way, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. What is happening? You scoundrel, didn't you say it wouldn't collapse? Xiaojin, come here quickly. While cursing, Xu Jiang held Xiaojin close, fully prepared for the sudden fall. A seemingly ordinary iron rod had also found its way into Xiao Xiong's pocket amidst the chaos. It's over. Everything is lost. The deputy knelt on the ground, visibly shaken. The individuals present were all elite troops. A mere floor collapsing from a few meters fall would not pose a life-threatening risk. However, the equipment was another matter. The top-tier instruments, standing 8 meters tall, came crashing down in the last 2 seconds of their paralysis, now reduced to worthless scrap metal. The surrounding power dissipated, leaving only the dim glow of emergency red lights to illuminate the wreckage. What are you all doing? A furious roar echoed from the communicator. The building's defense system was crumbling, and even the power supply was failing. It was evident that the problem originated from the 14th floor. Considering that the 17 groups were also providing support on the 14th floor, could they be behind this? No, it wasn't them. They were earnestly engaged in combat. While the floor itself had given way, the deputy was at a loss for words. The situation was exasperating. The members of the 17 groups had not even entered the equipment room. The machinery's failure should not be attributed to them. They were currently fighting fiercely against the enemy, their ruthless actions indicating they were not allies. You take them and head to the core for reinforcements. After a brief silence, the poisonous rat chose to place his trust in them. After all, the combat prowess of the 17 groups was well known. If a conflict were to arise, they would have already succumbed. Given the precariousness of the situation, the poisonous rat had no choice but to gamble on the notion that the 17 groups were not allied with the enemy. This gamble, of course, resulted in a loss for the poisonous rat, but not a total defeat. The 17 groups were ultimately aligned with themselves, aiming to gain from both sides. Xiaohei, have you gathered information on the enemy? No, but the reinforcements on their way are currently entangled. Their arrival will likely be delayed. And their objective? I have no idea. I am still in the hospital and can only access news online. Sha Tu eliminated the last enemy with a swift kick and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. The Storm Club was a significant venture of storm military industry, known for its stringent security measures. Such a large-scale assault would undoubtedly require substantial resources, and the underlying motives were certainly not simple. Seeing the nearby enemies eradicated, the poisonous rat's deputy approached hastily. Everyone, please continue to assist and follow me upstairs for reinforcements. Double the reward after the task is completed. The situation was evidently more dire than before. With the node destroyed, the building was now teetering on the brink of collapse, posing a significant risk. Offering a greater reward was necessary to stabilize the morale of the troops. Ing Xiaoxiao readily accepted. All right, no problem, lead the way. The 5 followed the deputy as they rushed toward the rooftop. In the deputy's mind, the immediate task was to secure the building's core. Otherwise, the entire structure would surely fall. Meanwhile, Ing Xiaoxiao was already contemplating others' treasures. How much could double the reward possibly be? She dismissed it entirely. This place was a high-end venue intertwining gambling, drugs, arms, and underground fighting, generating astonishing daily revenue. If they could seize control here, it would undoubtedly be a massive windfall. Thus, they had deliberately sabotaged the node and eliminated incoming foes, aiming to equalize the odds, allowing them to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. According to information from Xiaohei, the vault was located on the 21st floor, while the main core they were reinforcing was on the 24th floor, a convenient route indeed. Ing Xiaoxiao was quite pleased with her plan, already preparing to concoct an excuse to slip away and pry open the vault. Unfortunately, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. As the group hurriedly ascended the secure staircase, A sudden exclamation disrupted their course. Kunka! Kunka! The little bear, snug in Xiao Zhen's arms, suddenly began to cry out. The poisonous rat's deputy heard it, but dismissed it. It was merely a pet making noise. However, Ing Xiao and Sha Tu halted. They understood that this bear was no ordinary creature. It possessed the ability to store items, and its sudden outcry was certainly alarming. The bear pointed toward a group of fleeing individuals. Along their journey, they had encountered many refugees, some related to the company's upper echelons. Others were staff members fleeing from the explosion. Yet this time, guided by the bear, something was clearly amiss. Xu Jiang remained composed as he brushed past the group. And in that fleeting moment of proximity, he drew his gun. The bear would not mislead him. This group must harbor ill intentions. His right hand, gripping the Desert Eagle, swung back to aim at the back of their heads. But just as he turned, a cold gaze met him head-on. Crack! Xu Jiang's hand was intercepted by a man of similar age, who had unexpectedly positioned himself in front of him, skillfully thwarting the assault. Such close-range defense indicated that this individual was formidable. Disguised as a refugee, he was clearly not to be trifled with. Xu Jiang had no time to ponder, for the opponent's fist was already aimed at his abdomen. Clang! He barely managed to counter the attack with his left hand at the last moment. Revenge counterattack. Activating the counterattack power in his right hand, he forcefully broke free from the opponent's grasp and raised his gun to fire. The opponent seemed taken aback, not anticipating Xu Jiang's swift escape. As the gun was pointed at his forehead, he displayed no evasive action whatsoever. Bang! The bullet soared forth, a spray of blood erupting from his forehead, and then, what is happening? Xu Jiang, momentarily dazed, was startled to see the man retreating several meters away. A mocking smile plastered across his face, flanked by several expressionless hulks resembling puppets. Xu Jiang, it appears you possess some skill. And this one here is the last scion of the Ying family? Quite impressive indeed. Upon hearing the man's assessment, Xu Jiang regained his composure and glanced at his handgun. He was certain he had triggered the revenge counterattack and had indeed blown the man's head off. Yet how was it that he was still alive? There wasn't even a bullet hole to be seen. Looking to his side, he noticed Ing Xiao had positioned herself beside him. Her spear aimed precisely where the man had stood moments ago. Had she intervened, forcing him back? What on earth is going on? Be cautious, he is formidable. Everyone step back, I will handle this. Rarely did Ing Xiao exhibit such prudence. Gripping her spear, she summoned the electrifying power of thunder, bracing herself for the enemy's assault. At that moment, the poisonous rat's deputy unleashed a furious rebuke. Bastards, so your target was that thing. None of you shall escape today. As a trusted confidant of the poisonous rat, he was not naive. The sudden attack was clearly premeditated. He recognized the emblem on the briefcase, a highly valuable item stored within their vault. The severe blow suffered today was likely linked to this object. With the conspiracy exposed, the man displayed no concern. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and he cradled a black energy orb in his palm, an extraordinary power radiating from it. You shall soon be cast into the abyss of darkness. His whispered incantation seemed to alter the very fabric of reality. Sha Tu and the others felt an immediate darkness engulfing them. One moment they were within the corridor, and the next, they plummeted into an endless chasm. As the body continued to sink, only a pair of crimson eyes loomed in the sky, gazing down upon them with the disdain of a deity. Just as the disciples of the sand struggled desperately, gasping for breath in the abyss, a voice yanked them back to reality. Where do you think you're going? You fool. Bang. Xu Jiang fired a shot, a bullet suspended before the man. Although it failed to penetrate the psychic shield, astonishment flickered across the man's face. You remain utterly unaffected. Could it be that you have inherited that set of armor? Chapter 77. You fool, have you inherited that set of mechas? A glint of shrewdness flickered in Xu Jiang's eyes. The existence of the Qianji was limited solely to Xu Jiang's point command. Thus, the set of mechas referred to by this mysterious figure must pertain to the peculiar mecha acquired from the black market, possessing only a mere point of durability. Faith Aura. Carrying a noble belief, it aids companions within a 5-meter radius to resist mental harm. It seems this is the skill that counters the opponent. I understand now. Captain, draw near to me, as I can negate this person's illusion. Xu Jiang's confidence soared. This significant discovery undoubtedly revealed a means to triumph over the adversary. Indeed, upon hearing this, the individual erupted in rage. Xu Jiang, you dare to label my ability as mere illusion. The tone betrayed a hint of gritted teeth. Wasn't that the case? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I will simply strike this person down, and all issues will be resolved. Ing Xiao, having just supported Xu Jiang, was close enough to benefit from the aura's protection. Still brimming with combat prowess, she raised her spear and charged forth without hesitation. The mysterious man, however, remained unperturbed. He plucked a strand from his gray hair and waved it lightly, causing the surrounding walls and steel beams of the corridor to roll back towards them. Do not fear. This is an illusion. Wait, this is not an illusion. Xu Jiang fired a test shot. The explosive projectile sent stones flying, striking him with tangible force. Xiao swiftly returned fire to defend, assisting Xu Jiang in fending off the avalanche of debris. If she could withstand the banishment, Xiao could hold her own against the opponent without necessarily falling behind. However, they had no choice but to rely on Xu Jiang's faith aura for support. Unable to unleash their full potential, even the most formidable attacks would be futile. A look of disappointment seemed to creep onto the pale face of the mysterious man as his right hand clenched tighter. The surrounding stones swirled like a blender, crushing inward towards the two. What a pity! The power that once defeated me shall forever be buried. Oh, is that so? A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, startling the man. Before he could react, a tremendous force had already sent him flying. Knee strike, come forth, Guanyin. Ha ha ha, kill. Annihilate the air force. The sound of gunfire erupted wildly, a manifestation of Xu Jiang's favorite barbecue attack, representing the most ferocious combination in his arsenal. Xu Jiang firmly believed that no one could withstand Guanyin's onslaught. However, today, that confidence was shattered. The man in midair suddenly transformed into mud, cascading down to the ground, and Guanyin's frenzy came to an abrupt halt. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from behind. Truly impressive. I did not expect you to possess such ability. The man clapped, affirming Xu Jiang's prowess. Though the stones ensnared both of them, Xiao could not break free to confront the opponent alone, yet Xu Jiang himself could. At the moment when the adversary was at their most complacent, leaving behind an afterimage to confuse them, he swiftly approached to launch an assault. This ambush could be deemed a success. Unfortunately, you still cannot defeat me, for you cannot kill me. A mocking smile crept onto the man's face. Indeed, if he could not be killed, he would never be defeated, leaving Xu Jiang and his allies in a passive defensive position that surely could not last long. This individual's abilities seemed to belong to a mysterious category. When one cannot comprehend the methods of their opponent, dealing with such an enigmatic figure becomes exceedingly challenging. Xu Jiang had just utilized an unreasonable knee strike. Yet this entity could not be vanquished and inexplicably leapt out from the corner. It was truly an unkillable cockroach. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was merely a matter of determining victory, not necessarily life or death. Xu Jiang cast a look that conveyed a sentiment of whoever loses must leave. The man's complexion changed drastically as he glanced at his subordinates. These subordinates appeared to be mere puppets under his control, expressions vacant, obediently following orders. Have the subordinates hold the box, he commanded, yet they numbly clutched at the air, for the box had vanished. Turning to the other side, he beheld the adorable little girl resembling a mascot, now embracing the box, a small ghost perched on her shoulder, playfully nuzzling against her. Why were you not banished by me? Even if you are of the mysterious category, it should be impossible to withstand my power. The mysterious man felt on the verge of madness. What was happening? Had he slept for too long, leaving him unprepared for the strength of the current generation? Xu Jiang had inherited that set of mechas. Xiao wielded an extraordinary lightning spear. What was the story with this little girl? There was no intelligence on her. Not only could she thwart his banishment, but she also effortlessly snatched the box away. Was this a form of presence-diminishing technique? Who exactly was this girl? To be honest, Xu Jiang was equally perplexed. Looking at Shatu and his comrades, a group of brawny men lay unconscious on the ground, while the cute little girl seemed entirely unfazed, standing there with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing the inquiry, Xiaozhen retaliated with a newfound vocabulary, cutely declaring, "You were truly a fool." The man, he was insulted. He had just been called a fool by a 13-year-old girl. The mysterious man took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury bubbling within. His eyes narrowing as he glared at Xu Jiang, threateningly stating, "Fine, since you covet the dragon scale, I shall grant it to you." His words signified a relinquishment of the treasures within the box, which greatly pleased Xu Jiang. Stepping forward, he countered, "Very well. Since you concede, might you enlighten me on the purpose of the dragon scale?" The man? What do you mean? You don't know the purpose of the dragon scale? Then why did you steal it? Xiao stepped forward, her spear held firmly, responding with righteous indignation. "Robbery. Does it require a reason?" "Indeed. It seems robbery requires no justification." "Haha, wonderful. Xu Jiang, you must survive well. Once I regain my strength, I shall personally crush you and your mechas." He spat out a venomous threat. seemingly unwilling to engage further with these lunatics, retreating into the wall with several puppets in tow. Phew, one troublesome foe dispatched. Now what comes next? Xu Jiang and Ing Xiaoxiao exchanged knowing glances, a shared wicked smile appearing on their faces as they simultaneously turned their attention to the unconscious deputy of the poisoned mouse. That fool? Well done. Time passed, and Ing Xiaoxiao raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap. Smack. Ah, that hurts. Help me, get me out. The deputy of the poisoned mouse awoke with a start, babbling incoherently, thrashing about in a futile struggle, clearly still trapped in the depths of darkness. Do not panic. All is well. We have just driven the enemy away. With Xu Jiang's reassurance, the deputy took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. Observing the equally unconscious Baozi and Shatu, and surveying the ravaged corridor, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Oh no. Quickly, we must check the treasury, the deputy exclaimed in alarm, scrambling towards the upper levels. Upon arrival, he was met with a grim sight. The treasury had indeed been breached. Dozens of elite guards lay slain at the entrance, having not even had a chance to call for help. The massive alloy vault door had been forcibly torn open by an overwhelming force. Stepping inside, he gasped, "No. Why is this happening? It's all gone. Everything is gone." The losses in the treasury exceeded expectations. Not only were the temporary treasures missing, but gold bars, exotic crystals, diamonds, and exquisite equipment had also vanished without a trace. Those bastards. What method did they employ to transport such quantities away? The deputy knelt on the ground, nearly in tears, realizing the immense loss to the company. This time, he would likely bear the brunt of the blame. Xu Jiang approached and comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right. After all, there is still a substantial amount of cash left behind. Surely, our swift arrival prevented the adversary from successfully transporting it away. You have effectively mitigated the company's losses." "Does this truly count as mitigating losses?" he queried. "Of course. Otherwise, do you wish to bear the blame? Losing such a significant sum is something you cannot afford. But rest assured, you fought alongside us to repel the enemy and did not neglect your duties. We will all testify to that." "Really? Thank you all." "No need for thanks. Being helpful is a cherished virtue of our Team 17. Following this brief interlude, the defense battle at the Storm Club drew to a close. Undoubtedly, the unprovoked assault was merely a prelude to a heist targeting the vault. The audacious yet enigmatic figure, who spoke with bravado, seemed reluctant to confront the elite of the Storm Club alone, which led to the orchestration of this scheme. Unfortunately for him, Xu Jiang and his team intercepted the plot. Observing the terrifying scene in the corridor, along with the shadowy figure captured just before the final explosion at the treasury, all accusations were placed squarely upon that individual. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator had already accepted a doubled commission and departed the Storm Club amidst expressions of gratitude. Chapter 78. My knee has escaped. Upon returning to the headquarters of Group 17. The little bear adeptly began to rummage through their spoils. Gold bricks, gemstones, and other assorted trinkets were extracted, and he instructed Sha Tutu to exchange them for cash. A batch of equipment was also distributed as per their needs, with any unwanted items being traded for money. The reason they did not take the cash from the vault was simply that the little bear's pockets could no longer accommodate any more. In the vault, they discovered a 6-meter-long electromagnetic cannon, a valuable piece that could serve as a weapon for heavy mechs or be mounted on border fortifications, boasting formidable power. Are you really not interested in this? You made the most significant contributions in this mission. You should take the lion's share, suggested Ing Xiaoxiao, urging Xu Jiang to trade for weapons. Men should wield weapons that are substantial. Look at the Desert Eagle in your hand. It's simply inadequate. Xu Jiang shrugged helplessly. With my current strength, I cannot yet wield heavy weaponry. It would be better to sell it. Although he desired heavy weapons, it was contingent upon upgrading Qianji first. Furthermore, it depended on luck. Ideally, he wanted a railgun to obliterate that fool from earlier today. Surveying the array of trophies, Xu Jiang declared, "In that case, I will not claim any further items. I desire this scale. Is that agreeable?" His request left the others perplexed. The scale of the abandoned dragon was named after a mysterious figure, and its purpose eluded them despite their attempts to comprehend it. The blue, hard-shell material was roughly the size of a palm, and when Ing Xiaoxiao poked it with a spear, it proved only to be hard, lacking any other discernible feature. Logically, the effort exerted by the mysterious figure to acquire it suggested it was a valuable item, yet without knowledge of its use, it remained worthless. "Fine, if you desire it. Take it, but this seems rather cheap. You can also take these anomalous crystals," they conceded. Xu Jiang needed 1,000 anomalous crystals to upgrade his mech and accepted them without hesitation. As for the abandoned dragon scale, it was intended for Qianji's knee upgrade. General, I have diligently practiced the rune enhancement technique I learned last time. But today I discovered that the material of the knee can no longer withstand the power of the runes, thus I request an upgrade. Indeed. Hard work can compensate for a lack of talent. Although Qianji merely learned the secret technique of the lamp clan clandestinely, her relentless training had worn down the skin of her knee. The material of the abandoned dragon scale was quite exceptional, judging by its name. It likely originated from a dragon-type wild beast. Excessive use would be inadvisable, as Qianji was a liquid mech, and too many hard materials could impede transformation. However, as it was merely a single scale, it posed no significant issue. Just as they finished distributing the spoils, Old Lei returned. Upon entering, he hurriedly inquired about Xu Jiang's well-being, having heard that the Storm Club had been attacked. Did you go to assist them? Why would you help a bunch of desperate criminals? They deserve to die. The reputation of Storm military industry was far from stellar, and their relationship with Jiao Chuan was strained. In Old Lei's eyes, it would be better to aid the rioters. However, just as he spoke, Old Lei noticed the massive electromagnetic cannon in the corner. Little Jin, you lack common sense. I told you to cover the cannon, and you merely draped a cloth over the barrel while leaving the massive gun exposed. How do you explain that? We picked it up on the way, Ing Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Picked it up? You can just find something like this? Indeed. It looks a bit worn, but we can refurbish it, and it should still be functional. Old Lei nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. You understand the value of recycling, Xiaoxiao? You truly excel at frugality. Xu Jiang rolled his eyes at this, thinking that Old Lei's perception was rather misguided. Ing Xiaoxiao was, after all, a troublemaker who had even destroyed someone else's home. Yet Old Lei paid no mind to such thoughts, presenting several books before Xu Jiang. The outside world is perilous. You should study with me for a while. I found a place with a coliseum. Avoid places like the Storm Club, as they are prone to corrupting influences. Xu Jiang narrowed his eyes. Isn't this a bit self-incriminating? You frequently visit such clubs? Occasionally, yes. I usually go for skill exchanges. It's quite legitimate. Do not misconstrue. Really? Of course. Which number do you often choose? 88. Xu Jiang glanced at Baozi. So you two were comrades? In the days that followed, Xu Jiang found himself under Old Lei's strict supervision. With the newcomer competition approaching, many factions would resort to desperate measures to ambush rival newcomers. Thus it was prudent to remain low profile. Evenings were spent traversing Yong'an, observing arena competitions, which not only broadened his horizons but also allowed Qianji to continuously improve her swordsmanship. During the day, he remained in the study, listening to Old Lei's lectures on the history of Yong'an City. Centuries ago, disaster struck. With a thunderous roar, countless formidable beasts erupted from the earth, preying on the living and threatening humanity's survival. These beasts, towering hundreds of meters or capable of tearing through mountains, were impervious to weapons and were collectively known as the abandoned beasts. Fortunately, the onset of calamity coincided with the awakening of mysterious powers. Humanity discovered spirits that could facilitate class changes, building cities reliant on spiritual domains and erecting iron walls to stabilize their existence. Yong'an City, thus, is one of the few safe havens in the world. So our goal is to repel the abandoned beasts and reclaim our home, correct? Xu Jiang asked, filled with fervor. The answer he received was a firm negation from Old Lei. No, our primary objective is to eliminate all of the faceless ones, with the abandoned beasts being a secondary concern. The faceless ones were a group of bizarre individuals clad in white masks. To label them as human would be a misnomer. They were a horde of madmen infected by the frenzy, monstrous beings. Initially, when disaster struck, frenzy had not yet emerged, but someone had opened Pandora's box, unleashing terror upon the world. They were present in nearly every human city. Are they strong? Xu Jiang inquired. Not particularly, if they dared to show themselves. Yong'an City could easily reduce them to shreds. However, they hide, they infect, they spread, like a malignant disease that can never be eradicated. They continually undermine society, instilling panic. Those voids and dark rings are all manifestations of their handiwork. It was said that the deity they worshipped was called Heavenly Principle. With the philosophy, do you believe in Heavenly Principle? If not, I shall send you to meet it. This group of lunatics began each day with thoughts of annihilating the world. Their internal sabotage was far more despicable than that of the abandoned beasts. Xu Jiang, you must strive diligently. Your strength is advancing rapidly. I believe it will not be long before you become a cornerstone of Yong'an City. Old Lei was offering him encouragement. and Xu Jiang readily accepted the mantle. His mechanical subordinates were all exceptionally disciplined while he attended lectures. Qianji was busy training with her younger companions in the practice room. With such obedient mechanical subordinates, he had no cause for concern. Congratulations! Qianji's knee has undergone rigorous refinement and has successfully developed sentience. Warning: the knee has entered a rebellious phase. Having detached itself from Qianji's control and is now soaring freely, please address this situation promptly. Xu Jiang. What? My knee has escaped? Chapter 79. Unexpected fatherhood. A sudden thud resonated within the bedroom, startling not only Xu Jiang, but also Elder Lei. To fully harness the self-discipline of the machine, Xu Jiang had activated the soundproof walls of the training ground while attending classes during the day, allowing Qianji to train undisturbed. Elder Lei, suspecting Xu Jiang was preparing some secret weapon, harbored no doubts. However, it appeared that the rebellious knee had broken free from its confines and was now frolicking freely within the confines of his bedroom. Xu Jiang quickly interjected, "Teacher, let us conclude today's lesson here. I have some urgent matters to attend to." His unusual demeanor inevitably aroused suspicion in Elder Lei. Nevertheless, given Elder Lei's temperament, his suspicions leaned towards a rather inappropriate direction. A lascivious smile crept across his face as he cast a glance towards the bedroom and patted Xu Jiang's shoulder, saying, "No wonder you've been reluctant to let me into your inner sanctum. Young man, there's plenty of time ahead. Exercise some restraint." Xu Jiang, flustered, replied, "I wouldn't need to restrain your nonsense." He was at a loss for how to explain the situation. "Teacher, it's really not what you think. Inside that." All right. I was young once. I understand." Elder Lei stood up, imparting wisdom with a serious tone. "As a man, having needs is quite normal. Do you intend to spend your life with machines?" With that, Elder Lei departed, leaving Xu Jiang grappling with the implications of those words. How detestable. What does he mean by not spending a lifetime with machines? Is he discriminating against us? Lamented one voice. "Indeed. I, too, wish to serve General for a lifetime," chimed in another. "Come back if you dare. I will show you." Meanwhile, the two were already plotting their revenge against the elder. While Xu Jiang hurried back to his bedroom, to his astonishment, a blue hard shell resembling a knee pad was darting about the room. It tumbled over a flower pot before smashing it to the ground, behaving like a mischievous child. "We need a machine to manage this." "My apologies, General. It was my oversight. Please punish me." Qianji knelt before him. With her alluring figure, Xu Jiang pondered how to discipline her. "Ahem. Qianji, please rise and explain this situation." "Yes, General. To be precise, this is our child." Xu Jiang. Was this news not a tad too sudden? Had he truly become a father? And what a rebellious one at that, already causing chaos. Despite having merged with Qianji multiple times, he could not claim this child as his own. Even with his skill in quick draw reaching level 10, he had never truly engaged in such actions. After inquiring about the circumstances, he learned that the God Lamp clan's enhancement secret technique had allowed Qianji to continuously amplify the power of her knee. Recently, Xu Jiang had been utilizing enhanced knee strike and had come to appreciate its might. To become even stronger, Qianji had suggested using the scales of a wild dragon for enhancement, believing their formidable resilience would withstand the runic enhancement. However, the scales proved unexpectedly potent, granting sentience. While Qianji was unfazed, merely a liquid mech with a hole in her leg that could regenerate, the enhancement runes were wholly absorbed by the knee, taking on the form of a knee pad that was now autonomous and flying about. Qianji named it Flying Knee. As for the question of unexpected fatherhood, being a fragment of Qianji's mech, this knee pad was indeed a child of both Qianji and Xu Jiang. The logic behind this was utterly devoid of any biological basis. However, there was no time for such musings. He needed to rein in that unfortunate child before his home was entirely wrecked. "All right, let us discuss how to handle this little rascal." Xu Jiang attempted to reach out, but his speed was insufficient. The flying knee was clearly enjoying itself, hovering in the air, as if inviting him to play a game of tag. Fortunately, Qianji had already devised a strategy. "General, he is still a child, with a naive mindset, which accounts for his mischief. A slight reprimand should suffice, such as a good spanking." Though a novice at motherhood, Qianji exhibited a rather progressive viewpoint. Misbehaving children ought to be disciplined. However, the material of the knee pad appeared quite durable. What could he use to spank it? "The Desert Eagle. At your service, General. Ready to assist you in executing your son." Xu Jiang. Is this truly the world of machines? While human parents resort to switches, the mechanical can resort to bullets. He could not be held accountable for that. Click. Xu Jiang gripped the Desert Eagle. a cold smirk forming on his lips as he cast a menacing glare at the errant child. Sensing impending punishment, the flying knee suddenly veered and darted out the window. Thinking of running away? Come back here. Xu Jiang rushed to the window, unleashing a rapid series of shots. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew in a triangular formation towards the flying knee. It attempted to evade, executing an emergency maneuver in midair. However, the bullets, enveloped in telekinetic force, followed suit. Clang. The knee pad was struck, spiraling down like a bird that had been shot from the sky. Just a little brat. Handling this would be a piece of cake. But would the child sustain any injuries? Xu Jiang began to worry. Qianji reassured him, "Fear not, he will be fine. His body is incredibly resilient. A gentle tap won't harm him." A gentle tap? The parenting approach of the mechanical clan was indeed rather aggressive. Indeed, it wasn't long before the flying knee returned. Its once rigid form had softened, drooping like a pouting child, immediately snuggling up to Qianji's wrist in a display of affection, clearly tamed. At this moment, Xu Jiang began to examine the skills of the flying knee. Flying knee, minor, quality, light skill, Dragon Rising. Dragon Rising, an upgraded version of the knee strike. Capable of autonomously adjusting its position to launch foes into the air and daze them. Effectiveness is determined by the relative size and strength of both combatants. The skill knee strike had transferred from Qianji to the flying knee, enhancing its effectiveness. Xu Jiang's previous knee strike required careful angle adjustment to launch an opponent upwards. Now, with Dragon Rising, he need only approach an enemy for the knee pad to autonomously take flight, adjusting itself perfectly to execute the launching maneuver. However, a notable downside emerged. The rebellious child was difficult to control. Just moments after being shot at, it returned to playfulness, bouncing around energetically. A solution was imperative to ensure its growth. At that juncture, the property security personnel contacted him. "Security. Hello, Mr. Xu. This is the security department. We noticed you were firing out of your window just now. Is everything all right?" Xu Jiang. "Oh, no worries. I was merely executing my son." "Security? Security, as long as all is well. Should you require assistance, feel free to inform us. Wishing you an enjoyable time." Xu Jiang. "By the way, hold on. Could you assist me in obtaining a complete set of textbooks from elementary, middle, and high school?" "Security. A complete set of textbooks?" Xu Jiang. "Indeed. I wish to teach my son the principles of life." Upon finishing, he noticed a carefree little bear sleeping in the corner. Xu Jiang. "Make it 2 sets. And please include some review exercises. I have another bear that requires education as well." With that, the slumbering bear, Kunka, was abruptly awakened from its nightmare. It glanced around, bewildered, as though someone had called out to it. "Why do I feel a sudden chill running down my spine? How peculiar." "Security. Certainly, sir. I will attend to that immediately. Additionally, there are numerous media personnel at the entrance wishing to conduct an interview with you. Should I grant them access?" Xu Jiang. "Media? Interview me? What for?" "Security. Because you and Missing Xiao Xiao have just been awarded the title of the city's top 10 civilized youths." Xu Jiang. "The 2 of us? Civilized youths? Whom are you insulting?" Chapter 80, Mastery of Swordsmanship on the television screen. The diminutive and portly vice mayor, with a twinkle in his eye, was animatedly discussing the recent accolades bestowed upon the youth of Yong'an City. "I am delighted to announce that our city has recognized numerous outstanding young individuals. Among them, I would like to particularly commend Xu Jiang and Ing Xiao Xiao. These 2 exemplary youths, working together in the same team, have achieved remarkable feats. Their group, the 17th team, has even been nominated as a candidate for the Advanced Civilization Group." Before the television, Xu Jiang's expression darkened as he switched off the screen and turned to his companion, Baozi, asking, "Do you feel insulted as well?" Baozi shrugged, "Not really. At least we've gained some notoriety. I just arranged an interview with a female reporter for tonight." Yet, as Xu Jiang listened, he couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. In a different life, he might have reveled in such recognition, hosting gatherings to boast to neighbors. But this was Yong'an City, rife with daily violence, arson, and plunder. The title of civilized youth felt like a cruel mockery. Xu Jiang understood how this recognition came to be. The black and white forest aided Pang Shi, frenzied abyss rescued Pai Sai, Corpse Mountain Park protected Duan Quan. Tears Crystal Town unveiled conspiracies. It was evident that Xu Jiang's recent accomplishments had drawn significant attention and acclaim. Even the Storm military industry, which had clashed with Jiuquan Group, had offered a nod of approval to the 17th team following recent events. But why not bestow the title of Top 10 Outstanding Youth? What kind of nonsense is this Top 10 Civilized Youth? Helping an old lady cross the street? Refraining from cursing? Civilized my foot. The title of Outstanding Youth could only be earned through bloodshed, remarked Sha Tu, who was elegantly sipping coffee on the sofa. Civilized youth is merely a slogan for promoting harmony and stability in Yong'an, while Outstanding Youth signifies an endorsement of martial prowess. Only 8 are chosen each year. And once you triumph in the rookie tournament, that title will naturally be yours. Xu Jiang grimaced, understanding the rationale, yet he would rather forego such a title. He noticed a throng of onlookers at the entrance, gossiping and pointing. Is this the 17th team? We heard they are all lunatics? Yes. I heard they are notorious for their misdeeds. It must be a rumor. Having 2 civilized youth in one team is unprecedented. Exactly. Just look at Ing. Her sweet and gentle demeanor, who dares call her insane? Step forward, and I shall break your legs. Ing Xiaoxiao's appearance began to sway the perceptions of her peers. Admirers from other teams frequently glanced over, utterly captivated by her charming smile. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their team leader was currently plotting a robbery. Xu Jiang, let us rob something tonight. It has been ages since we engaged in a proper fight, and my hands are itching. I implore you, leader, just a few more days of peace. I am about to participate in the rookie tournament. Securing the championship would be a tremendous favor. Ah yes. You are on the verge of reaching level 20, and then you can venture to Silent City, where many affluent rogues await. Your ambitions are truly far-reaching. According to the classification of levels, every professional is divided into 2 stages. Level 40 marks the first awakening of their innate talents, while level 60 heralds a second. However, at level 20, one acquires a unique skill, colloquially known as stealing a Master S skill, with a chance to learn abilities from other professions. That location is the Trial of Silent City. Silent City is a large human settlement akin to Yong'an. Xu Jiang recalled that when he first joined the 17th team, his comrades gifted him a ticket to the Silent City trial through their escapades. Considering this, was Ing Xiaoxiao perhaps scheming for Silent City when she presented him with the ticket? How terrifyingly astute. Suddenly, a call came through the communicator. Hello. Is this Xu Jiang from the 17th team? Are you free? Someone is looking for you. Please come to the reception room. This communication originated from within Jiuquan Group. Could it be a significant figure? Otherwise, the upper management would not have opened the reception room. With nothing pressing at the moment, Xu Jiang strolled leisurely over. Upon arriving, he found several high-ranking officials from Jiuquan Group already in attendance, and the central figure was indeed an old friend of his. Paisai, you have returned? Haha, Xu Jiang. My dear friend, I just returned from my home planet and rushed over to see you. Paisai, a familiar extraterrestrial with a large head and blue skin, was a renowned merchant of the Lamp clan. His wares were highly sought after throughout Yong'an, which explained the considerable effort the company had expended. The group settled down and engaged in spirited conversation. The upper management was eager to cultivate a relationship with this influential figure, even dispatching a senior female public relations officer to facilitate the connection. Unfortunately, Paisai found her rather unattractive and thought, please, do not touch me with your flesh. Conversely, despite Xu Jiang's own lack of appeal, he was of the same race and had saved Paisai's life. Young and gifted, he was someone Paisai was keen to befriend. Completely disregarding the public relations officer and engaging Xu Jiang in conversation. Xu Jiang felt awkward as the higher-ups exchanged knowing glances, compelling him to include them in the dialogue. Thus, a rather uncomfortable triangular conversation ensued. Fortunately, Paisai quickly got to the point, producing a unique spatial pocket belonging to the Lamp clan. He emptied its contents like a magician revealing his tricks. Xu Jiang, as I promised last time, I wish to gift you a treasure. Please, choose whatever you like. Paisai was true to his word, having brought forth his most prized possessions from the Lamp clan, eager to repay Xu Jiang's kindness. The unusual rune equipment and formidable superconducting weaponry left even the accompanying officials from the municipal office wide-eyed. Was this truly the fabled non-saleable items of hidden merchants? Some of these artifacts were beyond their experience, leaving Xu Jiang to ponder how much friendship currency he had accrued. Don't look at me. I can only choose one. I cannot assist you all. Surrounded by avid gazes, Xu Jiang found it difficult to ignore the treasures before him. To be honest, he was quite tempted. The starting items were of pink tier, and with a mere touch, he could acquire an orange tier. Just look at this electromagnetic rifle, even if he couldn't deploy it. Its sheer power was formidable in hand. Had Xu Jiang been greedy, he might have insisted on taking several pieces, perhaps even persuading Paisai. But such an act would undoubtedly diminish their goodwill. With a mindset of gradual gain, Xu Jiang decided to select only one item, the one most crucial to him. Thank you, Paisai. Though I feel guilty, this item will be immensely beneficial for me. I shall take it. Upon hearing this, Paisai beamed with delight. Do not mention it. You saved my life. If I do not offer you something, I would feel uneasy. Are you certain this is the one you desire? Yes. This skill is vital for my current stage. Xu Jiang picked up the skill stone, representing the first-tier skill of the sword soul profession, Phantom Sword Dance. In Yong'an City, such a treasure was invaluable. Now, this skill stone became nourishment for Qi Nj, completing the swordsmanship training. Congratulations, Qi Nj has completed the swordsmanship training. Skills: slide tackle, light sword entry, triple slash, cross slash, fortified physique, leap of faith, and reconnaissance sense, all merged into the sword techniques. Acquired a new skill, dual sword dance. Please click to view attributes. Chapter 81, Customized Thrusters, Dance of the Dual Swords. A formidable set of skills generated through quantum mechanics. Sword Dance. Once activated, it consumes 30 energy points per second, enhancing the host's strength by 100, running speed by 100, and physical endurance by 200, along with heightened reflexes and perception, enabling the execution of intricate maneuvers such as slides and falls, all while maintaining an elegant sword-drawing posture. Dual Swords, wielding a lightsaber. It consumes 100 energy points and allows for rapid sliding attacks, increasing damage by 100. There is a chance to exploit weaknesses, causing enemies to enter states of armor break, imbalance, or severe injury, with a cooldown period of 5 seconds. Upon reviewing the description, it seems to scientifically elucidate the otherwise implausible effects of these skills. Whether one believes it or not, I remain skeptical. Even invoking quantum mechanics does little to sway my doubts. The mech engineer, in some respects, embodies a hybrid vocation, excelling in both close and ranged combat. However, from another perspective, it is a rather mediocre profession. A typical mech engineer cannot match the firepower of a gunslinger, the defense of a shield bearer, or the melee prowess of a swordsman. They epitomize one word: versatility. Xu Jiang is particularly fortunate to possess the dance of the dual swords, a superlative enhancement that renders him nearly equal to any swordsman. Yet, the energy consumption remains a significant drawback. Activating the lightsaber, engaging in sword dance, and deploying a shield costs him a staggering 100 energy points per second, an unsustainable burden that threatens to reduce him to a mere fleeting figure within 10 seconds. Thankfully, mech engineers wield a substantial advantage: the ability to invest wealth. As long as he continually upgrades his mech, these dilemmas can be mitigated. While the spark of fortune may be elusive, procuring flying thrusters can be arranged in advance. The third miss did not skimp this time, providing high-quality sustenance equipment, swordsmanship skill stones, and precious mineral crystals, all that Xu Jiang requires. Among these, she even presented the company's finest flying thrusters, each valued in the tens of millions. Regrettably, the mech's discerning eye deemed these thrusters as merely average. However, this is inconsequential. While Jiuquan Group's technological prowess may be modest, other companies excel, and thus their combat aircraft must certainly boast superior thrusters. After bidding farewell to Paisai, Xu Jiang returned to Group 17. At this moment, the group consisted solely of Ying Xiao, who was refining a gun barrel, and Xiao Zhan, who was playing house with a phantom. Baozi had gone on a date with a female reporter, while Shada seemed preoccupied with his own endeavors in the black ring business. As for Xiaohe, well, let us just say he is lost in dreams. Group leader, may I inquire about something? What is it? Ying Xiao. Having liquefied the anomalous crystal and poured it onto the gun barrel for gradual absorption, an effective method to enhance weapon quality, posed a question. Do you know where I might find reasonably priced flying thrusters? Xu Jiang asked tactfully. The newly acquired 1,000 anomalous crystals must be reserved for the mech. After accounting for daily expenses, he would have approximately 10 million credit points at his disposal, rendering the purchase of a quality thruster implausible. The best course of action would be to seek a group like the Tiger Head Gang or Shark Head Gang for some under-the-table dealings. Ying Xiao seemed to ponder his request, and after a moment, her eyes lit up. There is a place where items are exceptionally cheap. Come, I shall take you there. Just the two of us? Of course, it is merely a purchase. Did you expect anyone else to accompany us? It appeared that she had indeed misconstrued his intent. He merely wished to make a discreet acquisition. However, since Baozi and Shadow were absent, the prospect of underhanded dealings seemed bleak. So he decided to treat it as an opportunity for relaxation and a stroll with a lovely companion. The expanse of Yong'an City is vast, and Xu Jiang had yet to traverse every district. The locale Ying Xiao led him to was one he had never envisioned, a sprawling electronic waste dump. As far as the eye could see, it was a landscape littered with electronic refuse, discarded vehicles, and broken appliances, all piled haphazardly. The ground was filthy, and the air reeked. Yet amidst this chaos stood dilapidated buildings, their signs advertising various workshops, leaning precariously by the roadside. This is the cheap shop you mentioned? Here? Indeed. This is the most cost-effective workshop in all of Yong'an City. By the way, what is your budget? Approximately 10 million. Wow, that is quite a substantial budget. Do not worry, we will certainly find something great. Ing Xiaoxiao appeared quite familiar with the place, her confidence radiating. Indeed, the high cost-performance ratio was unquestionable. After all, this was an electronic waste dump where scavenged materials were pieced together, so it would be surprising if it were not inexpensive. However, given the nature of a waste dump, could one truly expect to find high-quality goods? Just as Xu Jiang hesitated, two voices rang out in the distance. It's Sister Ing. Haha. Sister Ing has come to patronize us again. Two twin boys, around 15 or 16, joyfully approached, their cheerful shouts drawing the attention of bystanders. Clad in tattered clothing, they emerged from a workshop, their faces brightening at the sight of real customers. Ing Xiaoxiao patted the boys on their heads and introduced them. These are Defu and Xiaofu. Do not be fooled by their youth. They possess remarkable skills, two little geniuses. You can trust them with your order. Ing Xiaoxiao's praise made the brothers slightly bashful. Defu shyly bowed to Xu Jiang. Esteemed boss, what would you like to customize? Rest assured, we have everything. Indeed. Sister Ing can vouch for us. Our goods are of great quality and low price. 15 or 16 years old and already running a shop. It seemed they had made quite a name for themselves. Should they be considered fortunate or unfortunate? Regardless, Xu Jiang should have confidence in Ing Xiaoxiao's recommendation. After all, she would not steer him wrong. I would like a flying thruster, any style will do, as long as it is a flying thruster. With a budget of 10 million credit points. Upon hearing Xu Jiang's request, the two boys leaped with joy. Wow, no restrictions on the model? This is too easy. And a big order of 10 million. Rest assured, we will deliver. With that, the brothers began knocking on doors one by one, causing a stir throughout the entire waste dump. What are they doing? They are fulfilling your order. This is an electronic waste dump, and everyone finds different treasures. Only by gathering the strongest components here can we create the best item for you. Ing Xiaoxiao led Xu Jiang forward, guiding him through the cluster of workshops. Various instruments whirred at high speeds, producing a cacophony of sounds. From sharp electromagnetic cannons to alluring motorcycles, all manner of bizarre inventions thrived here. Truth be told, aside from the somewhat rudimentary appearance of the products, this place could be considered a hub of cutting-edge technology. Yet, it was the dire circumstances of life that drove people to reside amidst the refuse. Otherwise, who would willingly linger in a dump? Those who remained were risking their lives in pursuit of innovation. Electronic waste is an inevitable byproduct of urban development, laden with harmful substances that cannot be recycled. The simplest solution is to find a remote location and bury it indiscriminately. Yong'an's population is vast, and the only assistance provided is 3 months of free temporary housing and a single opportunity to change careers. Many who fail to transition become homeless, scrambling to find work to survive. Undoubtedly, the dangers posed by electronic waste to human health are severe. Yet those workshop owners aspire to transcend their fates through this refuse. They either perish from poison or utilize the scrap to realize a monumental invention, thus ascending to greatness. But you just said those two children possess extraordinary talent. Can't they escape from here? Xu Jiang inquired, puzzled. No, they could have left long ago. I had applied to the company to recruit them for the research department. But unfortunately, they declined. Declined? Why? What is there to question? Perhaps they believe this place is their home. To survive, there are countless reasons. At least from the perspective of these two children, the essence of existence lies in simply living. In contemplation, the two boys returned, accompanied by several workshop owners, each bringing forth their finest treasures. One brought a component, another a motor. They were gathering the C-Army de la C-Army of the junkyard to assemble a propulsion device. But can this truly succeed? Although Xu Jiang is not a mechanic, anyone familiar with computers understands that the more intricate the machinery, the higher the compatibility demands. Can such a haphazard assembly truly work? The doctor closed his eyes, hands clasped together, not in prayer, but in the manifestation of his innate talent. After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes and said, "We have sufficient materials." What is the success rate? Hearing this, Xiaofu also closed his eyes in silent contemplation and replied, "Excellent. A 20 chance of success. Let us commence." Xu Jiang? Good? Is this what you call good? No, wait a moment. That was your innate ability, right? A 20 success rate? Are you certain you wish to proceed? The doctor awkwardly scratched his head. A 20 chance is quite considerable. Rest assured, If it fails, you won't owe us anything. Just stand back. This statement left Xu Jiang momentarily stunned. Are you already preparing for an explosion? He turned to Ing Xiaoxiao, hoping she could persuade them. However, Ing Xiaoxiao was more direct, drawing her weapon on the spot, as if ready for a rescue. Are you serious? I merely wish to purchase a flight propulsion device. There is no need for such reckless abandon. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The doctor and Xiao Fu clasped hands, a surge of energy swirling before them. Soon, a virtual model materialized in their midst. Indeed, they were gifted. The brothers possessed an innate talent for forced assembly. Not only could they identify the necessary components and their success rates, but they could also simulate the installation process. One could only conclude that this junkyard somewhat limited their potential. Had a larger corporation supplied the components, the success rate would undoubtedly soar. However, it was not without its advantages. The electronic junkyard is vast, filled with discarded machinery from countless enterprises, airplanes, automobiles, electromagnetic cannons, all present. A piece of exquisite machinery damaged beyond 80 is deemed waste, yet that remaining 20 is meticulously collected by the workshop owners. Now, with every piece being a rare gem, if they could truly succeed, the performance would undoubtedly be astonishing. Chapter 82. The rookie competition. 2 hours later, the flight propulsion device, completed according to the instructions, commenced its trial operation. As soon as the built-in energy source was activated, a deep rumble reverberated ominously. The metallic cover above was blown off, and the entire propulsion unit glowed a furious red, trembling violently on its mounting frame, an unmistakable harbinger of energy malfunction. Reflecting on the powerful materials utilized, the impending explosion would be nothing short of terrifying. Yet, the doctor and Xiao Fu were still fervently attempting to salvage the device. They hastily replaced the blown cover, and a screw was inexplicably twisted into a valve. The absurdity of their actions seemed utterly futile. What on earth are you doing? Get away from there, Xu Jiang shouted, unwilling to witness these two children perish before his eyes. However, the doctor and Xiao Fu remained resolute, responding loudly, we can't leave now. There is still a chance to salvage it. Are you out of your minds? Xu Jiang was wary of forcibly pulling them away, fearing that it might disrupt their efforts and lead to even graver consequences. Instead, he tossed a grenade toward them. Quick, protect them. Yes, General. The military doctor, hand grenade in hand, dutifully executed his mission. Strangely, the skill he employed was mechanical repair. As the white light enveloped the propulsion device, the previously blown-off cover and valve were restored. Although the internal mechanisms remained tumultuous, the experienced hand grenade wielder was adept in both defusing explosions and mending devices, always able to provide timely interventions. It's repaired. Is this your power, boss? Incredible. Indeed. We managed to stabilize it. The success rate is rising. There is hope now. Let us get to work. The two children, now exhilarated, grabbed hammers and began patching up the propulsion unit as if mending a garment. What kind of nonsense craftsmanship is this? I told you to escape, and yet you're doing this? Beside them, Ing Xiaoxiao looked on in astonishment. Such remarkable repair skills. Xu Jiang, if any of our household appliances break down in the future, we'll depend on you. Are you seriously joking at a time like this? Xu Jiang rolled his eyes and pointed at the children, demanding, what they're doing is perilous. Aren't you going to stop them? In this day and age, what work isn't dangerous? I initially wanted to halt them, but now that you've repaired it, we should hold on a little longer. They'll be just fine soon. Are you sure they'll be fine? Of course. As long as it can operate, it's a good thing. This seemed a profound philosophy, yet in practice, it was a rather tyrannical rule. As long as it functioned, it was deemed valuable. This was the innate talent of the doctor and Xiao Fu. The propulsion device before them, despite its numerous flaws, would begin to yield results if they could endure a bit longer. Gradually, the vibrations and heat subsided. Yay, we did it. We succeeded. Yay. The flight propulsion device has been validated. There are no further issues. Yay, I've cured another malfunctioning machine. The three children danced around the propulsion unit, celebrating with joyous exclamations, wholly oblivious to the concerns of those around them. The doctor rushed over, gazing at Xu Jiang with admiration. Sir, your repair skills are truly remarkable. With your assistance, our mechanical manufacturing has become so much easier. Let us hope such incidents don't occur again. Just moments ago, the hand grenade had executed its 27th mechanical repair, barely bringing the situation under control. Had luck been slightly less on their side, the hand grenade might not have managed to contain it, leading to dire consequences. In this era, even spending money on an item felt like a treacherous venture. Looking at the outcome, The result was a rather unsightly contraption, barely resembling an ion propulsion device from its structure. Xiao Fu approached, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry. There were some complications during the manufacturing process. But rest assured, once it's validated, the subsequent modifications will be effortless. We'll ensure it's polished to perfection." Xu Jiang had never doubted their cosmetic skills. His concern was solely about performance. After all, a decade-old mining vehicle, no matter how new, was still a mining vehicle. Could a machine assembled from subpar components truly be functional? "General, this propulsion device is fantastic. May I absorb it?" Qianji spoke, clearly expressing confidence in the object. "Are you certain? It appears to be on the verge of falling apart. No worries, similar to the last set of mecha. I will merely use it as a template and make my adjustments." Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang's eyes brightened. The last time he salvaged a broken mecha, he had acquired a powerful skill. Surely this propulsion device would yield unexpected rewards as well. What formidable skill would it possess? Explosion. What? Due to component conflicts, this propulsion device can generate a violent explosion with considerable destructive power. "General, please look forward to it." "Look forward to my flight propulsion device exploding? What have I done?" Despite feeling a twinge of melancholy, Xu Jiang could only trust Qianji's judgment. After all, it was a collection of the finest electronic refuse. Perhaps it would provide some strength. Enough polishing. Just hand it over. Xu Jiang wasted no words, transferring the payment as the workshop owners joyfully divided the spoils. He grasped the propulsion device, gradually absorbing it into the mecha. Although there were minor hiccups this time, the outcome suggested that the procurement had been a success. With this, the only requirement for upgrading remained the spiritual seed, and Xu Jiang brimmed with anticipation for Qianji's second round of advancement. 5 days later, the arena forest was unveiled. Aspiration, cultivation, consolidation, enhancement. After numerous endeavors, the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Bang, bang, bang. In the skies above the streets, countless vibrant fireworks erupted, and the surroundings were adorned with floral streamers. Yet, this festive atmosphere was merely a facade, unable to conceal the grim ambience of the scene. If Xu Jiang's previous participation in the spirit domain was driven by self-interest, this competition was a wager for the future. The top 8 positions represented not only individual worth, but also the honor of their respective factions. Not limited to the confines of Yong'an City, Xu Jiang noticed newcomers from other cities arriving by airship to compete. Perhaps this contest transcended the simple rivalry among rookies. Among them, the Shameless Storm military faction was represented by 2 gentlemen in their 50s. As long as one's level did not exceed 20, participation was unlimited, leading to discussions of level suppression and enhanced combat power. Naturally, regardless of the suppression, advancements remained constrained. Ultimately, only Xu Jiang and his fellow true prodigies could contend for the top 8. Remember this list. These are Miss San's people, and they can be trusted. For everyone else, be more vigilant, Elder Lei advised, observing the gradually rising light in the sky. By the way, if you encounter anyone from other cities, eliminate them without hesitation. Eliminate them? Is there such deep-seated animosity? The animosity isn't significant, but resources are scarce, and there's not enough to go around. You'll understand when you attend the trials in Silent City next time. As he spoke, Miss San and her elder brother, Qi Wenjun, approached. Miss San wore a stern expression, seemingly wary of Qi Wenjun's intentions, while Qi Wenjun didn't mind. Accompanying his sister for a stroll was pleasant enough. Upon reaching Xu Jiang, she produced a pouch and handed it to him. Inside were 100 frost crystals, sufficient to purchase 10 skill fruits. Should you succeed, my reward will be dispatched to you. If you fail, return the frost crystals to me. Though they were wealthy, frost crystals were rare and hard to come by. Xu Jiang had only amassed 20 from 2 flawless completions. The quantity in Qi Wenjun's possession was scarcely sufficient to form 2 groups, leaving the question of who could first locate the elusive merchant. Meanwhile, Qi Yao cautioned Xu Jiang that peculiar merchant is notoriously difficult to find. If the situation proves too perilous, we should prioritize securing a victory. Is that so? Does this imply that the merchant's location is fraught with danger? Indeed. Based on past experiences, he tends to appear in various treacherous areas, making him exceedingly hard to track down. Then this matter becomes considerably simpler. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly find him, Xu Jiang declared with unwavering confidence. Turning away, he gently squeezed the small bear in Xiaozhen's embrace, encouraging, "You will certainly locate him. Won't you? If it seems overwhelming, I can leave you at home to continue your studies." Kung Kai. Upon hearing this, the bear's eyes widened in surprise. It wriggled free from Xiaojin's grasp and saluted Xu Jiang, exclaiming, "I pledge to accomplish the task." "Splendid. Then let us embark on our journey." Chapter 83. The Wealth Secrets of Xiaoxiao. Azure skies, white clouds, towering trees, and vibrant flowers. Taking a deep breath, one is enveloped by an extraordinarily refreshing sensation that invigorates both body and spirit. Upon entering the arena of competition, one is immediately captivated by the breathtaking natural beauty that unfolds. In stark contrast to the eerie black and white forest, this environment is remarkably more pleasant. It truly lives up to its reputation as a realm of harmony, exuding an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Crack! A soft sound resonated as Xu Jiang's core energy plummeted by 130 instantaneously, followed by a tingling sensation in his thigh, indicating an attack. Looking down, he was astonished to find a trumpet flower had taken a bite out of him. Fortunately, the position was slightly askew, judging by the flower's shape and its fierce suction. Had it truly bitten him, the consequences could have been dire. Bang! Xu Jiang raised his firearm and shot at the trumpet flower's stem, causing it to wither immediately. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the sound of the gunshot, the surrounding flora began to stir restlessly. Branches unnaturally elongated, morphing into wooden whips that lashed out at him. The grass below rapidly expanded, sprouting serrated edges and sharp fangs, eager to tear him apart. Could it be that he had stumbled into a botanical nightmare? Explode! Xu Jiang seized a grenade and thrust it into the mouth of a massive carnivorous plant. "No, don't eat me. Self-destruct. First aid." Boom. A series of explosions erupted, igniting a fierce battle. The onslaught from all directions ensnared Xu Jiang in a whirlwind of chaos. Igniting a flame of joy, he aimed to incinerate all the plants in one fell swoop. However, these creatures possessed an astonishing vitality. Even ablaze, they retaliated with fervor. The wooden whips transformed into fiery lashes, their power intensifying, and his core energy continued to dwindle alarmingly. Fortunately, the grenade and the Desert Eagle proved quite effective. One bouncing around him in a self-destructive frenzy, while the other unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles. It wasn't until the surrounding trees and plants within a radius of several dozen meters were reduced to a desolate wasteland of ashes that the turmoil finally subsided. Glancing at his remaining energy, which had dwindled to about 1,000, he marveled at the astonishing lethality of these plants. Wasn't this supposed to be a harmonious and affectionate forest? Why the ferocity right from the start? Typically, every opening of the spirit realm would yield resource refreshes and minor terrain changes, but the rules generally remained unchanged. In previous iterations of the arena of competition, upon landing, there would be ample time for safety before the competition began, ultimately culminating in the survival of 8 individuals who would leave with rewards. Yet this time was undeniably different. Within just a second of landing, he was besieged by the flora. It was likely that this round would eliminate numerous participants. Of course, this was merely the beginning. There were more brutal competitions awaiting them. In his mind, a prompt from the spirit realm echoed, "All explorers, please retrieve the map beneath your feet and check the area details." Ah, the map. Xu Jiang glanced down only to find that there was no map at all. Not even a blade of grass, just a vast expanse of ashes for dozens of meters around him. How careless. In the heat of battle, he had burned the very hill that housed the map. Thankfully, Xu Jiang had a remarkably capable guiding bear. Through Xu Jiang's rigorous educational training, it had evolved into a pet that automatically collected items, retrieving anything it found and presenting it to Xu Jiang before discarding the unnecessary. Upon landing, it had promptly discovered the map and tucked it away in its pouch. Now, hearing Xu Jiang's voice, it eagerly produced the map. The guiding bear, with a cheerful bounce, seemed to be reveling in its accomplishment. Xu Jiang affectionately ruffled its head in encouragement. Well done, quite clever. I shall reward you with a plate of okra when we return." The bear's eyes spiraled with delight. Having acquired the paper map, the prompt once more chimed in his ear. "Please examine the blue circle on the map. In 3 days, the areas outside the circle will be overrun by rampant flora." Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang swiftly opened the map. To be frank, had he not been explicitly told that this was a map, he would have mistaken it for a child's doodle. It resembled the imprint of a colossal beast's paw, splattered with paint, with a circle carelessly drawn in the corner. Moreover, the most glaring issue was that this map lacked any indication of the cardinal directions. No textual labels, no distinctive geographical markers. How was one to discern the direction? Before entering, Xu Jiang had perused numerous guides for the spirit realm. A renowned expert known as Master Yutian had described maps adorned with markers of mountains and rivers. stating that the plant frenzy would occur 5 days hence. Now, comparing the two, it was entirely erroneous. He would certainly demand a refund upon his return. Forget it. He would explore with the little bear, perhaps capturing a couple of passers-by to inquire further. This was quite the game from the outset. It was unfathomable how many would fall. As for the answer to this query, it was 723 individuals. Outside the spirit realm, the parents who had just sent their children into the arena had not yet turned to leave when a group of renouncers was escorted out. What transpired? What happened to you? Hurry. Someone's injured. Get a doctor. In a sudden turn of events, it was reported that participants who had just entered were subjected to a fierce assault upon landing, resulting in hundreds already eliminated. Our reporter, Xu, continues to bring you the latest updates, from the initial fervor to the present state of injury and defeat. One could only be grateful for the option to renounce, allowing for immediate transport out. Otherwise, had so many perished in one fell swoop, the major factions would surely suffer significant losses. Of course, the current situation was hardly better, especially for the forces of Yong'an, whose expressions now reflected their dismay. The tickets to the arena of competition totaled 2,000, with 1,700 monopolized by Yong'an City, leaving the remaining 300 to be divided among other cities. Leveraging their numerical superiority, some factions had deployed group tactics, urging their teams to quickly assemble and compensate for each other's weaknesses, forming a combination of 11 versus 3. Alas, they hadn't even begun to engage in team combat before suffering defeat, fleeing in disarray. With 723 individuals eliminated upon landing, the plans of various factions were utterly thrown into disarray. Conversely, those from outside the city bore expressions of smug satisfaction. After all, with their smaller numbers, they consisted solely of skilled individuals, and it appeared that this time, they might have a chance to stifle Yong'an City's dominance. Naturally, not everyone was perturbed. Xiao Zhen tugged at Ing Xiaoxiao's sleeve, gazing at the multitude of injured. Sister Xiaoxiao, Xu Jiang surely won't be coming out, right? Should we continue to wait? Even Xiao Zhen understood that Xu Jiang would not be sent out right after entering. Naturally, Ing Xiaoxiao grasped this as well. Ruffling Xiao Zhen's hair, she explained, I'm not waiting for Xu Jiang. He is undoubtedly on his way to victory. I am waiting for Poison Mouse. Poison Mouse, having been named, looked over in confusion and inquired, You're waiting for me? Waiting for what? Waiting for you to open the betting. I want to wager on Xu Jiang winning. I'm betting all of it here. Ing Xiaoxiao once again staked her entire fortune, causing Poison Mouse's forehead to bulge with veins. Wasn't he supposed to be a civilized youth? Was she intending to use him to amass wealth? After being swindled out of a considerable sum last time, he was back for more? Get lost. I want to bet on Xu Jiang's victory too. If you have the ability, find someone else to open the betting. TCH. What a miser. Ing Xiaoxiao pouted, taking Xiao Zhen to buy ice cream. However, after this commotion, the various factions of Yong'an City found a modicum of solace. Regardless of each family's performance, it was at least acceptable to not be overshadowed by outsiders. In contrast, the experts from other cities revealed their apprehension. They had rushed from distant lands, unfamiliar with recent developments, yet the name Xu Jiang had certainly reached their ears. Hadn't he just been recognized as a civilized youth? Is his combat strength truly that formidable? Remarkably, no one has attempted to expel his estate. I shall investigate Xu Jiang's combat prowess, as it may prove essential in the forthcoming quarterfinals. Chapter 84. The Ancient Mushroom of a Millennium Outside the Spirit Domain. Chaos ensued as various factions speculated on the situation within the forest, creating a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, within the spirit domain, Xu Jiang leisurely strolled through the woods alongside his little bear. The forest was alive with the occasional appearance of gigantic wolves, tigers, leopards, and other fierce creatures. Yet they posed little threat to Xu Jiang. As for the aggressive flora, aside from an initial ambush, no further incidents had occurred along his path. Xu Jiang traversed numerous locations, witnessing scenes of discarded armor and weapons, indicating that many had already been sent away. In addition to acquiring a wealth of high-level resources, he discovered several maps, all uniform in design and lacking directional markings. It appeared that significant changes had indeed transpired within the spirit domain. Fueled by the motivation of uncovering treasures rather than returning home to attend university, his little bear diligently searched for a route, dedicating an entire day to the task. I hope you're all right. We only have 3 days of safety. Where exactly are you taking me? The little bear pointed excitedly into the distance, gesturing as if describing an enormous creature, at least 5 meters tall. Intrigued, Xu Jiang considered that such a colossal beast might resemble the frost bull he had encountered before, large and cumbersome, making it relatively easy to deal with. Xu Jiang promptly agreed to let the little bear continue leading the way. However, Xu Jiang's expression soon shifted. Upon arriving at their destination, he finally beheld the creature described by the little bear. Before a cavern stood an 8-meter-tall giant mushroom, surrounded by a cluster of half-meter-tall mushrooms that appeared to be listening to a story, joyfully bouncing around. Delighted, the little bear pointed at the giant mushroom, signaling that its task was complete. This was the most challenging part of their journey. Yet Xu Jiang swiftly scooped it up and retreated cautiously. We cannot provoke this. We must devise a careful strategy. It was not that Xu Jiang was overly timid. Rather, these creatures were formidable adversaries. The smaller mushrooms, with their plump, umbrella-like caps bobbing playfully, were undeniably adorable and would surely make for a sweet broth. The larger one, however, was far more daunting. Xu Jiang had encountered descriptions of similar specimens in the Spirit Domain archives, which indicated a height of only 5 meters, making this 8-meter giant a truly ancient mushroom. Against any other creature, Xu Jiang would charge in with a knee strike, confident in the effectiveness of his skills. But this ancient being claimed an impenetrable territory. A single leap from Xu Jiang would be met with the mushroom's powerful roots, leaving no chance for even the most formidable skills to be employed. Though one might assume that his bullets could curve and strike from a distance, the mushroom's remarkable regenerative abilities would render such tactics futile. Even a prolonged assault would fail to vanquish it before the spirit domain concluded. Most alarmingly, the ancient mushroom possessed a devastating area of effectability, releasing countless spores that would attach to enemies. Once ensnared, these spores would expand, weighing down the victim while gradually corroding armor and flesh until death ensued, truly merciless. Even if Xu Jiang unleashed all his skills, the risk was far too great to warrant a confrontation. As he withdrew from the danger zone to contemplate his strategy, a figure emerged from the forest behind him, clad in the attire of a swordsman. The man displayed a weapon at his waist and extended his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "Greetings, my friend. I mean you no harm. It seems you wish to confront this creature. Why not join forces?" Despite the man's sunny demeanor, Xu Jiang had no interest in handsome strangers. His gun already trained on the intruder's forehead. "Brother, there is no need for that. I merely seek cooperation." The man raised his hands to indicate his peaceful intentions. Yet Xu Jiang remained adamant. "You are from the outer city, aren't you? I have not seen your insignia before. My instructor advised me to eliminate any outsiders I encounter. No, I am not from Yong'an City, but I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. Please, trust me. Why should I trust you over my instructor?" Xu Jiang's response was curt, effectively sealing off any chance of negotiation. This was a battle for survival. Who would show mercy in such a situation? Moreover, the stranger clearly knew about the giant mushroom ahead, indicating he had arrived first. His sudden appearance from behind Xu Jiang suggested he had been lurking nearby, likely seeking to take advantage of the situation. Could such a person be trusted? As Xu Jiang's resolve hardened, the man's expression darkened, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a swift arrow pierced the air, a silver streak racing towards Xu Jiang. Harmless? That's a tale for children. The man's accomplices had been hiding in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow with a shattering arrow. Yet Xu Jiang was no fool. He had not been idly conversing. "Given our lengthy exchange, do you think I was simply passing the time?" Confident that the schemer had allies nearby, Xu Jiang prepared for a game of wits. He would remain stationary, allowing the assailant time to aim. Typically, snipers aimed for the head, striving for a single fatal shot. He was willing to take that gamble. If all else failed, he could withstand the attack with a shield, at least gaining insight into the enemy's position. Fortuitously, Xu Jiang's gamble paid off. The moment he spotted the glimmer of silver, he raised his dual pistols to shield his head. Clang! The Desert Eagle was fortunate enough to deflect the arrow. Revenge counterattack. Boom! The skill activated, and without hesitation, Xu Jiang fired a penetrating round. Though he could not see his adversary, he knew the shot would strike true, as it locked onto a nearby tree. The bullet exploded upon impact, sending a spray of crimson from behind the trunk. "Ah, I've been hit. Help me." A scream pierced the air, revealing a chameleon-like woman who had abruptly appeared on the ground. Her disguise had been flawless, and without the activation of the revenge counterattack ability, Xu Jiang would have been unable to detect her presence. Fortunately, the injury sustained from Xu Jiang's retaliatory shot rendered her disguise ineffective. The woman, possessing striking features and clad in a form-fitting outfit, writhed in agony, clutching her injured thigh. Xu Jiang felt a twinge of sympathy. "Enough. Given your suffering, I shall grant you a swift end." Xu Jiang raised his Desert Eagle, unleashing a volley of incendiary rounds. The camouflaged woman attempted to flee, but her wounded leg hindered her progress. The psychic bullets locked onto her, and before she could escape, she was engulfed in a fiery explosion. No. The man across from her cried out, his eyes blazing with anguish, as if he wished to tear Xu Jiang apart. Why glare at me? If I don't eliminate her, shall I serve her soup? Xu Jiang ejected the spent magazine, carelessly tossing it aside, and loaded a new one from his waist. Click. Oh, light dance. I have a fresh magazine for you as well. Both his revolver and Desert Eagle were replenished with ammunition, and Xu Jiang aimed once more at the man, offering a chilling reassurance. Rest assured, I shall afford you the same opportunity. Join her in death. Bang, bang. The bullets flew, one a penetrating round, the other incendiary. Racing towards the man with lethal intent, he hastily drew his sword and crossed it defensively against his chest, attempting to withstand Xu Jiang's assault. Yet, the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. The armor-piercing round effortlessly penetrated the protective leather armor, while the explosive shell detonated upon contact with the blade, propelling the individual 2 meters away. Is this truly the extent of their power? It seems rather feeble, does it not? Just as Xu Jiang was poised to unleash a second strike, a warning suddenly echoed from behind. Clank, clank. It is the formidable bear. There is a third party involved. Chapter 85. The evolution of the cigarette case. As the cry of the echoed through the air, Xu Jiang instinctively sensed an impending ambush. With vigilance, he scanned the area before him, yet detected no signs of danger. Thus, the assault was likely to come from behind. Just as he prepared to turn and confront his adversaries, the man on the ground suddenly sprang into action. The trio had devised a cunning strategy. One feigned weakness up front, while another concealed himself to launch surprise attacks, and the third flanked from behind. Their combination was formidable enough to contend with 99 of foes within the spirit realm. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Xu Jiang. With a swift motion, he executed a 3-part slash, an assassination. The 2 bumbling attackers, brimming with excitement, even shouted out their skill names, mistaking their flanking maneuver for an assured victory. Did they intend to celebrate prematurely? Not to be outdone, Xu Jiang, indifferent to their bravado, retrieved a small stick from his pocket and planted a kiss upon it. Go forth, my precious. Ah, how could the general steal a kiss from someone? Boo-hoo. Boom. The test revealed that the bashful spark was even more potent, unleashing a terrifying surge of electricity that enveloped the area for several meters, incapacitating the 2 nearest foes on the spot. How could this be possible? The fallen adversaries gazed at Xu Jiang in disbelief. The disparity in power was insurmountable, leaving them devoid of any glimmer of hope. This monster had detonated a weapon brimming with electricity merely by placing it against his lips. Were all of them mere novices under level 20, truly capable of such strength? This question would haunt them for the rest of their lives, as Xu Jiang single-handedly dispatched 3 opponents, claiming a satisfactory bounty. In the spirit of the hunt, the little bear eagerly bounded over to loot the bodies, discovering a level 30 skill stone, Mark, on the woman. This auxiliary skill allowed for remote marking of targets. Once successfully marked, even if the target vanished from sight, their movements could be tracked for a limited time. A typical skill for stealth and reconnaissance, it held decent value, perhaps enough to fetch a good price. At that moment, however, his mechanical cigarette case suddenly spoke up. General, please give me that skill stone. I can utilize it. Xu Jiang was perplexed. During his last training with swordsmanship, the company had provided him with an abundance of skill stones to choose from, including Mark. Why hadn't you expressed interest then? Now, after finding it in the wild, you suddenly desire it. Does the wild flower smell sweeter than the cultivated one? Hee, General, I hadn't thoroughly studied it last time. Only now do I realize how beneficial this skill is for me. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xu Jiang inquired, speaking of research. You previously took a pile of mysterious sand and later carted off a large quantity of precious ores from the storeroom. What exactly are you investigating? Returning to your query. General, I have recently heeded Little Shah's advice and begun studying military strategy. Military strategy? Have you truly mastered it? Of course. Is it the old adage, employ the enemy's strengths to counter them? No, I am studying. Do not impose on others what you do not desire yourself. Which erroneous version of military strategy did you come across? Do not impose on others what you do not desire. I can only imagine Confucius rolling in his grave. Where on earth did you glean such nonsense? A boys' bathhouse. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. If you need it, take it. Thank you, General. The little cigarette case joyfully employed the skill stone, and a surge of power coursed through it, followed by a notification sound. Congratulations. Little Smoke has successfully developed a new type of cigarette. Evolution complete. At last, the evolution task was fulfilled. Both Shanshan and Guanyin had undergone significant upgrades. One could only wonder about Little Smoke's capabilities. Mechanical cigarette case, kernel, quality, blue skills, cigarette processing, secondhand cigarettes, current stock, butter spicy type X9, icy fresh type X5, tooth crushing scrape type X3, 6-person potency type X1, refreshing chrysanthemum type X1. Secondhand cigarettes, can automatically recycle used cigarette butts for secondary processing, generates one every 6 hours. The addition of a second-hand cigarette skill was, for Xu Jiang, a fortuitous development. The cigarette case's storage limit was 20 sticks, necessitating prompt consumption upon extraction, lest their efficacy diminish over time. This compelled Xu Jiang to judiciously allocate his various cigarette quantities before entering the realm. The little bear had a carrying capacity of 1 ton. He would not be lugging around a vast supply of tobacco materials. A skill that gradually replenished stock was indeed welcome news. Naturally, the most pressing concern remained the performance of the new cigarettes. General, were you not at a loss against that gigantic mushroom moments ago? My new cigarette can assist you. Oh, such confidence? What is this tooth-crushing scrape you speak of? Sorrow of the Sands, General. What do you think of this name? To be honest, it leaves much to be desired. Joy of fire, sorrow of ice. And now sorrow of the sands. It all feels rather juvenile. Taking the offered cigarette, Xu Jiang held it between his lips, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. The name was all too fitting. He felt quite melancholic indeed. No wonder the official nomenclature included tooth-crushing. This was essentially a stone stick. Measuring 10 centimeters in length and resembling a cigar, it produced a loud bang when struck against stone. A stone serving as a cigarette? Certainly. Little Smoke elaborated on the usage of this new cigarette. To light it, you simply scrape the tip against the ground. Scrape it? Xu Jiang, bewildered, attempted the motion, gripping the stone stick and dragging it across the earth. Sizzle, like the sound of a match igniting. The tip of the cigarette indeed caught fire. But is the flame not a tad excessive? The 10-centimeter-long cigarette expelled fierce sparks that shot out 20 centimeters. This is no ordinary cigarette. It's a burning stick. Must I truly smoke this? Indeed. General must take a puff to unleash its full potential. This outrageous rule, insisting he treat a burning stick as a cigarette, was utterly ruthless. He could only hope it wouldn't explode. With determination, Xu Jiang bit down on it. Kumka. The eyes of the widened in shock, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Still young and unable to comprehend Xu Jiang's actions, it was left astounded. Its master was actually smoking a fiery sand cigarette. Was this the legendary sand puff of humanity? Truly terrifying. Far more so than that okra boiled by the family's yellow-haired cook. The sorrow of the sands indeed evoked a sense of melancholy. Even though Xu Jiang knew this cigarette posed no harm to him, the sensation of a flaming stone stick held between his lips was profoundly uncomfortable, devoid of any flavor. It felt as if he were merely biting a rock. He felt quite foolish indeed. Fortunately, the effects of sorrow of the sands were remarkably impressive. From the fiery tip, vast amounts of sandy smoke erupted, gradually stirring a sandstorm around him. Xu Jiang sensed a peculiar connection, as if he could manipulate the very sands themselves. With a mere thought, the sands drifted toward the distant mushrooms, enveloping the entire area in a matter of moments. Like an upgraded smoke bomb, the sandy haze not only obscured vision but also disrupted perception, causing the mushrooms to flail about like headless flies. As the orchestrator, Xu Jiang could navigate clearly through the sandy smoke while effectively confounding his foes. The ancient mushrooms even released spores in a futile attempt to combat the encroaching sandstorm. Xu Jiang beamed with delight. The effect of sorrow of the sands was indeed commendable. Perhaps its only drawback was its short duration. As the stone stick in his hand was rapidly diminishing, the effect would last roughly 30 seconds at most. Yet that was more than sufficient for Xu Jiang to press forward. Clad in a shroud of sandy mist, Xu Jiang navigated past a millennia-old mushroom, plunging into the cavern that lay beyond. The world within the cave defied Xu Jiang's expectations of darkness. Sunlight, seemingly summoned from an unknown source, illuminated a towering tree that soared to a height of 50 meters. This majestic tree emitted a verdant glow, nurturing the life forms that thrived beneath its expansive canopy. Not far away, a 5-meter-tall beast of burden reclined leisurely behind its master, indulging in a peaceful slumber. Its master, a figure of imposing stature, stood 2 meters tall. Clad in a deep green exploration suit, his body covered in a coat of brown fur. Indeed, a bipedal brown bear, strumming a small guitar in his hands. The rich and sonorous melody reached Xu Jiang's ears even before he arrived. Look at those flowers. They have withered. Observe how the mushrooms weep. Why have those foolish, ignorant humans not come to offer crystals? Chapter 86. The first toy of the clumsy bear. Without a doubt, this must be the peculiar merchant. A singing bear conducting business alongside a pack animal? It feels rather odd. Xu Jiang approached and inquired, "Hello, are you the legendary peculiar merchant bear?" The merchant bear looked at Xu Jiang with an expression of surprise. "Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't hear any sounds of battle. What happened to the mushrooms at the entrance?" "Oh, I sneaked in while they were still frolicking outside," Xu Jiang replied. According to intelligence, this merchant bear possessed at least a level 60, tier 2 strength, which Xu Jiang knew he could not defeat. Now that he had found it, he had to adhere to the rules of trade. However, judging by the bear's tone, was it necessary to slay a monster before trading? Thankfully, Xu Jiang's worries did not materialize, as the brown bear seemed entirely disinterested in him, instead directing its gaze toward the curious, scampering clumsy bear. "Ah, so there's a fellow of my kind here. Is this human your follower? No wonder he could enter safely." The merchant bear inquired of the clumsy bear, clearly making assumptions about Xu Jiang's identity. With such poor insight, how could it call itself a merchant? Xu Jiang couldn't be bothered to correct the misconception and silently conveyed a thought for the clumsy bear to respond. The clumsy bear tilted its head in confusion, then waved a paw in greeting to the larger bear. "Kunka kunka. Hello, my name is Halulu, and I am here waiting for those foolish humans." "Hey, this silly bear is blocking my view to insult humans? Do you believe I?" "Never mind. It's more critical to make a purchase first. Do you have skill fruits for sale? I would like to buy 12. The merchant bear typically sold them in batches of 30, at 10 frost crystals each. Adding his own 20, Xu Jiang could purchase 2 more. Halula glanced at him impatiently, swatting a paw. "All right, that will be 120 frost crystals. Once you're done buying, leave quickly and do not disturb our conversation." In this day and age, even a brown bear could be so haughty? Truly. Wait, that's not right. Halula's attention shifted back to the clumsy bear. Could it truly be considering the clumsy bear as a kindred spirit? An idea sparked in Xu Jiang's mind. "Clumsy bear, take out the frost crystals in your pocket and help me buy some skill fruits." The clumsy bear scratched its head, not fully grasping Xu Jiang's intent. Nonetheless, it followed the command, retrieving the crystals and offering them to Halulu. "Kunka kunka. Oh, you also wish to buy skill fruits? Certainly. I shall not sell them to this foolish human. Kunka kunka. No need for so many. Since we are of the same kind, I'll give you a discount. Selling you 30 for just 10% of the price." 10%? Is there such flexibility? This wasn't just a personal affront, but a blatant discrimination against all humans. Is this how one conducts business? A tenfold price difference. You are quite the magnificent bear. Buy. Purchase them all. When we return, I'll treat you to chicken legs. Your master is going to get rich. Xu Jiang not only completed his task, but also profited from the transaction, feeling utterly elated. Halulu then invited the clumsy bear to sit down, extending a warm welcome by personally preparing a drink to share. Xu Jiang finally understood the purpose of the frost crystals. They were Halulu's food. From the pack animal's bag, 2 cups were produced, as Halulu squeezed several purple fruits into juice, crushed 2 insects, and sprinkled some fragrant leaves. Finally, with a heavy paw, he crushed the crystals into powder, creating a bizarre purple icy beverage. "Here, try this. It's ice hook fruit juice, quite delightful." Xu Jiang certainly wouldn't be drinking that strange concoction. He hadn't even considered it. However, the little bear was overjoyed, gulping it down and dancing with delight while shouting "Ula ula." Xu Jiang had little interest in bear culture, yet he was profoundly curious about Halulu's identity. Hoping to extract more information. "Clumsy bear, when I speak, you'll ask exactly what I say. A mere foolish brown bear? Extracting information from it should be a piece of cake." "Kunka kunka." The clumsy bear followed the instructions and began conversing with Halulu. Xu Jiang couldn't comprehend their exchange, but Halulu understood perfectly and was thrilled to engage with a fellow of its kind. "You ask why I am here. This spirit domain summoned me. I can communicate with nature, which conveniently allows me to coax those humans into labor." With utter candor, Halulu regarded Xu Jiang as a subordinate and spoke freely with the clumsy bear in his presence. Halulu was a natural bear, capable of traversing various forest spirit domains. The innate skill of being harmless to humans and animals was the reason he recognized the little bear as kin. Invited to this place, upon discovering issues within the spirit domain, the natural bear would assist in resolving them, thereby receiving gifts from nature. Of course, being a rather lazy species, it was impossible to make him work, so he opted to utilize the dim-witted humans instead, as long as he could sell some useless fruits and meander around the monsters a few times. Humans would risk their lives to kill the monsters just to catch a glimpse of him. As for selling everything to the little bear, Halyalu expressed indifference, as those foolish humans remained oblivious. Observing Halyalu drinking and boasting, Xu Jiang again heard the sounds of combat. It seemed another group was challenging the mushrooms. He offered them a moment of silence. You ask about those maps? Huh. I arrived in such haste that I had my old buddy paw them out in a rush. As for whether humans can comprehend them, that's none of my concern. Halyalu laughed heartily, slapping his pack animal, his irresponsible demeanor truly opening Xu Jiang's eyes. Fortunately, this bear had some usefulness. He surprisingly knew about the spirit seed. Let me tell you a secret. Deep within this place lies a fragment of a spirit seed. The humans who land here are attacked, and the mushrooms at the entrance growing larger is all due to the overwhelming power of the spirit seed. Kunka kunka. Why not retrieve it? What use would that be? I can't eat it. Halyalu's words ignited hope in Xu Jiang. Wasn't he just missing that final fragment for his 1,000 mechanisms? Once he obtained it, he could finally unveil his unparalleled sword dance. Xu Jiang, resolute, stood to leave, prompting the clumsy bear to follow suit, catching Halyalu off guard. You're going to help retrieve the spirit seed? What a pity. I wanted to chat with you longer. Halyalu seemed reluctant to see the little bear depart. After a moment's thought, he retrieved an item from his backpack. Since it's rare to meet a fellow of my kind, I'll give you this. I hope we meet again someday. Was it a treasure? Xu Jiang quickly looked over. A red gem lens attached to a strap to secure it behind the head, merely a pair of utterly unremarkable diving goggles. How stingy. Such an impressive bear, and yet he only gifted a pair of attribute-less goggles. This item was entirely useless. Unexpectedly, the little bear received the goggles with great joy. Ecstatically, it held the goggles up for a moment before running to Xu Jiang, looking at him with eager anticipation. Note: the clumsy bear inquires whether this item can serve as his exclusive possession. What? A prompt to set off? Xu Jiang paused for 2 seconds, suddenly recalling the clumsy bear's talent, which allowed it to arm itself with toys. After all this time, had the first toy finally appeared? Chapter 87. The Blazing Tree agreed. Congratulations to the pointer bear for acquiring its first toy, marking a successful advancement. Upon receiving the toy, the little bear experienced an unexpected growth spurt. After evolving, the bear still looked the same, bouncing around and uttering only the sounds kunka kunka. The ruby-red spectacles perched atop its head, hands on its hips. It appeared quite proud and adorably charming. Upon returning home, it was likely that little Jean would cling to it incessantly. However, this was not the primary concern for Xu Jiang. He was eager to explore the capabilities of this newfound toy. Pointer bear, Major General, quality, blue skills, harmless. Guiding toy, Lulu Bear's reading glasses. Lulu Bear's reading glasses. When worn, it allows the pointer bear to transmit any detected dangers to its owner. Although it had advanced, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Its attributes remained the same, and its personality was still that of a mischievous child. Fortunately, with the new toy, the bear gained the ability to share danger signals, which was indeed a joyous revelation for Xu Jiang. Typically, mechanical systems lack the capability for crisis perception, often relying on imaging devices and detectors. Yet, in the face of numerous disguises and energy interferences, those instruments proved to be nearly useless. In contrast, within the swordsman class, there existed a profession named Azura, which possessed an ability known as killing intent perception, widely recognized as the strongest perception skill, rendering one nearly immune to assassination attempts. Xu Jiang hoped that his little bear could reach such heights. All right, let us set off. With this spirit seed in hand, Qianji can finally take flight. Kunka kunka. The delighted pointer bear waved its paw behind it and trotted along, following Xu Jiang deeper into the cave. After they ventured forth, Harala shouldered her travel pack and patted her mount's neck, casting a satisfied smile at Xu Jiang's retreating figure. Well then, the issues here should be resolved. Let us move on to the next location. Who is foolish, and who is clever? This is a question worth pondering. As they delved deeper into the cavern, the monsters began to multiply. All were plant-based, with an incredibly tenacious vitality, making encounters quite troublesome. Particularly troublesome was a type resembling large chili peppers, which showed no fear of fire, compelling Xu Jiang to draw his lightsaber for combat. Strangely, upon their demise, these peppers dropped smaller chili peppers. Yanhai quickly instructed the bear to collect them. If cultivated, these peppers could significantly enhance the power of fire's delight. However, during the collection process, an incident occurred. The pointer bear, being overly mischievous, tasted one of the peppers and was instantly overwhelmed by the heat. Breathing fire, It scampered about in search of water to douse the spiciness. Unfortunately, it failed to find any water and instead ignited several plants, inadvertently hastening their progress. As they traversed the depths of the cave, the paths grew exceedingly complex. Luckily, with the pointer bear's assistance, they approached their ultimate objective, a tree. Is this a joke? Why are there trees everywhere? Can't we encounter something else? Xu Jiang lamented. Before him stood no ordinary tree, but a blazing tree. Its leaves were a vibrant red. And despite being a plant, it was engulfed in flames. The sturdy trunk sank deep into the earth, towering 15 meters high, thick and robust, crowned with 4 enormous petals that resembled gigantic eyes, opening and closing rhythmically. For Xu Jiang, this creature represented one of the most formidable opponents, possessing resilient life force and an aversion to flames, rendering his explosive rounds and grenades significantly less effective. Most critically, his Gatling gun was rendered ineffective. Guanyin, do you not feel any thoughts about this towering entity? How rude, General. I sleep beside you every night, and you dare ask such a question? Guanyin's voice brimmed with shyness. Xu Jiang replied, I was inquiring about this blazing tree. Do you not find it reminiscent of an aerial threat? Aerial threat? What do you mean by that, General? Indeed, Guanyin's activation criteria required the target to be at least 5 meters above ground. Otherwise, regardless of its size, it could not be classified as an aerial threat. However, nearly every plant-based monster possessed the skill-old tree roots, making Xu Jiang's knee strike ineffective. As for ranged attacks, it was futile. This tree could retaliate, and a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. How to combat it became a profound contemplation for Xu Jiang. Seeking assistance was out of the question. The spirit seed treasure was something he wished to monopolize. Perhaps he could have Little Shaw develop new ammunition? Yet, his academic level lingered at an elementary stage. It was already impressive that he had grasped the concept of fire overcoming ice. Comprehending the inverse, ice overcoming fire, was a challenge yet unmet. Did he need to reveal his sword? Xu Jiang felt a heavy burden. Based on damage output, it was clear that the sword was his best option, regardless of the target's defenses. If he could exploit a flaw with unmatched blade, it would be nearly impossible to evade. However, the energy core could scarcely endure. Unleashing full power demanded a consumption of 100 points per second, all while executing skills and enduring the blazing tree's assaults. His energy core might struggle to sustain itself for even half a minute. Could he truly vanquish such a colossal entity in that brief span? Just as Xu Jiang was mired in uncertainty, the usually reticent Qingwu spoke up. Break the point and seize it. Upon hearing this, Shine gasped, What? Miss Qingwu, you intend to forcibly marry someone? Have you decided to abandon me? Qingwu responded, While it might be disheartening, little Shaw, you should focus on your studies, with your elementary knowledge. You are far from ready to pursue a romantic relationship. Qingwu's suggestion was evidently to breach the defenses and seize the treasure. For nestled at the rear of the blazing tree lay a golden treasure chest, ensnared by vines but largely exposed, seemingly enticing others to seize it. With the blazing tree lying in ambush, after a moment's contemplation, Xu Jiang felt that the odds of a successful seizure were quite favorable. After all, this was the real world, unlike those video games where one could slay towering monsters at will, thwarted only by a mere vine. If Xu Jiang could not slice through those vines, what chance did he have against the monster itself? Resolute, Xu Jiang prepared to edge closer to the periphery. But after only a few paces, the blazing tree detected him. With a rustling sound, the tree's leaves quivered, and several tendrils extended forth, launching fiery butterflies towards Xu Jiang. The speed of these fiery butterflies was akin to that of ordinary butterflies, drifting toward him. At that pace, Xu Jiang squinted and could easily evade them with a simple sidestep. However, after a brief sprint, he realized that these fiery butterflies could track him. After only a moment of dodging, he found himself pursued by 8 fiery butterflies. Meanwhile, the blazing tree continued to expel its fiery projectiles, as if engaging in a game of cat and mouse, deliberately using the tracking butterflies to taunt him. No wonder others envied the skill of psychic bullets, as tracking abilities were indeed infuriating. Xu Jiang felt increasingly distressed. While he could run, the swarm of fiery butterflies only multiplied behind him, and if this continued, he would surely be incinerated. Fortunately, Xu Jiang had several aces up his sleeve. As he dashed around the area, he maneuvered to the rear of the blazing tree. Aiming at the exposed treasure, he brandished a sword and accelerated toward it. The sudden burst of speed made the blazing tree take notice, its trailing fiery butterflies flapping their wings with renewed vigor, racing towards Xu Jiang. Chapter 88, The Terrifying Insight of the Sandhawk Shadow Escape. Xu Jiang remained unperturbed. leaving a residual shadow to lure the fireballs while swiftly closing in on the explosive flame tree. A resounding explosion erupted behind him as the shadow vanished amidst the flames, granting Xu Jiang precious seconds to approach the tree. The Sandhawk retracted his weaponry, gripping the shimmering blade tightly. He felt for the protruding points on the hilt and pressed down with determination. Annoying. Woe is me. With a swift motion, a lightsaber coalesced in his hand. Xu Jiang gauged the distance, pushed off with his right foot, and unleashed Peerless Sword. His body traced a shadowy arc, rapidly reaching the explosive flame tree. And he swung the lightsaber forcefully at the entwined vines before him. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 vines snapped under the blade's might. The double damage of the lightsaber proved insurmountable even for the sturdy tree. Blood, akin to molten lava, gushed forth from the severed ends, causing the explosive flame tree to writhe in agony, its piercing shrieks echoing through the air. The leaves above unfurled like fiery wings, and the flower's core ignited with a ferocious blaze. Just as Xu Jiang anticipated its retaliatory strike and prepared to counter with another sword swing, the explosive flame tree launched an audacious attack, its petals closed, unleashing a torrent of power. In that moment, Xu Jiang felt the despair of the 2 outsiders. This shameless tree was unleashing indiscriminate destruction. Waves of flame surged forth from the flower's core, momentarily halted by the petals, cascading outward and enveloping an area of several dozen meters. While the tree itself remained immune, Xu Jiang bore the brunt of the assault. With no refuge available amidst the widespread chaos, the energy of his mech began to plummet rapidly. He hastily retrieved a Ice of Sorrow, igniting it with flames, and hurled it toward the explosive flame tree. The collision of ice and fire elicited another anguished cry from the tree, yet this suppression was fleeting. The bark displayed a deepening crimson hue, signaling its accumulation of greater power as the flames breached the barrier of Ice of Sorrow. A glance at his mech's energy revealed a mere 2,300 points remaining. In just this single encounter, the combined toll of his own consumption and the flame's ravages was utterly terrifying. Once more, he invoked Peerless Sword. Xu Jiang recognized that he could not vanquish the explosive flame tree in the short term. His sole hope lay in seizing the treasure chest. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the fireball's explosion, directing his lightsaber toward the vines ensnaring the chest. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as his lightsaber shimmered with a silver glow. The instant it made contact with the vines, the silver radiance erupted, unleashing a shockwave of immense damage. The flaw of Peerless Sword was triggered, granting him the coveted bleeding effect. A multitude of surrounding vines snapped, and magma-like blood gushed forth, finally revealing the golden treasure chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jiang seized the chest and fled. Behind him, the furious roars of the explosive flame tree reverberated, accompanied by a searing wave of heat in pursuit. Yet, undeterred, Xu Jiang pressed on, not daring to look back. He navigated through the cave, twisting and turning down multiple corridors, until he finally paused to catch his breath, realizing the fire butterflies were no longer in sight. Although the journey had been rather chaotic, he was relieved to have secured the chest. Observing its golden hue and intricate patterns, he speculated that it must contain a spirit seed. Alas, General, there is no spirit seed within. Oh, how do you know? I caught a glimpse while you were running. Truly, your lack of charm is astounding. This spoiler from Qianji made Xu Jiang want to smash the chest in frustration. However, having acquired it, perhaps it could at least supplement some household expenses. Upholding the virtue of frugality, Xu Jiang opened the chest, and a dazzling golden light flooded his vision. The bad news was, no spirit seed, nor any deployable weaponry. The good news was, the items were of considerable value, and there was a skill stone available for use. This skill is acceptable. The usually taciturn Qing Wu was particularly animated today, having set her sights on a skill stone. Prompt: the death dance recalls a former skill. Requesting a skill stone, Moving Shot. Do you agree? Moving Shot, a level 35 skill for the revolver class roamer, was an unexpected find, triggering Qing Wu's firearm memory. Moving Shot enables continuous shooting within 3 seconds without consuming bullets and eliminates recoil during firing. The absence of bullet consumption meant a relentless trigger pull, yielding considerable firepower. Moreover, the lack of recoil rendered shooting while in motion more stable. However, even so, many regarded this skill as somewhat superfluous. For instance, Old Lei had chosen not to learn it. After all, with a plethora of skills and limited skill points, 3 seconds of firing, which included aiming time, rendered its practical utility quite low. Besides, if rapid fire was truly desired, wouldn't a submachine gun suffice? The revolver was not inherently designed for rapid fire. Thus, why squander those 10 skill points? Xu Jiang did not hesitate to hand the skill stone over to Qing Wu. Such a skill, of minimal technical complexity, would be easily mastered by her. Whether or not it would be utilized was secondary, as it would not deplete his own skill points. Yet Xu Jiang was unconcerned, while the Sandhawk was not. Congratulations, Miss Qing Wu, on acquiring a new skill. I truly feel like a waste. Could it be? Can one truly berate oneself in such a manner? Is this a classic case of someone becoming disheartened when another grows stronger? Undoubtedly, the Sandhawk was not so petty. His despondency stemmed from a sense of inadequacy in comparison to Qing Wu. General, I realized the growing chasm between myself and Miss Qing Wu. You've only just realized? I had noted at the moment Qing Wu turned blue and you turned green. You two belong to different species, and there is no future in this. Xu Jiang had no choice but to intervene, ensuring the Sandhawk did not spiral further into despair. Each of his subordinates had the potential for advancement to orange tier. If the Sandhawk continued to wallow in self-pity, his growth would stagnate entirely. Do you wish to remain in elementary school for eternity? You must progress to middle school. Aspire to university. Have you ever heard of quantum mechanics? That is the ultimate goal you should pursue. Upon hearing Xu Jiang's words, the Sandhawk fell into contemplation, and after a long while, suddenly proclaimed with vigor, General, it is my own dullness that has led to a shallow grasp of skills. I must enact change. I understand the path ahead. Indeed, change is imperative, but what have you understood? I realize I am foolish, yet Miss Qing Wu is wise. I need only follow in her footsteps. Is that it? You've merely circled back around. I mentioned you two are of different kinds, and there is no future in this. Congratulations. The Sandhawk has overcome his inner demons and comprehended the ultimate secret of employing the techniques of others to overcome them. Successfully learned Qing Wu's skill, moving shot. The sudden prompt caught Xu Jiang off guard. Is it possible? Abandoning ambition and choosing complacency can yield results? But if you wish to learn, shouldn't you acquire Qing Wu's armor-piercing skill instead? Learning a useless, moving shot is hardly a joke. Congratulations, in an effort to align with Qing Wu. The Sandhawk has triggered an attribute set, and his skill is evolving. Skills can evolve? Xu Jiang glanced at the new skill prompt. Little Sand, I apologize. I spoke prematurely. You and Qing Wu are indeed a match made in heaven. May you both soon welcome your offspring. Moving shot has successfully evolved. The skill is now Holy Gun Baptism. Chapter 89, the 1000 Machine Transformation. In order to shoot alongside Qing Wu, Shang painstakingly developed this skill. When utilizing both Qing Wu and Shang simultaneously, one can trigger the Holy Gun Baptism. Within 3 seconds, unleash 30 bullets in succession. One can also select a skill to attach to each of the dual pistols. This skill consumes 300 energy points and has a cooldown period of 1 hour. It is an exceptionally formidable explosive skill. Although 3 seconds may seem brief, Xu Jiang's 10-second mechanical overload can amplify the damage exponentially. With the skill, he might stand a chance against the blazing tree. Let us set forth. Today, without fail, he must secure the spiritual seed for the 1000 machine. Xu Jiang, fueled by determination, felt confident in confronting the ancient tree, bolstered by his previous experience. However, experience is relative. Upon seeing him, the ancient tree, too, was seasoned and launched a preemptive strike. This time, the fire butterflies were swifter and more numerous than before. Is there any point to your fluttering about? Xu Jiang mused. With no option to feign weakness, he decided to unleash his full firepower. He first cast Sands of Sorrow, enveloping the blazing tree in a whirlwind of sand. Naturally, the blazing tree resisted confinement, retaliating with a sweeping torrent of flames that dispersed the sand entirely. Now, the plan could proceed. Once the flames subsided, Xu Jiang activated Shadow Escape and lunged forward. Skillfully severing tendrils, he utilized the magma blood of the blazing tree to ignite his Ice of Sorrow. Crouching down to take a sip, he then applied the smoke to the wounds, freezing and staunching the blazing tree's bleeding, a true benefactor indeed. The blazing tree let out a thunderous roar, wildly thrashing its vines in gratitude. Kuan-ka! Suddenly, from a distance, the called out. In Xu Jiang's mind, through the perspective of he perceived a vine lunging towards his back. Is this the power of his new toy? It truly feels like a divine boon. Without turning back, Xu Jiang slid to the side, evading the attack with panache. His peerless sword struck, inflicting a significant wound upon the trunk of the blazing tree. Yet again, the bleeding effect emerged, which Xu Jiang deemed the least useful, as it hardly inflicted any fatal damage. The severed wounds quickly regenerated. No matter. If this doesn't work, I shall persist with peerless sword. For the ensuing moments, Xu Jiang relentlessly assaulted the blazing tree. It was evident that the blazing tree's combat prowess was not suited for novices, particularly for fire-based plant monsters, which posed a natural counter to gunmen. Fortunately, Xu Jiang wielded the formidable, peerless sword. He retreated after the first round, having been unfamiliar with the encounter. In the second round, having gained familiarity, he adeptly dodged multiple vine strikes and finally triggered the opening he sought. With a resounding thud, Xu Jiang's light sword, akin to a heavy laser cannon, pierced through the roots of the blazing tree, causing it to emit a pained wail as its massive form succumbed uncontrollably to the ground. Do not misunderstand. Given the vitality of the blazing tree coupled with the power of the fire seed, it is exceedingly challenging to slay it without exploiting its elemental weaknesses. Its fall now was due to the imbalance triggered by the peerless sword. Its colossal body toppled, exposing the flower at its crown, precisely what Xu Jiang required. Swiftly gliding, he struck again with peerless sword. As the skill cooled down, he sheathed his sword and drew the Xiang. Armed with dual pistols, Xu Jiang could finally initiate Holy Gun Baptism. With silver bullets affixed, armor-piercing capabilities activated, he commanded, "Fire." Xu Jiang pressed the muzzle against the flower and unleashed a torrent of gunfire. Boom. In a mere 3 seconds, the barrage obliterated the entire flower, causing the tendrils and petals to droop helplessly as the surrounding searing temperature gradually diminished. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. Having vanquished the blazing tree, his level surged. Xu Jiang hastily placed his hand upon the tree to enable the 1000 machine to extract the spiritual seed. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of the spiritual seed. Collection status: Spiritual seed. 2-2, exotic crystal. 1000. Flight propulsion device. 1-1. Congratulations. The collection of advancement materials is complete. The 1000 machine begins to evolve. Finally, it was over. As he disengaged from the mech, fatigue washed over Xu Jiang, leaving him somewhat exhausted on the ground. This tree was indeed a formidable opponent. The plan had undoubtedly succeeded, yet it also unveiled numerous challenges. The 1000 machine was powerful, but her strength was inherently an augmentation of Xu Jiang's own capabilities. Attributes such as stamina, strength, and speed were all enhancements based on his physical constitution. Previously, long-range shooting posed no issues. Now, as he engaged in close-quarters combat, he found himself somewhat outmatched. There remained ample room for growth. Upon returning, he would need to intensify his melee training. As the 1000 machine entered her evolutionary state, Xu Jiang dared not stray far. He instructed that to keep watch nearby while he found a clean stone to set up a tent, just in time for a meal and a brief rest. Hours later, the 1000 machine finally completed her upgrade. In her contracted form, she resembled a round pendant, crafted from blue-scaled material, intricately etched with dragon motifs, exquisitely beautiful. Upon pressing gently, the 1000 machine transformed into a liquid state, enveloping Xu Jiang entirely. The white mech, adorned with purple, blue, and gold accents, presented a strikingly elegant appearance. Upon activating flight mode, 2 magnificent red luminescent wings unfurled from her back, showcasing the mech's aesthetic to its fullest potential. More importantly, this evolution signaled a progression towards even higher combat capabilities. If the agile liquid mech represented the optimal choice for solo engagements, then a medium mech would serve as a strategic battlefield weapon. This advancement would revolutionize all mech theories in Yong'an City. Xu Jiang was now on the cusp of unleashing his formidable might. T-1000 Mech, General, Type, Liquid Core New Type Mech, Quality, Purple, Power Core, Level 3 Spiritual Seed, Energy Recovery Rate, 200 points second, Power Energy, 20,000, Equipment Slot. Shine Pistol, Revolver, Stun Baton, Grenade, Gatling Gun, Smoke Canister. Attributes: increases limb explosive power by 800 kilograms, enhances equipment efficiency by 60. Traits: Divine Blessing, Aura of Belief, Metamorphosis. 1000 Machine Transformation Skills: Shadow Escape, Weapon Switch, Peerless Sword Dance. Metamorphosis: while flying, consumes 200 energy points second. Can release skill: Feather Flame. Feather Flame, upon release, feathers transform into descending flames with a cooldown of 20 minutes. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally acquired the flight skill. Operating a mech that lacked flying capability would render it no different from a mere electric scooter. Naturally, the consumption of the flight skill was significant, making it suitable only for emergencies. For daily travel, one must rely on their legs. Furthermore, in the event of a chaotic battle, it is often wiser to remain grounded, as flying makes one an easy target, inviting concentrated fire. The accompanying feather flame skill undoubtedly embodies the explosive traits that the Thousand Machine spoke of. After all, it amalgamated the most advanced components from the entire electronic scrapyard, boasting exceptional performance but poor compatibility. When it detonates, the impact is formidable. As for the cooldown period following the explosion, it would likely necessitate repairs from the grenades, marking the first step in the military career of the grenades medic. The confines of the cave limit the environment, necessitating a wait until they could venture outside to test the full extent of their power. The crowning feature of this upgrade, however, remains the final trait, Thousand Machine Transformation. It is regrettable that he did not possess this skill earlier, otherwise, he could have pounded the blazing tree's head with relentless strikes, blow after blow. Chapter 90, Threats from the Dark Web. The augmentation allows for a colossal amplification of up to tenfold for machinery, alongside special enhancements. Energy consumption varies based on the augmented object, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. A tenfold enlargement, what an astounding concept. If it were to amplify a mecha, it could reach nearly 20 meters in height, transforming that charming little flower into a mere brain splatter. Should the augmentation be applied to the weapon, it could result in a terrifying 8-meter-long Gatling gun, braced against one's shoulder, capable of obliterating foes with a mere spin of its barrel. The increase in weapon size correlates with a dramatic surge in power and may even induce unique mutations in the weaponry. Truly formidable. Yet, the drawbacks remain glaringly evident. The energy expenditure is exorbitant, and even 20,000 units of energy may not sustain it for long. All signs suggest that it is high time for Xu Jiang to prepare for some financial expenditure. Observing the mechas of others, which utilize exotic crystals for energy replenishment, it becomes clear that without investment, one cannot become stronger. Although it pains him somewhat, the prospect of future sniper rifles, laser cannons, and rocket launchers, each magnified tenfold, is tantalizing. Wiping away the drool, Xu Jiang stowed away his cooking utensils, ready to continue his journey. Having accomplished the two most critical tasks, he found himself with ample time remaining. Harilu informed him that the safe zone lay to the north. All he needed to do was keep walking. Securing a position among the top 8 should prove relatively easy. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the once mighty millennium-old mushroom, having lost its spiritual energy, shrank to a mere 3 meters and was swiftly dispatched by a throng of eager individuals. It remains unclear what tricks Harilu employed, but the outcome was decidedly successful. Though the original bear had vanished without a trace, assistance in mushroom gathering continued to arrive. However, the scene appeared somewhat chaotic. A joint team of approximately 30 individuals from the outer city found themselves clashing with the forces of Yongin at the cave's mouth. Both groups eager to venture inside and seek treasure. Yet, in terms of numbers, Yongin was at a disadvantage with only 20-odd members. Just as Xu Jiang emerged, he collided with the outer city's team preparing to advance. Upon spotting Xu Jiang, the team leader quickly gestured for his companions to halt. Scrutinizing Xu Jiang's pristine appearance with a furrowed brow, Xu Jiang radiated a carefree smile, as if he had just emerged triumphant from a treasure hunt, putting the leader in a quandary. It was not out of compassion that he considered sparing Xu Jiang. Rather, he was contemplating how to seize the spoils. In the competitive forest, one can concede defeat, but only if there is time to crush the ticket. The 3 individuals Xu Jiang had dispatched were all plotting to ambush him, failing to consider a retreat, and thus fell victim to Xu Jiang's swift counterattack. Consequently, in the eyes of the leader, the primary objective became preventing Xu Jiang from forfeiting, thus allowing them to seize the treasure. However, unbeknownst to him, Xu Jiang's presence signified an entirely different outcome in the eyes of Yongin members. Leading the charge for Yongin was none other than Xu Jiang's old acquaintance, Peng Shi. Upon seeing Xu Jiang, he joyfully exclaimed, "Xu Jiang, quick, help us fend off these outer city folks." Fend off? Were they out of their minds? The outer city's coalition couldn't help but smirk, eager to witness whether this lone warrior had the audacity to obstruct them. To their surprise, Xu Jiang appeared even bolder, assessing the situation and exclaiming with delight, "No problem. You all hold the fort outside. I shall encircle them." Encircle? Had he lost his senses? One man encircling over 30? Ridiculous. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and just as one was about to mock him, the leader's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he gripped his weapon tightly, eyeing Xu Jiang with apprehension. What's wrong, leader? Is he that formidable? While everyone was a lead in their own right, facing 1 against 10, or even 30, seemed preposterous. The leader remained skeptical, yet the unfolding situation forced him to reconsider. Look behind you. If Yongin isn't composed of fools, this individual must indeed possess great strength. Doubters turned to glance behind them. To their astonishment, Pang Shi's pursuing team had indeed transformed their offensive into a defensive stance at the cave entrance, establishing a formidable barrier. Surely, those participating in this grand tournament were not dim-witted. Thus, it affirmed that Xu Jiang was indeed capable of encircling 30 individuals. Is this a jest? Can he truly be that strong? We are all at level 20. Are we truly fearful of him? Yes, I gathered intelligence on Yong'an before departing. And the outcome? Rumor has it that a prodigious talent has emerged from Yong'an. An air of unease permeated the team as whispers of this information spread, startling many, including Xu Jiang himself. Wait, did you say prodigy? Xu Jiang aimed his gun at the informant. Clarify this. What level am I? Prodigious level. That's the highest rating, surpassing even the elite. I couldn't care less about its merit. Who is the idiot who assigned this ridiculous title? Am I not human? Prodigy implies one is a person of stature. What is this prodigious nonsense? Is it an insult suggesting I am not human? Amidst Xu Jiang's turmoil over the title, someone within the outer city team could no longer restrain themselves. The leader concealed his hands behind him, signaling his teammates to prepare for a surprise attack. Within the realm of combat, one's life and death are one's own responsibility. Those who perish can only blame their lack of skill. For victory, any underhanded method is permissible. Coincidentally, Xu Jiang shared this mindset. It was a genuine battle with real firearms. Either one would perish or the other. Xu Jiang, too, would not hold back. As he pondered this chaotic dialogue, he too sought the opportunity to strike. Bang! The first gunshot reverberated from the outer city team. The bullet accurately struck Xu Jiang's head, yet the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What lay before them was merely an illusion. In the instant the illusion dissipated, a small iron rod materialized in its place. Yea, behold my dazzling entrance. Boom! A flashbang detonated, blinding the onlookers who had been eagerly awaiting the outcome. Alert! The leader shouted. But it was futile. Grenade! Sands of sorrow! Holy light baptism! Xu Jiang's form appeared from the side, unleashing a torrent of offensive maneuvers. What does it mean to be invincible? Xu Jiang epitomized the notion of being unmatched at his level. The explosive firepower he unleashed was far beyond what any opponent of the same tier could endure. Xu Jiang's sands of sorrow combined with holy light baptism proved to be an unparalleled weapon in urban warfare, with limited space to maneuver. The effects of the smoke and sand were remarkable. Coupled with explosive rounds, his bombardment had nearly decimated the enemy ranks. Only 3 adversaries managed to evade the brunt of Xu Jiang's initial assault. After enduring the flashbang's effects, they instinctively chose to evade, relying either on memory or skill. They narrowly